You have just become the sect master of Hehuan Sect, and the system has issued a heaven-defying task for you to disperse your skills and recultivate yourself into a righteous gentleman who is not close to women. Violating the rules will result in death. Upon hearing this, you were so scared that your pants almost burst at the seams. If you remember correctly, the original owner had 9 rebellious subjects ready to revolt at any moment. Isn't this a certain death situation? At this moment, you are sitting in the main hall, receiving the memories of the original owner. In the crowd inside the hall, an old lady frowned. Master Chen, you have not responded for a long time. Do you have any objections to our positive Yang Mountain? Your disciple Bai Ningbing's eyes immediately showed anger. Yuan Zhenye, you, a guardian white ape of the mountain, dare to speak to my master like this. Yuan Zhenye was not afraid at all. She knew your temper too well. Clearly, you are the top master of the world, but you are devoted to their positive Yang Mountain saintess Ling Xiao, and have not been close to women for 300 years. Now that positive Yang Mountain has agreed to this marriage, you might be overjoyed. Bai Ningbing, Yuan Zhenye smirked. My sect's direct disciple Tang San can't stop thinking about you. Why not have a double celebration for both sects? Yuan Zhenye confidently pointed at Bai Ningbing. Master Chen, I want to add another condition. I want your third disciple Bai Ningbing to marry our positive Yang Mountain disciple Tang San. Bai Ningbing instantly trembled in fear. For you, as their master, as long as you can marry Ling Xiao, who can't be abandoned, and you have absorbed the memories of the original host at this moment. My goodness, is the original host a purebred embryo? Why chase a woman for 300 years? You angrily give a direct order. Then you find Bai Ningbing holding a sword across her neck, looking at you with a touch of sadness. If the master wants the disciple to die, the disciple dare not disobey. You are somewhat confused. Did you not express yourself clearly enough? Is there something wrong with your brain? You helplessly touch your forehead and gently use the hand of the great wilderness prisoner. What I mean is to kill all the people from Zhengyang Mountain. Your voice resounds again, but at this moment, it gives people a feeling as if they are in the icy depths of the 9 hells. Howls, curses, and threats abruptly ceased, and the people of Zhengyang Mountain looked at you. At this moment, they realized that the person in front of them was the powerful head of the Hehuan Sect, even stronger than Zhengyang Mountain, and the youngest refining void stage cultivator in the 3 sects history. Ha! Bai Ningbing was a bit stunned. Would her master say such things? Can't people? You crossed your arms. After all, you were a model youth of the new century. Just arrived here and already killed someone. Your hands are shaking a bit now. Bai Ningbing finally heard clearly this time, and the dim eyes lit up with infinite joy, confirming that you were serious. The people of Zhengyang Mountain were finally afraid. Don't kill us. I am Xiao Wu's 14th grandmother. If you kill me, Xiao Wu will never forgive you. Yuan Zhenye's previous sharpness and sarcasm disappeared, pleading bitterly, but you ignored her and walked straight into the hall, because in an instant you realized that something was wrong with this body. The moment you made a move, you found that your power was leaking out. Restriction. Soul fusion flag. Those self-proclaimed noble and upright people, do they not consider our Hehuan sect as evil and crooked? You forced a calm smile and turned back fiercely. Show them. After saying that, you hurriedly left. In the huge main hall, only Bai Ningbing with a blush on her face remained, along with the desperate and wailing people of Zhengyang Mountain on the ground. Bai Ningbing moved lightly. The immortal aura on her body disappeared. Instead she seemed like a complete female demon. Master is so bad. Is this to make me and Zhengyang Mountain enemies? Master must be protecting me. Definitely. And deep in the main hall, you held your abdomen that had no wounds, your face full of fear. At this moment, the system suddenly sounded. Detected that the original body's spiritual energy is on the verge of the limit. The host can only have a glimmer of hope by dispersing the energy and rebuilding it. Disperse the energy? I just ordered Bai Ningbing to kill those people from Zhengyang Mountain. You held your head in distress. If you disperse the energy and rebuild it now, what will happen when Zhengyang Mountain comes knocking on the door? System, couldn't you have spoken earlier? Didn't you want the host to show off once? Show off my foot. With the current feedback, if no decision is made soon, it might really be over. Disperse the energy. With determination in your eyes, you raised your palm and slapped it down. In an instant, you passed out. Ding! Detected the host making a choice. Binding to the Junzi system. The system voice sounded, and your consciousness gradually recovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of the sun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fate of the 10 generations of Junzi. You opened your eyes, feeling extremely weak compared to the power you experienced when crossing over the original body. But fortunately, you survived. Just then, a sudden glimpse of a green figure rushed in. Before you could react, your eyes were blocked by 2 towering peaks. Ningbing, What are you trying to do? Bai Ningbing's face showed a hint of unnatural blush. She understood why her master suddenly changed his temperament, although the calamity had disappeared. For Bai Ningbing, who grew up in the Hehuan Sect since childhood, how could she not know what had happened here? Master, let me check on you. You were a little flustered, not only afraid of exposing your fake master, but also afraid that Bai Ningbing would suddenly do something inappropriate to you as her master. I'm fine. You can leave, you sternly ordered. Bai Ningbing's hand trembled, but a look of joyous blush appeared on her face. She knew that you were always cold and reserved, and in the past you would have dismissed her with a wave of your sleeve. As she felt the cold and firm touch of your hand, she wondered if this was really her master's hand. Bai Ningbing's eyes were a bit dazed. She had missed your old nose for a long time. Lifting your hand, Bai Ningbing pressed her face against it. You blinked, with your heart instantly in your throat. I said there's nothing wrong. You can leave first. Bai Ningbing raised her head, pretending to be wronged. Master, how can you say that you are fine? The people in the sect have long anticipated this day. The Harmony sect practices the yin and yang techniques, but you have always done things your own way, paying no attention to the boundless karma fire, resolutely not taking disciples, let alone getting close to women. Now that the karma fire is burning, fortunately it has not harmed the fundamental Tao. You know that you can't hide it, but Bai Ningbing's appearance gives you some reassurance. At least she is only concerned about you as a person, not your life. You can start over, and I can become the #1 in the southern region. Rebuilding it will still make you invincible. You stabilize your emotions. Is Ningbing willing to keep this secret for me? A secret that belongs only to the two of us. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but be a little anxious. This is her master, the one she has hidden in her heart for over 100 years, the master she wants to accompany her for a lifetime. I am willing. A big part of your heart finally settles. Fortunately the prestige of the previous life is still there. Xiao Yuan raised his hand and gently stroked Su Qing's head. Good then. The master needs to retreat for a period of time, so do not let external matters intrude on me. Su Qing's eyes flashed some determination, and when Xiao Yuan's hand slid down, she opened her mouth sideways, and a little bit of her vermilion lips gently opened, and contained Xiao Yuan's finger between them. Xiao Yuan was in some pain. He frowned and looked at Su Qing. He only felt that rain was about to fall. Green carp, what do you mean? Su Qing carp lowered his head, and a wisp of fire rose out of thin air around his body, and scorching heat once again filled this inner hall. Master, please forgive my apprentice for being unreasonable. Really, my apprentice is also disturbed by the karmic fire. His fingertips touched a touch of wetness. Xiao Yuan had been a man for 2 lifetimes. When had he ever experienced such a thing? Unable to help himself, his body trembled as electricity spread throughout his body from his fingertips. His body shifted back and looked in shock at Su Qing carp, whose eyes were hazy and who was constantly approaching towards him. Nonsense. I'm your master. Ding detected that the host is unmoved in the face of beauty and gained a gentleman value of 1,000. Ding detected the host saying no to the incestuous teacher-student relationship. The gentleman's style is greatly promoted, and gained the value of a gentleman 5,000. The host has the demeanor of an ancient gentleman, rewarding the host with the opportunity to cultivate a heavenly ranked art to perfection. Xiao Yuan. This system, put aside to test him. Take this to test the cadres? I can stand the test. Master, you help me. Disciple does not want to die. Su Qing carp completely let go of her suppression of the karmic fire, which did not damage external objects, but her light dress had turned greenish-gray. Skin like gelatin, body like the undulating of distant mountains, the beauty panting for pleasure, and the fragrance of the fresh scent flooding the nose. Xiao Yuan's hand shook even more. Eyes, nose, ears, touch plus that teacher and student's rebellious heart. The 5 stimuli crazily nibbled at Xiao Yuan's sanity. No. Xiao Yuan pushed his hand, but he only felt that the small bowl hit the palm of his hand, and it was difficult to even close it. The clan is full of talented people. I can choose a good son-in-law for you. Qing carp, how can I harm you? Ding, a gentleman is not confused by color, but cannot make his heart free of right and wrong. The host's rightful heart is clear to the heavens. Reward the host with the skill of clear mind. Xiao Yuan tilted his head. Right now he did not have the heart to pay attention to the system's praise of himself, much less the rewards given by the system. Beauty is present, not to mention this kind of beauty that is hard to find in the world. Xiao Yuan's sanity was on the verge of collapse. He clenched his teeth. A coolness rose in his heart. His eyes are no longer cloudy. He needs to rely on the system to give him the reward to become the first Lu Xiaohui in this world of immortals. What is it? Xiao Yuan wrinkled his eyebrows, only to see a red thread spreading out from Su Qing carp's body and wrapping around his own body, its redness nearly solidifying. Master. Su Qing carp's hands broke through the patriarch's robes. with the soft jade in his arms. The little bit of sanity that Xiao Yuan had managed to get was again disturbed by that boundless beauty. Xiao Yuan lowered his head and looked at the person he was carrying, and he could not see anything other than love. He looked again at his hand clasped on Su Qing's chest. Where does he get off being a gentleman? He just wants to be a hypocrite and be pushed backwards? Don't, Qing Carp, you have to calm down. Xiao Yuan spoke, but his hand could not help but tighten. That wonderful feeling, he felt that it would not be a loss if he died. His fingers were temporarily free, but Xiao Yuan could no longer speak. Only with his mouth open, Neza was allowed to make a mess. Master, save Green Carp. How could Xiao Yuan say the word no? The thing of words had been completely appropriated by Su Qing Carp. Adverse disciple. I don't know how long Xiao Yuan can finally speak, but his clothes are flaky and no longer in an extremely humiliating position, lying on top of the bed. His hands were controlled by Su Qing Carp. Master, don't panic. My disciple has read the secret code of the clan and knows how to proceed to the next step. Be good and you won't get hurt if you're good. Su Qing Carp's body steeped a little higher, looking at Xiao Yuan, who had a face of grief and indignation. That pair of beautiful eyes that hid all the spring feelings flashed a little bit of cunning. In this competition, she has already gotten the best of the strong. Master, you don't want the fact that you dispersed your kung fu and recultivated to be known by outsiders either, do you? Chapter 4, The Son of a Traitor. I won't tolerate you. Adversary. You. Xiao Yuan couldn't say the latter words, looking at Su Qing Carp, whose body was nearly 20 inches shorter. A feeling he had never felt before rushed to his heart. Xiao Yuan inclined his head in humiliation, and he lost that innocence in the end. He's not clean anymore. He was defiled by the punch master rebel. Su Qing Carp's brows gradually eased away as she spoke revealingly, but the secret codex of the clan that she had read was only the first 3 pages. When things got this far, she was a little confused as to what to follow, and had to leave everything to instinct. The woman's face, as if she was a heavenly creature, slowly approached, and a pair of eyes as if they were clear springs in the mountains gazed into Xiao Yuan's eyes. Anyway, she got what she wanted. First, he was angry. Then he was desperate. Then he was overjoyed by Xiao Yuan's change. And then he took this great opportunity. After life and death, it makes a big difference. Either they are as fearful as rats in the shadows, or as brave as bees defending the nest. Su Qing Carp, on the other hand, was the latter. Master, call me Carp. I like it when you call me that. Xiao Yuan's one hand had long been holding something unknown, looking at Su Qing Carp's face that looked like a blossoming spring peach. His mouth said angrily, Adverse disciple, don't even think about it. The hall inlaid night pearl gradually replaced that intense sunlight. Su Qing Carp's pretty face covered with redness, that flawless body above, all the traces of pleasure after. She didn't understand how she, as a Jindan cultivator, could not compete with Xiao Yuan, who had lost his cultivation, and ended up losing 10 out of 10 battles. When the qi recovered a little, Su Qingli also did not dare to look at Xiao Yuan, took out a set of green dress to cover that beautiful body. Now she looks like a bad boy model who was remorseful after an impulsive mistake. But there's a next time, and she's still going to do it, or even make sure to win one. Senior, it was Qing Carp who was impulsive today, but don't worry, Qing Carp is not an irresponsible person. In the future, Su Qing Carp's courage was not enough in the end, staggered and ran toward the outer hall. In the future, Qing Carp will definitely treat the master well. Xiao Yuan was a little godly, but his body was even more hurt. If it wasn't for the body of the sun, and that dragon's true blood holding him up, he would have to wither away after fighting 3 times at most. This Su Qing Carp does things without considering the consequences. If he is not strong, quenched the fire of karma in her heart. By the time the master and disciple duo both died on top of the bed was found by outsiders, the entire Acacia sect can become the laughingstock of 10,000 people. Su Qing Carp, after a long time, Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words from his mouth. The grief and indignation on his face was such that whoever saw it had to feel a trifle of pity for the evildoer, and a deep hatred for him who had done it. Ding detected that the host has violated the way of a gentleman, condoning a rebellious disciple to charge the master and disrupting the program and ethics. Such wickedness is beyond the pale. Villainous behavior. It's hard to be the lord of the system, hereby punishing your race. The system's voice did not have the same spirituality as before. It was mechanical and cold without emotion. Xiao Yuan didn't even have time to defend himself before an unrivaled darkness swallowed all of his sanity. Hoo! Xiao Yuan gasped violently. His eyes regained their light, but he was clear that he was dead again. Ding, the host's 10th gentleman's life is reduced by 1. Please abide by the gentleman's way and do not act against the gentleman's behavior. Kill me? Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed something sinister. I'm going to unbind. I don't want the system anymore. Is the host afraid? The system's voice became animated again, causing some hope to arise in Xiao Yuan's heart. Gentleman. If he's a real gentleman, forget it. But he just wants to be a villain. He still wants to discuss the length with Su Qing Carp again. And he still wants to show his majesty in the Acacia Sect. Come once a life. He is the patriarch. According to the gentleman virtue and conduct, the entire Acacia Sect's female disciples. Then wouldn't he not be able to touch all of them? Scared. When I beg you, have mercy and get out of my body. Host. This system understands your feelings, and also knows that you are only passive enjoyment. But the rules are so, as long as you do not do regicide, kill relatives, rape apprentice and other subversion of the gentleman's conduct, the system will not erase you. One more. You have 10 gentlemen's lives. Exchange one for so many favors, and get a deadbeat beauty for nothing. You don't lose. Xiao Yuan wants to pull this system out. When he is cool, he does feel that he is blood money. But the key is now cool. He has restored the sage time. One life for a spring break. He is too much of a loss. I'm not one of those flirts who doesn't feel bad about dying under the peonies. One night's fling for one life. I won't do it. Who said it was only a one-night stand? You've already died. So how Su Qing Carp is with you again? The system won't punish you. And, host, don't you look at your gentlemanly value and your strength? Xiao Yuan was stunned. His mind turned. Originally if the dike of the decisive mouth, now it has been the slightest exposure. In the Dan Tian, there is even a 10-story high platform hanging in the air. 200,000 drops of spirit liquid? Having inherited the memories of his predecessor, Xiao Yuan naturally wasn't an immortal cultivation white who didn't know anything. He knew that the high platform was the internal manifestation of his foundation. May not be 9 for the extreme? A layer of ordinary mediocrity can also enter the foundation. Genius is only 3 or 4 layers. Heaven's pride is only 6 layers. For millions of years in the southern domain, regardless of the positive events, wild history, the strongest foundation builder was only 8 layers of the foundation building platform. Now he's 10 layers? There is also that spiritual liquid, the original owner of the 7 layers of foundation building. And the spiritual liquid owned by the original owner is only more than 7,000 drops, so that the original owner of 325 years to become the first person in the southern domain of the bright side. He was now in possession of a never-before-seen 10th layer foundation building and 100,000 spirit liquids. Xiao Yuan felt his strength and then glanced at the value of Junzi he possessed within the system. When did have 17,000? No loss. Xiao Yuan's face was all sad and angry, and he laughed out loud. It's too profitable. The system also stopped making a sound, just leaving Xiao Yuan alone and snickering. The host is too bitter. Its origin can still need the host to help him to find a remedy. Gentleman. Hey, where in the world is a true gentleman? On the previous one, those who can hold out until that point, even if they are eunuchs, they can't do it. Throughout the night, Xiao Yuan was familiarizing himself with this world, his body and everything about the system. As the memories merged, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but raise his own feet at the death of his original body. The original master's death was not unfair. He thought back to the dowry woman who died in front of him before he reversed time and space, although she had a Wen Rin Chu Chu's face. But now looking back, with the original master's degree of dog licking, if he was not sure that the person was not Wen Rin Chu Chu's real body, he would not have been able to lay his hands on the dead. A woman who had caused her own people to turn against her, who had caused her own disciple to cut her own throat in front of her eyes. A woman who had spent a large portion of the Acacia Sect's reserves to marry her, was actually just a doppelganger without a divine soul. Xiao Yuan knew with his toes that Haoran Sect, that Wen Rin Chu Chu was counting on the original master so much for what? Isn't it that the original master's talent is too heavenly, so that the Haoran Sect, and perhaps others are alarmed and want to kill the original body before they have done all the work? Xiao Yuan put the sovereign's robe on and looked at the system mall. System, redeemed the chaotic heavenly chance jade pendant. Ding, the host has consumed 2,000 gentlemen's values to exchange for a chaotic heavenly chance jade pendant. Xiao Yuan walked out from the inner hall. The death of the Haoran Sect's group. After a night, those people should also react. Hey, just can't see through my reality. Do you guys still dare to make a move? The fresh wind brushed his face. His long hair fluttered. Xiao Yuan was like an exiled immortal sitting in the patriarch's hall, and the bell outside rang 6 times to welcome the guests. Chapter 5, The Man Who Sent Himself to the Door and Slapped His Face. Haoran Sect Ling Xiao seeks an audience with Acacia Sect Patriarch Senior Xiao Yuan. The white figure flew in the air, dashing and Ling duo, white clothes penniless, his eyes as if the blazing sun of the 9 heavens, his body as if the immortal of the lower earth. his body straight, stood in front of Xiao Yuan in an exuberant manner. He said that he was seeking an audience, but he didn't wait for half a word from Xiao Yuan. Ling Xiao? Xiao Yuan searched his memory. The Haoran Sect was willing to give up, but it was even more stupid. He even killed the 10 or so people of the Haoran Sect. He would still care about this. Xiao Yuan's mouth hooked up a smile. The original body is stupid. He is not stupid. This Ling Xiao and that one Ren Chu Chu are afraid that there is a long time between them. My white jade clothes, is it comfortable to wear? Xiao Yuan asked as he leaned his body forward. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of mockery. This Ling Xiao was like the exiled immortal man, not because of his strength or his face, but the white jade suit on him, which the original owner had taken the essence of the sun and moon to condense and had already half-stepped into the Dao weapon. Ling Xiao frowned. Although he was only a Yuaning stage cultivator, he did not have the slightest fear in the face of Xiao Yuan, who had thrown himself away millions of times. Not only did he have the Haoran Sect behind him, but he also had one Ren Chu Chu, who Xiao Yuan died not daring to offend. As long as he heard half a hair in this harmonious sect, he didn't need to spend the night. He could see the appearance of the head of a clan kneeling at the entrance of the Haoran Sect and begging for forgiveness. That's what one Ren Chu told him. This was his trust in one Ren Chu Chu. Patriarch Xiao is the head of a clan. Why would you say such tricky words? Who in the world doesn't know that this white jade clothes is the belongings of the holy maiden of my Haoran Sect? And now that it has come to the mouth of Patriarch Xiao, how did it become your stuff? Such banditry. Doesn't Patriarch Xiao find it laughable? Rough footsteps came. A red-faced, white-bearded old man walked in. He was a member of the Acacia Sect. Naturally, he could not be as bold as Ling Xiao, and directly flew into the main hall of a clan. Little thief! How dare you? How dare you treat our clan as if it were nothing? Defy the lord of my clan, and fly into my Acacia Sect's main hall. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously, his eyes crossing over the old man's face before being attracted by those warbling silhouettes that followed. The burning heat in his eyes bloomed, and the bravado of having the world in his hands bloomed. He is clear, only waiting for the day of Xiao Yuan's marriage. This Hepping sect will become history, and the beauty. Here, Ling Xiao let out a sinister smile. He was able to come to the Acacia Sect this quickly because he wanted to search for his loot earlier, so he had been observing the Acacia Sect's territory. The first 9 members of the Acacia Sect. Ask which male cultivator doesn't put it in his heart? Elder Red Immortal is overstating the case. The late generation is carrying the life of the holy maiden of my clan, and wants to meet with Patriarch Xiao as soon as possible. So it makes sense that the actions are a bit more urgent. What is the meaning of contempt for Acacia Sect? After saying that, Ling Xiao gave Xiao Yuan a look. It wasn't the first time he and Xiao Yuan had met, but looking at the way the lord of the Hall of One clan was acting as a dog in front of his own woman, even if he was only a Yuaning cultivator in the district, it was really hard for him to have any reverence for Xiao Yuan. Do you see any objections from Patriarch Xiao? Red Immortal did not look at Xiao Yuan. He knew what kind of virtue his Acacia Sect's patriarch had. This Ling Xiao does not mention that one Ren Chu Chu, Xiao Yuan or will impose discipline, but as long as mention him even if he is on the graves of the successive patriarchs of the Acacia Sect, Xiao Yuan is afraid to gently uncover, strip him naked, smear honey on his body, and drop it in front of the sect. Xiao Yuan's eyes snapped. Wait for the Haoran Sect to come and ransom him. Ha ha, Ling Xiao laughed. Elder Red Fairy. Look, even Patriarch Xiao is not here. Ling Xiao's smile froze. He seemed to have heard it wrong. The Red Immortal Elder and the rest of the group of Acacia Sect members also looked at Xiao Yuan. What did they hear? Is this what a patriarch should say? Words that can be spoken? Xiao Yuan's face was solemn as he said in a cold voice. What? This matter still requires this patriarch to personally take action? Some hideousness rose on Elder Red Immortal's face as he looked sideways at Ling Xiao with a sardonic smile. Little thing, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Ling Xiao retreated in fear. The power of the transformation god cultivator is not something he can match now. Not to mention that there is more than one transformation god cultivator here. Not to mention that there is a great cultivator of refining emptiness in Xiao Yuan. How dare you? Ling Xiao dodged the large hand that Elder Red Fairy extended towards him. If you dare to do this to me, Chu Chu, she will definitely not forgive you. Elder Red Immortal's movements were slow. He had been observing Xiao Yuan's reaction, and yesterday when all the people of the Haoran Sect were not in the Patriarch's hall, he had realized that something was wrong. Now that Ling Xiao had come up on his own, it gave him even more of a reason to do so. He wanted to see if the Xiao Yuan whose temperament had changed drastically was because of that or not. His karmic fire, can he still suppress it? But he couldn't see through it. He couldn't see through Xiao Yuan's strength, and even more so, he couldn't see through his heart. A palm falls, white light emerges. Yuaning resists transformation spirit, relying not on Ling Xiao's strength, but the one on his body. the white jade clothes of 1,000 opportunities. This was a half-stepped out weapon that Xiao Yuan he had personally refined. It was the most precious treasure that countless cultivators longed for, but were not allowed to have. Come back. Xiao Yuan followed the method in his memory and pinched his hand with a spell, and a clear drink came out from his mouth. No! Ling Xiao was horrified. He looked towards Xiao Yuan who was sitting on top of the 9 heavens. This was not the Harmony Sect patriarch that he knew. Not the mangy dog that could not be chased away. The buzzing fly, as one Run Chu Chu had said. This was a truly great cultivator. A refined void powerhouse who commanded the intent of the endless boundaries of the southern domain. He was so confident that he even thought that his district Yuaning stage strength could take this white jade clothes for himself. And he was a Yuaning who could have a half-stepped Dao weapon. The white jade garment turned into a ray of light and peeled away from Ling Xiao. A thong? Xiao Yuan, cold and resolute look, almost collapsed. He looked at Ling Xiao that will fledgling to half of the underwear. Although the white jade clothing can be isolated from all the detection under the peak stage of the harmonious way cultivator. But this Ling Xiao, not too bold, right? Elder Red Fairy's hand shook, aptly concealing his heart-stopping shock. Well, that one point should not have the mind put away. This white jade clothes he also eye hot. But no, this half-step Dao artifact already has a spirit. It does not recognize the master. No one can force. However, the original white jade clothes that had been served as Ling Xiao's master had been taken back by Xiao Yuan so easily. What kind of strength is this? How is it possible for a person of this strength to be burned by karmic fire? Ling Xiao's shrieks came to an abrupt end in Elder Red Fairy's hands, and Xiao Yuan somewhat disgustedly shook off the white jade garment in his hands. Green carp, put this white jade garment in the immortalization pond to soak for 3 days. This guy really doesn't pick any of the goods. A dead pervert follows. The white jade clothes of the immortal light was greatly released, struggling in the hands of Xiao Yuan, seemingly to resist the injustice. How can it be blamed for the fact that he, the master, gave it away and that's why it swung for the fences? Xiao Yuan acted calmly, but in his heart, he was already calling ante to Bai Yui. This is a half-step Taoist weapon. How can he, a foundation stage cultivator, control Bai Yui's half-step Taoist weapon if he is powerful? Su Qing had been keeping her head down. She didn't dare to look at Xiao Yuan. One night had been enough time for her to wake up and recall what exactly she had done. She thought that Xiao Yuan had lost his cultivation, but now it seems that Su Qing Karpa's hands have received the white jade clothes in vain. The remaining light sneakily surveyed Xiao Yuan who couldn't see half the depth. It's killing me. Master won't regain his cultivation. Will he? Me? What should I do? Should I run away? Chapter 6. Walking a bird in the sun is nothing. It's the swarm of bees that shows the heroes. What are you still waiting for? Hang this person in front of the sect. Xiao Yuan slowly got up, and underneath a pair of ingested eyes, there was a deep-seated afterthought. This hurdle he kind of passed. But what happens after that? Xiao Yuan looked deeply at Ling Xiao who was struggling silently. If he still had the strength of the original owner in him, this person must have become a puppet in flesh and hide the streamers in his soul. How could it be so light, hanging in front of the clan? But now, Xiao Yuan gave a light smile to the lowered red eyebrows, then turned around and walked into the inner hall. Yes, Sovereign. The red immortal rose slowly after a long time. He was afraid. He had just captured Xiao Yuan's killing intent, both towards Ling Xiao and even more towards himself. Red immortal roared furiously in the bottom of his heart. He never believed that there was anyone in this world who could give up immortality, who could give up his own path to immortality for the sake of a woman. In the past, he had been cheated by Xiao Yuan, and everyone had been cheated by Xiao Yuan. That's why he was treated with mercy, and that's why he's been allowed to grow so far. Incoming. Red immortal disdainfully glanced at the struggling Ling Xiao. What a waste of a good name to not even try to find out half the depths of the sovereign. Send Lord Ling Xiao out. Remember the sovereign's words. Be sure to smear it with honey. Whoa whoa. Ling Xiao struggled in fear. This is the Acacia Sect. Although there is a difference with that 100 Flowers Sect, but within the sect, there are more than half of the female disciples. This Acacia Sect's gate of 500 miles can be planted with a sea of flowers of all colors. The joyful honey of the Acacia Sect and the 100 Flowers Sect's 10,000 flowers brew are among the southern domains, and they are all famous. Thinking about the billions of swarms, Ling Xiao's guts cracked. Help me, teacher, help me. A voice that sounded like relief resounded in Ling Xiao's heart, and he had been in a silent state since he entered the Acacia Sect. When facing Xiao Yuan just now, he even closed his 6 senses for fear of being perceived by Xiao Yuan. He wasn't sure if Xiao Yuan was relying on his own strength or something else, but he had a feeling that if he had ventured out just now, he would inevitably be discovered by Xiao Yuan. Ling Xiao swayed in the air, and the thing that divided the left and right, in the end, could not hide the swaying bird, so much so that it veered to one side, thoroughly viewed by the flush of Harmony Sect disciples. Teacher, help me. If I die, you won't be well off either. Ling Xiao's ears were filled with countless sounds of playful laughter, and he didn't understand why he had this hobby, and why he was so relieved about that white jade coat, thinking that no one could pry into his body. Now, Ling Xiao afterglow catches sight of that damn Heping clan people. Do not know half a bit of shame? Surprisingly, he took out the staying shadow stone. The old man has long advised you. Don't be hasty, don't come to the Acacia Sect. You don't listen. To fall into this difficulty, who can you blame? The person hidden in Ling Xiao's body finally spoke, but his voice was so old that only Ling Xiao could hear it. Sensei, you are stronger than that Xiao Yuan. You said that you are the only honored one in heaven and on earth. You will definitely be able to kill that Xiao Yuan and snowball the shame for your disciple. Right. Ling Xiao's bottom came up. From calling for help to wanting the old man to help him take revenge, his mind changed in just an instant. The old man had to be without a body, or else he would definitely roll his eyes to Ling Xiao. He was born before, now also but a wisp of residual soul. Really think that the refining of the virtual phase of the cultivator is what cats and dogs do not, can be up to this realm? Which one is not a man of the world? Endure at ease. I will protect your heart veins. Shelter your true body. Want to be free? Wait for the group of little dolls from the Haoran Sect to come over. Ice cold, slippery but convergence of all flowers, fragrance of pleasure, honey poured on the body. Ling Xiao listened to the two people beside him, the tsk pity words. The fear in his heart has reached the limit, but he could not come out. The divine idea is even confined by the red fairy in the body. Became a cold-eyed watching their own people. What a pity. If this pleasure honey was given to me and my mother, the two of us could stay out of bed for a month, and this secret code of dual cultivation would be refined a lot. Now, it's really cheap for the dogs of the Haoran Sect. Another voice rang out. Is a big thick brown man. He dug out honey from the pot with one hand, laughing and reaching out to Ling Xiao. That favoritism thing. How many benefits has this Haoran Sect gained from our Acacia Sect by borrowing that one run choo-choo? Even dared to taint the sovereign's personal disciple, kill a few people. So a bit of this saint in waiting. This bit of cheapness. The Haoran Sect deserves it. Ling Xiao's eyes widened angrily. He felt his bird flying. His bird became a spring, pulling, bouncing back, pulling, bouncing back. Humiliation. What a humiliation. He was a Yuaning cultivator, but he was wantonly abused by two small cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage. I want to take revenge. Teacher, I must kill all the men of the Acacia Sect and take all the women of the Acacia Sect as my Ling Xiao's hearth. Day and night, I will harvest them to death. The residual soul of Ling Xiao's body was silent for a long time before slowly saying, the place where your fortunes prosper is still in the Haoran Sect. In that one Rin Chu Chu is. Remember, today's difficulty will only strengthen your heart for long life cultivation. The day you cross the world will be the day you succeed in your great wish. The aroma of pleasure honey is very strong, but it is not half greasy, and after a long time of smelling it, it can also calm one's mind, which is the case with Ling Xiao, who watched on. 1, 2, 3. Countless bees flapped their wings and swooped down on him. The bees in the cultivation world, eating spiritual medicine and nectar, can also become essence, and can also be called demons. In an unknown amount of time, the restriction on Ling Xiao's body was lifted, and the mournful wail spread over 10 miles, startling countless spirit crane immortal birds into flight. It also declared that the Acacia Sect as patriarch, the youngest great cultivator of the refining void stage in the southern domain, he did not lick it clean. Xiao Yuan's expression was cold as he looked at Su Qing, whose hands were twisted in one place, and coldly said. Su Qing was on the verge of tears, surreptitiously sizing up this master teacher who had first been humiliated yesterday, and then turned against him and enjoyed himself the entire time. He does not seem to resist his own rushing division against the move. Why now so terrible? Okay, I'll lick it. Su Qing squatted down and looked at the joyful honey on the chair. It wasn't just knocking over a jar of honey. As to scare people so much, Xiao Yuan had a headache. This third disciple of the original body had too many thoughts and too little reverence. He had asked him to send Bai Yue to the immortalization pond, only to turn around and sneak into the inner hall, wanting to test him. If he didn't know that Su Qing was harmless to himself, if he wasn't taken advantage of by her, Xiao Yuan would really have to consider running away and finding a place to live for 200 or 300 years, waiting for himself to return to the refining stage. Lick it clean and go back. Xiao Yuan turned around, leaving only a back to Su Qingli, seemingly not the least bit concerned about last night's events. Only he didn't see, behind him, the Su Qing who was licking the nectar of joy, the pair of eyes that were dribbling around, constantly surveying and looking at him more and more indulgently. Chapter 7, You're all panicked when the licking dog stops licking. Ding beauty in front of the heart, not show body, not a great man, read all the peaks and valleys, but not stick to the past, can be called a great man. Detected that the host is unmoved by the temptation of Su Qing carp, rewarded with a gentleman value of 1000. Ding detected the host pushing Su Qing carp away, rewarded with a gentleman value of 1000. Senior, you, look at me. Su Qingli was bold, but her heart was even finer. She came over to see if Xiao Yuan's cultivation was restored, but from the time Xiao Yuan found himself, to punishing himself, to turning his back on himself, this was not the nature of his own master. Not his condescending look. If he recovers his strength, he must hang himself, even if. Su Qing carp clenched her teeth. Last night when she went back, she had supplemented the secret code of the clan several times. Even if you don't do anything. Su Qing carp, Xiao Yuan's voice drew up 2 degrees. Although it was said that a man was not in vain, but after all, he was a true man who had fought 10 times, and his sage time was not that short. And, he is a gentleman. How can he be tempted at will? Su Qingli was so frightened that her body trembled and her eyes narrowed involuntarily, but seeing that Xiao Yuan did not move for a long time, she became bold again. Anyway, it has already made a mistake. Anyway, it has already been disobedient. The master is hers. No one can take it away. Master, carp child chest hurts. You look at carp child well. Master, not the most like here, right? In front of people, high and cold and solemn. If the blue lotus like Su Qing carp, in a way she is not familiar with, learning the old words in the books, seducing the supreme master in her heart. This contrast, Xiao Yuan tried his best to control himself, not to recall the original master's memory of Su Qing carp's appearance, because the contrast, it's really so tantalizing. The delicate body pressed closer, and Su Qingli pressed her entire body against Xiao Yuan's back. Master, you haven't recovered your strength yet, right? The tender tongue lightly spat out as Su Qing carp licked the tip of Xiao Yuan's ear. A touch of red climbed to the tip of the ear. Su Qing carp favorite scene. Since yesterday, there is more of the same. That was Xiao Yuan's shame. Adversary, do you know who you and I are? I am your master. You, how can you be so rebellious? Ding host Chengqing gentlemen, although in prison, but still do not forget the right way of human nature. Abide by the gentleman's etiquette. Reward the gentleman value of 1000. Xiao Yuan, what's the use of giving these things? Come on, something practical. A heavy treasure that can suppress a rebellious disciple. Su Qing carp's head poked out from Xiao Yuan's shoulder, and she was somewhat morbidly infatuated with the feeling of bullying her majestic master. The slender 10 fingers clasped together, firmly fixing Xiao Yuan in her arms, her heavenly face pressed against the always tense Xiao Yuan. Master, don't you find it exciting? Xiao Yuan was furious. Adverse disciple, do you have the slightest regard for your master in your heart? Su Qing carp laughed strangely, looking at the hand that landed on his chest. This time, it could be much more active than yesterday. Ding the host is all righteous, rewarded with a gentleman value of 500. Su Qing carp obsessed more tightly, then master. You properly touch. See if the disciple is full of master you? The great battle resumed, but this time the system seemed to be stuck. That cold mechanical voice was intermittent, completely lacking the kind of flat narrative and straightforwardness that was present when Xiao Yuan was obliterated earlier. The host is contrary to the gentleman. The host is dead. Whether to wipe out again? It cannot be erased, and wrongs are not punished twice. No, person has been found. Discipline cancelled. Xiao Yuan is very bold, thinking that he still has 9 gentlemen's life. Not to panic, even one day did not wait. Once again in Su Qing carp brewing heroes up. There was no doubt that Su Qing carp, who had deeply delved into combat techniques, had made a qualitative leap in his battle skills this time. However, she had ultimately underestimated Xiao Yuan, who had built his foundation at the 10th level. Xiao Yuan, who had underestimated the power of a single force to break all laws, could only end up crying and begging for mercy. The battlefield calmed down. This time, Su Qing carp did not flee. Her body curled up in Xiao Yuan's arms. She knew that both times, although she took the initiative, but the one who dominated everything, was still Xiao Yuan. Master, do you blame me? Sage time back Xiao Yuan was a little lost in thought, but more assured. This time, he did not die. It's good that you're not dead. Male and female love. Dunly and humane. This is humane. So how could the master blame you? Blame it only on master's lack of determination, losing his bearings and harming you. Ding the host is a human teacher who loves his disciple, although it is the fault of the disciple, but the host is doing his duty. It is the legacy of the ancient teacher, rewarding the value of a gentleman 2000. Xiao Yuan, is that a gentleman? Su Qing could have escaped, but she was unwilling. She didn't want to leave in such a sorry state. Moreover, she didn't want to never see Xiao Yuan again. So even if she suspected that Xiao Yuan had already regained his strength, and even if she might be punished by Xiao Yuan, she had to take a look. She wanted to become the person Xiao Yuan trusted the most, and she wanted to protect Xiao Yuan to regain her strength. Master. Su Qing's eyes were misty and she looked at Xiao Yuan in a daze. I still have one last move. Master, you try again? Xiao Yuan was puzzled, but as he watched Su Qing's body slide down, any more words he spoke were gagged. Take your time. Don't be greedy. The Haoran Sect. The book scrolls into the road. The iron pen for the mountain. The ink point into the lake. The building for the word. This is the southern domain of the three supreme sects was established for the longest time, but also within the entire southern domain, the most popular sect. But at this moment, below the main peak, a small mountain peak shone brightly, and a silhouette rose up into the sky. Xiao Yuan, you dare to insult my brother Ling Xiao. What happened in the Acacia sect had already been transmitted back to the sect by the secret agents arranged by the Haoran sect, and the one who was most likely to arrange secret agents within the Haoran sect was the current holy maiden of the Haoran sect, and at the same time, the strongest card of the Haoran sect to clamp down on the Acacia sect. Wenren Chu. As he watched Wenren Chu fly towards the outside of the clan, a large hand appeared out of thin air. Come back! Above the main peak, a cold shout came out, and the might of a void refining cultivator was on display. Wenren Chu's body shape was hard to control as she landed inside the patriarch's hall, looking at the middle-aged man in front of her wearing a purple clerical shirt with 3 wisps of a long beard. She had no reverence, but only slightly less domineering than the one in front of Xiao Yuan. Master, why are you stopping me? At this moment, within the patriarch's hall, when Haoran and Wenren Chu weren't the only 2 people there were also many elders of the Haoran sect present. Wenren Chu seeing the patriarch without saluting and speaking before asking, in the rules of the Haoran sect, she had already committed the sin of disobedience to her superiors, but none of them asked for the crime. Chu, you are the bride. You have just entered the transformation god. Your foundation is not yet stable. How can you go out of the clan at will? Master is worried about you. When Haoran's voice was very calm and comfortable, giving a sense of righteous warmth, but at this moment he is not as calm as he showed. When the big thing is about to be accomplished, it is not a sign of success to create trouble in vain. Therefore, he wants to be stable, and he wants to explore the truth of the Acacia sect, and he borrows Wenren Chu's hand. Chapter 8, Great Disciple Online. Another rebel? Master. Wenren Chu was unwilling, but she couldn't break free from Haoran's restraints. Haoran kindly smiled. Chu, no matter how that Xiao Yuan treats you, you have to remember one thing. He is a great cultivator of the refining stage, and you are not standing in the same position as him. He can either lift you up or destroy you. Haoran most dislikes someone disobedient to him. Heaven and earth. The king pro-teacher. He is this Haoran Zong's heaven and earth. He is this Haoran Zong domain. Hundreds of millions of people of the king. Is there pro-father? Is there teacher? Who can disobey him? Who dares to disobey him? Wenren Chu's face steeply white. Her flesh is creaking. The aura in her body is like a pool of stagnant water. Her divine sense seems to be frozen. Her eyes were replaced by Haoran's figure. Under the invasion of the pressure, she can't even rise to the thought of resistance. Disciple, remember. Wenren Chu lowered her head and spat this out. She didn't dare to blame Haoran. No one dared to heartily dislike the person she could hardly match. She only hated Xiao Yuan for making her lose face and letting her be reprimanded by Haoran. Obviously a dog of hers. Obviously by her wantonly toyed with. Why should the talent be that outstanding? To cover all the light of the people of the same generation, so that she exhausts everything, cannot see its back. How can a dog outwit her? How dare a hoplite, a dog with no sense of propriety, move against her? Haoran's might was withdrawn as he sidled up and whisked his sleeve. Second elder, you can take Chu and lead a few more well-behaved people to go to the Acacia sect and make a trip. Ask that one, where no one could see. Some haze flashed in Haoran's eyes. Xiao Yuan's talent frightened him. A 325-year-old void refining stage cultivator. Envy? It's crazy to be jealous. Ask the Acacia sect's patriarch if the 2 clans' Qingjin friendship still counts. Yes, patriarch. A palace-suited beautiful woman stood up and bowed deeply to Haoran. In the Haoran sect, Haoran possessed supreme status. No matter who it was, no one could question it and rebel against it. Wenren Chu clenched her teeth before she said that she is a bride. The first time to enter the spirit of transformation, cannot go out of the clan at will. Now, is afraid that she will stay in the Acacia sect. Is she afraid that she will act with Xiao Yuan? After all, Xiao Yuan, when Ren Chu Chu raised his head. Yes, master. After all, Xiao Yuan is the only part of the plan that will never go wrong. There's something wrong with your posture. Xiao Yuan touched the sweat on his face, and with both hands, he held Su Qing carp upright, constantly adjusting her posture, so that she could hold on a bit longer and give herself a bit more of a threat in the battlefield fight. Su Qingli's entire body was already pink. Burying her head in the pillow, she could only protest with a whimpering sound, but whenever Xiao Yuan tried to leave, she could not help but scream out in shock. No! Xiao Yuan Su Qing carp. I really don't know what kind of nature these three disciples are. The whole in vegetables and love to play. Come on, there are still plenty of opportunities, and if the technology is useless, then it's your own strength that's not working. You've also stayed in the middle Jindan stage for almost 10 years. It's time to prepare to enter the late Jindan stage. Su Qingli still buried her head in the pillow, but one of her hands and feet clamped down on Xiao Yuan in a death grip. She felt the traces of her realm loosening up yesterday, but the uncertainty in her mind did not choose to seize that opportunity. Until today. Until another pleasure. Su Qing carp's face was so flushed that it was about to soak the pillows. No wonder the master had been urging them to find a worthy Taoist couple in the past. This Acacia Sect's Gong method. If you want to make rapid progress, you really can't do without a Tao couple. I'll take a nap, and when I wake up I'll go on a retreat. Su Qingli's voice is a little naive. Before Xiao Yuan serious. This kind of petulant-like words she is broken dare not say in front of Xiao Yuan. But now, who called the two have been a number of clouds and rain, have a secret, and even more have a deep understanding of it. Xiao Yuan laid down and wrapped Su Qingli in his arms, his eyes gradually losing focus as he had to digest what he had gained when he was Luanhe with Su Qingli. The yin-yang heavenly scripture flowed, and within Xiao Yuan's body, a blazing hot qi merged with a strand of profound cold qi, transforming into a trace of cloudy turbid qi. Xiao Yuan's eyes snapped open and a bit of gray gas shot out from his fingertips. Xiao Yuan didn't use spells, and this trace of Meng turbid qi couldn't be aura mixed to allow Xiao Yuan to make even the lowest level of fireball spells. But even so, its destructive power still shocked Xiao Yuan. This was the Acacia Sect Patriarch's Hall, where the successive patriarchs were in seclusion. Even if there were no prohibitions in place, if one wanted to leave an imprint on the wall, it would be something that was only possible for a Yuaning stage cultivator to do. But now, look at the wall, where the gray spots hit, the sesquipedalian pit marks left behind. Xiao Yuan got a little excited. Green carp, being shaken awake. Su Qing carp opened her eyes, seeming to notice that she was too frank, and somewhat shyly used her hand across her chest to cover up that spring light. Master, what's wrong? How about 10 more times? Xiao Yuan's eyes gleamed. Lingering with Su Qing carp for these few hours could be far more effective than his meditation. Yesterday, he built the foundation overnight, and today, just for a while, he has built the foundation 3 times. Refinement stage, restore strength, it's just around the corner. Su Qing carp could no longer care about any shyness. 10 more times, her life would have to be lost here. She screamed in shock and jumped off the bed, but her body was so soft that the whole person could barely stand only by holding onto the wall. I'm going into seclusion. I'm going to break through. Next time. After saying that, there was a flash of green light on her body, and the never-changing green gauze skirt covered her perfect body. Then she flew outward as if she was escaping. Xiao Yuan shook his head and smiled. He was just talking to tease Su Qingli. Otherwise this tasteless and obsessive person would not want to let go of him for one day. Although he is not afraid. But, he walks more at night, and he is found by people, and it is not good to defile his gentleman's reputation. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, System, TSK, host, this body of the sun is good, isn't it? How about this yin-yang heavenly scripture? This can all be customized for you by this system. Don't be too grateful for the system, Xiao Yuan. It's a gentleman's system. It's called a rogue system, right? What gentleman would do such a thing? System, I have a question. In addition to, if I have other behaviors against the way of a gentleman, is there any punishment? The ones that were outright obliterated can go without saying. Of course there are, but mostly they are punished by deducting the value of a gentleman. Then why wasn't I punished for all the things I said to Green Carp that I shouldn't have? Because the host has already died once for Su Qingli. No matter what the host does to Su Qingli, the system rules can't give a way to punish her at a higher level than obliteration. Naturally, the system can't deduct a gentleman's value from a dead person. Xiao Yuan's mind was greatly tranquilized. He at least had someone to talk to who did not need to put up a front. You can also borrow Su Qing Carp's hand to do something you can't do yourself. Just as he was thinking about meditating and practicing, a burst of light came from the jade tablet on his waist. Xiao Yuan picked it up and a sharp and icy voice came out from it. Senior, I am on my way back to the clan. You must wait for me. One Ren Chu-chu. I have one Ren Chu-chu's business to tell you face to face. You can't marry her. Ing Frost's words were spoken so sharply that the centuries-old voice was filled with trembling. That is, the cold ice melted and crumbled for the king. Chapter 9, each of my 9 disciples can protect me. Xiao Yuan was in a bit of a trance. The original master's memories gave him a feeling of seeing this great disciple in a different world. Xiao Yuan's brows furrowed as he recalled everything about the reflecting moonfrost. The upper beam is not correct and the lower beam is crooked. As a Harmony Sect person, Xiao Yuan, the master did not find a Taoist couple. And even those 9 disciples, one by one, are also hard to resist the karma fire, ignoring all the suitors, wanting to cultivate alone. So apart from Su Qing, who was dead set on staying in the Acacia sect, the other 8 were all driven out by Xiao Yuan to travel. As long as it does not involve that one Ren Chu-chu, the original body of the other places to behave like a normal person on their own 9 disciples is also not private. Teach each other. 4 people is notorious shortness of protection. Reflective moonfrost. Xiao Yuan's voice was a bit bitter. He was able to fool Su Qingli because she saw the traces left by the karmic fire, and also because all she carried in her heart was him, her master. Plus, their yin and yang were compatible, so it was very easy to accept the change in his temperament. But would reflective moonfrost, who had been with the original owner for more than 200 years, believe it so easily? Apart from the eldest disciple, Ing Frost, where are the others? Xiao Yuan looked over the original master's memories, the original master's 9 disciples, except for the 3rd disciple, Su Qing. The eldest disciple was sent by him to the near Moon Island, where he searched for the person of his choice in the name of training. The 2nd disciple, Mu Yue, traveled the mortal world to find the seeds of immortality cultivation. The 4th disciple, Chu Nanjiao, was the daughter of a royal dynasty under the Hehuan Sect, and her mother's birthday was granted a 2-year vacation to serve her family. The 5th disciple Ling Yunlu was a half-devil, was sent by the original owner to the battlefield of the old human and devil races, borrowing the killing gas of the 2 races to condense the mind and eliminate the demonic nature. Although she was initiated late, but her strength is the same as Ing Yefeng. Both are Yuaning stage cultivators. The identity of the 6th disciple, Susanna Tao, is considered to be one of the most complicated, as the daughter of the last patriarch of the Haoran Sect, but she has committed herself to practicing under the patriarch of the Harmony Sect, except that not only the outsiders don't know about it, but even Susanna Tao herself doesn't know about it either. 7th disciple by Yao Yao, is the Green Mountain Fox clan by clan, but also Xiao Yuan 9 disciples, the most seductive one, but because it does not know to converge its talent aptitude, was the original owner directly thrown to the old site of the demon court to look for the opportunity to go. But the original master is stupid. Xiao Yuan is not stupid. This Bai Yao Yao is obviously the same as Su Qing. It is to run to the rushing master. Her natural aptitude is not unable to collect, but it is to run to the original master. 8th disciple Tu Qianzhou, last name for the word of the killing gas, but the name for the meaning of women's more delicate. Born in the military family, the family lineage is doubtful. 7 years old into the Acacia sect cultivation, the age of just 100, has been to the peak of the foundation. This time out, just to seek that a breakthrough opportunity. The 9th disciple, Xiao Yuan, felt the emotions of the original master, the youngest in age, but the most favored one, and the same is true, suspected of being from the upper world? Jungle fairy. The body was ignited by karmic fire, and the original owner froze it in a 10,000-year-old cold ice spirit and hid it in the heart of a snowy mountain in the northern region, thereby renewing its life. Xiao Yuan wrinkled his eyebrows. The original owner's 9th disciple Qian Lin Xian's talent can be more exaggerated than the original owner, although the public declared that it is 50 years old to build a foundation, but 10 years old to build a foundation. 30 Jindan. This kind of talent, hop, which even if the Huanzhong's Gong method is its main cultivation method, it is not unreasonable that the original owner will suspect that someone is inflicting harm. Running through the information of the 9 people that the original body had the closest relationship with one by one, Xiao Yuan could only do this. Apart from licking when Ren Chu-chu, the only thing he could do was to mimic the habits of the original body as much as possible. The entire Acacia clan is not an iron plate, coveting the position of the patriarch, coveting the original master's body, and his 9 disciples cannot be too much. Today's ready mortal is one. How many others are behind him? And those who are submissive in the open, but secretly waiting for an opportunity? Alas! Xiao Yuan sighed. He only hoped that if he tried to hide these disciples of his own, they must not learn from Su Qing. His life. He is a gentleman. Come back and go to the law enforcement hall yourself to receive your punishment. Learning from the original body's way of handling things, Xiao Yuan transmitted the words. A place where the bright moon always exists. Bright white moonlight and sunset afterglow division. A black light suddenly stopped. 2 frost daggers around the body of Ing Xuan Yue swimming. From the Acacia sect has been left for more than a year. Her strength has also broken through to the late stage of the Yuaning. However, its realm appeared to be somewhat floating. Obviously having just broken through not long ago and not having had time to settle down at all. Looking at the message in the voice transmission jade pendant, Ing Xuan Yu's face rose some loss. Her sincere, in the end, in exchange for not half a response. But soon, that face of hers overflowed with a smile that had never been seen before. A smile that covered the moon. Dark clouds covered the never-falling moon of the near-moon island. The afterglow of the blazing sun flickered, and a reddish haze fell on the body of the reflecting frost moon. The smile on her face was indistinguishable from the happiness under the glad rags. Pay attention to safety and utilize the amount of main chakra power. Master will wait for your return. When these 16 words entered her ears, Ing Xuan Yu felt that everything she had done was worth it. The black light disappeared into the darkness after the setting sun, and after a long time, 3 silhouettes stood suspended in the air at the place where Ing Xuan Yu stood. Why did this reflecting frost moon suddenly leave? A buzzing voice came out from the mouth of the figure whose face could not be seen and whose body was distorted by the light. No matter what, it cannot be allowed to return to the Harmony sect. Notify the dark line. Prepare to intercept it. As the last sentence fell, the 3 figures shifted, and they followed Ing Xuan Yu. Inside the Acacia sect, Xiao Yuan put away the voice transmission jade pendant. He was soft-hearted in the end and couldn't be as serious as the original owner who was generally serious. Pass my order. A light came out from Xiao Yuan's hand. A feeling of controlling heaven and earth rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment the sky was dark, but where the Acacia sect was located, there were countless rays of light rising, intertwining and connecting in the air. A sword-carrying silhouette was proud, and a chin-fiddling silhouette was graceful. The Acacia sect's protector formation rose up, separating heaven and earth. With only one person talking, Xiao Yuan's voice spread to every corner of the Acacia sect, ignoring the prohibitions and those who closed their 6 senses. Countless people's hearts shook as an inexplicable panic rose from the bottom of their hearts as they looked at the center of those 2 shadows of light, representing one of the most outstanding patriarchs of the Acacia sect in the past 30,000 years. By order of the sovereign, let the first elder, second elder, and 5th elder lead the law enforcement hall and picket the traitors within the clan. A stream of light flew out from Xiao Yuan's hand and landed in the hands of the old crone in front of a grass hall outside the patriarch's hall. The 3rd elder, the 4th elder, and the 7th elder, leading the clan's Jindan or above disciples to patrol all the territories belonging to the Acacia sect, where those who have committed adultery are allowed the right to be executed. Another stream of light flew out from Xiao Yuan's hand and landed at the top of one blade peak in the hands of a black Qilin-robed man. Order by Xiao Yuan's voice spread throughout the whole clan. But 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, until 9 breaths later, Xiao Yuan south gaze in the place. All the talents all bowed their heads. We follow the sovereign's order. The Acacia sect's great formation slowly converged, but countless wailing sounds came out, and the scent of blood washed away the perennial lingering scent of joyful honey. In the inner hall, Xiao Yuan's face was as white as a dead man, and his eyes were already dull. Mobilizing the sect protector formation, even though he was only a lead, just 12 or 13 breaths of time had already milked him for all he was worth. I hope. I'm worrying about nothing. Chapter 10, Master. Save my disciple. The list given by Xiao Yuan was all searched from the original owner's memories of people who had much interaction with the Haoran Sect. Many of them were even in key positions in the Acacia Sect, and almost nothing in the entire Acacia Sect could be hidden from the Haoran Sect. One of the reasons why that Ling Xiao was able to arrive so quickly and even arrogantly, without any semblance of respect for a void refining stage cultivator, was because of those harmonious sect's secret sons. That Ling Xiao knew very well that with those darkies around, it was impossible for him to die quietly. One run choo choo. After stuffing a few recovery elixirs into his mouth, Xiao Yuan slowly sat up. He knew that there were definitely more than just these secret agents of the Acacia Sect, but these people were the most obvious and the most convenient to use to establish authority. No matter. These people are all people that when Ren Chu Chu let the original owner arrange to enter the clan. People who rely on the original owner's support and act recklessly in the clan but are not loyal to the original owner. Xiao Yuan could not explain, or rather, a great cultivator of the refined void stage, independent of heaven and earth, did not need to explain to anyone. He needed to maintain his prestige while not showing too much of his strength, protecting the clan's big formation, the removal of the secret sun, as well as sending out as many forces as possible out of the clan. These 3 steps out. In the future, even if his reality is known, it will not become a turtle in a jar. There is no way to escape. You'll have to come soon. The door to the inner hall was closed, and Xiao Yuan knew that all means were empty talk, and only his own strength was where he lived. And time, that Haoran Sect, that when Rin Chu Chu would help him get it. The night is deep and insects are singing, a secret room place of the Acacia Sect, within which there is no light shining from the night pearl, only a white candle with a flame swaying in the mortal world. Akane's face flickered before the flames, and then there were 5 figures crisscrossing, pulling long shadows above the wall. What's going on? Why has he suddenly changed his temper? I don't know who opened his mouth first to break the depression in this secret room. After living for so many years, the only thing they believed in was strength. No one dares to call out the name Xiao Yuan here. Change your sex? I think he has been putting on a show. Red Immortal's face was a bit ugly. In the Patriarch's Hall, the elusive Xiao Yuan who was like a cloud in the sky, and the white jade clothes that could be seized at will, and had already been used by someone, made him firmly believe that Xiao Yuan was still the same Xiao Yuan. His once was just his disguise. And now, that's when his claws and teeth are wielded. Red Immortal's words caused calm to return to the chamber, and after a long time, the person sitting at the head end tapped on the desktop and said aloud, whether it's just a show or a lost cause, as long as he is able to control my Acacia Sect's patronage formation, then he will be my Acacia Sect's patriarch. Keep everything hidden, and someone will go and measure the honorable sovereign lord for us. In the land of the main peak, beside the green lotus pond, the heaven and earth's spiritual chi stirred, turning into a funnel shape towards the hut on the green lotus terrace and pouring into it. The strange movement of the aura raised the green lotus petals of the pool, and then rolled down in front of a green ink-colored figure engraved with the word Acacia. Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand. Su Qing has been in seclusion for 10 days. During these 10 days, he has gained from meditation but no difference from what he gained from the second double cultivation with Su Qing. Although this speed was considered terrifying, it was still too slow for Xiao Yuan whose life was hanging on the blade. So when there was some movement here, he drew back. As for the reason, Ding the host cares about the safety of his disciples' cultivation and does everything in his own way, and has the demeanor of a teacher of the sages of old, rewarding the value of a gentleman at 200. Xiao Yuan, hidden in the heart of the mind into the deepest. Xiao Yuan's body straight as a cliffside pine, a just and upright face, all show the 4 words righteousness and light. At this time, in the attic on the lotus platform, Su Qing looked at her hands somewhat incredulously, looking at the gold dan that was suspended out of her hands. As a personal disciple of the Acacia Sect, her jindan quality could be ranked as the 3rd among the 5 grades of mortal, spiritual, sacred, Taoist, and heavenly. But now, dense gas surrounded by jindan on, a little red mango revealed, burning hot brilliant to the sunway has been half revealed on it. Master, where did Su Qing not know who had given her this surprise? She swallowed the golden dan into her stomach. Her whole body clothing self-dissolved, the water of the spiritual spring-drenched body, and then it was before the bronze mirror, that compared with the past cold, more charming and rosy face, as well as the more curvaceous body. Is this the benefit of yin and yang intersections? Xiao Yuan's high and cold, solemn face flashed through Su Qing's mind, and then there was that bed and couch, its valor when it turned against the guest. Su Qing's body was a little soft, the pink color covered up the whiteness. The room was clearly engraved with a thermostatic spell formation, but at this moment, it actually seemed a little stuffy. Green carp, return to the words of the master. Outside the house, looking at the attic where the aura visions had long since disappeared, without seeing Su Qing keeping the peace, Xiao Yuan could not help but be a little worried. This Acacia Sect disciples breakthrough. The safest way is all about Dao couples advancing and retreating together. But because of him, one of the main vein doesn't have a Dao couple at all. After experiencing the power of the karmic fire, Xiao Yuan could not help but be a little worried. The heat leaking out of this attic is not due to the karmic fire. In the attic, Su Qing was like a kitten that had been caught stealing fish. The whole body shook, and hurriedly lifted her hand up, and with a rush of the spirit spring, the green gauze skirt was no longer there, but instead, she had changed into a more daring palace dress costume. With a wave of his hand, the attic's prohibition was lifted, but Su Qing was lying on his side on that green lotus couch, and within the void around his body, a wisp of fire was born out of thin air. Master! Master! Su Qing's voice is dry and hoarse. Above the rosy cheeks, beads of sweat intermingle, dripping from the chin but evaporating into nothing. Only the rich and unbroken fragrance that makes Xiao Yuan hold his breath, not wanting to spit it out, fills the entire boudoir. Green carp, you are only a small realm. Why are you being burned by karmic fire? No wonder Xiao Yuan asked this statement. Unusual disciples, small realm of time by the karma fire incinerator 1. Elite disciples in the breakthrough of the small realm of the problem is the need to turn over 200 or 300 years in the clan chronicle in order to see so a case. As for the pro-disciples, Acacia Sect has been established for 30,000 years. There has never been a pro-disciple who met a karmic fire when breaking through the small realm. Master, save me, save Carp. Su Qing Carp's eyes were blinded, and the palace skirt that was already hard to hide her spring light and only lined with spring colors was unraveled by her. Xiaoyuan could not suppress his instinctive gulp. This was the first time he had seen Su Qing Carp dress so boldly after rummaging through all his memories. The white neck and delicate collarbone became the backdrop that set off the beginning of that 1-inch deep abyss, and further down, either undulating, or gently, or, such white, straight legs. Xiaoyuan is not personally measured, but he found that he really does not have any drug resistance. Really cannot resist Su Qing Carp. Chapter 11. If you don't cut off your own limbs, I'll never forgive you. No. Xiaoyuan withdrew his gaze with difficulty and waved his hand. Qing Carp, listen to my words. Transport the qi of the dantian. First the yin of the 5 viscera, then pass to the yang of the 6 bowels. Return to the yin meridian, then dissipate to the yang vein. Your karmic fire is small at the moment. This method will surely suppress it. Ding the teacher. Preaching and teaching to solve puzzles also. The sage teacher should not only have selfless teaching and educating virtue, but also have the persistence that is difficult for ordinary people to have. The pure heart of the host's gentleman is hard for ordinary people to reach, rewarding the gentleman's value of 2,000. Su Qing Carp's pretend weak face flashed some unnatural, but soon, the karmic fire was like meeting the wind momentum, instantly rose greatly, and she also knew that her temptation was useless, and she could only use overbearing means to perform the act of self-help. Master! Su Qing Carp's figure flashed and directly controlled Xiaoyuan, pressing him on top of the lotus couch where he was resting. Carp's life and death are at stake. How can you turn a blind eye, Master? If you don't take pity, Master, then Carp will have to save herself. Xiaoyuan fights it. He wants to struggle a bit to show his moral integrity, but he found no movement. No, don't Xiaoyuan could only use his mouth to resist. Carp child, we can't make a mistake again and again. I'm your master. This is going to spread out. How should you behave? How am I going to face those sisters of yours? Su Qingli had already lightly stripped away all the excess things from Xiaoyuan's body, and when she heard Xiaoyuan's words, there were a few moments of disdain on her face. It was also that she was quick, otherwise those little wannabe hooves were bound to be more daring and exaggerated than she was. Master! Su Qingli's expression was certain as she looked at Xiaoyuan, who was filled with grief. Since you can't resist, you'll learn to enjoy yourself. Don't worry, as long as you don't say anything, no one will find out. Xiaoyuan's eyes contained tears. Looking at the roof, the entire person was refreshingly somewhat disoriented. Finally wrong again. Here, good Carp, come and change positions. No, I'm so tired. Master, will you let me rest for a while? Xiaoyuan had a compassionate look on his face. If it wasn't for the long hair that was soaked in sweat affecting him, what was the difference between his current appearance and that of an accomplished monk? How can one fear hard work when practicing? You still have a millimeter of deficiency in this move. So let the master bow and scrape to perfect your cultivation. Su Qing Carp was confused with a pair of eyes, looking back at Xiaoyuan. If not for the fact that her body was really out of strength, she would have definitely run away. So, then master, you have to keep your word for the last time, oh? Xiaoyuan nodded his head. The barrier that he hadn't been able to step over even after 10 days of bitter cultivation. In just over 2 hours, he had already broken through 2 levels in a row. It was really karmic fire. And it was really true that after his strength had become stronger, Su Qing Carp had fed back to him even more. Okay, last time. Xiaoyuan had already said this sentence no less than 5 times, so it was no big deal to say it again. Ding! Host's lies and deception detected. Contrary to the way of a gentleman. Deducting gentleman value of 100. Expect the host to be a man and stop coaxing little girls. Anyway, he had already deducted 400 gentleman value. Xiaoyuan didn't care. He could afford it. Anyway, cultivation is a real thing. Just as Xiaoyuan wanted to continue to fight, but the welcome bell rang at this time, 6 times in a row. That meant that there was a sect leader who was generally the same as the Acacia Sect coming. The sound of the welcome bell's chime scared Su Qing Carp to the point of tightening her body, causing Xiaoyuan to stifle a grunt. Master! Su Qing Carp turned back in fear. She was afraid that she was just dreaming, that the real her had died 12 days ago, on the day when the Haoran clan people came to catch up with their relatives. Nothing. Xiaoyuan returned Su Qing Carp's body back to its rightful place and summoned the spiritual spring to cleanse the two of them. I'm your master. I Xiaoyuan am the Acacia Sect master. Green ink-colored patriarch robes with body, scattered on the ground of the wooden hairpin will be fixed in one place. Between the look, Su Qing Carp really cannot see. In the past days Xiao Yuan face Haoran's own 3 words revealed the trace of fanaticism. I'm waiting for them to come. Xiao Yuan's figure flashed, and no one noticed the flow of the power of the formation. And in the great hall of the patriarch, under everyone's eyes, Xiao Yuan's figure appeared out of thin air, and his eyes were like the sun and the moon, and his might was like the heavenly pouring of the unseen mountain. We have met the patriarch. The Haoran clan's honored guests are here. Please show us what to do. Patriarch, the Acacia Sect's Grand Elder. The pinnacle of transformation in half-step refined void realm Granny Hairpin cleared her voice and cupped her fists in salute, but her pair of cloudy eyes were staring at Xiao Yuan in death. Xiao Yuan did not say anything, but instead looked at Ling Xiao who had been tortured for 11 days and was already breathless, but his origin was unharmed. And then he looked with interest at Wenrun Chu Chu who had crossed her eyes at her, looking as if she was itching to scrape his blood and flesh and grind his white bones. The memories of the original owner are wonderful, and the dog-licking filter adds a lot of light to Wenrun Chu Chu. Xiao Yuan had to admit that Wenrun Chu Chu was very pretty, and even more so, she had an air of being soft and compassionate. Just that bit of gravitas was all that was left in her devouring, tyrannical gaze. Memory is like a book. Before Xiao Yuan did not dare, afraid of being affected by the original master's memory. But now, Xiao Yuan's mouth is outlined with a smile. It's mockery. Mocking Wenrun Chu Chu for not knowing what's good for him. It was mocking the original owner for being blind, actually dying to this kind of snake woman, forcing her own disciple to die, and destroying the Acacia Sect that had been passed down for 30,000 years. What are you laughing at? Wenrun Chu Chu's voice should have been clear and crisp, but under extreme anger, its voice was as unpleasant as a night lord. Xiao Yuan propped up his chin and looked at Wenrun Chu Chu. The wind and clouds moved with him. He didn't need to do anything eye-catching. When he appeared, he was the center of 10,000 people. Fifth Elder, knock off Ling Xiao's limbs. Xiao Yuan's voice was flat, but with that pair of cold eyes, Wenrun Chu Chu, who was consumed by anger and reason, suddenly remembered the feeling of powerlessness that she had felt when she was controlled by Wen Haoran in her body and mind before she was on her way. This was a great cultivator of the void refining stage, an existence that was equal to Wen Haoran, an existence that could decide on his life and death at will. Cowardice once born, that will be born rooted in the bottom of the heart, in addition to their own, no one can erase. Fifth Elder Guanyin Yang was a beardless man with a few feminine vibes, and all the generations of the Acacia Sect's patriarchs were divided into yin and yang dignitaries, but only nowadays, the Acacia Sect patriarch is only Xiao Yuan. Outsiders didn't know what Xiao Yuan relied on to sit on the position of sect leader. They just marveled at his talent. But the top management of the Acacia Sect, such as Guanyin Yang, had speculations. Guanyin Yang glanced at the Grand Elder. She was the direct lineage that the previous patriarch couple had devoted themselves to cultivating. Yes, sovereign. Guanyin Yang paced towards the unconscious Ling Xiao, his footsteps staccato, knocking on top of the hearts of every dissenting mind. No one spoke. No one dared to retort. Even Wenrun Chu Chu, this spirit transformation cultivator who had been piled up with resources, this favored child who had been favored by good fortune, bullying and proud as she was, now under a single look from Xiao Yuan, she lost her soul and could not speak. Alas, beside Wenrun Chu Chu, the second elder of the Haoran Sect who had been silent all alongside, tilted his head, looked at Xiao Yuan, a complex look in his eyes flashed, and in the end, he could only speak a piece of words to fall away and hide himself. Patriarch Xiao, we came with a ransom. Please, also spare Ling Xiao this time. Gong Gong Lu's words woke Wenrun Chu Chu up. She woke up from her fear of Wen Haoran and looked at Xiao Yuan with eyes that were already filled with madness. It's amazing that she's fearful of a dog. Xiao Yuan, you dare to do this to my brother Ling Xiao. I will never forgive you until you cut off your own limbs. Chapter 12 The Frosty Moon. A double moon. The moment Wenrun Chu Chu's words came out, a needle could be heard in the entire sovereign hall. Dongting Lu was even looking at Wenrun Chu Chu with a face full of shock. She couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure out how this kind of waste with no eyesight became the holy maiden of the Haoran Sect, and how did she get Xiao Yuan to fall in love with her in the past? What doesn't she know about the majesty of the higher power? Doesn't she know what it means to judge a situation? Xiao Yuan laughed, but the killing intent in his heart dissipated a bit. He could see that this Wenrun Chu Chu wasn't acting, but she really was that stupid. Xiao Yuan had wanted to find an excuse to see if there was a chance to kill her. Or when you have the strength, take back the original's account. The things that the original body had given away could all be his. And that was why he had taken Ling Xiao and asked for ransom from the Haoran Sect. Xiao Yuan's gaze was somewhat dangerous, and his finger gently hooked. Hiss! A streak of blood surfaced on Wenrun Chu Chu's delicate face. This was the result of Xiao Yuan and Su Qing carp fighting for more than 2 hours. A trace of chaotic chi could cut a blood scar out of one Renchuchu, a spirit transformation cultivator. In no time at all, Granny Hairpin's turbid old eyes exploded with essence. Her footsteps of Guan Yin Yang accelerated, and her hands were like the cover of the sky, controlling Ling Xiao within them. Gong Gong Lu, on the other hand, could not help but take half a step backward, his body tense and his mouth dry as he looked toward Xiao Yuan, who was seated above the main seat. She was of late-stage harmonized god strength, but it was her, and even she couldn't see how Xiao Yuan had struck and how Renchuchu's wounds had formed. The six senses of the god realization stage cultivators are very sensitive. The hint of fiery pain on the face came. Mr. Renchuchu was bewildered, and then anger, her body surrounded by chi surging. Under the extreme anger, where is the difference between the strong and weak in her eyes? Xiao Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but a heart sank by half, pretending to be over the top. One Renchuchu, this idiot, was brainless, and even dared to take a shot at him at this time. Divine thoughts connected to the sovereign's order, and the Acacia Sect's great formation condensed. Just in the nick of time, outside the great hall, two streams of light flew in, the morose killing machine tilted, and a stunningly beautiful face flew straight in. One Renchuchu, you dare to disrespect my master. Ying Shanyue did not stay her hand, her body skirt stained with dirt, blood speckled on it, and the gusty wind curled her hair, making her eyes of killing intent for all to see. When Renchuchu's anger was like the blazing sun freezing, she hurriedly turned around, wanting to defend back, but in her haste, attacking and defending in two turns. How could she defend against Ying Xuanyu, who had been killed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Gong Gong Lu's face changed again. Transfiguration of God. Reflecting Frost Moon has been promoted to Transformation God. She wanted to make a move, but a very light tapping sound came from her ears. She looked sideways and saw Xiao Yuan's calmness from the beginning, but at this moment, he was staring at her with a smile on his face, and that slender and bone-penetrating white finger, lightly tapping on the chair's backrest. It was from this that the voice came. Gong Ting Lu sighed. Under the refining void, where was the room for her to intervene? The crescent blade turned, and a treasure light lit up one after another on one Renchuchu's body, then shattered like a bubble. Pointed phoenix scarf, golden plume hairpin, neon feather dress, Tian Yuan heart protector. As each treasure light lit up, Xiao Yuan's heart silently recited a name, all of which were gifted by the original owner, and all of which were famous protective magic treasures in the southern region. But in one Renchuchu's hands, it was as if it had become a decoration without the slightest use. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but curse the stupid woman again. All the magic treasures had not been deeply refined, had not been merged with the divine mind, so when the time came, how could they be effective? If not, Xiao Yuan looked at the 2 rounds of curved moon in the ears of Ying Xuanyue, the trip to the near moon island. This big disciple has gained, not only the strength of the transformation of the god stage, there is also that. Xiao Yuan smelled. That crescent blade had a half trace of a Dao weapon on it. Cowardice versus valor. Distraction versus concentration. Sparing life versus fighting for it. The battle was no longer in doubt. The last light rose, and one Renchuchu's eyes were occupied by the cold edge of that crescent blade. Ying Shanyue, if you dare to hurt me, Xiao Yuan will kill you. One Renchuchu screamed. She was humiliated. Her heart seemed to be gnawed by 100 ghosts. She even needed to rely on one of her dogs to keep him safe. She wouldn't reflect on her lack of skill in learning the art. She only blamed Xiao Yuan's master and disciple for bullying people too much. Ying Shanyue's body shook. The killing intent in her eyes quickly dissipated. She was clear. Onlookers might doubt Xiao Yuan's sincerity towards one Renchuchu, but she knew that her own master had already regarded one Renchuchu as all. She turned her head sideways and carefully looked at Xiao Yuan above the main seat. The imagined reproach was not seen. She saw only that the eyes which, for countless days and nights, had been hidden in her dreams, were pleased, and looking at her with a gaze that was strange to her, but secretly delightful. Xiao Yuan did not make a sound. In his opinion, he is the head of a clan. The predecessor nonsense, that is his lick. But now he needs to let the world see who he really is. Acacia Sect Patriarch, refining void stage great cultivator. He is an elder. Making a move to warn one Renchuchu earlier was already the limit of what he could do. As for the aftermath, his dignity, free his disciples to help him recover it. Oh, Ying Xuanyu killing intent rekindled. Crescent blade downward pressure. Will still wait for the opportunity to resist when Renchuchu last trace of fantasy cut through. The red light dimmed and the color of blood rose. Although Ying Xuanyu was much better than one Renchuchu, but under the same strength, it was too difficult for her to quickly kill her. Patriarch, a guest from afar is a guest. After all, Miss Wenran is the holy maiden of the Haoran Sect. A small punishment is enough. Granny Hairpin had been waiting for Xiao Yuan to speak out, but Xiao Yuan's silence made her lose her composure. When Ren Chu and other fools like him could die if they wanted to, but they couldn't die in this Acacia sect, causing the two sects to completely turn against each other, or even start a sect war. She was only half a step away, and she needed a peaceful environment for her to break through. Ying Shanhua's whole body was like being trapped in a quagmire. She looked at Wen Run Chu who was sliding down from her cheeks in front of her. Her flesh and blood rolled over. Her blood soaked half of her body, and her eyes were resentful like a Rakshasa woman staring at her in death. In Wen Run Chu's hand, a decree was being pinched, something unique to the successor of the sect. It sealed the technique of a great cultivator of the void refining stage. So even if Granny Hairpin didn't stop her, it would be impossible for her to do anything to Wen Run Chu again. What a waste! Ying Shanhua smiled contemptuously, drew back, and then just like this, the wind and frost lay on her face as she tilted her head to look at Xiao Yuan. Master, disciple has disobeyed your orders and returned without orders. Please punish me. Xiao Yuan's fingers were still tapping on the chair's backrest, and although his heart was hanging in the air, he did not show half a trace on his face. This eldest disciple was a bold and resolute person. If he let her know that his master was absent, he really didn't dare to guarantee that the one who hacked himself to death would not have Ying Xuanyu's crescent blade. Who's stopping you? Xiao Yuan replied that it would not take 10 days of light to travel from near Moon Island to the Acacia sect. Reflecting Frost Moon's dusty body in the dried blood was enough to show that someone was counting on her. Or rather, counting on herself. Chapter 13, time to return it to its rightful owner. The hall was silent once again, and Granny Hairpin had some embarrassment on her face, but she still lowered her head and sat back in her seat. It's good that she's the Grand Elder of the Acacia sect. However, she was not a void refining stage cultivator, and she could not feel the slightest emotion when Xiao Yuan ignored her. I don't know. There were 7 people who ambushed the disciple. 3 peak Yuaning cultivators and 4 late Yuaning cultivators. 6 of them were killed by my disciple, and only 1 peak Yuaning cultivator remained, whose Yuaning gave up its body and disappeared. Ying Shanhua's voice was flat, but the truth of how a cultivator who had first entered the God of Transformation faced an ambush by 7 Yuaning cultivators was not something that could be brought to light in just a few words. Ding saints pity the world. Benevolent people love people, protect disciples, do justice for disciples, is the obligation of every gentleman teacher. Host sincere gentleman. Hearts visible. Reward gentleman value 1000. Xiao Yuan did not ask again. There were only a few families in the entire southern region that could take out this kind of power to ambushing Xuanyue and count themselves out. If they really wanted to do it, they couldn't have left a trail. A golden light rose. Xiao Yuan's sovereign order hung in the air, and throughout the Good Harmony sect's territory, those who possessed the sect's token had Xiao Yuan's voice clearly transmitted from his token. My clan's personal disciple Ling Frostmoon was attacked for no reason. 4th Elder, 7th Elder, please go and make a trip to near Moon Island. There's no need to be scrupulous, no matter what is found or who is involved. I want to see nothing but heads. Whenever there are enough heads of 3 transformation god cultivators, the 2 of you will come back. Xiao Yuan waved his hand and the golden light converged as he looked towards Wen Rin Chu whose wounds had healed but whose face was crawling with fear. Finally realized it? Xiao Yuan said in his heart. This woman was not only stupid, but also slow to react. If it wasn't for the original owner's unprincipled tilting of resources, with this kind of goods, how could she possibly become a spirit transformation cultivator? Miss Wen Run, it's time to return my father's things, isn't it? Wen Run Chu did not speak, but only looked at Xiao Yuan in horror. The tiny blood scar on her face, the blood scar caused by Ben Xiao Yuan, was healing at an extremely slow speed, and the huge wound caused by the reflecting frost moon had long since healed. She had always been. Since she met Xiao Yuan, she had been abusive to Xiao Yuan at every turn, and punching and kicking was even more common. Has anyone ever seen a Qi refining cultivator slapping a Jindan cultivator? Has anyone ever seen a Jindan cultivator rubbing on the ground with his foot on a harmonized god cultivator's face? But Wen Run Chu had not only seen it, she had done it. That is why she is so unconcerned about the respect and inferiority of the cultivation world, and she has no respect for the strong ones, and she dares to take the initiative on Xiao Yuan, who is no longer unconditionally doting on herself. But now, click, bone-cracking sounds resounded in the silent sovereign hall as Guanyin Yan finally crushed all of Ling Xiao's limbs. Because of the pain, and even more so because of the pinning of a certain existence, Ling Xiao woke up and he wailed out. Who? The confusion was only momentary, and Ling Xiao quickly realized where he was. The moment he saw the Haoran Sect, the moment he saw Wen Rin Chu, Ling Xiao's bottom came up and his fear became anger. You Acacia Sectan dare to bully me like this? Xiao Yuan, you deserve to die. Ah! Ling Xiao's words fell, and the wounds on Wen Rin Chu's face all healed, but the crowd did not look at the clamoring Ling Xiao. but rather looked at Xiao Yuan, who was always calm, but made the pressure heavier and heavier. What means? What kind of injury is this? Then, aren't these all gifts from you? Wen Runchu lowered her head, her voice trembling. This was the first time she looked squarely at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan smiled. He was an elder. Naturally there was no reasoning towards recycling what he had given away. But, Haoran clan, or Miss Wenren, what are you willing to take to ransom your clan's people? What's going on? Ling Xiao's head was a little spinning for a moment. In the past, if he but dropped a hair, Wenren Chu was heartbroken. Now that he was screaming so miserably, he was really miserable. Why didn't Wenren Chu look at him? Why? Did she not hear you? Xiao Yuan, you took away my white jade clothes, hung me at the gate of the Acacia Sect, got stung and bitten by a swarm of bees, and broke my limbs. You deserve to die. Sister Chu, she will definitely do me justice. Pa! Wenren Chu's anger finally had a place to go, and she backhanded a slap that directly flattened Ling Xiao's features, but after laying her hands on it, and after her anger had been a little vented, she regretted it. How could one make a move against Ling Xiao's brother? How could one give up hurting Ling Xiao's younger brother? Ling Xiao was blindsided by Wenren Chu's slap. He was treating Wenren Chu as a human-shaped treasure trove. He only wanted to borrow it and milk it dry, but he didn't think of letting it be pressed on his body for the rest of his life. He, Ling Xiao, is a man of heavenly destiny. A great man lives between heaven and earth. How can he live under a woman for so long? Sister Chu, you hit me. Ling Xiao's pie-shaped face, with snot and tears, clearly had no expression to set it off, but the crowd saw heartbreak from his face. How dare you beat me for Xiao Yuan? For another man. Wenren Chu had wanted to explain after the incident, but seeing Ling Xiao in this state made his heart break. No. Wenren Chu was a bit frazzled. The spirit elixir was stuffed into Ling Xiao's mouth as if it was candy. I'm doing this for you. For your safety. You can't scold Xiao Yuan anymore. He'll kill you. He'll kill you. Elder Gong. Is this how the younger generation of your Haoran Sect is? Granny Hairpin couldn't watch this farce anymore. She didn't know what Xiao Yuan's sudden change was due to, or if what he had shown before was all a disguise, but none of that mattered. It was a fact that he had broken through to the void refining stage and had become the sect leader of the Acacia Sect. The person he should be facing is Wen Haoran, not stupid people like Wenren Chu and Ling Xiao. Gong Lu, apart from saying a few words at the very beginning, had been acting like an outsider. Even when Wenren Chu was injured, she did not intervene in it. This had to make Granny Hairpin wonder what the Haoran Sect was trying to do. Let Wenren Chu take it out on Xiao Yuan? Mayanaji sighed. Chu, do what Patriarch Xiao says. Wenren Chu turned back to look at Xiao Yuan, hatred hidden in the depths. In the end she was just used to being licked by the past Xiao Yuan. Not really stupid. Patriarch Xiao, I hope you can keep your promise. A stream of light flew out from Wenren Chu's body, but Xiao Yuan closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair as if he was resting his eyes. But in his heart it was like waves of rage. No, this Ing Xuanyu's eyes are too wrong. From the time Ing Xuanyue came in, her pair of eyes did not leave herself. Before when she was fighting with Wenren Chu, it was okay, but now that there is no interference, that pair of eyes almost made Xiao Yuan think that he was a magnet. Otherwise Ing Xuanyue's gaze, how does it seem to want to pickpocket himself? Xiao Yuan didn't dare to open his eyes because he didn't know where to look. He was afraid that he would be seen as wrong by this killing big disciple. Su Qing Carp needed to gather courage, but Ing Frost Moon, as long as there was the slightest hint of it, would whip him day and night, although he still has 9 gentleman lives. But, he can't use it in this place. One Su Qing Carp was enough for him to enjoy. Wenren Chu's face became more and more ugly, while the faces of Gong Ting Lu and the others were wonderful now. Especially Granny Hairpin. She couldn't stop looking at Xiao Yuan. There were quite a few things within the things handed over by Wenren Chu that were owned by the Acacia Sect, but this is not a matter of fact. The key is, if you count the Bai Yui that was recovered by Xiao Yuan, she haul half a step of refining the void of the great cultivator, life of 1,100 years of the Hephzibah Sect's great elders. Her family is not even compared to the district of a late generation. It is said that Xiao Yuan has a request for Wenren Chu. This, which is a request, directly pull out the heart and lungs. Seeing Xiao Yuan's delay in opening his eyes, Wenren Chu's speed of pulling out things finally wasn't that fast. Every time he took out a piece, he had to sneak a glance at Xiao Yuan. But Wenren Chu didn't dare to stop until a rattan bracelet appeared, and after Ing Xuanyu screamed out in shock, Xiao Yuan finally opened his eyes. Chapter 14, What does Master mean? Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as the lingering sense of staring finally left, but though he opened his eyes, he was again startled by what he saw before him. In the original Master's memory, what things were given to Wenren Chu? Even he himself couldn't remember too well. except for some that had been prepared by heart. The rest were all stuffed in a brain to Wenren Chu. Xiao Yuan knew that dog licking was not allowed to die, but he didn't expect that the original owner could lick to such an extent. He finally realized why inside the original owner's storage ring, apart from the sovereign's token and some clothes, why there were just a few bottles of ordinary pills and a mere few hundred spirit stones. It turned out to be was into Wenren Chu's pocket. Xiao Yuan did not believe that the Haoran Sect's patriarch who could borrow Wenren Chu to count on the original master would also be a licking dog. Would give up so much to Wenren Chu. How come this thing is here with you? Ing Shanyue's eyes were full of complexity, but more than that, she was lost. She was oblivious to those treasures, but she was especially attached to the rough rattan bracelet that Wenren Chu took out at the end. Wenren Chu's ugly face gradually eased up. Xiao Yuan gave her something. Even the lumpy horns were swept out by her. If Xiao Yuan was still not satisfied, she could only ask for help from Gong Lu. This thing? Wenren Chu looked at the tattered bracelet, completely unable to recall when this thing stayed inside his storage ring. I don't know. It might have been accidentally put in by the previous Xiao patriarch. Ing Shanyue turned back. A pair of eyes flashed with 1,000 emotions, looking at Xiao Yuan seemingly crying and smiling, but did not say half a word again. A bracelet? Xiao Yuan flipped through his memories. The memory was too far-reaching and Xiao Yuan did not find its origin in a short period of time, but meeting the gaze of the crowd, he knew that it was time for this matter to come to an end. Frost Moon, keep all these things. Me, Ing Shanyue, who was originally shrouded in loss, seemed to be awakened by a beam of light at this moment, and she raised her head to look at Xiao Yuan for confirmation. Xiao Yuan only thought that Ing Xuanyu was too much stuff, but Xiao Yuan's heart, even if it is dripping blood, but in the hands of his own people, he has the need to still be able to ask for it at any time. But you can't lose your compulsion. You can't get it back if you lose it. Need I say it again? Ding scholars raise the bundle of tutor to study, the teacher to take his intention to know. The host has a great grandeur, the loss of self and benefit others. Words an example for the teacher's virtue. Rewarded the gentleman value of 1,000. Xiao Yuan. So many things for 1,000 gentlemen's worth? A loss. A loss. Ing Shanyue's face appeared a little blush, lowered her head and no longer speak, but full of joy to put away all the things, except that crude rattan bracelet. She but the precious again and again will be worn on their own like frosty snow white wrist above. The conflict was temporarily resolved, and Gong Lu took a step forward, shielding Wenren Chu and the others behind her before bowing and asking, Patriarch Xiao, my clan's patriarch purposely sent his concubine to ask, are you still willing to talk about your marriage to the holy daughter of my clan? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but laugh as his gaze surveyed Wenren Chu with some disgust, but more than that, the naked, lustful look most familiar to the people of the Acacia sect. This patriarch is not in the habit of licking plates. Wenren Chu's face went white for a while, her heart raved a million times, but reality pushed her head down. She could only clench her hands tightly to make her hatred for Xiao Yuan a few more points. Palace Willow was not surprised, and instead of continuing the subject, she took out a gilt invitation. A wisp of divine thought hung in the air, and when Haoran's figure jumped up, Patriarch Xiao Yuan's body was tense, a heart hanging in his throat, and instead of choosing the leisurely look he had before, he solemnly looked at the silhouette and said in a deep voice, Clan Master, when, on July 18th, our clan's 100 sacred literary realm opens, and we invite our fellow disciples from all over the world to bathe in the vast and righteous spirit, I'm at the Haoran Sect, waiting for Patriarch Xiao's arrival. The 100 Saints text realm. Xiao Yuan's eyes glowed. Haoran Sect has been established for 40,000 years, and at the time when the Acacia Sect was not yet established, it stood at the top of the southern region, and this 100 Saints realm of writings is the foundation of Haoran Sect's establishment, which hides an endless amount of Haoran's righteousness, and there are even more scriptures of human sages that have been passed down. This kind of treasure land, Haoran Sect 40,000 years of history, open to the public only a few times. This time, good. Sect Master 1 has kindly invited me. How could I not come? When Haoran's silhouette laughed, and the wisp of divine thoughts died out, Xiao Yuan got up and ignored the people of the Acacia Sect who were looking at him with eyes full of fire, and just got up and said, Grand Elder, I'll be obliged to you for entertaining the honorable guests of the Acacia Sect. This honored one has other important matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company. The golden light completely converged, and Xiao Yuan and Ing Xuanyue's figures disappeared at the same time, leaving only the two parties, Granny Hairpin and Gong Lu, to stare at each other speechlessly. The embarrassed ones were not only the people of the Acacia Sect such as Granny Hairpin Flower who was left behind by Xiao Yuan, but also at this moment, Su Qing whose face was still red. Leaving from the main hall, Xiao Yuan did not dare to be alone with Ing Frost Moon, so he had earlier used the clan's large formation to send a message to Su Qing to wait for him in the inner hall. At this moment, Ing Frost Moon was a she-wolf foraging for food, sniffing back and forth at Su Qing body. Green carp, how did your flavor change? Su Qing body scent was originally that kind of fresh and sweet flavor, but after breaking the body, under the many times of entanglement with Xiao Yuan, the smell of its body had changed from fresh and sweet to a mellow and intoxicating aroma. Reflecting Frost Moon's six senses are sensitive. She felt that this transformation was somewhat familiar. Those, the sisters of the clan who mouthed off about men being big piggies and then, not long after, found a dog to keep them company just had this similar smell to them. Cough. Xiao Yuan made a strict teacher appearance and glared at Ing Shuangyu. Sure enough, Ing Shuangyu immediately went from a big gray wolf to a little white rabbit. Frost Moon, even though you have already entered the transformation god, you still need to remember the word steady. After going to the law enforcement hall to be tortured, you can go into seclusion to stabilize your realm. Ing Shuangyu gritted her teeth. She had followed Xiao Yuan for the longest period of time, so even if it was only such a short period of contact, she had discovered that something was wrong with Xiao Yuan. When Ren Chuchu's position in her master's heart was clear to her, but today it seemed that Xiao Yuan had no semblance of affection for Wen Ren Chuchu. And this vine bracelet, has the master forgotten what he once said? If he had forgotten, how could he have given this vine bracelet to Wen Ren Chuchu? Why would you wait for Wen Ren Chuchu to take out this vine bracelet? Master's orders, disciple will follow them. There were too many questions in her heart, but Ing Shuangyu did not move, and without knowing when, one hand had already clasped Su Qing stiff and cold wrist. But I haven't seen Qing for a long time, so if master is alright, I want Qing to talk to me about the changes in the clan. Ing Shuangyu wasn't there when Xiao Yuan broke through to refine Void, and she wasn't there when he became the Acacia Sect patriarch, and the only person who accompanied Xiao Yuan through these two events, and perhaps something else she didn't know about, was Su Qingli. How could Ing Frost Moon miss this opportunity to understand the causes and consequences? Master, Su Qing is on the verge of crying. She simply did not know that Ing Shuangyu returned to the clan today. She thought that just now Xiao Yuan left in a hurry, and there was still one time that she did not finish, so I wanted to renew it while it's hot. She has nothing to wear inside. If Ing Shuangyu knows that she has taken the lead, she cannot imagine how miserable she will be. Chapter 15, will protect your teacher. Xiao Yuan gave Su Qingli a look of love. He had already noticed something wrong with the way Ing Shuangyu was looking at him, and he didn't want to try to tell if he had missed something or if it was because of something else. He was only a small foundation establishment cultivator now, and Ing Shuangyu was a hallowed spirit transformation cultivator. Plus she had spent the most time with the original owner. But wherever the Ing Shuangyu sees something wrong, he can still fall well? Naturally. These days, master needs to deal with some issues, so don't come and disturb without anything. Xiao Yuan tried to maintain the condescension that belonged to a master teacher, fluttering his sleeves and walking towards the secret room with his hands behind his back. Ing Frost Moon's suspicious gaze flashed, touching the vine bracelet chain on her wrist, her afterglow looking at Su Qing who was trying to sneak away. Where do you want to go? Looking at Su Qing appearance, how could Ing Shuangyu not understand that this third senior sister was hiding things from her? Su Qing who was called out by Ing Shuangyu, not only did not stop his footsteps, but instead directly leaped and flew towards the outside of the hall. Ha! Ing Shuangyu sneered. She knew that this was not a normal big deal anymore. Su Qing nature? She was clear about it. If it wasn't a big deal, how could she dare to run away in front of her? Where do you want to go? Ing Frost Moon's words were only one more word, but Su Qing heard it like someone was blowing cold wind in her ears, making her heart tremble. Oh, Su Qing despaired, and as she watched the freedom at that gate get farther and farther away from her, while the demonic palms behind her got closer and closer, she finally cried out in fear. Eldest sister, you bullied me. I just forgot that my pool of lotus flowers hadn't been watered. Jindan facing a transformation god. Su Qingli was also overly fearful of being discovered by Ing Shuangyu to discover her secret, and even had the luxury of hoping to escape from a transformation god cultivator. Watering the lotus? Ing Shuangyu's voice was still laced with unabated hostility. The spiritual spring under that pool of yours is still something I got for you. Why? You've grown bold and have something to hide from senior sister. That spirit spring has also changed. Dare it not produce water? Out of the water? Su Qingli only felt that her body was chilled. Concubinage turned timid. Unable to let Xiao Yuan take advantage of the heat, she only felt a coldness spreading through her body. Where was the determination to pull out her sword and cut her own throat that day in the main hall? She was now like a fawning puppy, feeling the force from the hand that landed on her shoulder. Crying and laughing, she said, Eldest sister, which words? How dare I hide anything from you? Eldest sister, green carp, since I was a child, how many times have I told you that when you lie, your eyes will be displaced, and your body is even curled up like a quail, with your chilly hair standing on end, similar to an insecure puppy. Su Qing carp instinctively raised her chest, wanting to make a hardened appearance, but Ing Shuangyu's words directly removed all her resistance. Don't make me strip and spank you. Ing Shuangyu's eyes were dangerous. Her 8 senior sisters, although they were Xiao Yuan's disciples, but the one who disciplined them the most was her, Ing Shuangyu, and the one who understood these senior sisters the most was also her, the eldest senior sister. She knew her own mind herself, and she knew the minds of these senior sisters of hers just as well. She is the boss. Looking at the bracelet on her wrist, a blush surfaced on Ing Shuangyu's face, and she absolutely did not allow herself to miss a single thing from Xiao Yuan. Master, he's dispersed his power. If it was before, stripping and spanking would have been enough. But now, Su Qing carp wouldn't dare to leave her white stripe-like body open in front of Ing Shuangyu's eyes. Master, I'm sorry, you were the one who saw death first. Ing Shuanyu froze, her pupils were lax for a moment. That kind of worry to the extreme, unstoppable concern did not need to be whitewashed with words, she only needed an expression to show it to the fullest. No wonder, Ing Shuangyu is understanding. The world praises Xiao Yuan for his incomparable talent, but few people know that Xiao Yuan, who is a disciple of the Acacia Sect, his willpower, which is hard to find in the world, is the reason why he was able to walk to the present day as the first genius of the South Domain. The Acacia Sect's Gong method. If there are dual cultivation couples, cultivation of a road is only half the effort, almost no risk of going crazy, but if there are no dual monastic couples and you are on your own. In the entire history of the Acacia Sect, only one person had cultivated to the God transformation stage, and her end is to die in the fire of karma. However, his own master, who had broken through to the refined void stage with a hard breakthrough, had shocked all the people in the entire southern region out of their jaws. Tears welled up in reflecting Frost Moon's eyes, and focus resurfaced. No wonder Xiao Yuan acted that differently today. No wonder he was targeting the Acacia Sect, targeting that Ling Xiao, would be so desperate for one Run Chu Chu, a great cultivator of the void refinement stage, the person at the very top of the entire southern region, was driven to karmic fire because of a woman who didn't love him. When the body dies and becomes empty, how is it that those who can choose to dissipate their power and retrain have not changed? Won't it change? A trace of abnormality surfaced in Ing Frost Moon's eyes as she looked at Su Qing carp in an attempt to discover something more. One of the reasons for the slow progress of the strength of this third senior sister of hers was that her heart was uncertain and she did not have a dual cultivation partner, which was why she was decided by a group of sisters to allow her to stay under her master's sway. Who else knows about this? Under Su Qing carp's efforts to maintain, Ing Shuangyu, whose mind had already lost some of its grip, didn't see anything else, but her tone was more than 7 points harsher. Xiao Yuan was able to live, not because of anything else, but because he had surpassed everyone's expectations by cultivating to the void refining stage alone with the Acacia Sect technique. Strength was what made Xiao Yuan sit in the position of the Acacia Sect's patriarch, and what made him deter all the curiosities. Once the news of Xiao Yuan's dispersal spread out, there was no need for outsiders. A single Acacia Sect would be able to bring Xiao Yuan to his doom. That was why Reflecting Frost Moon had to make sure that no one but her own people knew about it. It's only you, eldest sister, myself, and eldest master himself. Although Su Qing carp had taken advantage of the fire, she still knew to keep this kind of thing a secret. Just in case, she had intended to not even say anything about Ing Shuangyu. Yes, it's all about secrecy, and definitely not about trying to monopolize the master. Ing Shuangyu retracted her gaze, and then her hand pinched the spell, and 2 points of spiritual light emerged, and respectively, they disappeared into her and Su Qing carp's eyebrows. I cast a prohibition in your mind, but whenever you have someone who wants to search your soul, you will have your god's soul destroyed. Ing Frostmoon did not say that she herself is also so general, the matter of the master's scattered power. You'd better forget it. In the future, I will call other people to come back and comb through the disciples of the clan, before Master Zun recovers his strength. Master Zun will be protected by us. Su Qing carp a positive, although she is greedy for joy, but more feel Xiao Yuan's strength changes. Otherwise it is not possible to repeatedly defeat but also obsessed with Xiao Yuan unwilling to let go. She for the help of double cultivation method to let Xiao Yuan as fast as possible to recover strength. Looking at Ing Shuangyu's righteous demeanor, Su Qing carp was very tempted to speak out her own suggestion, but thinking about Xiao Yuan's serious face, in the end, fear, or rather possessiveness took over. Eldest senior sister, Green Carp will definitely cultivate well and protect my master. Chapter 16. This humiliating scene. You want to do it again? Xiao Yuan was not clear about the generous vows of his two beloved disciples, and his sense of crisis could be much stronger than that of Ing Xuanyu and Su Qing who cared about him. So before regaining his strength, he needs to learn the word pretend, so that those who have thoughts about her dare not test, giving him time to practice. With a great cultivator of the void refining stage in place, the Acacia Sect's sovereign hall naturally had no thieves who dared to sneak in, except for the two black shadows above the main peak that left their dwellings almost simultaneously. Su Qing face was a little hot. She and Xiao Yuan had only been living a relaxing day for how long? Now only Ing Shanyu was back. If she didn't be bold, when other people came back, there were many people, she wouldn't have much of a chance to pester Xiao Yuan to let him accompany her to familiarize herself with the new position. The moonlight reflected on the green stone tiles, seems to be clouds, and seems to be the wind blowing the leaves. The green stone tiles flashed a momentary shadow, and then returned to as usual. Ing Shanyue's heart has been raised to the throat. She followed Xiao Yuan for the longest time. People are also the most stable, so to let her do some peeping into the teacher against the way thing especially tested its courage. Ing Frost Moon didn't want to continue waiting. Now above the main peak, there were only 3 of them, master and disciple. Su Qing had just been lectured by her during the day. She thought that she would be quiet for a few days, so she had to take advantage of the fact that her courage hadn't been worn out, and when her other senior sister hadn't returned to the sect, she had to do what she had been wanting to do. Patriarch Hall. Su Qing and Ing Xuanyu drilled in on the left and right. The two tightly restrained their divine sense, not daring to have the slightest leakage. Both of them were afraid that their sweeping divine sense would touch the clan protection formation and cause unnecessary trouble. Su Qing arrived first, looking at Xiao Yuan's closed room door. Her eyes were already sparkling with autumn water. Biting her lip, she came to the door and knocked lightly. Master, Carper has something to ask for. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes. Some helplessness flashed across his face. During the daytime it was all said that he was going to meditate. Don't disturb him. Now not even a night had passed before Su Qing touched the door. Alas, it's really difficult for Master. Xiao Yuan stood up and pinched a water elemental spell, filling the wooden bucket with water and taking a deep breath of the room's fire candle aroma made of joyous beeswax, and then walked behind the door. My master has already gone to bed. What important matter does Green Carp need to come late at night? Outside the door, Su Qing's body was shaking a little with excitement. She just loved Xiao Yuan's serious tone. Unable to repress the moaning sound exit, the first glimpse of the soft and charming, she did not wait to say anything. Her face has suddenly changed, and then sideways to hide, without using her aura or divine sense. Her familiarity with the sovereign hall was no worse than the rusty appearance of the visitor, reflecting Frost Moon's careful peering around. Her wavering gaze firmed when she saw that the surroundings were quiet and a faint aroma filled her nostrils. Knock, knock, came 2 almost identical knocks on the door. Master, Frost Moon has something important to ask for. Behind the door, Xiao Yuan, who had his belt undone, shivered when he heard this voice, and the fire in his heart was doused with ice water. Frost Moon? Isn't it Green Carp? Xiao Yuan couldn't be bothered to wonder if it was his own illusion. He held his breath, and his heart was as decent as it had ever been. My master has already gone to bed. What important matter does Frost Moon need to come late at night? Same answer, different with a different name. Surprise blossomed in the eyes of Ing Frost Moon. Su Qing did not lie. The master has indeed lost his cultivation. If not with the master's temperament, how could he be so gentle? Ing Shanyu propped one hand on the door of the room, and with a movement of her mind, the almost equal to nothing prohibition above was directly rushed away, and with the residual karma fire aura leaking out, Ing Shanyu brute forcefully pushed the door of the room open a little bit. A pair of eyes looked obscurely and inexplicably at Xiao Yuan, who was against the back of the door. Master, it's a matter of life and death for Master, and the survival of the Acacia Sect is a big deal, so Frost Moon needs to personally speak with Master before doing so. Xiao Yuan left behind the shock is still in, and at the moment and late at night, Ing Xuanyue, although there is the transformation god stage strength, but she is after all the identity of the disciple, coupled with the shyness of the girl, she behaved robbers or to be a little more gentle, did not bully the martial arts and bullying. Ing Shanyue's strength of less than 0.5% is like a mountain tilting to Xiao Yuan. If it is not for the fact that the Acacia Sect has a base in the cultivation room prepared for its own patriarch using materials that are all top quality, this wooden door is afraid that it would have been in pieces a long time ago. Master as well. The Acacia Sect is even better. What is it that requires you, a junior, to be concerned? Xiao Yuan's hands were shaking a little. He was now like a little white flower that was about to be abused by an evil man so stubbornly helpless. He's not going to last much longer. The strange blaze in Ing Xuanyu's eyes, her throat seemed to be on fire, making her unconsciously lick her red lips because of her thirst. Master, don't hold on so hard. You don't want to disturb the others at this late hour. Do you? Xiao Yuan's expression froze. These words were so familiar. This kind of tone. This was the second time he had heard it, right? If it was Su Qing, the big deal was to treat it as a clam pinch and endure it. After all, he had now pinned Su Qing down, and was not at all worried about his identity being leaked. May reflect the frosty moon. His understanding of Ing Xuanyu was limited to his original master's memories in his first meeting above the Great Hall today. This kind of female-killing billet, in case his business is not skillful, or too skillful to let it notice that it is not right. Xiao Yuan does not want to become a flirtatious ghost. The doorway gradually opened. Ing Xuanyu's face of Jia smile into the eyes of Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan cannot help but to spare some up. He cannot hold out. Adversary, I'm your master. I'm the Acacia Sect Patriarch. How can you speak to master like that? These 3 words were Xiao Yuan's last stubbornness. But it was only limited to this. The 2-foot marks on the ground dragged into long stripes, and it was obvious that Xiao Yuan had really put his best foot forward. Ding Buddha also has a Vajra wrathful eyes. The teacher's majesty cannot be invaded, although the host body such as floating, but also dare to say no to those who rely on the sword. The gentleman to the courtesy of harnessing the courage of the host gentleman style of the high. Reward the host gentleman value 2000. The system's voice sounded in his head, but what use was that? Xiao Yuan could only watch Ing Xuanyue smile and watch that demonic palm reach for his face. Master, don't you think? LOL. Ing Xiaoyu's smile froze and she looked sideways to her right. She couldn't believe that she hadn't realized for so long that there was another person next to her. Eldest senior sister. What great thing do you want to talk about with master teacher? Let Qing Carp hear about it as well. Su Qing Carp's smile was rampant, like seeing a fishy cat that had caught her in the act with a general smugness. Ing Frost Moon was angry, but more than that, she was ashamed. They were 9 sisters and teachers, but what was hidden in their hearts? Well, at least none of them showed it. However, she was too complacent today, thinking that with her strength, she could force Xiao Yuan to submit to her, but he didn't want to be caught by Su Qing Carp. Xiao Yuan let out a long sigh of relief and gave Su Qing Carp a praising look, worthy of being his own good disciple. At the critical moment is to be able to help his master to solve the danger of falling strings. Since Frost Moon you have something to do. Come in with Qing Carp. Xiao Yuan turned sideways as she gambled on Ing Frost Moon's shyness. Chapter 17, Sword in Tense Space. Ing Frost Moon bit her lip and lowered her head. If Su Qing Carp wasn't her beloved senior sister, she really had the heart to thwart her bones and make her keep her secret forever. But now, Ing Xuanyue's afterglow stole a glance at Xiao Yuan, and those good-looking yet intimidatingly majestic eyes made her resolve, which she had managed to make with great difficulty, waver. There is such a thing as courage, and it is equally true of a drum. Because of Su Qing Carp, Ing Xuanyue's sharpness was hindered, plus the shame and anger surged up. She really, didn't he have the courage to face Xiao Yuan? Master, when my disciple was on the near Moon Island, I once entered a secret place. Within it are remnants of the heavenly chant stone. A senior had deduced for Frost Moon that you, Master, would have a great calamity of life and death 7 days ago, and that my Acacia Sect would be taken over by the Haoran Sect. People die and the clan is destroyed. After Ing Xuanyue finished speaking, without waiting for Xiao Yuan to reply, she shook her head to herself and said, Originally, I thought that there were a few points of credibility, but now it seems that this is completely nonsensical. Master, you are well, the clan is even more unhindered. And how could it be as that heaven's plan played out? Xiao Yuan's eyes tightened. Only he knew that what Ing Xuanyu saw had happened before. He knew very well that if the people of the Haoran Sect hadn't died within the Great Hall in the first place, according to the character of the original owner to agree to its conditions, 3 days later, he would be killed by that one Ren Chu. Under the turmoil of the entire Acacia Sect, the Haoran Sect had the intention to count without intention. Once he, the sect leader, died, how could the Acacia Sect be alone? System, what's going on here? And why can anyone but me know about this? This girl child has the host your body origin thing. There are great powers with the help of the Heavenly Opportunity Stone to measure its future. A glimpse of a line of heavenly opportunity only. Now that you have the chaotic heavenly chance, no one in this world can look into your destiny anymore. Xiao Yuan's hanging heart fell slightly. He knew that this system had an existence that possessed intelligence in addition to a set of stereotypical rules. And to this system, there was no reason to deceive itself in such matters. The heavenly mechanism changes rapidly. That person, deduced, may not be wrong. Xiao Yuan did not flatly reject what Ing Xuanyue said, between true and false, but instead, it is more able to hide his own identity. Before Ing Xuanyue found out that he is not right, completely replace the existence of Xiao Yuan in her heart. If the teacher, Xiao Yuan looked at Su Qing Carp. Its eyes only 2 people fawn, as usual that, who can be sure that must be false? Master, Su Qing Carp's eyes brimmed with tears. She was someone who had experienced both despair and hope, and also someone who had wandered in front of the ghost gate. She didn't dare to think that Xiao Yuan didn't have a change in temperament due to the outbreak of the karmic fire that day, and that the result, or no different from what Ying Xuanyu had said. Xiao Yuan raised his hand to stop. He knew that he had dispersed his power. Ying Xuanyu already knew. Otherwise it would not have been possible to come to his door at night and do something untoward to him. This matter will rot in the stomach. Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed some severity. The eldest disciple, the third disciple of the same, to him this master, even to the point of using force, he cannot guarantee that a few of his disciples on the respect for the teacher. As long as I'm around, this Acacia sect won't be able to change the sky. When I regain the refined void, who in the world will not bow their head when they see me? Senior. Ying Xuanyu and Su Qing raised their heads in unison and looked towards Xiao Yuan. At this moment both of them were heartbroken by the regal hegemony in Xiao Yuan's body. This is their master. Scattered power, and what is the harm? Who can have this confidence? Once the power scattered and not show disheveled, fighting spirit is not reduced to climb the peak again. My disciple will definitely vow to follow my master around, and will never let the thieves have the slightest chance to take advantage of this. Ding Heaven will not abandon those who have high aspirations. Detecting that the host has made a small grand wish, the host is rewarded with a remnant sword. Broken sword? Xiao Yuan couldn't care less about spitting out the system's pettiness. This kind of awesome blowing out is easy, but wanting to have the three of God's color and voice to be manifested together is a very testing and tiring thing. He now only wants to coax Ying Xuanyu away as soon as possible. Leaving. Xiao Yuan winking at Su Qing. The master is happy to have you all with him, but, wanting to protect master, your current cultivation is not quite enough. Su Qing was a little down in the dumps. Of all the sisters and teachers, she was the one with the worst heart, which was why her cultivation had risen so slowly. The disciple immediately went back to practicing. I will never allow anyone to harm master teacher yet. Xiao Yuan's hand hidden in his sleeve slightly trembled. He only wanted to inspire the next Ying Xuanyu. He did not want Su Qing to work so hard. Su Qingli is going to cultivate. Who will accompany him for double cultivation? Master teacher. It is the apprentice's heart that is in a hurry tonight. Ying Xuanyu's complexion gradually corrected, and she looked at Xiao Yuan unapologetically and said, I will let master teacher know that my disciple's heart is in the right place, and I will let you, master teacher, recognize my disciple. Ying Xuanyu and Su Qing turned around and left in unison, leaving Xiao Yuan standing at the doorway, looking at Su Qing's beautiful back submerged in the night, while behind him, the spiritual spring in the bathtub was still bubbling hot, and there was no one else who could join him in practicing the posture that had been rehearsed in his mind for several times. Xiao Yuan was very sad, especially when he saw that the reward the system gave him was a pitted rusty sword. Xiao Yuan casually waved his hand, and the remnant sword shook off some rust spots, but the sword body was unable to even cut into the desktops. System, you're not going to give me junk, are you? The system did not reply. Xiao Yuan pondered for a few moments. Seeing that he could not get the point, he threw it to the side, and then lay down with his eyes closed. After using the sect protector formation during the day and resisting Ying Xuanyu's unkind intentions at night, under the physical and mental fatigue, Xiao Yuan only wanted to sleep now. As his body turned, Xiao Yuan's head rested on top of the hilt of that remnant sword. A white light flashed, followed by several channels of Gung Jin Shi swimming back and forth in the room. The table, the bed, the futon, the bath, bucket all were all cut into pieces. But at this moment, Xiao Yuan was frowning, and he only felt that there was a kind of power pulling his divine soul, far more powerless than when resisting the reflecting frost moon. In just an instant, Xiao Yuan came to a gray space. Within the gray space, a lonely grave stood out in the center, and around it countless remnant swords were stuck on top of the ground, and a sharp aura that would cut and penetrate the divine soul wrapped Xiao Yuan. Where is this? Xiao Yuan's question was destined to be answered by no one, but he was clear that if he went any further, what awaited him would definitely be death. Xiao Yuan wanted to retreat, but his body only moved slightly, and the endless sharp chi seemed to have found some kind of target and surged towards Xiao Yuan in unison. The extreme pain of the divine soul being cut and pierced through made Xiao Yuan unable to resist crying out in pain. From the beginning of crossing over, until now, except for the one good thing of being forcefully pushed by Su Qing, all that he had met were unlucky things. Counting this time, it was the second time he had wandered before the ghost gate. Sword. This is residual sword intent? Chapter 18, Messing with the Heavenly Chance? Let's take over the Heavenly Chance. Although the original owner was not good at using swords, in his memories, the description of sword intent was no less. However, the sword will be Red City in the heart, obsessed with the sword. The original owner's character is not suitable, and he cannot do straight to the chest. According to the true meaning of the sword Dao lineage, if the original owner chose to cultivate the sword heart, then it would be impossible for him to become Wen Ren Chu Chu's licking dog, and even if he loved her more, he would only capture Wen Ren Chu Chu and become a complete flower picker. But now it was unthinkable that Xiao Yuan, who had no chance to cultivate the true meaning of the Dao of the sword that the original owner had no chance to obtain, had been given that chance. Xiao Yuan recalled the original owner's memories about the contents of the sword Dao, the true intention of the sword road, the first heavy sword potential, and then transformed the potential into their own intention, and then condensed the sword intention into the sword heart. What Xiao Yuan was facing now was the oppression of the sword. Feeling that brilliant sharp momentum, Xiao Yuan understand. His only way out is in this boundless sword momentum. Comprehend belongs to their own momentum. Otherwise waiting for him only soul where, become, a wisp of dead soul in front of that lonely grave. Under the great power tipping, Xiao Yuan was tired to cope with it, and there was simply not too much extra ground for him to think. There will be a moment when the painful ache of a divine soul cutting will be numbed, and there will be a moment when even a raging wave will adapt. Xiao Yuan's spirit was in a bit of a trance. It was too much to ask someone who could only understand the true meaning of the sword Dao from other people's memories to comprehend the sword momentum between life and death, so Xiao Yuan wasn't sure if he had already adapted, or if he was having a flashback before he died. The memories of the two lives intertwined and fused in front of his eyes. Xiao Yuan was nothing but an ordinary person. His parents were old enough to have a child, and after he grew up and became independent, the first big thing he did was to send both of his parents away, making himself an adult orphan, but she didn't want to die. But the facts are so coincidental that a reluctant person experiences life and death several times. Xiao Yuan didn't know why he wanted to live so much, but there was a figure clearly presented in his mind. That's Su Qing, who drew his sword and killed himself above the Great Hall. It was also Su Qing who had the audacity to commit a perverse act against him, a master who had lost his cultivation, in the inner sanctum, even more so, at that lotus pond. Lost in thought, he said he loved his Su Qing. This was the first time that Xiao Yuan, in addition to his parents, felt this clearly, the goodwill, the love from others. A flash of green light rose in the eyes of Xiao Yuan, whose divine soul was almost transparent, and who had no sword in his hand, so he used his hand as a sword chopped out. Xiao Yuan suddenly felt that his body was clear, and the brilliant sword power that surrounded him swept away, while the green light in his eyes converged, and within this gray space, that lonely grave was opposite. Sword momentum. Why borrow the sharpness of the sword, the perseverance of his heart? The same can be the sharpness of the sword. The introverted green light sank down and landed on Xiao Yuan's chest, and then a huge force repelled it out. Inside the room, Xiao Yuan, who was lying on the bed, snapped his eyes open, and the residual sword chi in his eyes flickered, but he was unable to leave a trace on that wooden roof. But the house? I apologize for calling you trash. Xiao Yuan picked up the rust-covered remnants of the sword beside him. Big brother, can you take me out to cut people down? Xiao Yuan carried the remnant sword and swung it with force. The jade pendant tied around his waist, that red rope had been broken at some point, and under the shaking, the jade pendant flew out and intersected with the sword body of the remnant sword. Ding! The crisp voice came out. Don't break it! Xiao Yuan looked anxious. This chaotic heavenly chance jade pendant was the key thing to cover up his own heavenly chance. If it was shattered by himself, then he would have to think about taking Su Qing and running away. As the jade pendant fell into his hand, a kind of void fluctuation flashed by. Xiao Yuan's eyes gradually lost focus. A world woven by silk threads was presented in front of his eyes, and then it was a familiar silhouette that surfaced in front of his eyes. That Xiao Yuan dared to insult me to this extent. I must take revenge. Ling Xiao's voice was transmitted into his mind through the unknown being, and then it was the sight that drew up. A cold pool emerged. The sight flickered, and when Ling Xiao reappeared, the cold pool dried up, and the aura on Ling Xiao's body also rose greatly. Late Yuaning, give me time. Take me through digesting the proceeds of this ancient cultivator's cave within 30 years, and I'll definitely be able to enter the god transformation stage. Xiao Yuan's consciousness gradually regained clarity, and an extremely intense light blossomed in his eyes, while Ling Xiao, who was thousands of miles away from the Acacia sect, was inexplicably experiencing some palpitations, as if there was some terrifying existence spying on him. Senior, teacher, are you there? Ling Xiao was clear that if there was such a terrifying presence observing him, the person hiding in his body would never dare to talk back. What's wrong? An old voice rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. It's crucial that you seize the time to improve your strength now. That Xiao Yuan is not something you can retaliate against now. A 325-year-old void refining stage grand cultivator. Not to mention the southern region. Even in the central region, that's still a demonic figure with unparalleled talent. Your revenge will not be seen until 1,000 years from now. The old man only thought that Ling Xiao was thinking of retaliating against Xiao Yuan, but even nowadays he needs to restrain all divine soul fluctuations in front of Xiao Yuan, let alone the Yuaning stage Ling Xiao. He had to speak a little more heavily to disabuse Ling Xiao of any thoughts he shouldn't have. I know, teacher. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, only thinking that the palpitating sensation just now was his own illusion. Teacher, will someone get the first crack at that ancient cultivator's cave you mentioned? The old man's voice rose again, but it slowly trailed off. It won't be. You and I have been searching for 2 years in the southern region, and only then have we been able to determine its approximate location. And if the next person wants to enter it, unless they are really destined to do so, and fate favors them, how can they possibly be one step ahead of you and me? The door was pushed straight open and when Ren Chu Chu walked in with a bowl of medicinal porridge. Brother Ling Xiao, are you better? Ling Xiao sidled his head and snorted coldly. He could still remember how when Ren Chu Chu treated herself in front of Xiao Yuan, and even more so, he remembered how when Ren Chu Chu assured in front of himself that Xiao Yuan was one of her dogs, as well as his dog. But his injuries, those days of humiliation, were brought about by the dog in one Ren Chu Chu's mouth. When Ren Chu Chu mourns, puts down the medicinal porridge and carefully carries Ling Xiao in her arms. Brother Ling Xiao, don't blame your sister for being hard-hearted. That Xiao Yuan is crazy. He even wants to kill me. If I don't do that, he will definitely kill you. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't go too far with his little temper. No matter what, Ren Chu Chu was still the holy maiden of the Haoran Sect now. If he wanted to vent his anger, it would have to be after when Haoran ordered him to beat Ren Chu Chu into the dust. Sister Chu Chu, it's my fault. It's all Ling Xiao's fault. If I wasn't incompetent and didn't have the strength to protect you, how could I have let you suffer so much? Ren Chu Chu was moved. Looking at Ling Xiao's severe injuries that were difficult to heal, she couldn't help but soften her heart and took out a pill that was entwined with vast Wen Qi and put it into the medicinal porridge. Brother Ling Xiao, this is the clan's holy medicine. Drink it. Ren Chu Chu opens her mouth and takes the medicinal porridge in her mouth before closing her eyes and sending it towards Ling Xiao. Some fire flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. This Haoran Wen Qi Dan could not only have the effect of healing wounds, but also allow the taker to better comprehend the Haoran Qi. This elixir, apart from the senior members of the clan, only the holy sons and daughters could obtain it. But he didn't want Ren Chu Chu to be willing to give it to himself. Sister Chu Chu, Ling Xiao will definitely be good to you for the rest of your life and love you forever. Ling Xiao opens his mouth and greedily swallows everything in Ren Chu Chu's mouth. Xiao Yuan, what can you do if you are a genius? The woman you long for but can't reach is one of my ES. Chapter 19, Seizing the Opportunity. The fact that someone was proud of picking up garbage was not clear to Xiao Yuan, who was a bit confused at the moment. If it was before last night, he would have been skeptical and let that Ling Xiao go with the mindset that more is better than less. But now, after what Ing Shuangyu had said about the heavenly chance, he had already determined that this kind of deduction of the future was not empty talk. System, isn't this jade pendant only capable of stirring up the heavens? Why is it still able to project others' heavenly plans? The system that had been quiet all night, even when Xiao Yuan was near death inside the sword-intense space, had never uttered a sound, finally spoke back, but the voice was never before grave. Host, this chaotic heavenly opportunity jade pendant has the remains of the heavenly Tao, although its main role is to cover up the use of heavenly opportunity, but when stimulated by external objects, it can still play part of the heavenly Tao authority, allowing host you to peek into a corner of the future. Xiao Yuan's heart rejoiced. Wasn't this a good thing? But the system's subsequent words made him fall into an ice cellar, his body stiffening and shaking hard to stop. But it is not under one's control, and it spies on others' heavenly chances, so it is not only easy to cause one's own alarm, but it is even easier to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao of this world. The original body possesses the karma of quite a few great cultivators of the void refining stage, once pulled by the heavenly Tao. The vengeance of a great cultivator of the void refining stage. Can you withstand it now, host? Xiao Yuan. So do I have a problem now? The villain in the system was a bit jumpy. He didn't even think that the heavenly Tao remnant molts in this sword god's grave could come together to steal a trace of heavenly Tao authority, if it wasn't for the fact that the karma involved was too small, coupled with the short period of time. I'm afraid that it would have been noticed by the heavenly Tao by now. He had consumed 90% of his origin, and the matter of reversing the light of day was already taboo for the heavenly Tao. And if Xiao Yuan was locked by the heavenly Tao, both of them were afraid that they would have to become the heavenly Tao's food, and it would be difficult to live for eternity. The host is not in danger now. The system's voice paused for a moment before the voice inexplicably continued. After the host enters the 100 sacred texts realm, he may once again peek into the heavenly mechanism, or else within 2 years, under the heavenly Tao's inspection, This chaotic heavenly mechanism will not be able to hide the host's identity. Xiao Yuan's face was wonderfully colorful. First worried and then happy, and then it was somewhat dead gray. He didn't know how the heavenly Tao was in this world, but figured it wouldn't show much kindness to those who broke the rules. The 100 Saints realm of writings was a legacy of the ancient sages, and could indeed be used to confuse the heavenly Tao. Qing Carp, Frost Moon, immediately come to my place. Xiao Yuan's face looked very bad. He had taken the risk for nothing. If he didn't salvage a little benefit back, he wouldn't be able to balance his heart. As soon as the voice transmission was made, in just 10 or so breaths of time, reflecting Frost Moon arrived one after the other. Ying Shanyue still didn't dare to look at Xiao Yuan. Her face scarlet red surfaced again after last night's generosity. And Su Qing Carp after a night, is also figured out. He made a fool of himself last night, did not taunt his big sister. Must be Ying Shuangyu stirred up her emotions, so that she even Xiao Yuan that meaningful wink did not calmly experience. Master, the duo said with a salute. Xiao Yuan waved his hand and with his memory, he transformed a curtain of water, on which a cold pool emerged. Any idea where this is? Su Qing Carp had spent little time traveling outside and was unfamiliar with this kind of terrain that lacked marking points, but Ying Shuangyu had already determined it after just a little contemplation. Silverfish Cold Pool, at the boundary of my Harmony Sect, at the node between the Shang Kingdom and the 100,000 Mountains. This time when I came back, this is where I met the 5th Elder's inspection team, because of Xiao Yuan's order. The entire Hehuan Sect's territory was under strict investigation, otherwise the Haoran Sect's party would not have to rely on flying boats to catch up. Originally relying on the transmission array for 2 or 3 days froze and took 10 days to come to the Hehuan Sect's interior. Shangri-La? Being reminded by Ying Shuangyue, Xiao Yuan also had a slight impression in his mind. He didn't say much, but said in a deep voice, "There is an ancient great cultivator's cave around this silverfish cold pool in which there is a great chance in it. Frost Moon, you and Cheng Carp go forward together." Xiao Yuan's mind moved and a white light flew in the distance. The white jade coat that was almost forgotten by the bubble was finally remembered by its owner. Xiao Yuan's eyes shifted back and forth between Su Chengli and Ying Shuangyu before settling on Ying Shuangyu. Frost Moon, this white jade clothes will be refined by you. Remember, safety comes first. Ying Frost Moon and Su Qing Carp froze. One was shocked by Xiao Yuan's news. This kind of ancient great cultivator's cave was a great opportunity for any cultivator, but Xiao Yuan just gave it to the two of them? And what shocked the duo even more was that a half-step Dao weapon like the white jade cloth, which Xiao Yuan had successfully refined before, was given to Wen Renchu Chu without even trying it himself. Now that it is recovered, it is again given to his disciples without a care in the world. This kind of care. Ying Shanyue's eyes contained tears, and her pair of soft, gurgling eyes were completely fixed on Xiao Yuan. Master, this, Frost Moon can't have it. Master, you need it more than Frost Moon. After knowing that Xiao Yuan had dispersed his power, how could Ying Shuangyu be greedy for this white jade garment? The things that Wen Renchu Chu spit out yesterday were already enough for her to use. Even if those things were added up, they might not be as precious as this white jade garment. Keep it if you're told to, and take it to protect the green carp. You're a cultivator who has just entered the transformation spirit, and without the white jade clothes, what are you going to take to ensure your safety in the cave of such an ancient great cultivator? Su Qingli and Xiao Yuan's eyes were opposite each other, and a heart was about to melt open. She knew that Xiao Yuan had taken out the white jade clothes, and must have wanted to reflect Frost Moon to ensure her safety. Otherwise, what was the use of her, a Jindan stage cultivator, going over to the cave of such an ancient great cultivator? Isn't it just a chance to rub it in? With Xiao Yuan as the hidden Taoist couple, Su Qingli is no longer worried about not being able to suppress her karmic fire. With Xiao Yuan around, her karmic fire can be vented at any time. Now, when it was time for her, Su Qing Carp, to be courageous. Eldest sister, take it. Only if we raise our strength as soon as possible can we protect Master Teacher from being bullied by the curmudgeons. This is Master Teacher's good intention, so don't excuse yourself anymore. Eldest sister, Ying Shanyue gritted her teeth, looking at the vine bracelet she held in her hand. She wasn't sure if her master had really forgotten what he had once said. Yes, Master, you must pay attention to the Grand Elder and the others. There are many factions within the clan and most people are dissatisfied with your maverick behavior. During the time that Frost Moon and Green Carp are away, you must not clash with the Grand Elder and the others. Xiao Yuan did not comment. Now he must be swollen face as a fat man, even if it is the exhaustion. He must first show 3 axes first. Go on, the master will be waiting for your return. Xiao Yuan did not know how much time Ling Xiao had consumed to enter that ancient great cultivator's cave, but observing the change in his strength, he thought that it would not be a short period of time, and he had thought of going by himself with the Ying Shuangyu duo. But now inside and outside of the Acacia sect, So many pairs of eyes were staring at him, but if he made a move, that ancient great cultivator's cave was afraid that it would become a place for top cultivators to fight for supremacy. Where can he get half a chance to fish in troubled waters? Ing Xuanyu and Su Qing Karp's departure drew the gazes of some of the people who were interested in the matter, but when they looked back at the Acacia Sect's sovereign hall at the highest point, these people had to hide their minds again. Thousands of miles away from the Acacia Sect, a purple-clothed woman made a bow to Han Yang, whose hurried walk could not hide the watery gentleness. Disciple Mu Yui, meet Second Elder. Chapter 20, Gentleness and Fervor are not incompatible. Han Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and some complexity rose on his ancient face. Mu girl, you went out and hid for 5 years. It really makes this elder helpless. Han Yan laughed bitterly. In the past, he still had the strength to force the issue, but now Xiao Yuan had broken through to the refined void stage and had become the Acacia Sect sovereign. He, the former elder, had also become another person's henchman, so how could he dare to do anything to coerce Xiao Yuan's personal disciple? Second elder has misjudged Yui. Disciple is just following his master's orders, searching for some immortal cultivation seeds. How could I dare to make second elder helpless? Mu Yui spoke decently, and although her eyebrows were anxious, her voice was soft and not mean. Alas! Han Yang retracted his gaze and sighed. Young people's affairs. It's true that elders like me shouldn't get more involved in them. But, Mu Yatu, my grandson is not much of a success, but it is also considered a handsome young man, and you are even more infatuated with Mu Yatu. Mu Yui laughed softly. She was also a member of the Acacia Sect. How Han Yang's grandson was, she didn't need others to say. She could see it herself. Han Jiao said to her is infatuation, rather than greed. If really infatuation, and how to secretly raise a dozen maidservants diarrhea fire miasma force. Mr. Han's generous love. It's really hard for Yui to accept it. Yui only has the immortal way in her heart, never any childish love. Han Yang's face was cold. The Acacia Sect's disciples did not think of their children's love and had the heavenly Tao in mind. Wouldn't it be a joke to say so? Mu girl, not everyone is a patriarch. You take the patriarch as an example. The old man can understand. But the danger of the karma fire burning your body, your cultivation which has been stagnant for 30 years and not allowed to advance an inch, still can't knock you awake? Mu Yui's expression remained unchanged, but the figure in her mind became clearer and clearer, truly knowing the danger of the karma fire. That was why she had an almost obsessive admiration for Xiao Yuan. She had walked alone to this point, which was already the limit, but Xiao Yuan had walked to the top of the southern region and became the lord of a clan. 325 years old void refining stage great cultivator. Beauty loves heroes. Xiao Yuan is the real hero in Mu Yui's heart. So what? Mu Yui's beautiful and gentle face overflowed with a touch of confidence. What master can do, I can do as well. Han Yang's gaze sank and he said in a loud voice, fine, fine. Maiden Mu is so bold. This elder is waiting for another amazing talent to come out of my clan. Mu Yui turned around with a smile. The only person she wanted to see the most right now was the master who never smiled at her and was always stern. As for the other men in the world, how many of them are better than her? And who is worthy of her? Until Mu Yui was far away. In the house behind Han Yang, a young man with a white and shadowy face stepped out. A peak Jindan aura revealed, and said in a sinister voice, Grandpa, take this down. Xiao Yuan's lineage, contrary to our clan's ancestral teachings, is full of rebellious people from top to bottom. How can such a person be the head of our clan? How can a disciple of my clan be regarded as heaven? Han Yang turned around and looked at the eye that behind the open door. Several unclothed delicate maids hanging helplessly. The Acacia Sect is concerned about yin and yang reconciliation, but the harvesting of the one. But it has also flourished. Asterisk. Han Yang slammed his own grandson's face. A person 13 years younger than you, and even more stagnant at the early stage of yuaning for 30 years without being able to advance an inch. But look at you. The old man is asking you to find a woman to cultivate, not to lust for pleasure. Han Jiao covered his face and lowered his head as he continued to roar angrily in his heart. If you could send Mu Yui to my bed for me to harvest, how could I be blocked from being outside of yuaning? It's your fault. It's your fault for wimping out. Han Yang waved away everyone around him and continued in a deep voice. But you're right about one thing. Xiao Yuan's thieves are messing with the foundation of my Acacia Sect. So how can such a person be my Acacia Sect's heaven? Don't worry. It used to be that we were all deceived by him, Xiao Yuan, thinking that he would die in Jindan, Yuanin, and transformation god. But now, we will never give him the possibility to go further. At that time, old man give you marry a grandmother. Han Yang's stereotypical face rises some lewd smile. Old man and you do a brother-in-law is not impossible. Han Yang laughed, but all of Han Jiao's concubines in the house were all scattered in their souls. Leaving Han Jiao alone, trembling with excitement in the distance. He is not the only one who covets Xiao Yuan's legacy. How many people coveted themselves? Xiao Yuan was not clear, but Xiao Yuan, who had managed to send away 2 great Buddhas and then ushered in a goddess of mercy, was somewhat on pins and needles, compared to Su Qing carpening Shuangyu. This second disciple of his, Mu Yuyi's eyes were too straightforward. It's like the hunger of a big fat man who has been starving for hundreds of years when he sees a table full of delicacies. Xiao Yuan could no longer use the word desire to describe it. His conscience would not allow him to turn a blind eye. Master, Yu Yi is back. Why are you looking at me like this? Mu Yi could hardly suppress the excitement in her heart. A face that was warm like soft water was already flushed. After 5 years, although she did not meet Xiao Yuan outside, she did not fall behind at all on the news about Xiao Yuan, compared to when she was forced to leave. Now her master was colder, more lonely and proud, and it was really hard for her to hold back the admiration in her heart, and she hated that she couldn't melt into Xiao Yuan's arms, even if she died there. Xiao Yuan did not move his eyes away. Her gentleman's life was to be used to fight against the sky. How could she indulge in tenderness and lose the ambition of a male child? My master observed that your face is bloodshot. Are you injured? Xiao Yuan tried his best to follow the original master's tone and asked as he looked at Mu Yi in a concerned yet distant manner. Mu Yi's body trembled. The autumn water in her eyes grew even more. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Xiao Yuan again. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back. She couldn't help but pour out her heart's love to Xiao Yuan, and she was afraid that she would be expelled by Xiao Yuan for the reason of going against her master. Thank you for your master's concern. Yui was just rushing a bit. Mu Yui sidetracked the topic and said, according to the master's command, the disciple traveled through the 3 kingdoms in the mortal world and collected 14 people with better qualifications. Please also ask the master to show me. Xiao Yuan frowned at the 14 half-grown men and women behind Mu Yui. Being a mortal who has seen the means of the immortals, it is not surprising that the performance of the moment to the immortal door is tense. However, Xiao Yuan did not have the heart to take a closer look at anything, as he was now eager to cultivate around the clock in order to recover his strength. So how would he be willing to waste time on these people? Good, all good. Yui, since you've returned, stay in the sect for a good period of time, and for these 14 people, wait for your eldest sisters and the others to return before making a decision. Now, let them first register in the record book and be taught by you on their behalf. Mu Yui raised her head in shock. These people were hand-picked by her. There were only 9 sisters and brothers in their lineage besides Xiao Yuan. She thought that Xiao Yuan had a premonition that he was about to break through the refined void, and he wanted to absorb people from outside the clan with clean family backgrounds to serve as the foundation of his lineage. What does Xiao Yuan mean now? Aren't you going to teach it yourself, master? Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes in his heart. He, an impostor who would only follow the gourd. All he needed to do was to have as little contact with people as possible, and he was still accepting disciples. Wouldn't that be rushing to pass the knife to those who had bad intentions? There is no need. Master believes in you. Xiao Yuan flicked his sleeve and a jade slit flew into Mu Yui's arms. This is some of my master's insights from Yuaning to Wanshan. Yui, you've been stagnating at the early stage of Yuaning for many years, so take advantage of this time to ponder over your future path. The original master used to be a semi-pastoral attitude towards his several disciples, and he hadn't taught as much as Ying Shuangyu had. This time, just in the name of Mu Yui sent away, he does not want to be another king of the hard bow. Mu Yui's heart trembled. She didn't know if Xiao Yuan was concerned or displeased with her, but she had really stopped at this step for too long. After traveling outside for 5 years, she knew that if she was afraid to move forward again, she would be wasting her life away. But that, karma fire miasma power. What should she do? Chapter 21. It is the disciple who has disappointed master. Mu Yui once again lowered her head. She had decided in her heart. Refined void stage cultivator life 6,000 years. Xiao Yuan could still live for a long time, but if she did not make any progress again, she would become a puddle of yellow earth after 1,000 years. She did not allow, absolutely did not allow herself to not be able to accompany Xiao Yuan around. Xiao Yuan didn't know Mu Yui's complicated mind. He nodded slightly and said, on the path of immortal cultivation, if you don't advance, you will retreat. Not only you Yui, but also you guys. Xiao Yuan looked toward the 14 half-grown children. If you feel bitter about cultivating immortality in the future, feel free to say so. I, Xiao Yuan, am not in the habit of forcibly retaining people. A mortal's life, life and death, love and separation, may not be inferior to an immortal's getaway. Leaving a word of caution, he turned around and left, leaving behind only the secretly determined Mu Yui, and the 14 people who were uncertain about the future. Xiao Yuan said is sincere. He is now surrounded by wolves. How many people are staring at him? These 14 half-grown children to come in. maybe which one is going to become the pawn of the side. Life and death is not their own decision. Instead of that, it would really be better to become an ordinary mortal and at least settle down for a few decades within the Acacia Sect, because Xiao Yuan's matter of rejecting the Haoran Sect's tie-up with practical actions, even though he didn't explicitly say so, it spread. The people of the Acacia Sect, who only had a two-pointed impression of this sect leader of their own family, finally had a rare moment of some awe. It seems that the old patriarch didn't choose the wrong person. Our patriarch's previous performance was all about biding his time in order to paralyze the Haoran Sect and the others. And now that the refined void is complete, our patriarch doesn't have to be her Haoran Sect's holy daughter's dog, as rumored in the outside world. The shock that Xiao Yuan became the Acacia Sect's patriarch brought to the people of the Acacia Sect was no different from the shock that outsiders would have felt if Xiao Yuan had become a void refining stage grand cultivator. In the past, when the Acacia Sect's disciples went out, anyone who saw them wouldn't take Xiao Yuan out to flirt with them for a few moments. The immortal cultivation world was full of devils, but this kind of immortal cultivator who didn't have any semblance of self-respect and was willing to be a dog was hard to find. Even if Xiao Yuan's reputation as a genius was equally prominent before he became a great cultivator of the void refining stage, how many people would be willing to miss the opportunity to recklessly mock an immortal cultivator who was in a higher realm than themselves? Therefore, for the past 300 years, the people of the Acacia Sect went out and felt that it was Xiao Yuan who brought them a humiliating name, and wherever they went, they had to be inferior. But now, there were very few people who still carried such thoughts. They only admired and only marveled at Xiao Yuan's stoicism, as well as his astonishing talent. What Haoran Sect? Our patriarch has only been cultivating for 325 years. Give our patriarch a few more 100 years. He may not be unable to break through to refine void. By then the entire southern region will be my harmonious sect's world. Going out in the future, I'd like to see if those people from the outer sects would still dare to ridicule my Acacia Sect more. Ordinary disciples were like this, and some people in high positions naturally saw it as well, but they were considering it a bit more than ordinary disciples. Grand Elder Guanyin Yang looked at Granny Hairpin Flower. If it wasn't for Xiao Yuan, the one who became the Acacia Sect's patriarch should be her. But now, strength spoke, and if she was one step slow, then it was time to take a step slow. Granny Hairpin looked up. From the moment Xiao Yuan rejected the Haoran Sect, the atmosphere of the entire harmonious sect had changed. No longer were all of them unconditionally dependent on her. They saw a new possibility, one that she least wanted to admit. Master, why did you hand over the Acacia Sect to him? Why don't you see me? Granny Hairpin had too many questions in her heart, and even more unjust anger. She had dedicated her life to the Acacia Sect, and her Taoist partner had died for the Acacia Sect. And in the end, what had she gotten? We all know clearly that no matter how amazing his perseverance is, Patriarch, the refining void stage is already his limit. And further down the line, the karmic fire that contains the Tao is definitely not something Patriarch can withstand. Guanyin Yang was a big old man, and he didn't expect that he would be up for someone else's marriage. The women in the world are like stars. If our clan wants to achieve greatness that has never been seen in history, we must find out one of them and make her the wife of my Acacia Sect's patriarch. Granny Hairpin was silent for a moment, revealing some oddities in her eyes as she said, the fifth elder also thinks that the patriarch's behavior towards that one Run Chu Chu in the past was just for show? Guanyin Yang didn't answer, but the looks on his and the others' faces said it all. A great cultivator of the void refining stage, a genius with the prospect of immortality, to give up his immortal path for a woman who didn't love him. Who could do that? Even they? These people who have a dawn guard. Don't believe it. Those they love will stand on the right path and support them on their path to immortality. And all those who stand in their way are their sins. The only solution is to kill. Granny Hairpin smiled foolishly. In the entire Acacia Sect, in the entire southern region, she was perhaps the one who believed the most in Xiao Yuan's feelings for Wen Ren Chu Chu. But what was the use of that? Xiao Yuan's refusal of the Haoran Sect's offer of peace and even killing the people of the Haoran Sect, and then that ruthless behavior towards Wen Ren Chu Chu, had convinced everyone that this number one genius of the southern region, the patriarch of the harmonious sect, had already lost his shackles. He became a great cultivator that was admired by 10,000 people in the southern region. Since the fifth elder and all of you have the intention, go prepare. As long as patriarch he is willing to accept it, I will never stand in the way. Granny Hairpin rose to leave, but then stopped at the door and added meaningfully, but don't forget, gentlemen, that your good intentions if a step slow. When someone settles the score in the future, have you all thought about how to handle yourselves? Guanyin Yang and other people's faces stagnated. If it was someone else, the world's beautiful women stripped naked and threw them over, they didn't believe that person wouldn't be moved. But, Xiao Yuan, can with their own perseverance, suppress that boundless karma fire. all the way to the top of the southern domain like a bamboo to the people. What do they take to ensure that Xiao Yuan will accept their good intentions? If Xiao Yuan couldn't suppress the karmic fire and died, then what were they who were so solicitous? Fifth elder. My family still has a furnace of face-nourishing pills being refined, so I'll leave first. My mother is leaving the gate today. A small farewell is better than a new marriage. I need to go prepare something. My concubine. My stupid son is preparing to impact Jindan. With that one sentence from Granny Hairpin, most of the crowd that had originally gathered together left, leaving only a few people gathered around Guan Yin Yang, waiting for his decision. The color of Guan Yin Yang's face changed back and forth, and finally his eyes were certain, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Gentlemen, we are limited by our natural talent, and if we want to take another step forward, without the help of a great chance, it is absolutely not half possible. Everyone says it's impossible, but how many people have said the three words impossible when the patriarch became a Jindan, became a Yuaning, became a transformation god, and even broke refined void? Old me wants to gamble." Guan Yin Yang walked towards the outside, relying only on himself. He could no longer see the road ahead, and since none of them were possible, he would choose the one direction he thought was possible. I swear to follow Patriarch to the death. Behind Guan Yin Yang, the color of those several people changed back and forth, and finally, they all made sure and shouted, "We are only the Patriarch." Xiao Yuan, who was in seclusion, was disturbed by the incoming letter, and as he listened to the voice of Guan Yin Yang within the sound transmission note, his face could not help but look odd. The Patriarch is in charge of the opportunity for immortality, but our clan has not prepared a grand ceremony to celebrate it, which is really the fault of my clan. My subordinate proposes that my Acacia sect should make it known to the world, and invite all the immortal sects in the world to enter my sect for the Patriarch's congratulations, and raise the Patriarch's name for the world to know. Chapter 22, The Beginning of the Hehuan Sect's Pretentiousness. Xiao Yuan naturally didn't want to throw his weight around, but he sensed the change in attitude before and after Guan Yin Yang. He now, except for a few of his own disciples, can be trusted. The rest of the people he is wary of, because of the matter of dispersal of power. He even dare not randomly pull the people of the clan. Guan Yin Yang's performance above the great hall he saw in his eyes. This is a smart person, but the same as a person with shallow roots. His ability to reach the middle stage of God transformation was his outstanding talent, but if he wanted to grasp the real power of the clan, he was no match for clan elders such as Granny Hairpin and Han Yang. Wanting to speak with strength, as he did, he was again unsure of his heart. Is this a test? Xiao Yuan did not say anything for a long time. He was very clear. Now everything is calm only because of the sudden change in his character. Those who have the heart of the people under the suspicion in their hearts want to wait and see what happens. But the trip to Haoran Sect is impossible for him to shirk. Once he retreats and hesitates, those who coveted him and coveted the Acacia Sect will swarm up and gnaw him and the Acacia Sect to death. Now that Ing Xuanyu and Su Qing carp had been sent by him to that ancient cultivator's cave, there was now only one Mu Yue that could be driven with confidence. How could this be? Whether it's sincere or not, we'll naturally know when we try it. Xiao Yuan waved his hand and the transmitting note floated outward, and not long after, the nervous Guan Yin Yang couldn't wait to listen. This matter will be discussed again. For the trip to the Haoran Sect, the fifth elder will go along with this patriarch. Xiao Yuan didn't agree with his proposal, but it gave Guan Yin Yang hope. Who didn't know that the trip to the Haoran Sect was bound to be a Hongmen banquet? Guan Yin Yang knew that this was a test from Xiao Yuan to him, and those who, like him, were willing to fall to Xiao Yuan's side. People are so cheap. If Xiao Yuan was promised by his own casual 2 sentences of bragging, Guan Yin Yang would have hesitated instead. But Xiao Yuan's performance of not rejecting and not staying away like this provoked Guan Yin Yang's desire to perform. My subordinate obeys. Although there were only 4 words, within the Acacia Sect, Xiao Yuan had the possibility of belonging to his own forces. Snuffing out the transmission note, Xiao Yuan closed his eyes and sank his mind into that sword-intense space. There was only less than a month left. It was no longer possible for him to break through the Jindan, but the means of pretending to be a pussy could not be missing. Xiao Yuan laughed lightly as an extreme death intent spread out from his body. I'm supposed to surprise some people, right? On the 14th of July, within the Acacia Sect's gate, before the Patriarch's Hall, Guan Yin Yang led a group of people holding their bodies, their eyes resolutely looking towards the Patriarch's Hall, and behind them, the Acacia Sect's yin and yang flag was fluttering, and a black and white prime ship was hanging in the air. Within the entire Acacia Sect, no matter who it was, all of them cast their eyes toward where the main peak was. This was the first time their new patriarch had traveled to other sects, and the pride of their Acacia Sect, the most controversial genius in the entire southern region, would be completely displayed just today. Knock, knock, knock. Drums beat, and footsteps came out in a rhythmic manner within the dimly lit sovereign hall. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of footsteps, though light, was more deafening than the drums to the ears of those who had invested all their minds here. Xiao Yuan's eyes were pitch black and his body was filled with deadly intent. In this month, today was the first time he had stepped out of the inner sanctum. 1 against 10,000. 1 up. All down. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes slowly swept light those who looked at him. Dark eyes. There are points of light diffusion. And then it is the body. The extreme anger and vitality instead of the heart-stopping death. Great Elder. Granny Hairpin's body trembled. She had never lacked shock when facing Xiao Yuan. She was not mistaken. Just now, in the death aura that entangled Xiao Yuan all over his body, there was an extremely weak dash of Dao power. My old self has met the patriarch. Xiao Yuan took a step forward. At this moment, the sunrise was rising high. The purple chi was coming from the east. In the entire Harmony sect, he alone occupied 80% of the luster. The yin and yang fish suit was blown by the wind, and the purple chi transformed into a bridge as Xiao Yuan walked towards the prime giant ship. All matters large and small within the clan will be taken care of by the Grand Elder. The people of the Acacia sect remember that those who see the Grand Elder are like seeing me in person. Granny Hairpin couldn't help but lower her head. She had even more thoughts in her mind, and under the hiding of her mind, she could only bow down and be small before the greater good. By order of the sovereign. A louder voice followed. By the sovereign's order. Xiao Yuan didn't speak, and he couldn't speak anymore. Purple Chi Transformation Bridge. If it wasn't for the power of yin-yang heavenly scripture, where did he get this kind of ability? But even so, at this moment, he had instilled all of his mind, and if he spoke again, the entire southern region was afraid that it would be one more joke. A supreme sect master who failed to pretend and fell to his death from the sky. In the crowd, Mu Yuyi's face began to flush again. She raised her head and looked at Xiao Yuan who was stepping on the purple chi. Her heart's definition of her hero deepened another layer. Which man in this world can be better than master? Guanyin Yang and others even rose a sense of honor and glory. Before they had some uncertainty in their hearts. After all, in addition to that note, Xiao Yuan did not summon any of them. But now, what face did they have to make a void refining stage grand cultivator stoop to their level? Xiao Yuan should be so unattainable. Set sail, Guanyin Yang shouted. The opening of the 100 sacred text realm was imminent, and with the 2 sects teleportation arrays connected, it would only take 2 days for them to arrive at where the Haoran Sect was. Countless Acacia sect people boarded that big black and white ship, and there were even hundreds of small airships escorting them to the left and right. Alone? Single-handedly? In the immortal cultivation world, it's not too much to move everyone in one's family to the other's house. And who's betting that you won't become a turtle in a jar? It wasn't until the large ship disappeared from sight, the purple chi of the rising sun dissipated, and the sunlight spread over Granny Hairpin's orange peel-like face that she reacted as an afterthought. Xiao Yuan is gone. Grand Elder, what should we do? Granny Hairpin glanced sideways, looking at the ruthless look on the face of her close friend. She only responded with a bitter smile. Would Guanyin Yang and the others be sentient beings who would give up their immortal paths for the sake of their juniors at home? That's just it. Granny Hairpin waved her hand in disinterest, the disparity in strength dissipating much of her thoughts of scheming. I'm going on retreat. No one can disturb me until the news of the Haoran clan comes out and the patriarch returns. Granny Hairpin's figure flickered and disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind a group of people who didn't know what to do with their eyes. On top of the big ship, in the room at the highest place, Xiao Yuan was drenched in sweat, and his dantian was dry. He kept stuffing spirit pills into his mouth and holding spirit stones in his hand to fill his consumption. The cost of this pretense is really big. If the distance had been farther away, my body would have been hollowed out. Xiao Yuan had a hint of a smile on his face, but it's good that the effect is good. Those embracing voices from the bottom of his heart were naturally heard by Xiao Yuan, and he was sure that those hiding in the dark corners had heard them as well. Knock knock. A delicate voice sounded outside the door. Master, Yui seeks an audience. Chapter 23, The Old Clam of the Xianin Sect. Xiao Yuan trembled. Compared to Ying Xuan Yu's kind of killing and cold aura, Mu Yuyi's kind of eyes that nakedly wanted to eat him was what scared him. Xiao Yuan hand strangled the magic trick. Body a clear. And then a flame rose out of thin air. Will be dirty, all burn a net, flat ground and then set off a wind. The whole room. And then no trace of Xiao Yuan. Whoa. Come in. Mu Yuyi pushed open the door. Outside the Acacia sect did not feel. In the sect, every time he thought that as long as he was brave, he could see his heartfelt master, then it was hard to resist the longing. But likewise, the reverential fear of Xiao Yuan's majesty made Mu Yuyi not dare to be too reckless in her actions at all. This conflicting strong emotion made Mu Yuyi, who had been wandering around the ship for a long time, finally unable to carry the longing of her heart, wanting to get closer to Xiao Yuan. Master, Disciple is a little unclear about the relationship between the Yuaning and the physical body. Mu Yui took a deep breath. Her eyes were hazy, her pink lips were open and closed, and her body involuntarily moved closer to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan frowned, and Mu Yui was just awakened, blushing and lowering her head, using her own afterglow to look at Xiao Yuan, who was no more than 2 feet apart. It's a choice between separation or unity, right? Xiao Yuan asked as he took a sip of tea, searching for the original owner's memories. Yuaning life of 1200 years. From the beginning of the Yuaning, the immortal cultivator really began to touch the divine soul together. The Yuaning is equivalent to a second body for immortal cultivators, and even if the physical body is destroyed, the Yuaning alone can live until the end of its lifespan. Therefore, after breaking through to the Yuaning, the 2 options of separation as well as unity arose regarding the cultivation of the Yuaning. Separation is to reduce the connection between the Yuaning and the physical body, and to specialize in the spirit soul and strengthen the connection between the Yuaning and heaven and earth. Unity, on the other hand, focuses on itself, strengthens the connection between the Yuanyang and the physical body, and emphasizes the loss of heaven and earth to fertilize one's own body. Within the Acacia sect, half of the people choose these 2 paths, and to the original body is to choose the path of unity. Yes, Senior, Mu Yui had accumulated enough, and even had a bias in her heart. It was just that this kind of thing, Ying Shuangyu, who was the eldest senior sister, had asked Xiao Yuan, so how could she, who was the second oldest, not honor her teacher some more? Xiao Yuan looked through his memories and couldn't help but once again lament the original body's phrase unlucky man. If he had chosen the first path, then when Rinchu Chu's Jiao Long dagger really wouldn't have been able to induce his karma fire miasma, allowing him, the traverser, to pick up a bargain. But alas, there are no ifs. Why not both? Xiao Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't want to follow the original owner's old path. If he wanted to recultivate, he needed to cultivate something new. All of them? Mu Yui was shocked. How can you take all of this kind of thing? Xiao Yuan rose with some confidence. To the next person, it was indeed the case that one could not have both the fish and the bear's palm. Even those who possessed a second Yuanin could not possibly follow this path. However, Xiao Yuan, or the disciples of the Acacia sect, those who were able to cultivate into a Yuaning with their own willpower had this possibility. Karma fire. Without waiting for Mu Yui to reply, Xiao Yuan said in a voice like coaxing a child, Master is not sure. If you are willing Yui, how about when you come back from the Haoran Sect? Master will try again with you? After saying that, Xiao Yuan added another sentence in a nonchalant manner. Frost Moon. She has already reached transformation spirit. If you, Yui, are unwilling to do so, then it would be the same for Master to summon Frost Moon. As expected, Mu Yui, who was still a bit hesitant, immediately agreed after she heard Xiao Yuan mention Ying Shuangyu. Master, Yui is willing. Mu Yui didn't know in what way Xiao Yuan was going to make her take these 2 paths at the same time, but she believed that Xiao Yuan wouldn't harm her. Xiao Yuan nodded. Although the original Master's 9 disciples get along harmoniously, but Ying Shuangyue and Mu Yui have many disagreements, and Ying Shuangyue's nature is more like Xiao Yuan's, and she will never force her hand if she can. This made Mu Yui can hold a lot of anger in her heart. Good. Then you can go back to meditate and prepare first. However, in the light of the day, after passing through a huge spell formation, that kind of vertigo feeling of long-distance spatial vacillations, that made Xiao Yuan within the airship couldn't help but dry heave for a while. Look, it's someone from the Acacia sect. The noise of the crowd outside the airship came. Xiao Yuan approached the window. This airship is one of the greatest treasures of the Hehuan Sect. The inner hidden heaven and earth is even engraved with residual Dao formations. As long as it does not fall into the center of the Hehuan Sect's big formation, which is directed by a great cultivator of the refined void stage, it can ensure the safety of Hehuan Sect's line even in the Hehuan Sect's boundaries. Patriarch, we've already reached the boundary of the Haoran Sect, and in half a day's light, we'll arrive at the Haoran Sect's compound. Guanyin Yang's voice rang out from outside. Aha! Xiao Yuan only responded softly and did not immediately step out from the room, but instead looked towards the Harmony Sect's airship approaching as 3 groups of people. On one of the flying objects, there was a Yin demon flag with the word Xianin engraved in ancient Sanskrit. This is the 3rd supreme sect, Xianin sect in the southern domain before. The other 2 groups of people, one was dressed in green and carrying a medicine chest, for the people of the Purging Valley, and the last group of people. Xiao Yuan's eyes narrowed. This foresees Chamber of Commerce's people, and the original owner seems to have no friendship, right? Brother Xiao, sister has come to the door, and you can't even be bothered to come out and welcome her? All of the Xianin sect. Within that cloud of Yin Qi, a delicate voice came out. Xiao Yuan waved his hand. removing the restriction above the airship, and a sword-chanting sound air chopped away the invisible object. Xianmei, you are at least an elder. Is this kind of trick as far as using it on these juniors? Where the Hehuan Sect was located, the sound of that delicate laughter was withdrawn, and a woman wearing a revealing dress with black hair and dark lips licked the blood from the corner of her mouth into her mouth, not caring the slightest bit about Xiao Yuan's words, and all that was there was just the curiosity that stained her eyes all over the place. She really didn't think that the joke of yesteryear, a junior who could hardly catch her eye, had become a figure that was just like her in just 300 years. This talent. I don't know how wonderful it would be to drink his heart's blood. Cluck. Xianmei hung in the air, not caring in the slightest about being in the half-exposed spring light for the onlookers to peek at. In the entire southern region, there were only 2 people who explicitly dared to look directly at her. Brother Xiao Yuan saying this can hurt my slave. Xuanmei's ruddy-colored crystal-like eyes turned, looking at all the people who bowed their heads, and smiled proudly. Nu Jia is so young, how can I say elder? Could it be that brother Xiao Yuan thinks that slave is old? Inside the room, Xiao Yuan's face twitched. This Xuanmei's age is already more than 4,000. The people present, how many of the great-grandfather generation have to call her a grandmother when they see her? To himself, a junior at the beginning of 300 years of age, Mr. Little Brother, an older brother, Xiao Yuan, whose mouth had been spoiled by Su Qing carp's childish vigor, had no interest in prying into that 1,000-year-old hole. I can't afford to be called a brother by Sovereign Xian. If Patriarch Xian is lonely, my sect's ancestor is all alone now, and I think that I still have the ability to help you. Patriarch Xian, to govern the great waters. Chapter 24 Convergence. Xiao Yuan pushed the window open, and a black and white Xian suit set off his already cool temperament even more with a few points of loneliness. Xian charm and high above. Xiao Yuan cold and arrogant, but give a person the feeling to be more difficult to make people's hearts fold than the Xian charm with the power to suppress people. Xianmei's face was slightly cold as she stared at Xiao Yuan and sized him up back and forth several times before giving a shy smile. In the world of immortal cultivation, the first to reach the first, your clan that old stick slaves cannot be blessed to enjoy. Slaves only favor the strong. Xiao Yuan sidestepped his head and no longer paid attention to Xianmei. The exchange between the two had already ended. All he had to do now was to show its proper composure. Mr. Qi, after many years of not seeing you, you are still as graceful as ever. Qi Fujing's nervous body slightly eased down. Xiao Yuan and his old. And now although the identity of the two differences, but how also then Xian this female devil to get close to some. Patriarch Xiao is flattering. You are like a sunrise in the limelight, but the old man has become a sunset in the west. What else can we talk about style? Xiao Yuan smiled. This Qi Fujing was the Purging Valley's valley master, but his cultivation was only at the late Yuaning stage. But in the entire southern region, his reputation was described as the best. The Medicine King Valley was founded 9,000 years ago, and it was unknown how many people from the southern region owed it a favor. But unfortunately, the people of this Purging Valley are all drunk on the way of saving lives, and have wasted much time in the matter of cultivation. Qi Fujing indeed only has a few decades of life left to speak of, and it is indeed not an exaggeration to say that the Western Mountain is late. I don't care how other people look at it, but Mr. Qi is the person I, Xiao Yuan, and the entire Acacia sect respect the most in my eyes. Xiao Yuan did not want to meddle in the internal affairs of Medicine King Valley, but as long as Qi Fujing was alive, no matter if it was because of his personal relationship with the original owner or the need for him, a newly minted refined void grand cultivator, to make a name for himself, he would not allow anyone to bully Medicine King Valley. Qi Fujing's eyes flashed some touching. He did not expect that Xiao Yuan, who was even more stereotypical and mute than him in the past, did not wait for him to say anything, but gave him the greatest guarantee. No matter how much good karma Purging Valley had made, what was it in the eyes of the Supreme Sect? In the eyes of a great cultivator of the refining void stage? How many people would dare to take their immortal path to be a moral model of both love and justice? I have thanked Patriarch Xiao for his great favor. Xiao Yuan did not speak, but withdrew the outermost layer of the airship's prohibitions and led forward with an empty hand. Mr. Qi has discounted the latecomer. Please come aboard for a moment to complete the latecomer's gratitude. The original master's sixth disciple, Do, could still be fostered in the Medicine King Valley now. And if Xiao Yuan hadn't inherited all of the original master's memories, how could he not have imagined that his own 9 disciples, and someone with such close ties to the Haoran Sect existed? Qi Fujing cupped his fists, and all the people from the Purging Valley leaped into the fish, leaving only the people from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, their smiles unchanged, respectfully but not superciliously looking at Xiao Yuan, the late Jiangyan Kai of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. I have met Patriarch Xiao. In front of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, An obese man whose body was embellished with precious stones and wearing a yuan bahai had saluted Xiao Yuan. And then the stream of light in his hand was thrown and hung 3 feet outside the airship. Xiao Yuan fixed his eyes and saw that they were actually 3 storage rings. Patriarch Xiao has achieved the Tao of refining the void with the body of a 5-kilogram body. The Four Seas Merchant Guild has nothing to congratulate him with, but only to use some mundane things to show the admiration in his heart. I hope that Patriarch Xiao will not excuse himself. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up with some interest as he sized up the group from the Four Seas Merchant Company. Dare to call Four Seas? Naturally, not only in the southern region of the business. This world is divided into southeast, northwest, north and central 5 domains, although separated from each other by an endless sea, but it is not completely without communication. And among the forces that hooked up with the 5 domains, this Four Seas Merchant Company was counted as one of the most well-known forces. Usually the Four Seas business firm is the door is open to the sky, money on the way in attitude, although the work of the 8 sides of the tongue, but such an obvious show of goodwill, in the memory of the original owner. It seems to be the first time. I wouldn't dare to be proud of myself in front of President Zheng. Xiao Yuan like Zhang Yunkai's kind of money-opening person. No matter what he wanted to do, what use could he be to his own district? A foundation establishment stage cultivator? Something he took reasonably well. As for the matter, he can do without. Watching Xiao Yuan take the things away, some joy rose in Zhang Yunkai's eyes. Doing business is human affairs. Buying and selling is having or not having. A refining stage cultivator naturally does not deserve him. A half-step refining stage cultivator so fawning, but a 325 years old, still cultivating Acacia Sect Gongfu, but no Dao couple of refining stage cultivator. It is worth Zhang Yunkai to bow down and be a small one. Patriarch Xian just had a saying that is very true. Those who reach the immortal cultivation realm come first. Patriarch Xiao is gifted with great talent. So naturally, but it is worthy of the late generation's respect. Xiao Yuan nodded, but had no intention of inviting Zhang Yunkai in. This place is simple. After the 100 Saints cultural realm closes, Xiao will host a banquet for guests from all over the world in the Acacia Sect, and at that time, I hope that President Zhang won't dislike my Acacia Sect's turbid wine. I am honored. Xiao Yuan put the window down and smiled at Xian Mei. This time he was not the only one who knew that the Haoran Sect was a Hong Men banquet. 100 Sacred Text Realm, Heavenly Tao. Xiao Yuan took out the remnant sword and looked at the door. Mr. Qi, please also come in. Where the Xianin sect was located, Xian Mei's flaming figure sat on top of a tiger bone seat, her legs intertwined, her perfect legs that were equally white as the tiger bone, but no one dared to look directly at them. Patriarch, this Xiao Yuan has changed so much. Is it really not because of that karmic fire? Xian Mei snorted. Put away your thoughts. Xiao Yuan's Yuan Yang has been broken. He will no longer be trapped by karmic fire in the future. This little brother is really interesting. No wonder that Zhong Tianyi would hand over the Acacia Sect to him, while he himself hunkers down to renew his life. But I don't know which woman is so lucky to have broken the Yuan Yang of this first genius of the southern region. Regarding Xian Mi's words, no one from the Xianin sect doubted it, and when she said that Xiao Yuan had broken the Yuan Yang, then it was broken. Available. When the Haoran Sect used that questioning heart realm to torture Xiao Yuan's matter is not false. Xiao Yuan's physical and mental 2 robberies should be on the Haoran Sect's holy maiden when run Chu-Chu. It's only right. Xian Mei didn't like to explore the reason. Her Tao was broken by Xiao Yuan. Then she would give Xiao Yuan the respect of her peers. As for that question about state of mind, there is nothing in the world that is necessarily true. Don't pay attention to it. My Xianin sect is just coming to watch the show. Look at the Haoran Sect. Xian Mei looked out the window. Extremely far away from the place where the Haoran Wenqi is the most blazing, a stone door's shadow emerged. The one who is more worried than us should be him. One Haoran. Heartwarming? Xiao Yuan looked at the female disguised as a man, Dao Xian, who was able to become his disciple solely because of Zhong Tianyi's request. At the age of 10, he built the foundation, and for the next 90 years, he stopped at the first level of foundation building and could not advance an inch. In another 20 years, Doubt should have died, but at this moment, her eyes hid soft pity, her hands hanging down in front of her belly, looking at Xiao Yuan, her face full of terrified and scared look. She remembered that Xiao Yuan had said that she was not allowed to go out of Medicine King Valley privately. Why did you leave Pill King Valley? Dao Susanna had lowered 2 more points. She no longer have expectations for the cultivation of the matter. She is dying, leaving the Valley of the Medicine King. For 20 years of life, maybe even 5 years, cannot live. She only remembers that when she saw the ghost gate, it was Xiao Yuan who held him in his arms, and it was Xiao Yuan who looked at her with a concerned face and told her not to be afraid. But today is the first time she has seen Xiao Yuan in 10 years. She was afraid that Xiao Yuan would walk in front of her and she would never see Xiao Yuan again. So when the Purging Valley was in turmoil and Fu Jing needed a backer, she furtively introduced herself. My disciple would like to wish Master Shifu success in breaking the mirror. The apprentice doesn't want to wait to die. Wants to do something that the apprentice has always wanted to do. Chapter 25, When Haoran's Young Plot. Dawson's need to rely on the Valley of Medicine to renew her life for nearly 100 years has made her body a potion jar. Though, however, it did not have that unpleasant odor of death and medicine entangled in the body of a very sick person. But instead, as she spoke, a clear fragrance belonging to the spirit medicine was continuously transmitted into Xiao Yuan's nostrils. Looking at the body like a willow, its heart is like a cliffside pine of Susanna. Listening to her words, Xiao Yuan is really difficult to say anything. Go to your second sister. Xiao Yuan turned around and looked in the same direction as Xian Mei. In the future, don't go back to Purging Valley. Stay by Master's side. After 20 years of a disease that the entire Medicine King's Valley was unable to do anything about, Xiao Yuan didn't feel certain that he would be able to solve it for Dao Sa Sa. 5 years' time. No, do not need 5 years. This trip to the Haoran Zone. 100 saints in the realm of literature. Dao Sa Sa cannot live. Depending on what the heavenly plane refers to, her life should not be extinct. The two supreme sects came together, and within the vast expanse sect, the bells sounded far and wide, and countless large and small sects that had arrived first all tilted their heads up to look at where the Hehuan Sect and the Acacia Sect were. The endless vastness of the literary qi transformed into a scroll, on which the names Xianmei and Xiao Yuan were named, and then disappeared into the sky above the illusory stone door. A dozen white lights hung in the air, and the great elder of the Haoran Sect stood before the crowd in white clothes and cheerfulness. Bai greets Patriarch Xian. Patriarch Xiao's grand entrance. My clan's patriarch is presiding over the 100 sacred text realm at the moment, and is temporarily unable to welcome you in person. So I hope you two will forgive me. Xianmei let out a delicate laugh and flew out. Xiao Yuan also did not fall behind and rose with the remnant sword on his back. Bai. Sometimes I think that if you go to the Acacia Sect and Xiao Yuan comes to the Haoran Sect, it would seem reasonable for the two of you to swap your identities. The white dress is undeniable. What he wants is to read all the beauty of the world. All the flowers and the bushes over the leaves do not touch the body. Why fear some delusion? Patriarch Xian is right, but yet I wonder what Patriarch Xiao thinks. Xiao Yuan's heart also marveled. The Hehuan Sect, which was known for its amorousness, had nothing but Xiao Yuan, such an infatuated seed who kept his body like a jade, whereas the Haoran Sect, which boasted of being a gentleman like a jade, had such a flirtatious seed as the white-clothed cheerful love. Before Xiao Yuan had risen to power, the most renowned genius in the entire southern region was the white-clothed cheerful love. It was just that no one had expected that Xiao Yuan's sudden appearance would set up a target for the white-clothed cheerfulness to never be able to catch up with. It doesn't matter to me. I'm afraid that Clan Master One will be unable to sleep. Xiao Yuan stood at the bow of the boat, his black and white robes fluttering in the wind. In terms of calmness and spontaneity, he was more than a step ahead of the white-clothed cheerful love. Ha ha, Patriarch Xiao's words are somewhat underestimating my father. The high-hanging stone door dropped a vast Wen Qi, transformed into a silhouette, with a 9-colored Wen crown on his head, although he was smiling, but everyone who saw it could not help but feel a tightening of the heart. This was the number one person in the entire southern region, above the surface, who had been running around for 3,000 years. Xiao Yuan's eyes shrunk. The flavor of gunpowder was so thick at the beginning, although he was the one who started it and there was the reason why Xianmei was stirring up trouble in it. But when Haoran, as the host, with this one sentence, he threw away the 4 words of elegant and easygoing. How could the junior dare to underestimate? Xiao Yuan reminded Wen Haoran in a non-heavy manner that his advantage lay in his youth and talent. I am worried that you won't be able to sleep with joy. Sect Master Wen. The two sects of Harmony and Haoran have merged into one, and the entire southern region is afraid that there will only be one supreme sect in the future. Sect Master Wen. Isn't such a vision worthy of excitement and difficult sleep? Xuanmei's face that was watching the good show suddenly changed. Who knew about Xiao Yuan's infatuation with the holy maiden of the Haoran Sect before? The fact that the Haoran Sect sent someone to the Acacia Sect to discuss the marriage between the two sects could be hidden from the others. But how could it be hidden from the Hehuan Sect? The reason he was waiting for the Acacia Sect outside of that teleportation array, besides testing Xiao Yuan's strength, was to test Xiao Yuan's determination. But now, if when Haoran nods, and Xiao Yuan is interested in the case, Haoran, Acacia two sects united, then there is still her Hehuan Sect. What matter? Whether Patriarch Wen is happy or not, my slave is not sure. But these words of Patriarch Xiao, but even my slave's little heart is scared out. Xianmei patted the huge mountain-like peak and said, but Patriarch Wen is still young and Patriarch Xiao is fearful in his later years. But I don't know who will be the main person in the future of this one and only supreme sect. Haoran did not say anything. His eyes narrowed slightly. There is only one person in the world who is the supreme person. Haoran can give what he doesn't need, but he can't be snatched away. If Patriarch Xian knows that, then why would he still seek skin with the tiger? Xianmei knows that when Haoran is saying that Xiao Yuan is united against the matter of the Haoran Sect. But, so what? If the Acacia Sect hadn't come out with a Xiao Yuan, then after Zhong Tianyi's death closure, she would have been the next one from the Xianin Sect. She still had more than 1,000 years to squander. And even if Xiao Yuan was the only one, it would be hundreds of years from now. But when Haoran's knife was already on his neck, a tiger cub is always a little cuter than an old wolf. The moment Xuanmei's words came out, the entire heaven and earth became silent, and in a short span of 3 words, the Acacia Sect and the Xianin Sect stood to one place. Good. Haoran's silhouette slowly dissipated, leaving only the aftermath echoing. A new generation changes the old. Gentlemen, we'll see you tomorrow. Haoran disappeared. Xiao Yuan's heart was greatly relieved. If someone came to feel it with their hands now, they would know how cold and hard Xiao Yuan's body was. Patriarch Xiao, slave can gamble everything for you. Don't let slave down. Xianmei licked her lips, her face full of temptation but somehow gave off a feeling of cruelty. Otherwise, slave will let Patriarch Xiao know what is meant by a daughter's heart. A needle under the sea. Xiao Yuan did not answer. Or rather he had not dared to open his mouth to speak again. The aura of the 2 refined void stage great cultivators pressed down. If it was not for the power of the remnant sword, coupled with the growth he had experienced in the sword intense space over the past month, he would have long ago become a toad sprawled out on the ground. No one should come and disturb me. Inside the room, Xiao Yuan's body was completely paralyzed, cold sweat dripping down from his forehead like rain, but in a moment, his body was already wet. Haoran. Xiao Yuan's eyes turned into black and white, an invisible thread of fate drilled out of the void and wrapped around his soul, and in the deep distance, a wall of stone doors appeared, with countless shadows and lights crisscrossing, transforming into the word, which filled his eyes. He didn't think that Haoran would have this kind of boldness, borrowing the chi of the 100 clans in the southern region, combining the 100 saints' cultural realms, and actually wanting to transform the 100 saints into one, accomplishing the immortal path for him alone. It was because of this that Xianmei had righteously stood with him in one place. This time, if Haoran succeeds, then he and the Acacia Sect will die. Xiao Yuan braced himself and touched the glutinous yellow jade pendant at his waist. Whether I can live or not depends on you. Xiao Yuan pillowed the remnants of the sword into a dream, and it. Chapter 26, Men and Men in Difficulty. Bang! Between one of the buildings of the Haoran Sect, when Ren Chuchu angrily smashed a vase to pieces, and at her feet, the corpses of 2 maids were still left twitching with their bodies' instincts. The entire room was drenched in blood, and she was resigned to the fact that the dog of days gone by had become the big man she needed to look up to fear. Even more unwillingly, she replaced Xiao Yuan to become a joke in the eyes of the onlookers. She needed blood. She needed human life to maintain her own high pride. Sister Chu Chu. Ling Xiao walked in from outside. Looking at the corpse on the ground he couldn't help but rise some pity. These 2 maids had given him a lot of fun while one Ren Chu Chu was in seclusion. You didn't have to be so angry. When Ren Chu Chu's scarlet eyes raised violently, after taking several deep breaths waved his hand and shattered and burned the 2 corpses, and with a roll of water aura, the whole room was no different from usual except for those Su's gloominess. Take it off. Ren Chu Chu untied her skirt and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. In the month or so since she came back from the Hehuan Sect, she had seen what it meant for people to be cold and warm. After being reprimanded and coldly rejected by Haoran, everyone, except Ling Xiao, completely lost their previous respect for her. And even the law enforcement academy dared to come to the door to ask for punishment because she killed 2 disciples of the same clan. She bowed her head. But the scars left by the special whip on her white and tender back became a lingering shame in her heart. Ling Xiao faced stagnation. In the past need to ask before giving when Ren Chu Chu. This more than a month. To him is not better than that sex tool to come. Completely is to him as a tool for catharsis. No matter what he is doing, in the receipt of news must be the first time to come over. Harden up. Even the best meat will get tired after eating too much of it, not to mention that Ling Xiao was the one who was forced to eat it. Teacher, I want to kill her. Kill this crazy woman. If it wasn't for his own master telling him to endure humiliation, after when Ren Chu Chu had lost her value, where would he still be this pleasing and submissive? A helpless voice rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. He knew that when Ren Chu Chu had heavenly favors on her, although she was frustrated for a while, she would be able to help Ling Xiao a lot in the future. Icing on the cake was good. But how could it be as good as sending charcoal in the snow to be remembered? Didn't Master teach you to refine 2 potions? Eat 2 of them. This time when Haoran's heart is big, The key to whether or not you can get a piece of the 100 sacred literary realm lies in this one Renchuchu. You don't want to be stepped on by that Xiao Yuan for the rest of your life, do you? Ling Xiao stagnated. That humiliation and the pain that he had never tasted before surged to his heart, facing one Renchuchu, although he resisted in his heart, but one Renchuchu was at least pretty, behind closed doors. Who on the sidelines knew? Ling Xiao obediently smiled and secretly stuffed 2 essence vessel Dan into his mouth. Sister Chu Chu, I'm coming. Unpleasant gasps rang out in the room, staggering for a day and night, and after one Renchuchu was completely satisfied, Ling Xiao had become a limp noodle holding up the wall. Teacher, when? Exactly. Am I going to kill this crazy woman? The old man's voice of pity rang out. It was the first time he had seen a woman who was so lustful that her blood and flesh had worn away a layer, and she had to eat elixir to heal her wounds and continue to do it. Disciple, you will endure for another 1 or 2,000 years. The heavenly chances that I have seen show that after you have merged into the body stage, this one Renchuchu will still have the same heavenly favor. Ling Xiao was a bit desperate. He ripped his pants off. One Renchuchu was not the only one who was injured. He didn't understand, this time, why one Renchuchu was so crazy. For the whole 10 hours, he hadn't been given half a chance to catch his breath. The residual soul within Ling Xiao also knew that Ling Xiao's future was too dim, but for the sake of the great cause of immortal cultivation, and for him to be able to recast his physical body, he could only suffer a little bit for him as a disciple. Apprentice Ling Xiao, refine a few more pills this time. Since I can't refuse, I'll just have to enjoy it. It just so happens that the master here has a body refining kung fu that can make your skin as fine as gold. Not afraid of swords, spears, swords and halberds being added to your body. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and took 2 healing pills before staggering towards the outside. Master, I must laugh at Ling Xiao. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the Haoran Sect bell rang out. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes, and 2 sword lights penetrated his eyes, leaving 2 penetrating sword holes before the sound came from outside the house. Patriarch, the Haoran Sect is invited. Xiao Yuan got up and pinched a dust removal technique before pushing open the door of the room and walking straight forward. Master, Mu Yui and Daoxian split on either side. Xiao Yuan stopped step, looked toward has changed back to the women's clothing of doubtful, clear water hibiscus with face. The rain hit the banana of pity, and Mu Yui that endless tenderness compared to, actually not half a bit gloomy. Purple chi was revealed and Xiao Yuan's hand within his sleeve tightly gripped an extreme great spirit stone. Some complexity flashed in his eyes, but he still asked, Susanna, if there is a possibility that you can renew your path to immortality at the cost of a 90% chance that you will die, would you like to? Dao Xian froze. She no longer had any extravagant hope for the cultivation of immortality. The Medicine King Valley could only renew his life. Who else in the entire southern region dared to say that they could renew her immortal path? But, if this person is Xiao Yuan, I do. Dawson's smiles were few and far between, but 90% of them went to this cold-faced, warm-hearted master. She was the only one who knew that this master of hers was true to her. Xiao Yuan nodded his head and said no more, but stepped on the bridge of purple chi and carried the sunrise on his back as he took the lead towards the great hall of the Haoran Sect. Xiao Yuan both moved. The Acacia Sect people also no longer hesitate. The crowd of fish leaped forward. In a moment, the 2 streams of people united. Xian Mei eyes glittering at Xiao Yuan. This way of capturing people's eyes, she still saw for the first time. Brother Xiao, sister has a little more confidence in you. Xiao Yuan laughed lightly, but his eyes looked toward the vast hall above the sitting Wen Haoran. 3,000 years vertical and horizontal. If Wen Haoran is not so greedy, want to borrow the 100 Zong Qi, the 100 Saints' legacy into their own one-person Xian road. He is so noticed. Want to enter the 100 Saints' One realm is not an easy thing. But you opened a door for me yourself. With solid footsteps, standing at the entrance of the great hall of the Haoran Sect, Xiao Yuan frivolously looked at Xian Mei's seductive body. Pa! Xiao Yuan's palm landed on top of Xian Mei's resilient buttocks. I'm always confident in myself. Xuan Mei's body stiffened for a moment. Killing intent flared up in her heart. Although her words were frivolous, who in the entire southern region dared to be rude to her? In public, in front of the people of the entire 100 sects of the southern region, her hallowed Xianin sect patriarch, a great cultivator in the middle stage of void refining, was being spanked by a junior? Cluck 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 cluck. Xian Mei's gaze turned and she laughed delicately. Brother Xiao, sister likes this kind of confidence from you. But, you mustn't give your sister the chance to give me the possibility of tasting your heart's blood. Oh, Chapter 27, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Wen Haoran sat tall and looked at the 2 people in front of him who were nominally as honorable as he was. In his gaze toward Xiao Yuan, Wen Haoran was more or less. Last year, he counted on Zhong Tianyi, thinking that he could return all of the Acacia Sect's chi to Haoran. But he didn't want that Zhongtianyi to have the courage to hand over a huge acacia sect to a person who was willing to be a joke in the cultivation world, who was willing to serve as a dog to Haoran Sect's holy daughter. A supreme sect with void refining cultivators and a supreme sect without void refining cultivators were two completely different things. Even though when Haoran thought that he had no enemies in the southern region, it was absolutely impossible for him to want to eat a supreme sect with a void refining stage grade cultivator. So he thought about letting Wen Ren Chu act. But Xiao Yuan's performance cut off even this glimmer of hope for him. Therefore, he can only fight to miss this day, with Xiao Yuan as horrible talent. No need for 1,000 years, just a few hundred years. The entire southern domain will change the sky, and the possibility of him stepping into the next realm will be infinite zero. Wen Haoran wouldn't allow it. His eyes swept over Xianmei. If she wasn't too slippery and that Zhongtianyi didn't believe him, the one who should have disappeared the most would have been the Xianyin sect. The 100 sacred textual realm is one of the underpinnings of the southern domain, and it's the root of my Haoran sect's tens of thousands of years of inheritance. The sect inherits the legacy of the sages above, and rests on the hopes of the hundreds of millions of people in the southern region below. The immortal fate belongs to the world when it is shared by the people of the world. When Haoran got up and whisked his sleeve, outside the Haoran Hall, a heavenly phantom appeared, where the entire Haoran sect was located. Endless Haoran chi surged in, turning into a giant hand, inserted into the void turbulence, and landed on top of that illusory stone door. A little bit of scarlet blood appeared on Wen Haoran's brow. His eyes fervently looked towards the stone door. This is his immortal destiny. Only he enjoys the world. Why should the world share what he gets? Gentlemen, please follow me. That little bit of blood hanging in the air, rushing to the stone door. White cheer in the eyes of some resistance was born. Wen Haoran, for one person and loss of ancestral foundations, although he did not want to, but also powerless to oppose, only lowered his head and sighed. Who is right and who is wrong will be written by the victor. If Wen Haoran succeeds in breaking the realm, this 100 sacred Wen realm will still be their Haoran sects. The entire southern region would also be their Haoran sects. The entire Haoran sect disciples, all of them tilted their heads, and a drop of blood was born from their eyebrows, towards the stone door. Xiao Yuan was slightly silent, and then he stopped hesitating and allowed the essence blood to leave him. Wen Haoran was willing to use the 100 sacred realm of writings as bait to make the 100 sect of the southern region willingly use their sect's chi for others. So Xiao Yuan naturally would not go against the wishes of the crowd. It was clear to him and Xianmei, as well as many others, that even with the help of the 100 sect's chi and the 100 saints' textual realm, Wen Haoran's chances of breaking through the realm were less than 20%. Anyone would like to think that they will always be lucky and their opponents will always be unlucky. Countless blood flew into the stone door. The sound of saints chanting came out from the void, and the tightly closed stone door became the color of vermilion, slowly opening as the pair of hands condensed from the vast chi pulled towards the outside. Blast! The stone door opened and a space storm rioted, obscuring what had been a blur. The 100 sacred text realm has been opened in its entirety. At this time tomorrow, when the space storm subsides, people from all the sects can enter it to search for the immortal fate. When Haoran sat down, the aura on his body half a point stronger. As for today, in front of the world, Patriarch Xiao, Patriarch Xian, who do you think should enter this 100 saints realm of writings? Xiao Yuan leaned on top of the wooden chair, eyeballing Xianmei, the two of them tacitly agreeing to be a deaf person at this moment. This cake is so big. How to share are people unconvinced? Things are Wen Haoran office. The two do not need for Wen Haoran to offend people. It's not like their share is any less anyway. Patriarch Xiao, Patriarch Xian? Xiao Yuan and Xianmei remained silent, but the two of them transmitted their voices without stopping. Brother Xiao, that Wen Haoran is so stinky. Don't you? No. One genius of the southern region. Go up and punch him in the face? Sister became famous when my great-great-grandfather is estimated to have not even been born yet. Sister, in the end, you are also counted as this Wen Haoran elder. You can see that he has half a bit of respect for you? This kind of opportunity to show your face. Late generation or let your sister hello. Xianmei gritted her teeth and gave Xiao Yuan a coquettish look. Brother Xiao, beauty loves heroes the most. Look at the holy maiden of the Haoran sect. The way she is looking at you is almost eating you. Why don't you grab a performance or two? Xiao Yuan looked at Wen Ren Chu. It was true that a dog was most likely to show its fangs next to its master. Thwarted eating? It's better not to have that kind of performance. This wasn't the Acacia sect, without the clan protection array in place. Xiao Yuan, a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator, striking out at a spirit transformation stage cultivator, would that be like striking a light in the toilet and not being able to find the way to? Giggle. Xianmei covered her mouth and laughed. The most teenage thin-skinned man used to call people sweetie when they were chasing them, but now that they're rich, the first thing they kick away is the one they used to love. This one run girl looks so painful to me. Xiao Yuan no longer reply. But the afterglow of Ling Xiao's appearance was closely watched in his eyes. But 2 months. This Ling Xiao not only healed from his injuries, even his cultivation seems to have improved a lot. If he hadn't peeked into a ray of heaven from the chaotic heavenly chance jade pendant, he would have really missed out on this soft eater. The god of transformation dared to say that he would ascend to refined void. Was there a secret in him? Or was there that great of a chance in that ancient cultivator's cave? When Haoran looked at Xiao Yuan and Xian Mei who were browbeating below just not speaking, and snorted coldly in his heart, but no longer held any extravagant hopes. The Haoran Sect, along with the Acacia Sect, and the Xianin Sect each get 200 places. The remaining 400 places are to be shared by all of you. Patriarch Xiao. What does Patriarch Xian think? Xiao Yuan and Xian Mi clasped their fists in unison with a straight face. Everything is in accordance with Clan Master Wen's wishes. What the 3 supreme sect patriarchs had determined. The remaining sects had to hide deeply even if they had grievances in their hearts, and could only salute against their will and say, "We will follow the order." When Haoran closed his eyes, and the white-clothed cheerfulness stood up, and with a wave of his hand, the Haoran sect's great formation moved, and dozens of floating islands lined up in front of the Haoran Hall. How to divide these 400 places? You all decide for yourselves. Once this space storm subsides tomorrow, my Haoran sect won't wait for anyone. Xiao Yuan was a bit surprised, although he knew that when Haoran's purpose had been achieved, and that his mind was mostly in the 100 Sacred One realm, and that he would not make a move with himself and Xian Mei before he saw the road ahead, but to give the quota to the Heping sect and Xianin sect who had done nothing so easily, was a bit strange to look at in any way. Xian Mei also sank down with Xiao Yuan. The two of them knew that there must be something wrong inside this matter, but they were unable to find out the reason, so they could only remain silent for the time being. Elder White, a gnarled, topless man stood up. Yellow Spring Sect, am not blessed with such resources as the 100 Sacred Text realm, but we can't risk our sect's fortune for nothing. Yellow Spring Sect, can do without this 100 Sacred Literature realm quota, and only ask for. The gnarled bearded man first looked at Wen Haoran, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, and then at Xiao Yuan and Xian Mei. I only ask for guidance from the Taoist monarch. Here we go. Xiao Yuan's heart sank. Wen Haoran's generosity turned out to be used here. The 3 clans were all equally 200 places, but the 100 Saints cultural realm originally belonged to his Haoran clan, and the Haoran clan had made a huge contribution this time. Only the Acacia Sect and the Xianin Sect gained benefits for nothing, without contributing to the effort, without taking responsibility. Is this kind of good thing still considered good when everyone is looking at it? As expected, as soon as the Yellow Springs Sect took the lead, there were quite a few clans that were weak and self-conscious that there would not be much to gain from entering the 100 Sacred Texts realm, and one by one, the crowd's gazes in the entire Haoran Hall all looked towards Xiao Yuan and Xian Mei, waiting for the two to respond. Chapter 28, Pretending to be a bully also requires strength. Xian Mei's face, which was half dangerous and seductive, sank, looking at the gnarled bearded man of the Yellow Springs Sect, which was a subordinate sect of her Xianin Sect, and was now working for the Haoran Sect's horsefront. Prisoner head. You're fine. Xian Mei understood that she could not refuse. Xiao Yuan was equally unable to refuse. When the two of them were silent, the benefits had already entered the pockets of the two of them. The Xianin Sect and the Harmony Sect, who did not have the slightest to pay, had gained so much benefit just by virtue of their names. How could these people be convinced? She could care less about the minds of 1 or 2 people, but how could she not be cautious about the minds of these 100 or so clans? The prisoner's head grinned, his face all but fearless. Since it was Prisoner Head who first brought it up, then Prisoner Head will have the honor to ask for a bit of guidance first. Prisoner Head turned his gaze toward Xiao Yuan and bowed his hand. I wonder if Patriarch Xiao can give us some guidance. The angry color on Xuan Mei's face retracted, hiding his killing intent deep down before he looked at Xiao Yuan sitting across from him in a good manner. It turned out that when Haoran had played such a trick in order to try Xiao Yuan's depths, when Haoran and she naturally cannot arbitrarily shot, and even the other people of the 2 clans cannot be shot to test, and now followed by such a righteous name, and the Yellow Spring Sect is nominally her Xianin Sect belongs to, but clear-eyed people know that this prisoner head afraid of the Haoran Sect has long been subordinated to the Haoran Sect. Such a person would be most appropriate. Xiao Yuan's heart was panicked. He was able to sit here now, relying on the miracle of the yin-yang heavenly scripture as well as his elegant and easygoing nature, never taking the initiative. He was not sure of the strength of this prisoner's head, but the aura on his body was comparable to that of Granny Hairpin Flower and White Clothes Huan Xiang. Such a person, as long as they exchanged hands, his reality was bound to be known by them. At that time, without waiting for the opening of the 100 Sacred Text realm, he would have to die horizontally in this Haoran Sect. Do you want this patriarch to instruct you on cultivation or combat techniques? Xiao Yuan was not flustered and his eyes hid a smile, but a trace of extremely intense killing intent rose in his heart. The Yellow Springs sect emphasizes the physical body, and emphasizes that the Yellow Springs does not measure up to one's own body. So cultivators who have abandoned most of the connections between heaven and earth have the most sensitive sixth senses. Because of this, Xiao Yuan deliberately asked this question. He knew that he couldn't hide his killing intent from the prisoner's head. A trace of panic flashed across the prisoner's head's face. Although he had attached himself to the Haoran Sect, this backstabbing of the Xianyin sect had already completely maligned Xianmi. And if it wasn't for Wen Haoran's transmission, how could he have made a fool of himself to go and choose Xiao Yuan? This time, he had offended two void-refining great cultivators. How could he dare to fight Xiao Yuan? The late generation does not seek cultivation, nor do they think about fighting. The head of the prisoner raised his head and looked at Xiao Yuan. My clan has the Arhat Hell Blade in its palm, but other than the founding ancestor, there is no one who can cultivate it to perfection. Mr. Prisoner is brazen enough to know that Patriarch Xiao is the first genius of my southern region, so he has this ungrateful request. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes. The Yellow Springs sect's abyssal Hellblade technique was different from ordinary Taoist techniques. The first emphasis was on killing the enemy before killing oneself, and in terms of killing power alone, there was not a single technique in the entire southern region that could outperform it. However, all the people who practiced this sword art, all the life lost and died, and then the soul of the eternal fall into the infernal hell. No half of the possibility of reincarnation. Such a vicious law for him to teach? There are 5 questions in the abyss. Xiao Yuan tapped his finger on the desktop. First, there is no room for interesting fruits, for the reason of giving up one's body to give birth to a reward. Second, there is no room for suffering, for the reason that there is no happiness in it. Third, there is no room for time, for the reason that it is set for a period of time. Fourth, there is no room for life, for the reason that it is not extinguished in it. Fifth, there is no room for shape, for the reason that it is like the abyss, which is 80,000 yards wide in one person and many others are filled up all over the place. How many questions have you cultivated to, sovereign prisoner? The head of the prisoner's face was bitter. If he cultivated this method to perfection, it would not be impossible for him to cross a large realm against the enemy under the sacrifice of his life. But it's a shame and a blessing at the same time. The latecomer has only cultivated to the third question. Time infernal. Xiao Yuan nodded his head. His pair of eyes were divided into black and white as he looked at the prisoner head and said, perform it from beginning to end. Within the great hall, everyone was still for a moment. They did not expect that Xiao Yuan would really want to point out the head of the prisoner. This Abi Hell knife art. The first layer of a knife to cut his 1-year life. The second layer of a knife to cut his 10 years of life. The third knife, to cut his 30 years of life. Xiao Yuan's light words made the prisoner's head, who was already running out of time, lose 41 years of his life? Patriarch Xiao. The prisoner head's eyes sank down. He didn't have many years left to live, so how could he be willing to waste his life? Xianmei covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She only now felt that Xiao Yuan and her mind up. How can a man not be ruthless? This prisoner head was clearly running towards him, and if he really made the foolhardy mistake of pointing out his enemy, Xianmi would have to re-examine this latecomer. Prisoner head, you're the one who said you'd be instructed. Patriarch Xiao promised, so why are you dawdling again? Are you not making fun of my Patriarch Xiao? Although the prisoner's head flashed some panic, within the Haoran Sect, with one Haoran present, he did not believe that Xiao Yuan would dare to lay a deadly hand on him. Patriarch Xiao, it's a bit much. When Haoran opened his eyes, your casual words made the titular god transformation cultivator give up 41 years of his life. You have not taken the lives of ordinary cultivators a little too lightly, have you? Anger welled up in the eyes of the silent crowd, and a strong sense of humiliation rose in the prisoner's head. Just because Xiao Yuan is a void-refining stage grand cultivator, that's why he's being bullied and insulted. But he had forgotten that he was the one who had willingly become a human pawn and counted on Xiao Yuan in the first place. Yeah, who doesn't know about the abyssal Hellblade technique in the entire southern region? And there is more than one void-refining stage cultivator who has seen it. But apart from the Yellow Springs sect's founding ancestor, can there be a person who can say the word instruct? He's a newly promoted refined void grand cultivator, but his rack is even bigger than Clan Master 1, wanting to go to the 41 years of lifespan of the head of a clan with just one sentence. That's right, he talks so easily with his lips, but in case he doesn't see the doorway, who will make up for the prisoner patriarch's loss? The crowd stirred and what was said became more and more aggressive. Acacia clan column, Mu Yui and Daoxian stood behind the people. Looking at the appearance of their own master was surrounded by the crowd. The two hearts cannot help but a tugging, both angry at those blind people, but also worried about their own master. Light? Xiao Yuan smiled contemptuously as the wind moved with him and the Tao of life and death was revealed, directly swinging away with the remnant sword behind him as the center. The voices of those who were clamoring were like ducks that had their necks pinched, and one by one, they were instantly silenced, looking incredulously at the openly crazy Xiao Yuan. He really dared to risk universal condemnation. The morning will come, the night will come. This patriarch's heart is sincere, and there is no difference between teaching and learning, but it is the seeker who is calculating, and the one who sees the way and does not hear it. So what harm is there for this patriarch to lighten him up? Xiao Yuan knew that his path had advancement but no retreat. This prisoner head was what Wen Haoran had arranged for him. Although the prisoner head was shocked by his own killing intent and did not dare to fight him, but who in the entire southern region did not know about that abyssal hell blade technique? In the case of the Hehuan Sect, with such a peerless sword art of killing and destruction placed at their doorstep, why wouldn't they learn it? Isn't it because of this abyssal hell blade technique, which not only kills the enemy, but also kills oneself? When Haoran's body leaned forward, his body's aura would rise, and his eyes were full of eagerness to try. He didn't expect Xiao Yuan to have this kind of chance, and even more so, to have the courage to choose the Tao of life and death as the foundation of his immortal path. Chapter 29, The First Killing Technique of the Southern Region. Don't look at me like that, old man. Xiao Yuan's heart was thumping. His life and death sword intent had to rely on the broken sword in order to pry the Tao of life and death, but even so, he wasn't sure if he was able to suppress the prisoner's head. After all, 41 years of longevity was thrown away on him, not on the sidelines. It was human nature to be indifferent, so he had to involve someone who would make the prisoner's head absolutely dare not resist. He had already offended Xianmei, and then he was used by Wen Haoran to test himself. In the entire Haoran Hall, besides Wen Haoran, who else could make him endure? What a way to see the Tao and not hear it. Wen Haoran pressed down his battle intent. His battlefield was in tomorrow's 100 Saints One realm, and he would not strike at will today. Patriarch prisoner, since Patriarch Xiao has such grandiose sentiments, you should follow his words. A stream of light flew out from Wen Haoran's hand. This is the longevity extension pill. It can replenish your yang life for 20 years. Let's see together how many surprises Patriarch Xiao, the person with the #1 talent in the southern region, can bring us. Wow! The crowd once again commotion. 20 years of life extension Dan, which in any place can be considered a heavy treasure. But Wen Haoran just like this to give out. The crowd was shocked, but also cannot help but be taken in by its bravado. This kind of person can be the first person in the southern region. The head of the prisoner also had a much more relaxed face. He couldn't afford to give up 41 years of his life, but 21 years was not unacceptable. And the most crucial thing was that Wen Haoran's attitude showed him that it was possible. Wen Haoran if further, he this for its blood pawn. How to get a few benefits. Alright, since Sect Master Wen is generous, I will use the abyss for you all to view. The head of the prisoner didn't hold much hope. If it wasn't for the sake of the clan, how could he, who was seeking longevity, practice this blade art of breaking longevity? He wanted to show the people of the entire southern region that Xiao Yuan, who they hung on to tout and regarded as the future #1 in the southern region, was such an exaggerator. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes and sat back, but his body couldn't help but square up for 2 minutes. In case this prisoner head went crazy and accidentally took a stab at him, then he would really be dead. Ling Xiao, who was hidden in the crowd, had a face full of exuberance. Although he hated Xiao Yuan, he was even more envious of Xiao Yuan's spontaneity of the world's great and powerful men bowing their heads. The morning will come, the night will come. No one could tell if this sentence was Xiao Yuan's intention, but as long as he could really point out the problem with the prisoner's head, then today, the targeting thing that the Haoran Sect had made with all their heart and soul would really become an aid to Xiao Yuan's fame. Ling Xiao, if Xiao Yuan's power comes to fruition today, you will immediately head to the region of the Acacia Sect to search for that ancient cultivator's cave. The future destiny of the southern region will go to one of them, and if you continue to stay in the Haoran Sect, you are afraid of the danger of life and death. Ling Xiao was a bit surprised. In the past, whenever there was a refined void grand cultivator present, this mysterious teacher of his would have closed his 6 senses, but today he even took the initiative to open his mouth. Yes, teacher. Ling Xiao's afterglow looked at Wen Rin Chuchu's performance, only to see that her round face had been somewhat distorted. The person he had once regarded as a dog had become such a magnificent and heavenly great hero. Anyone who looked at it would be uncomfortable in their heart. But what can be done about it? The interesting fruit of the infernal. Give up his body to produce the reward. The first knife of the prisoner's head raised. The vast hall. The light dimmed by 3 points. The hell pontoon elephant was born from behind him. His naked body was invaded by evil ghosts. A ghost face laughed maniacally and nibbled at his body. And then that inexplicable place sprung up with endless death, entangled in the body of his knife. Infernal shedding. The head of the prisoner did not open his mouth, but there were people who uttered these 4 words, and once they were chopped down, they were given up. Within the hall, the light was as bright as before, but at the blade of the prisoner's head, spatial ripples were born, which were then suppressed by the Haoran Sect's protector formation. The sturdy body of the head of the prisoner became stooped for a few minutes. His whole body was dull. His essence had been greatly depleted. All those who saw the prisoner head sword technique were shocked, thinking if they were to face off with the prisoner head, would they be able to receive this sword? The result made many people's faces turn ashen. Even the god transformation cultivators within the Supreme Sect had their faces moved. Xuanmei's face flashed some scorn, remembering his own clan's secret code on the record. The two sects were founded in no particular order. The two sects of the ancestor friendship is not shallow, but tens of thousands of years down the line. In the Yellow Spring Sect no one to learn the fifth knife. The two sects gap has become more and more obvious. But Xianmei can remember that his own ancestor's name for the Yellow Spring Sect's ancestor. Big Brother. A big cultivator of the harmonization stage calling a cultivator of the refining void stage Big Brother? The Yellow Spring blade comes out, and the abyss appears. This was the only exclamation the Xianin Sect's ancestor had for the abyssal hellblade technique. Today Xianmei see to come. The head of the prisoner did not lose the face of his Yellow Spring Sect ancestor. Prisoner had to close the knife, but that space fluctuation still lasted for several breaths of time before dispersing. At this moment he tilted his head up. A pair of eyes seemed to hide all the ghosts of hell. Has been pitch black. The Buddha said, there is no phase on earth, no phase in hell, and no phase in the realm of the Buddha. These are the three no phases. However, from the second blade of the head of the prisoner, the whole abyss becomes a phase. Vicious, endless depravity, the first killing place in the world. And this is the phase of hell. There is no happiness in the midst of suffering. When one is in hell, one's self suffers, one's God suffers, all beings suffer, and all the world suffers. Who dares to enjoy the land of bliss? The head of the prisoner's hair instantly pale. Behind the ABI hell under the clear 3 points, the light within the hall, the sound of everything is swallowed. A big fear pressed in the hearts of the people. Only the second knife only. The head of the prisoner has already shown the limit of the transformed god's combat power. Without the help of external objects, with only one person and one sword, he is the first person under the refined void in the southern region. Infernal joyfulness. When Haoran's face could not help but develop a few points of appreciation. When he was in the same realm as the prisoner head, if he did not use external objects and only specialized in divine powers, his killing power would stop here. The great formation of the Haoran Sect was revealed, and white light penetrated through the hell. The first knife of the head of the prisoner, only by virtue of the self-reaction of the clan array can be eliminated into nothing. But this second knife needs him to be slightly on the top. The second knife fell. The hissing sound of the severe ghosts rose. The prisoner head's eyes blood flowed out, but his expression was extremely exuberant. It was this power, the power that his Yellow Spring Sect had been chasing for tens of thousands of years. But alas, when Haoran shook his head, only the second knife. Not to mention how difficult it is to cultivate this abyssal hell knife art. This knife alone chopped off 10 years of his own lifespan, really against the enemy, who would put themselves in a desperate situation. Hard to eat prisoner head of this knife? Between the flickering of the array pattern and the white light, no one noticed that there was Xiao Yuan who was equally exuberant. Ding abyssinic blade technique? Into the ghost road, remnants, in deduction. Prisoner's head 2 knives chopped out. Its momentum has become. Between the frenzy of the third potential to rise, he looked at Xiao Yuan, Xianmei, one Haoran with his head high. Pity, he sighed in his heart. He cultivated the abyssal hell blade technique. The power of killing was too much. He was not the Yellow Spring Sect ancestor, and it was no longer possible for him to break into the refined void without heavenly chances. He has been trembling all his life. The peak of the god of transformation cultivator life 3,000 years, but he has only lived less than 1,500 years. Another 200 years. No, even if he retires from this, he has only 179 years left to live. If I am for refining the virtual. The head of the prisoner's eyes gave birth to a little bloodlight. The ferocious gas transformed into the double horns of the head, and the stout body quickly dried up. And that Yellow Spring knife? A Rakshasa silhouette was born out of thin air. The time is not interminable, so it is fixed for one robbery. Third blade, infernal robbery is the reason. Chapter 30, Entering the Ghost Road. When Haoran's face changed, the Yellow Spring Sect stipulated that each generation of disciples who practiced the abyssal hell knife technique was 499, but each generation of those who cultivated the technique was only 1 or 2, and as long as there was someone who could control the third knife in this 1 or 2, they could be the lord of the Yellow Spring Sect. Prisoner had entered the transformation spirit 500 years ago, controlled the third blade of Arhat hell 300 years ago, and then became the lord of the Yellow Spring Sect. Within the Haoran Sect there was the topography of the abyssal hell blade art, and he, one Haoran, had also studied it, but but he had imagined it even higher in his mind. But he would never have imagined that there would be someone who would cross the refined void heavenly gap with just one blade art, and possess a battle power that did not belong to the early refined void stage with his transformation god body. The Haoran Sect's great formation kept flickering, and the Rakshasa ghost that the sword phantomed into seemed to have smelled the Holy Spirit's chi, and some excitement surfaced on its scarlet face as it pounced towards Wen Haoran, Xian Mei, and Xiao Yuan. At this moment, it was no longer the prisoner's head controlling the sword, but rather this sword controlling him. Xiao Yuan's eyes stared. The exuberance on his face could not help but stagnate, and his heart could not help but instinctively surge with great fear, which was the fear of facing a force that was enough to obliterate himself. But he didn't move. Instead, he looked straight with both eyes, as if he wanted to see every bit of that illusory Rakshasa ghost clearly. Xian Mi's eyes were grave, but his afterglow was catching Xiao Yuan's reaction, and when Haoran at the very top was stoic, but at the very last moment, he used the Patriarch's token to retrace the origins of this Haoran Hall. The light reoccupied the Haoran Hall, but the entire hall, with the exception of one Haoran, Xian Mei, and the pretendedly calm Xiao Yuan, everyone looked in awe at the prisoner's head, which had become rotten wood. The Yellow Springs sect is famous, but its patriarch has always been mediocre, and under the blackmail of the onlookers, they thought that the Yellow Springs sect was a false reputation, and it turned out to be just because they were shy of their bodies. The head of the prisoner swallowed the life extension Dan given by Wen Haoran into his stomach, and his pale hair and dry and rotten body slowly filled up. Although the whole person's state slipped by more than 50%, the arrogance on his face was all in one's eyes. Patriarch Xiao, this is my Yellow Spring Sect's Abyssal Hell Blade technique. Please teach me. Ding Abi Hell Blade technique? The way of the infernal devil, remnants, has been deduced. Xiao Yuan's eyes returned to normal. Dashing up, holding the back of the remnant of the sword walked to the front of the prisoner head. The remnant of the sword without a blade, but because it is in the hands of Xiao Yuan, the onlooker seems to be, but can also become a murder weapon. I don't know the abyssal blade technique, but I do know the way of entering ghosts. Xiao Yuan naturally believed in the system. This abyssal hell blade technique was just what the Yellow Springs sect called it. I don't know if that ancestor of the Yellow Springs sect had taken advantage of the situation or if he had also been tricked into practicing this kind of residual Dao technique. Use your body, your soul to hook up with the abyss, and thus gain power beyond your control. The Abhidharma sword technique kills the self, but this entry into the demonic path only kills. Xiao Yuan felt the entering the ghost road that the system had instilled in him, and he didn't know whether to marvel at the wild thinking of the person who had created the abyssal hell blade technique, or whether to laugh at his foolishness. Entering the ghost path? Inside the Haoran Hall, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what Xiao Yuan's words meant. However, there were only two people. One was Zhang Yunkai of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce who wanted to befriend Xiao Yuan, and there was also Ling Xiao who was hidden amongst the crowd, and a trace of astonishment surfaced in the eyes of both of them. Ling Xiao, must get that abyssal hell blade technique. I should have thought of it. Other than that supreme Dao art that directly refers to the origin of Dao, what else can allow a transformation spirit cultivator to step over a large realm to possess refined void battle power? In Ling Xiao's mind, the old man's voice was somewhat frenzied. And even more so, there was some uncontrollable excitement, a technique that can be related to the Supreme Dao technique, even in the upper middle domain. That is something that only the top forces can have. But now, the southern domain can even appear this kind of technique, which tells the old man how not to be surprised. Zhang Yunkai licked his lips. He was not concerned about the Yellow Springs sect. What he cared about was Xiao Yuan. How many people in the central region could know about the Ghost Road? He was able to know this solely because the Zhang family had a good ancestor. But what right did Xiao Yuan have? Patriarch Xiao, what do you mean by your words? The prisoner had frowned. These three words seemed like he had seen them somewhere before, but for a moment, he had trouble remembering them. Without a word, Xiao Yuan crossed his body with the remnant sword in his hand and lightly spat out under his breath. Infernal shedding. An aura that was generally the same as that of the prisoner's head just now was revealed, and behind Xiao Yuan, the phase of Abi Hell appeared, with ghostly lines crisscrossing and crawling all over Xiao Yuan's body. But Xiao Yuan did not chop this sword out, but instead deflected it and then thrust it back behind him. You. The prisoner head under the shock could not help but take 3 steps back. This abyssal hell knife art was Xiao Yuan to the remnants of the sword show even if he did not have the Yellow Springs Sect's secret method of cultivation. Why can he use the infernal sheltering body? How did he manage to use the infernal shedding body? And how is he able to take back the sword of requirement? The sword that must go out is withdrawn. The head of the prisoner was the Yellow Springs Sect patriarch. And he knew very well that the abyssal hell blade technique would leave traces once practiced, and that the person who made the blade would not be able to finish it. and the blade would not be able to turn back. What gives Xiao Yuan the right? What's that into ghosts thing? Sovereign prisoner, can I instruct you now? Although Xiao Yuan had obtained the remnants of the entering the ghost road through the system, he did not dare to cultivate the remaining moves except for the infernal shedding body. Xiao Yuan looked through his original master's memories, including the yin-yang heavenly scripture that he had obtained, and could not find how harsh and treacherous the cultivation conditions were. Xiao Yuan was able to use this infernal body sacrifice because he had included himself in the category of ghost, which was also the orthodox cultivation method of entering the ghost path. But the head of the prisoner, or today the entire Yellow Spring sect, is taking shortcuts, thinking of their own life hooked up to the hell of the ghosts, borrowing their power to get far more than their own power to kill. So the head of the prisoner knife potential together, inevitably to cut out. The head of the prisoner fiercely kneeled on the ground. He grew up in the Yellow Spring sect. His lifelong pursuit, the desire to cultivate the full abyssal hellblade technique even outweighed his desire to break the mirror. Throughout the Yellow Spring sect, whether one's cultivation level was high or low was always in the second place, and was only visible under the abyssal hellblade technique. Late generation, begs Patriarch Xiao to teach us. In the Hall of Greatness, the crowd was silent once again. The performance of the prisoner's head was in front. Even if they didn't understand Xiao Yuan's words, they couldn't see what was so outstanding about Xiao Yuan's infernal sacrifice, which was countless times smaller than the prisoner's head's power, but they believed in what they had seen. The kneeling of the prisoner's head, the solemn look of Wen Haoran and Xianmei. You won't choose this path. Or rather, your Yellow Spring Sect's ancestor has already chosen the easiest path for you. Xiao Yuan shook his head and did not conceal what he had gained. Those who cultivate the way of entering ghosts, or the abyssal hell blade technique, first give up their bodies to become ghosts, and then draw the ghosts of hell into their bodies, and with each step forward, they need to accommodate one more stern ghost. How many ghosts do you think you can hold? Prisoner head suddenly, he finally remembered. That into the ghosts of the road where to see. That is the Yellow Spring Sect's ancestor hall, enshrined in the place of the Yellow Spring Taoist monarch. The words engraved on the handle of the remnants of the sword. The human body contains the severe ghosts, and the gods hide the path of the ghosts. Incarnate hell. It is for entering the path of demons. Chapter 31, The 100 Sages Cultural Realm opens. Unexpected changes. To share one's body, soul and spirit with the night ghosts. Even the present-day prisoner's head was not confident. The strength and weakness of the night ghost is secondary. The night ghost's chaotic heart is the key. He had started at the age of 9, and now for more than 1500 years, he had changed his mind much, but he was still him, and the abyssal hell blade technique had not changed his character. But hiding a ghost, 2 ghosts, in his body for 1500 years, is he still him? I'm afraid I've long since become an evil spirit in human skin. The prisoner's head's face showed a struggle as he kowtowed to Xiao Yuan and said in a disheveled manner, "So the people of my Yellow Spring sect can only cultivate up to the 3rd blade?" Xiao Yuan sidestepped his body. How your clan's ancestor passed away and how his remains were disposed of. I think Patriarch Prisoner knows better than an outsider like me. The head of the prisoner laughed bitterly. Since the immortal death of the Yellow Spring Sect's ancestor, countless Yellow Spring Sect disciples had gone before and after, but it turned out that all of them were pursuing a dream that was impossible to touch. He was on the wrong path, or rather the path that his own ancestor had specifically chosen for them. Many thanks to Patriarch Xiao for pointing this out. Earlier it was my juniors who were more disrespectful. The head of the prisoner raised his head, and with a flash of light in his hand, a piece of yellow cloth painted with a stern ghost appeared. This is all my Yellow Spring Sect's apology. Please do not excuse yourself, Patriarch Xiao. Xiao Yuan's gaze flickered. That entering the ghost road that he had obtained was only a remnant. He didn't know where the Yellow Spring Sect's ancestor had obtained it, but if he wanted to complete it, he really couldn't let go of the Yellow Spring Sect's inheritance. Xiao Yuan looked around the circle and pressed down the heads of all the people in front of him, and then he looked at Wen Haoran and Xianmei, and with a light smile, he took the things. Patriarch Prisoner is a smart man. These 3 swords are what your Yellow Spring Sect needs to settle down. As for this thing, this Patriarch can keep it for me. And as long as I am alive and you Yellow Spring Sect wants it back, this Patriarch will never find any reason to excuse himself. Xiao Yuan doesn't know if he's curious about this entering the ghost road, but I think that with his words in the first place, even if someone wants to stroke the tiger's whiskers, they'll start with the Yellow Spring Sect. After all, his words today were spoken in front of the entire Southern Domain 100 Sect. It would be impossible to go back on his words. The prisoner head's expression changed back and forth several times. He knew that Xiao Yuan was using his Yellow Spring Sect as a slope to save him from starting a big conflict with certain people who had the intention to do so. However, he had no room for refusal. Xiao Yuan was able to take on this Li Ghost Huangtu which was already out of his expectation, and it was naturally reasonable for him to take on some of the consequences. Good. Patriarch Zhao's kindness is something that I will keep in mind. If it is useful to my juniors in the future, my juniors will give up their lives in return. Xiao Yuan did not comment. The scene to listen to the words on it. Anyway, the pretense of the force. The benefits he has already arrived. Now he only need to wait for tomorrow 1-2. The 100 Saints text realm open. It is enough to draw the aftermath eastward, so that the gaze of heaven can be diverted from ignoring itself. As for the other, wait, we'll go back to the Acacia Sect, go back to the refining void and then talk about it. Brother Xiao, I really didn't expect that not only do you have amazing talent, but you also have unparalleled chance. Xian Mei smiled delicately and said, why is that entering the ghost path? Tell me about it with your sister. Xiao Yuan ignored it, but the nightly ghost Huang Tu, which he had just put into his storage ring, immediately pulled it out and casually threw it at Xian Mei. If the Xian sovereign is interested, go back and ponder it. I think that with Patriarch Xian's ability, it's not a difficult task to put this practice abyssal hell blade art through. Xian charm smile put away. This thing of topography Hehuan Sect does not know. Now how will pick up this hot potato? After scrutinizing the Li Ghost yellow diagram back and forth in his means a few times and seeing that it didn't have any secrets, Xian Mi threw it towards Wen Haoran. She didn't want it, but a woman's intuition told her that it might be better not to give it to Xiao Yuan. I can't read the words on this concubine. Sect Master Wen, you're a learned man. Why don't you explain it for my concubine? When Haoran subconsciously caught the stern yellow map, the divine idea will be its inch-by-inch measurement, and then lightly smiled and shook his head. Threw it back into the hands of Xiao Yuan. Haoran Sect's killing art may not be able to compare to this abyssal hell blade art, but the good thing is that there is no cost. 30 years of lifespan in one slash. Who would cultivate this lifespan eating technique except for a madman like the Yellow Spring Sect? Among the successive generations of Yellow Spring Sect patriarchs, the prisoner capital was counted as having lived a long time. As for the attraction of ghosts into the body, one Haoran will not even consider, even if this into the ghosts of the road is strong. Where did the words come from on this? Isn't it just a few pictures of stern ghosts? One Haoran spoke blindly with his eyes wide open. Before the 100 sacred text realm was completely opened, he would not cross the line. By having the prisoner head test Xiao Yuan, he was only trying to ascertain whether the Xiao Yuan with a great change of heart was because he was hiding deeply, or whether he had just experienced a great change. Xian Mei and Xiao Yuan laughed together, and before tomorrow, there would no longer be any trial and error between the three of them. Since the prisoner patriarch's problem has been solved, then the remaining people, if they have any questions, within an hour, the three of us will all tell them in full. When Haoran gently uncovered the matter of the Yellow Spring Sect and said, now, all of you, please. The people in the hall were divided into two groups. One wave headed out towards the hanging ring under the auspices of the white-clothed cheerfulness, while the remaining part seized this opportunity to ask the refined Void Grand Cultivator for advice on cultivation methods. However, other than the Yellow Spring Sect, there were no other sects that were willing to reveal the sect's fundamental method. Mu Yui and Daoxiong had been standing in the Acacia Sect's ranks. Although they were Xiao Yuan's personal disciples and had much respect for their master, the two of them were not able to stop the gossip of the onlookers. After all, before Xiao Yuan broke through the refined void and became the Acacia Sect's sect leader, his performance was indeed shameful. But at this moment, the kind of pride and admiration between the two's brows no longer needed to be hidden. Their eyes coincidentally looked towards one Ren Chu Chu, who was quietly isolated. Just how stupid a woman was that she was willing to push her master away. One night passed. Before the great hall of the Haoran Sect, the 100 sect cultivators stood. Above the sky, the illusory stone door was already clear, and the agitated spatial storm disappeared. When Haoran stood in front of the crowd, listening to the voice of the 100 saints, his solemn face rose a little fanaticism. Haoran clan, tens of thousands of years of planning. He won Haoran all pay. The saints' legacy, it should be his. The 100 saints cultural realm has opened. Fellow Taoists, please enter it. The Haoran Sect moved first, followed by the Acacia Sect, then the Xianin Sect, and lastly, the rest of the sects that had split their places by virtue of victory or defeat in yesterday's ring. Xiao Yuan's gaze flickered, and after he and Xian Mei exchanged glances, they looked at one Haoran, whose figure had not moved, and the two of them did not dare to act rashly. Master, Daoxuan's voice came into his ears. Xiao Yuan turned around and saw Daoxian covering his chest with a pale face. He couldn't help but look anxious. I'm so hard. Double star for some reason. After the 100 Saints realm of writings was completely opened, she developed a strong longing to go in, to get her into the 100 Saints realm of writings. An inexplicable force was pumping her flesh and blood and soul, wanting to suck everything out of her. Dao Susanna in a trance. Looking at the nearby Xiao Yuan, she could not help but emerge kind of extravagant hope. Can die in the arms of their own master. is not the best end for her. Xiao Yuan pressed one hand on Doubt's forehead. Facing the gazes cast around him, he was oblivious to the eyes that separated the yin and yang, shooting out a light that almost condensed into substance. Through Doubt's body, looking at the swimming in the mouth of her heart, a piece of ink ingots carved in the likeness of a carp? Chapter 32, with the blood of the southern domain spirits and the chi of the 100 sectors, publicity is turned into selfishness. Looking at Doubtfire's eyes rapidly dimming down, her whole body's blood, chi and soul were all strongly sucked in by this object. He had no means to suppress this object. If he delayed any longer, Doubtfire would surely die. Feeling the connection between the ink ingots and the 100 sacred text realm, Xiao Yuan picked up Dodo and flew directly towards the 100 sacred text realm under the gazes of the crowd of puzzled people. Xianmi's face changed slightly. She didn't have the courage to face Wen Haoran in the main field of the Haoran Sect even when she was alone. Her alliance with Xiao Yuan to deal with Wen Haoran was already a matter of tacit agreement. But this dissension of Xiao Yuan directly tore open a large avenue of the tacit agreement between the two. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Xiao Yuan's purpose was never to stop Wen Haoran. His purpose of coming here was not for the 100 Saints Wen realm, but before that, it was to use the power of the 100 Saints Wen realm to divert the attention of the heavenly Tao. Now, he, on the other hand, has an extra pile, and he wants to save Dawson. He would not allow Dawson, who had been denied freedom all his life, to die in his arms. I'm saving lives. Xiao Yuan's figure did not enter the stone door. Xianmei's face has completely pulled down. In vain she thought that Xiao Yuan has changed, but did not want to still like the rumors. Childish, a mere sickly disciple. Dead is dead. How can it be more important than the immortal path? But when Xiao Yuan moved, she also had to move. And after looking hatefully at Xiao Yuan's disappearing back, Xianmei's body moved and also flew into the 100 Saints realm of literature. When Haoran watched his two opponents disappear, this unexpected joy wrapped him deep in the city, but also could not help but show it on his face. After all, he is young and has too many hang-ups in his heart, knowing what the old man needs to do, yet he is still this impulsive. When Haoran shook his head, his hands pinched, where the Haoran Sect was located. The protector formation glowed greatly. When Haoran flew and moved, landing in the Haoran Sect formation with his magic skill change again, that vermilion stone door above, countless blood hand tentacles spread to the void, will be an invisible thing wrapped in it. Guan Yin Yang's face changed slightly as he gazed into the distance. Wen Haoran, aren't you afraid to brace yourself? Wen Haoran spilled a smile, and at the edge of the sky, the chi of the 100 clans in the southern region was drawn by the blood of the clan leaders, and under the traction of the Haoran clan's great formation, they all disappeared into the 100 Saints Wen Jing. Props? Wen Haoran's body gradually dissolved, blood, flesh, bone, and soul, into 4 chains, with the chi of the 100 southern domains as the fire, the 100 saints and the textual realm as the furnace, and his Wen Haoran as the human body as the great medicine, borrowing the power of the entire southern domains, and becoming a person in him. I have inherited the mantle of the 100 saints, and I alone am all the saints, so how can I hold on to death? Ha ha ha. Wen Haoran's plan was a young conspiracy, the hearts and minds of the entire southern region he had counted on. The temptation of the 100 Saints Wen realm was something that no one could hold back. To him, the 100 Sect's chi luck was the only variable, which was why he wanted to plot against the Acacia Sect first. But unfortunately, the Acacia Sect came out with a Xiao Yuan, making his plans fall through. But it doesn't matter. His path remains right. The people of the 100 clans, in addition to those who have long belonged to the Haoran clan, the rest of the people are all colorful. Who did not expect Wen Haoran Haoran clan leader do things so decisive, willing to give up his own body just to fight for that one chance? No, maybe it's not a silver lining, but a chestnut? Ling Xiao boy, it's now. Immediately enter into the 100 Saints Wen realm. In Ling Xiao's mind, that mysterious old man was also shocked by Wen Haoran's grand gesture, but there was more excitement in his voice. It was absolutely impossible for a mere void refining stage cultivator to swallow the 100 sacred realm of writings, and even if the top clans of the central land joined forces, they would not dare to take the risk of laying their hands on the 100 sacred realm of writings under the calculation of gains and losses. This is the agreement between the ancient saints and the billions of living beings in the southern region, and the only ones who can turn the 100 saints realm of literature into their own are the people of the southern region, and the only ones who have the southern region's chi. Now that Wen Haoran borrowed the chi of the 100 zones and obtained the essence blood of the chi person who represented the heavenly destiny of the southern region, the 100 Saints Wen realm had now been completely awakened. The way of the saints. The way of the saints of the ancient world is in it. As Ling Xiao's figure moved, the bystanders looked at his figure, and then looked beyond the 100 sacred writings realm, at the gradually solidifying shadows of the saints, and also reacted, recklessly rushing towards the 100 sacred writings realm. But alas, the vast majority of them were blocked out by an invisible force. The quota of 1,000 has been filled, and the heirs of all the saints are not related to the outside. Elder 100 Clothes, this matter, do you, Haoran Sect, need to give us an explanation? One by one, the people who couldn't get in reversed their target and looked at the white-clothed Huanxiang at the forefront of the Haoran Sect. Opportunity is in front of you. Anyone who can only see and not touch will be crazy. White-clothed cheerfulness eyes but flashed some complexity. Haoran Sect's protector formation rotation. A trace of cold air surged up. He couldn't go to judge whether Wen Haoran's approach was right or wrong, but he was favored by Wen Haoran a lot, and the world regarded her as the prodigal son of the pleasure grounds, the thin-skinned man who played with women's feelings, but he only wants to escape with his own silent way, to escape from the Haoran Sect, to escape from the future of the Haoran Sect that he personally pushed to the extinction of the Haoran Sect. Account? The sect protector formation was transformed into a soul-extracting purgatory formation in a matter of moments. Wen Haoran was big-hearted, but how could he eat the 100 Saints cultural realm with just him alone? What Wen Haoran wanted was never to have it all, but to have it all. Ah, great elder. What is this? The rest of the clan could only still resist, but the disciples of the Haoran Sect could only watch as their flesh, blood, and souls were extracted by an irresistible force, and then sent in unison into those 4 chains transformed by Wen Haoran. The elite sons of the 100 Sect and the hundreds of thousands of people of the Haoran Sect were Wen Haoran's true strength. Don't be afraid. The white clothes cheerfully wiped away the tears in the corner of his eyes. The Haoran's own 10,000 years of accumulation, 10,000 years of planning. He can't hide in the end. He became the Haoran's own, this soul-extracting and purging array of the eye. Personally, those who respect his Haoran's own disciples, one by one, soul-extracting and refining the soul, transformed into a wasted death. Soon, very soon, it won't hurt. The white-clothed cheerful face began to distort before looking to the sky as an extreme exuberance surfaced. I, the Haoran Sect, am as Haoran as heaven and earth. 10,000 sins, all in my body alone. The white clothes' happy words fell. The entire Haoran Sect is located. The array of momentum instantly powerful 30%. Countless people in the wailing and begging for mercy was drawn into a dry corpse, and then by the wind, into annihilation of dust disappeared in the human world. The crowd was appalled. Guanyin Yang led the Acacia Sect and the Xianin Sect to embrace, with the 2 sects as the center. The rest of the sects can only be not fixed by the array have been close to come. The face of the people who are still alive fear does not dissipate. The mouth constantly yells madman, madman. Prisoner Head and the others who had defected to the Haoran Sect defended to the left and right of the white-clothed Huanxiang, and they similarly stared at each other with shock on their faces that was hard to take in. Prisoner Patriarch, my Haoran Sect's sincerity has already been given out. Our sect's promise remains unchanged. On the day our Patriarch accomplishes his feat, all of you will be able to set foot on the path of immortality. The other clans within the boundary of the Haoran clan, since 10,000 years of time, had long been eroded by the dark sons of the Haoran clan, and the main strong branches were weak, coupled with the fact that the Haoran clan had killed their own disciples in the first place, and with the 100 Saints' realm of writings as the biggest bait in the world. These people were willing to take the risk of standing with the Haoran clan, even though they were terrified. But such as the Yellow Spring Sect and other proselytizing sects, would they be willing to take that risk? Chapter 33, Different Options. Kill White Clothes Huanxiang, Guanyin Yang yelled. All 3 sect masters were absent. If they wanted to survive, they had to kill White Clothes Huanxiang and break the soul-drawing purgatory formation. The crowd converged in one place, and then killed towards where the white-clothed cheerfulness was, where the Yellow Spring Sect was located. The prisoner Head's face changed back and forth, and the knife clutched in his hand was about to be embedded in his own palm. Yesterday's scenes flashed before his eyes one by one. He marveled at Xiao Yuan's talent, but was equally intimidated by Wen Haoran's city and determination. Knowing that he had made one of the most stupid decisions, the head prisoner didn't dare to gamble with the Yellow Spring Sect's 10,000-year foundation. Yellow Spring Sect. Retreat. The prisoner head sighed and led the Yellow Spring Sect people to retreat to the side. The white-clothed cheerful emotions gaze was calm, but there were quite a few acquaintances of the prisoner head in the Xianin Sect. Prisoner Chief, are you out of your mind? This white-clothed cheerfulness obviously wants to blood sacrifice all of us and make a dowry for his Haoran Sect. He even put his own clan's people to death. If we don't, you Yellow Spring Sect still want to be left alone. This reasoning is naturally understood by the head of the prisoner, but he wants to gamble on whether the people who have already died, plus the people of the remaining sects such as the Acacia Sect and the Xianin Sect, can satisfy what Wen Haoran has obtained. He would not help the Haoran Sect stop Guanyin Yang and the others, because once Wen Haoran failed, or if the matter had unfinished business and Xia Yuan or Xian Mei survived, his Yellow Spring Sect would surely be destroyed. Likewise, he was even more afraid to attack the white-clothed cheerful love. How to look at it now? The situation is on the side of the Haoran Sect, and if he resists, the white-clothed cheerfulness will definitely regard him as a must-kill for the Yellow Spring Sect. At that time, even if the Acacia Sect and the Xianyin Sect were victorious, the Yellow Spring Sect, which had offended the Xianmi, would still be able to do a few good things after losing him? So he could only make one of the dumbest choices possible. Stand by and watch, or wait to die. Then at least, my Yellow Spring Sect people die behind you. Standing by with folded arms is the only explanation I have for Patriarch Xiao, the only repayment for the grace of Patriarch Xiao's instruction. You, don't force me. There were others who were about to say something, but the white-clothed, cheerful henchman didn't half stop. Having the great formation added to his body, he already possessed strength that was not inferior to that of the void refining stage. Looking at the people rushing towards him, he had sadness in his eyes but was forced to make a move. The large formation changed. Countless beams of light shot out, dust covered the air, and an illusory demonic shadow holding a ringed sword slashed towards the crowd. Sizzle! Space was driven by the blade, sending out gusts of wave marks, and countless magic weapon treasures lit up, blocking under that ring blade. Bang! The light extinguished and people died, and only some of them topped that demonic shadow intimidation, unwillingly heading towards the white-clothed cheerfulness. Guanyin Yang looked back at the body of the Acacia Sect disciple that had turned into dust. The soul of the person who died here was not allowed to go to hell, and there was only one way for the body to die and the soul to fade away. But he can't protect them all around, and he can't protect. Gentlemen, don't hold back. With this grand formation in place, he, white-clothed Huan Xiang, will be able to face even a great cultivator of the void refining stage without losing the battle. Want to live? Drive the clan's treasure. Guanyin Yang hands magic trick change. At the edge of the big formation, the Acacia Sect's yin and yang Acacia ship Lightborn, its forbidden light and dark staggered toward the white clothes where the happy love, brutal and unreasonable directly hit. In the Xianyin Sect, a man with face armor also followed. The Xianyin skeleton had a shadowy aura wrapped around his body, his eyes blazing with a morose ghost fire, and in his hand he condensed a spear out of thin air and threw it towards where the white-clothed cheerfulness was. After the two, the other clan war treasures were not far behind. Ling Ling's killing intent is directly pointed at the center of the white-clothed happy feelings. He is no longer strong in the end, is not a refining virtual cultivator. He is strong, in the end, cannot play the full power of the Haoran clan's great array. A little bit of vastness blossomed in the heart of the white-clothed cheerfulness. There were no surprises. Everything went as expected, and resistance was ultimately futile. A scroll of mountains and rivers spread out, and the Haoran Sect's greatest treasure, the miles of rivers and mountains diagram, shattered, and the several dry corpses sealed within it fell. Jingle! A bell appeared in the white-clothed cheerfulness's hand. Gentlemen, go to your deaths in peace. There will be no accidents between you all and me. When the man from the Xianyin Sect with the face armor saw these dried corpses, horror flashed in his eyes and he lost his voice. Refined corpses. You have refined the corpses of successive generations of void refining grand cultivators of the Haoran Sect into purple stiffs. White-clothed Huanqing lowered his eyes, not daring to look at those dry corpses. As the great elder of the Haoran Sect, he educated people with virtue, but he did not want to. But he was a treacherous villain who did not love, was not good, was not righteous, and did not respect his teachers. Master. The white-clothed Huanxiang afterglow looked at his master, and then tilted his head inside. His body chi coalesced, and his floating body lifted 3 points higher. Today, I shall refine the void. The crowd couldn't help but show some despair in their eyes. Break the boundary. The white-colored joyful love even chose to impact the refining and emptiness stage at this time. It is impossible for him to succeed, but before he fails, it is enough to kill all of them. Outside of the 100 Saints cultural realm, the four chains that when Haoran had transformed into trembled for a moment before falling back towards silence. He can give people a future, but he can't change their will to die. Huan Xiang, I thought you really understood me. When Haoran sighed in his heart, with those purple stiffs around, no one else would be able to interfere with him in a short period of time. Yet he was still seeking death. For him, to die for the Haoran Sect. Zhang Yunkai, who was at the end of the team, had a fat face that directly turned into a bitter melon. He couldn't imagine that he just wanted to come over to see the show and make friends with Xiao Yuan. How did he run into such a group of lunatics from the Haoran Sect? Completely unexpected. How could he have never imagined that this kind of remote place can come out so many? Let him surprise people. I don't know whether it's the white clothes happy to stay in hand, or is 4C's Chamber of Commerce people really good luck. The dead, although there are 5 or 6, but no one is his 4C's Chamber of Commerce people. But this is only temporary. Zhang Yunkai raised his head to look at the 100 Saints cultural realm, when Haoran's appetite was huge. He wanted to refine all of the 100 Saints' legacies, and use the 100 Saints' cultural realm as his body to follow the path of all the saints and climb to the top. Transition? Immortals? Zhang Yunkai didn't dare to think about what kind of existential cultivator would be born in this southern domain if Wen Haoran succeeded. Although he admired Wen Haoran's ruthlessness, he did not want to make himself one of the blood sacrifices. All of you follow me closely. If you fall behind later, don't blame me for not taking care of you. Zhang Yunkai took out a coin with 4 directions Tong Kai on it, and now his mind was no longer on Xiao Yuan. A genius who survives is a good genius. His grandmother. I wanted to come over here to the southern region to avoid the wind, but I ended up losing a lot of money. After you go out, you guys remember that those who have concubines at home send them to me, and those who don't have concubines send me their pretty sisters, younger sisters, or whatever. Old. Zhang Yunkai touched the coins in his hand. Old heartache. Behind Zhang Yunkai, those people from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce let out a long breath in their hearts and spoke out. President, let's not talk about concubines, sisters and siblings, if you don't mind. My widowed mother will even send them to you. Scram! Zhang Yunkai cursed, staring intently at the white-clothed cheerfulness in the very center. I don't eat old muscles. Within the 100 sacred texts, Dawson's face was aging at a rate visible to the naked eye, and at his chest, a stump of a sword was inserted into it at just the right place. Master, am I going to die? Dao Xian murmured, even when Xiao Yuan thrust his sword into her heart. Her face didn't have the slightest bit of panic. She was just sorry. It was a pity that there was still one thing she hadn't done. Chapter 34, It's found. Don't talk. Sweat broke out on Xiao Yuan's forehead. He didn't know what the ink spindle was, but he knew that he could never let it leave with everything that Dao Sun had. Xiao Yuan wasn't sure if his concern for Doublestar was the original owner's memories at work, or if he had felt pity for Doublestar's soft but strong appearance the first time he saw her. This is someone who has lived in fear of death all her life. A life she didn't know, not allowed to be free, and now struggling to have even the last moments of freedom. Xiao Yuan looked at this dodo as if he was himself before he crossed over. He was equally lonely, equally unaware of his origins, and even his death was somewhat inexplicable. He relied on the system to live another life, and rightfully so. So should Dawson. The ink ingots in Dao Xuan's body were still struggling, and in the 100 Saints cultural realm, the chanting of the saints sounded like the wind carrying by the ears, but Xiao Yuan did not see half a silhouette where he entered his eyes. The water gurgles, but reveals the smell of ink. Strange rocks, pines, bamboos and the fish jumping up in the ink stream, and the flowers blooming together with the 4 seasons on the earth. It's a world made entirely of pen and ink. The saint's voice fades, and in a few moments there is the autumn emperor, and then the winter snow. Xiao Yuan held the hilt of the remnant sword and looked at the slight wrinkles that had appeared on Dao Sun's face. Even with the remnant sword suppressing it, Dao Sun's life force was draining away at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's nice. Dao Xian was clearly not a good disciple who obeyed, and her eyes gradually blurred as she looked at Xiao Yuan's face. She knew best how this master teacher of hers was at heart. She is not like Ying Xuan Yue so strong. No Mu Yui's tenderness, much less learned Su Qing Li's cheerfulness. Of all the sisters and teachers, she was the only one, standing at the very back, enviously watching them laugh, watching them accompany Xiao Yuan. She was the only one, behind the crowd, waiting quietly for her own death. It's so nice to be able to look at Master so much. Dawson reached out her hand and tried to grab Xiao Yuan. She was about to die and she didn't want to leave with regrets. She's been timid for 90 years. She should be brave for once. Xiao Yuan leaned down, feeling powerless for the first time. He could only use obedience to ease the anxiety in his heart. It's okay, Master will definitely save you. Xiao Yuan took hold of Dao Xian's hand. Xiao Yuan never knew that a person's smile could encapsulate her whole life. And with just a smile, it allowed Xiao Yuan to see the whole life in the heart of Dao Wei. Master, don't blame my disciple for being unreasonable. Dao Xian leaned back, holding Xiao Yuan in a reverse grip with one hand and pressing the hilt of the broken sword towards his chest with the other. The aroma of hibiscus and blood rushed into Xiao Yuan's nostrils in unison, and he looked at Dawson in panic but shock. The two looked at each other, and there was tenderness and sweetness between their lips and teeth. He did not expect that Dao Susanna would be the same as the 3 Su Qing carp, and harbor such feelings for him as a master. Ding the host fulfills the wish in the heart of the person who will die. A gentleman is a man of beauty, not of things alone, rewarding the host with a value of 1,000 gentlemen. Ding the way of honor and inferiority should not be messed up. The host, as a teacher, has done something against the ethics of teachers and students, deducting the host's gentleman value of 500. Dawson's body grew weak, her hands involuntarily loosened, but above the corners of her mouth, a smile slowly spread open. She had no regrets. No! Xiao Yuan pulled out the remnant sword. The ink ingot had already been pierced by the remnant sword with Double Star's plea for death. At this moment, with the pulling out of the remnant sword, under the wash of Double Star's heart blood, the carp shadow on it flashed, and then all of them were dissolved and integrated into Double Star's body. Almost simultaneously, the chanting of the saints rose up in parallel. The spring of the seasons became the undertone, and only the puddle of scarlet blood spread out beneath Dawson's body, above the sky, for rays of red, yellow, white, and black light intertwined, and at Xiao Yuan's waist, the Acacia Sect Patriarch's token appeared out of thin air before transforming into a pillar of light that ran through the heavens and the earth. Intersecting with those 4 rays, the Shenmei who was speeding in another space stopped and looked at the rising column of golden light above the sky. She knew that when Haoran had already made his move. Xiao Yuan, the Acacia Sect, you guys are really damned that I would choose to cooperate with you. Xuanmei's body turned around and flew directly towards an ancient saint silhouette. Since there was no way to stop when Haoran, then he would take this ancient saint tradition into his hands. Hurry up! In Ling Xiao's mind, the voice grew more and more exuberant. It was the old man who underestimated the heroes of the world. Never would I have imagined that such a lord could still exist in this forlorn land of the southern domain. Ling Xiao brat, after you get the ancient sage inheritance, immediately use the ancient coin that I gave you to leave this place. This one Haoran wants to refine this 100 saints legacy with the help of this 100 sects chi in the southern region, as well as these southern region heroes who possess heavenly destinies. He's trying to eat alone. Ling Xiao was silent, but his speed was a few points faster. Regret. Xiao Yuan's heart was full of regret at the moment. If he hadn't been soft-hearted and had brought Daoist to the Haoran sect, she wouldn't have died. He did not go to do what he was already powerless to change. The Acacia sect's fortune. Since when Haoran wanted to use it, it was all given to him. His only hope now lay in that glimmer of heaven. The jade pendant was thrown out by him, and the blood from Double Star's heart on top of the broken sword splattered onto Xiao Yuan's face as he swung. The remnant sword intersected with the chaotic Tianji jade pendant. Ding! A clear and crisp sound came out. A familiar feeling surged into Xiao Yuan's heart, the pair of eyes that had lost focus because of their anxiety. In his line of sight, the entire 100 Victory literary realm was divided into countless spaces. A light and shadow giant emerged, lines of destiny spreading above the long river of time, and 4 chains hung down from the sky from the bodies of those light and shadow giants, locking them firmly in place. The 100 sect chi luck then became a ball of golden flames, dissolving these giants of light and shadow, and the saints chi all spread to one place along those 4 chains. One Haoran. Endless anger arose in Xiao Yuan's eyes as he saw, behind one Haoran, the endless threads of destiny, and the twisted faces of those who died on it before they died. Blood sacrifice. He knew that this was a trip to the Hongmen banquet, but he didn't expect that one Haoran would dare to risk universal condemnation by blood sacrificing the people of the 100 clans. The line of sight turned once again, and the long river of time flowed backwards. This time Xiao Yuan saw not the future, but the past. Tozi, if we do this, will the people later on blame us for being heartless? A long-haired man whose face could not be seen looked at a crown-wearing old man in the center and said, "And today, the earth changes, the great way is divided. The heavenly way is born to leave the metamorphosis. Not allow me and other old people. If we don't go, the heavenly way under the liquidation. This world, there is still room for me to live in the human race? Will my human race root place? Divided into 5 domains, the absolute heaven forbidden road for 100,000 years, leaving my mantle, the later, can also be on top." The silhouette slowly dissipated. A huge piece of land split under an inexplicable force, transforming into 5 continents. And then in the sky, a pair of eyes without the slightest emotion appeared, and an endless sea emerged from the 5 continents so far. At this point everything disappeared. Only a party of ink ingots, a brush, an ink stone and a foot of white paper, and a stone statue remains. Xiao Yuan was in a trance, but beyond the 100 sacred writings realm, the wind and clouds surged, and a pair of merciless eyes looked downward. The one who stirs up the heavens and peers into the past and future. It finds. Chapter 35, the 100 Saints cultural realm belongs. 5 regions shocked. Heavenly Tao revealed. In addition to the Haoran Sect resident, the entire southern region of the living souls, all prostrate on the ground. They cannot feel where the heavenly Tao, but the kind of fear in their hearts, but they will be occupied by all reason. In the land of the central domain, where the imperial dynasty and other top forces were located, at its very core, a dozen silhouettes opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the southern domain in shock. Go find out what exactly happened in the southern region and why it has caught the attention of the heavenly Tao. In addition to the central domain, in the endless sea, where the eastern domain, the western domain, and the northern domain were located, there were all great powerhouses in submerged cultivation awakening, and looking at that forgotten location in unison. But at this moment, one Haoran, who thought he had everything in his hands, was a bit flustered. He felt the growth of his body, felt the power of that brilliant holy intent filling his body. He was going to succeed, and everything changed as he expected. But why? What is that? The proceeds from the Haoran Sect did not mention the matter of the heavenly Tao, and with one Haoran's strength at the refined void stage, it was impossible for him to perceive the heavenly Tao. But at this moment, when he locked eyes with those merciless eyes, one Haoran felt his own insignificance. This was a fear that even the 100 sacred text realm could not give him a sense of security, the legacy of the rebels, stirring up the heavens, and those who spy on the past and future. Die. In the eye of the heavenly Tao, two purple thunderbolts were born out of thin air, blasting towards one Haoran who had fused with the 100 sacred text realm. Bang! Electricity flashed, blood steamed, and cracks in the 100 saints text realm were all over the place. But when Haoran survived, sheltered by the remaining will of the saints, an old man's silhouette stepped out from the 100 saints cultural realm, his face blurred. Only the pair of wise eyes that saw through the past and the future stared at the heavenly Tao, and then it seemed to be frustrated, and a voice with sighs rang out. After all, you can't beat the heart. The silhouette stretched out his hand, and an ink ingot coalesced in the 100 saints literary realm. The carp jumped, the ink ingot dissolved, and the old man used his hand as a pen to write the word justice before the heavenly Tao. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, posterity will judge for itself. The old man's silhouette dissipated, the 100 saints one realm fell apart. And when Haoran roared in terror, "No! All of this is mine!" Haoran clan planning for 10,000 years. He did not hesitate to regicide in line of business, not hesitate to push the entire Haoran clan into the abyss of planning, so that he was spurned by the world also want to fight for things, so from his hands slipped away, only to leave some of the wreckage to him. How could one Haoran be willing? How could he be willing? The eyes of the heavenly Tao slowly dissipated before the word justice, but those merciless eyes stared at one Haoran firmly. Remembered by the heavenly Tao, this world, one Haoran would no longer have the chance to stand in the sunlight. Inside the Haoran Sect, the two groups of people who were originally fighting for life and death were violently quiet. The refining void tribulation had long since fallen, and in order to obtain the power that didn't belong to them, the white-clothed Hehuan Sect was using his own life to fight for one Haoran's chance to have no second chance. There is no end to human reckoning. Heaven's will is unpredictable. White-clothed cheerfulness was draped in his hair. One hand had disappeared, and the white-clothed floating man had become a piece of charcoal at this moment. Only the blood that hadn't been vaporized by the heavenly thunder between the gaps of the wounds still proved that he was a living human being. But soon it won't be. The 100 saints mirror of literature fell apart, and the opportunity to become a saint and cross the threshold was at hand. The crowd coaxed and dispersed, looking towards the remnants of the saints that had turned into streams of light and scattered everywhere. They no longer fought to the death, and one by one flew towards them in pursuit. My goodness! This southern region is too scary. What else has this one Haoran done? What exactly did this 100 saints leave behind? Although Zhang Yunkai's eyes are hot, but the heavenly Tao oppression is in front of him. He is timid. This does not dare to touch these saints' legacy. Don't say that I, the president, am not humane. Those who want to go and fight for it leave by themselves. I, the Four Seas Merchant Guild, will not get involved in this matter. Behind Zhang Yunkai, the three silhouettes looked at each other for a moment and saluted him before flying directly outward. Zhang Yunkai shook his head. People die for wealth and birds die for food. A truth from ancient times. The coin in his hand shattered open. A spatial fluctuation was born. And within the Haoran Sect, all the people of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce quietly disappeared. The white-clothed Hehuan Sect tilted his head up. In the dark clouds above his head, the last thunder light was brewing. The great formation of the Haoran Sect had been completely destroyed, but he was looking towards where one Haoran was. The weight of obtaining the king's grace should be paid back with his life. The white-clothed cheerful love's body shattered inch by inch, and everything he had left was sent back to one Haoran. The extremely angry and grasping one Haoran stalled for a moment, looking towards the flesh and blood power that had merged into him. A trace of remorse finally surfaced on his face, but soon, he was firm again. I'll live with your share of. Xiao Yuan's eyes that had lost focus surfaced with some delight. Before his eyes the body of the supposedly dead Dawson was slowly regaining its blood color, and above his head, the ink ingot that had killed her, yet made her whole, hung in the air. What was different from before was that Xiao Yuan sensed in it an aura that was generally different from his own chaotic heavenly chance jade pendant, an aura that belonged to the heavenly Tao. The ancient saint's shadow slowly dissipated, turning into a vast literary chi that merged into Doublestar's body. Xiao Yuan did not disturb, but coiled down his legs and looked at the palm of his left hand. A word that seemed to be branded in his flesh and blood flickered. Xiao Yuan didn't know what this one word represented, but by peering through the heavenly chances, He knew that it must have something to do with the Supreme Sun. It was hard to get rid of the pursuit of the heavenly Tao and dump the pot on one Haoran, and no one knew about his behavior. How could Xiao Yuan not know what was good and bad and presume to get involved in the fight between the ancient saints and the heavenly Tao by virtue of his mere foundation establishment cultivation? You really chose the wrong person. Or, you go back to find one Haoran. That is your proper era. Xiao Yuan's humble, fawning and no one to see. That to word will not have the slightest response. The emotions on his face slowly convergence. He is now on top of a Harmony Sect leader's name, but does not have the corresponding strength. Before those temptations can be loaded by him past that is good luck. Thought that after the evil watery's detraction, he can be at ease in the Acacia Sect's slow development. Nothing and then Su Qing carp research posture. This fairy days is not beautiful? But now, by that to the sun to brand a word. The heavenly Tao in the event that the real win to check the ancient saint's accomplices. Then he is not very innocent. Meatbite did not eat, but also caused a fuss? Am I dead? Dawson's voice plucked Xiao Yuan from his chagrin. Not being able to care about what didn't happen. Xiao Yuan held Dao Xian in his arms and after carefully inspecting him, without waiting for him to say anything, Dao Xuan's eyes became horrified and he pushed him away saying, Master, you can't die. You can't die with me. Xiao Yuan froze, and an irresistible force lifted him to roll a few big heels. But it was soon realized that Dawson had decided that he was dead, and now that he saw him, he assumed that he was dead as well. Not dead. You're not dead, and neither is Master. You survived. Xiao Yuan stood up in pain, and the fact that the pussy was pretending to be good couldn't change the fact that he was a foundation establishment cultivator. But is the effect of this saintly legacy of Dawson so obvious? Dawson took a deep breath. As a cultivator, she quickly noticed the abnormality of her body. This is a feeling that she has never had before. There's no feeling of emptiness or weakness. Not that aura of approaching death. It's the sense of power, the strong breath of life. She's really not dead? Surprise blossomed in Dawson's eyes, and she subconsciously wanted to share her joy with Xiao Yuan. But the joy was only momentary. Soon, as if she remembered something, a blush crept over her face that was even more delicate than an early morning hibiscus. She didn't die. Doesn't that mean that she can't cover up her own rebellion against her master? Chapter 36, just out of the wolf's den. How did you fall into the tiger's den again? Don't come over. In the midst of her shame and fury, Dao Xian surprisingly didn't even realize that Xiao Yuan, who was in the refined void stage, would take a few steps back because of her shove. I want to digest. Yes, I want to digest the saint's legacy. With a wave of his hand, Doublestar didn't even give Xiao Yuan half a chance to react and directly sent him out of the realm of literature. Master, I'm going to be in seclusion for a very long time. If it's okay, you leave me alone. If he was refined void himself, Xiao Yuan could still struggle a bit, but he was only foundation, and just like that he didn't even have a chance to speak, and basically Dao Xian sent him out. This stupid girl, she dares to do it herself, but she still doesn't dare to recognize it? The corner of Xiao Yuan's mouth lifted up a hint of a smile. Although he was nominally Dao Xuan's master, he was not the original owner's archaic nature. After the modern trend of thought, he is not shy about teacher and student love, and even some yearning. Only he prefers the perspective of a disciple. After sending Xiao Yuan out, only Dao Sun was left in the whole small literary realm, and reacting to the situation. She of course knew that she had become the master of this small world. She's alive, and she can keep practicing. But Dawson's cheeks seemed to be on fire, covering her face and rolling back and forth on the ground, her pink tongue unconsciously licking her glossy but feeling dry lips. How am I going to face Master? How am I going to face Sister and the others? If Dawson's hands clasped on her chest, her straight and rounded legs clenched, was found by the eldest sister and the girls. In the future, what should they call me? Shifu? Susanna face like a lotus flower. That pair of reflecting light like penetrating dewdrops, general eyes full of yearning and shyness. That such as the double petals with powdered lips open and close. Hesitant but firm to say those two words. Dawson's shyness Xiao Yuan and guess not. He now looked at the outside light. Green mountains, green water, white clouds and blue sky. If not in the tiger's lair, think he will lie down in this no one to enjoy the rare cozy time. Human. A female tiger bent down and protected her two children behind her. A fierce light and fear coexisted in her eyes. Looking at the human that suddenly appeared in front of her, it already had a death wish in its heart. Yuan-ing? The corner of Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched. Truly his good disciple, personally sending his master into the tiger's den. Xiao Yuan could not see through the strength of the tiger demon in front of him, and could only take the people he had seen and compare them with him. This female tiger appeared to have just given birth not long ago, and the two little tigers did not even have their eyes open. Where is this? Xiao Yuan's gaze calmly swept Thanks to the exercise of the trip to the Haoran Sect, even if he was in a dead place, Xiao Yuan had been wielding himself as he wished. He wasn't afraid of dealing with intelligent beings. He was afraid of encountering a lunatic who had lost his mind. That's what it was like when a showman met a soldier, and there was no way out but to pout his ass off. Human, are you teasing me? 100,000 mountains, where the roots of the demon race's southern region are located. You, a senior member of the Acacia sect, would not recognize this place? The yin and yang fish suit on Xiao Yuan is the symbol of the entire Harmony sect, and this tiger demon is not unaware of it even though it is less than human contact. 100,000 mountains. Xiao Yuan was a bit surprised. The 100 Saints cultural realm split up. How did he and Dodo get to this place all of a sudden? But soon, his heart sank. Just out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's den again. This encounter is really a mess. Are you from the Cloud Tiger clan of the 100,000 Cluster Mountains? Looking at the tiger demon appearance in front of him, Xiao Yuan quickly found its racial affiliation from the original owner's memories. Hearing the human in front of him name his clan lineage, the tiger demon tilted its head proudly. Human, you are insightful, but trespassing on my 100,000 mountains, violating our demon clan's agreement with your human 100 clans. Even if you are a member of the Acacia clan, my demon clan needs to let you know what it means to be dignified by my demon clan. The tiger demon's eyes flashed some determination. The pride of the pack overpowered its fear of the human in front of it. The will to die in its eyes grew thicker. Only waiting for a few moments, it will give up its life to strike. Xiao Yuan corner of the eye could not help but jump a little. He did not do anything, just asked a question about this tiger demon community. How it still regarded death as a home away from home on. What kind of person is Tiger Firmament to you? The big flag of the Acacia sect. The human flag is no longer good. Xiao Yuan is also helpless. Although this from the Cloud Tiger lineage of the old ancestor did not cross. But first pull on the tiger's skin, say it. You human are so unreasonable. My family's old ancestor is a great demon of the refined void stage. And it is also you who can call him by his name. A hint of humiliation flashed across the tiger demon's face, and the death wish in his eyes had climbed to the peak. Swish! A token disliked in front of the tiger demon's eyes, and Xiao Yuan's indifferent voice then came out. Considering that you're a junior, for the sake of the tiger firm, I won't bother with you. This Xiao Yuan, take me to your family's old ancestor. I have important matters to discuss with it. Xiao Yuan slapped the tiger demon on its head, while then rolled over and sat on its back, holding the two little tigers behind it in his arms. From the fact that the Cloud Tiger only frequented the central area of the 100,000 mountains, he had been thrown out of that realm of literature by Doubtfire, and with the crisis ahead of him, he couldn't allow Doubtfire to take it back. On another note, the space node here is exposed. If he lets this tiger demon report it, when the refined void demon in the demon clan comes, life and death will not be something he can decide. The agreement between the human and demon races was in front of them, and even if he and Susanna Dao died at the hands of the demon race, the reason was still on the side of the demon race. The tiger demon naturally did not recognize the Acacia Sect's sovereign's order, but the aura coming from it made the heavenly consciousness sensitive. It only felt its soul trembling, and only then did the tiger demon remember after Xiao Yuan said his name. The new patriarch of the Acacia Sect seems to be named Xiao Yuan. Former, senior, what is your purpose in coming to the 100,000 Cluster Mountains? Have you forgotten the agreement signed between the human and demon races? Refinement stage big cultivator on the side. This want to give up their lives to fight the tiger demon can no longer rise half a bit of resistance thoughts. Of course, the most critical point, it did not feel the killing intent from Xiao Yuan body. Which cutie can live? You want to die? And taking his two newborn children with him. Heavenly changes. 100 Saints one realm. Xiao Yuan spat out 8 words. He knew that there were hidden contacts within the demon race. If you present these 8 words, the tiger prison it will not blame you. After saying that, Xiao Yuan laid down on the tiger demon's broad back, and then placed those two little tigers on his stomach and teased them, with an appearance of not worrying about rejection at all. The tiger demon's heart trembled. From the Cloud Tiger lineage, has always been high and proud, difficult to tame. Ordinary people do not say sit on their backs, is to touch them will be considered a serious provocation. But at this moment, the tiger demon lowered its head, and did its best to control its own body, so as to keep it calm. Self-respect. It is an honor for it, a tiger demon of the Yuaning stage, to be coveted by a great cultivator of the refining void stage. Used the secret method of the clan to send out the news of Xiao Yuan. In the 100,000 mountains, in a jagged mountain stream, a transformed tiger demon panicked and headed towards a cave. Old ancestor, Xiao Yuan, a great cultivator at the void refining stage of the human Acacia sect, has entered my 100,000 cluster mountains and has something he wants to talk to you. Old ancestor, The transformed tiger demon lowered its head, not daring to look at the skulls hanging above the cave, as if it was afraid that it would become one of them. Roar! A tiger roar filled with fury came from the cave. The surrounding aura stirred, and the thick demonic aura spread out of the cave, transforming into a tiger head with its mouth open. Bring it here. It's been almost 10,000 years, and it's the first time that a void-refining stage grand cultivator of the human race has taken the initiative to come to the depths of my 100,000 cluster mountains. Oh, the Acacia Sect. Xiao Yuan. It looks like there's not a normal problem out there. Chapter 37, There's always pussy waiting for me. That unreasonable palpitating feeling from earlier was very much on Tiger Cell's mind. Compared to the human race, there had been a similar feeling in the bloodline inheritance of the demon race. This was a kind of fear and unspeakable yearning engraved in the depths of the bloodline. If Xiao Yuan didn't come, the Tiger Firm and the other great demon of the demon clan in the present world were planning to let the clan's sons and daughters go to the human world to check out the situation. But now, what kind of person can be sent out to understand more than a great cultivator of the refining void stage of the human race? What exactly is that existence that is so dense and encompasses all the Tao rules? And what exactly has happened to the human world? Inside the cave, a man wearing a human clerical shirt with a white face opened his eyes, his orange eyes looking in the direction where the human scent drifted from, holding a tattered bamboo slip in his hand. It's good to have friends from afar. That's a phrase that should work for this place, right? Getting a response to the tiger demon to Xiao Yuan's fear dissipated a few points between the figure of the body to move, although still in the postpartum recovery period, but from the Cloud Tiger clan's power to show. Along the way the demons, all the strength of the lowly all prostrate on the ground, to see it toward the holy land of the demon clan and go. Senior Xiao, what is the world of your human race like? And where is it more lively compared to our 100,000 cluster mountains? Perhaps it was Xiao Yuan's fondness for his offspring that made the tiger demon feel that the person in front of him was not as sinister and cunning as the human spoken of by the demon clan's messenger, causing it, which was already known for its curiosity, to show quite a bit of interest in the human world. Xiao Yuan took out 2 elixirs from his storage ring with a calm gaze. But if there were humans here, they would definitely know what bribery means. Xiao Yuan was incomparably glad for his decision to leave from this tiger demon's territory. The demons he saw were basically all Jindan starters, and Yuaning was even more unusual, and there were several areas where the tiger demons might have the goddess of transformation stage pounced on his face as he led him across, with him trying to safely get out of the 100,000 mountains by himself. It was simply impossible. Stuffing the spirit elixir into the mouth of the little tiger, Xiao Yuan casually replied back. Humans and demons define hilarity differently. Your demon race emphasizes on being born and raised, so everything in these 100,000 mountains is close to the meaning of nature. But we human beings are preaching that people are determined to win. In exchange for us human beings living in the 100,000 mountains, more than 90% of the flowers, plants and trees here will be bulldozed and replaced with things that are beneficial to us human beings. The tiger demon played a very qualified mount, and between his bodies prancing, Xiao Yuan, who was sitting on it, surprisingly did not feel any bumps. You people are so overbearing. Xiao Yuan didn't say anything. The fact that the 100,000 cluster mountains could exist meant that the power of the demon race here, even if it was not as good as that of the humans, would definitely not be inferior by too much, or else how could the flesh, blood, and bones and souls of these demons be hosted peacefully in their own bodies, without claws, teeth, scales and armor, with or without prancing wings? The human race is born weak, and after much striving and robbing, it naturally becomes what you call hegemony. The 1,000 shadows of the trees in front of Xiao Yuan's eyes cleared, and the strange and rocky mountain stream came into view. What a good one! If you fight more and grab more, you become a bully. A cave opened up and endless demonic chi gushed out as a white-clawed, black-bodied tiger transformed from demonic chi charged straight towards Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan lightly laughed, removed the remnant sword behind his back, and lightly patted the head of the sitting tiger demon. Obviously, he had already put his best foot forward, but he was still pretending to be charmingly chic, which made Xiao Yuan feel very uncomfortable. Elder Tiger Firmament. Is this how the demon race welcomes guests? Behind Xiao Yuan, the statue of Avi Hell appeared, and on top of the remnant sword, the Tao of life and death was entwined, and with a swing of the sword, the tiger condensed from the demonic chi was originally blocked in the air for 3 breaths, and then dissipated into nothingness in a bright laugh. Ha ha, it's good to have friends from afar. A human fellow Daoist is in front of me. How would I dare to be slow? Tiger Firmament figure emerged, wearing a human clerical shirt, but bared half of his chest, his long hair tied up in a crown, but his shocking ferociousness was not converged for half a minute. Tiger Jail's pair of eyes stared straight at Xiao Yuan. It couldn't see the depth of Xiao Yuan, When it first met, it felt that it could slap this human refining void stage great cultivator in front of it dozens of times with one claw. But the second look, see it as a pillar of the sky, high mountains, tilting the head to peek at the corner. That was why it made a move to test the waters. To test if this human who was still calm and unruffled in the demon race's holy land really had the strength to do so. Xiao Yuan held the two little tigers and rolled down, turning back to the tiger demon with a smile. These two children of yours lend this father to play with them for a few days. As a thank you gift. A golden light flashed in Xiao Yuan's left hand and the word to appeared before he slapped towards the tiger demon's head. Roar! The tiger demon instinctively let out a low roar, and then its orange eyes lost focus and fell into a daze. Tiger Jade had been observing Xiao Yuan's every move. The human in front of him was different than any other human he had ever seen. There was no hostility towards the demon race, no covetousness, only equality and spontaneity. It didn't know what Xiao Yuan had just done to his clan's descendants, but its intuition told it that it was a good thing. A heavenly good thing. Ow! The little tiger's cry drew the tiger cell's gaze over. As the old ancestor of the clan from the Cloud Tiger, within its own sphere of influence, it naturally took on the birth of offspring in the clan. Looking at the eyes of those two little tigers that opened, and the color of wisdom that was revealed in them, the tiger firm was startled, and his gaze towards Xiao Yuan could not help but be 2 points kinder. No one would want to reach out and hit a smiling man, and the same was true of the demon race. Roar! Another tiger roar sounded, and under the gaze of all the demon clans, in front of Xiao Yuan, light continued to pour out of the original demon body of the tiger demon, which was then transformed into a cocoon of light that wrapped it. After a long time, the cocoon of light dimmed and a beautiful woman with golden eyes and a white face full of surprise emerged. Tiger Yao Yao thanks Senior for the guidance. The corner of Xiao Yuan's eyes twitched and he immediately averted his eyes before taking out a set of clothes from his storage ring and throwing them on Tiger Yao Yao. Put your clothes on first. Ha ha. Tiger Firmament approached with large strides. The suspicion in his eyes was uncertain. But more than that, it was a surprise. Old brother Xiao has cultivated to the void refining stage, and he still cares about such mundane rituals? Xiao old brother Big Grace, no matter what you are doing this trip, the old man can do will never excuse. First, it was a human Taoist friend, then it was old brother Xiao. This change in address directly revealed Tiger Firm's attitude towards Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan frowned lightly and looked to the hand above his shoulder. Luckily Tiger Firm didn't exert much force, or else he would have to reveal himself. The crisis passed. Xiao Yuan's heart breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the two little tigers in his arms. Thanks to these two little guys, let him make sure that his left hand branded to word is not useless. There is no need for old brother Tiger to be embarrassed. My visit to the 100,000 cluster mountains this time also coincided with the ancient sacred space landing here, and Xiao just happened to have met Yo-Yo, so I took advantage of the occasion and wanted to pay a visit to the demon race seniors. I want to know what you all think about the ancient saints and the future of the southern region. Chapter 38, Tiger Ancestor was also bluffed. Tiger Jungle's eyes flashed. The lifespan of the demon race is much longer than that of human beings, although it has already lived for 10,000 years, but it's even if it doesn't make a breakthrough, there are still 3,000 or 4,000 years of good life. Under such years, what the tiger prison had learned was not necessarily less than what those human clans with tens of thousands of years of inheritance knew. What is the meaning of old brother Zhao's words? The old man is a bit confused. Pretending to be confused while trying to understand is not a patent of humans. Tiger Firm, who has fought countless dealings with humans and has started school to learn about humans, naturally won't reveal the bottom line of the demon race just because of Xiao Yuan's little act of kindness. If he had the strength of refined void, Xiao Yuan would definitely not be a modest gentleman, and reason with people, which is useful to teach people a lesson with his fists to be painful? Too bad. Heavenly Tao. Xiao Yuan indifferently spat out 2 words. He actually had little expectation for the demon race, and he was only looking for this excuse to survive the 100,000 mountains. Now that the tiger's nest had met, the initial friendship had been established. Whether or not he could pull the demon race to his side as a banner, he no longer cared. If he was not even clear about what the heavenly Tao was, Xiao Yuan thought to himself that there was not much need to have a deep relationship with the demon race. The tiger jail's eyes widened. The hall from the Cloud Tiger old ancestor, the king of all demons. At this moment, a rat-like sneaky look appeared in his eyes. Shoo! Tiger Firm covered Xiao Yuan's mouth with one hand, and his eyes couldn't stop looking at the sky. Elder brother Xiao, are you tired of living? Are these 2 words something you can say at will? As Xiao Yuan uttered these 2 words, the layer of fog in his bloodline inheritance was finally lifted. Looking at the tiger jail than their own still timid, Xiao Yuan feel funny. Really, when the sky road idle it, this kind of thing are worth it attention? Alright. Xiao Yuan pushed Tiger Firm's hand away. There was no need for him to hide what happened in the Haoran Sect when so many people saw it, so he told Tiger Firm all about what happened. Since the Tiger Firmament knows the way of heaven, regardless of whether he can pull him to his side, more friends have more roads, and now the 100 Saints realm of literature is divided. The Saints' legacy of the Four Falls, coupled with the Haoran Sect's name and death, and the life and death of when Haoran is unknown. In the entire southern region of the human race, the only ones left in the open are him, the fake refining void stage cultivator, and Xian Mei, the old muscle. Xiao Yuan doesn't have the confidence, much less the interest, to maintain peace in the southern region. The shock on the Tiger Jail's face hadn't stopped after Xiao Yuan had appeared, and now that it heard that the human race had actually pulled off such a big deal outside, even drawing the attention of the heavenly Tao, it only felt a crisis emerge while its heart was pounding. The demon race has settled down in the 100,000 mountains for too long, so much so that they are all a bit stuck in their ways. And this kind of big event, demon race even failed to participate in it. The Tiger Jail's face changed back and forth, constantly walking back and forth. In its heart it was both incomparably desirous of this cultivation path with the heavens, but it was also afraid of the heavenly Tao, so it struggled in its heart to the point that it was even a little difficult to control its own power. Xiao, Senior Xiao, how do I wear these clothes? Tiger Yao Yao stared at Xiao Yuan's clothes. After transforming into a form, that kind of motherly love and uninitiated naivety intertwined in that beautiful face. This kind of visual and give psychological conflict made Xiao Yuan's heart leak half a beat. Looking at the appearance of Tiger Yao Yao's head topping out from the cuffs and her clothes being worn horizontally, outlining all of her beautiful places, Xiao Yuan shook his head in amusement even though he wasn't looking squarely at it. You come here. Xiao Yuan pointed down to behind Tiger Cell, a transformed female demon. You teach her to put on her clothes properly. Tiger Young's words caused Tiger Firm, who was caught up in a conflict of egos, to react and give his junior a look before focusing on Tiger Young once again. To be able to obtain the goodwill of a great cultivator of the void refining stage, even if it was a human race, one's own descendant of the same race was considered to be deeply blessed. Elder brother Xiao, what do you want from my demon race when you come to my 100,000 cluster mountains? Tiger Jade was also drilling into his head, with the human race at the front. With one Haoran, the one who attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao, the human race was not to be feared, so why would he still be afraid? What do we need the demon clan for? Xiao Yuan really didn't think about it. If he wasn't sent to the 100,000 mountains by that old man who couldn't see his figure, he wouldn't have used it as an excuse. The cultivation conditions of the southern region is counted as the end of the 5 regions of this world. When the quarter of the past seen in the 100 Saints cultural realm but proved that the southern region of the land is the center of the ancient immortal cultivation realm, there are many relics left by the saints and great powers of the ancient times. Xiao Yuan frowned. The Haoran Sect, the Acacia Sect, and the Xianin Sect were the same supreme sects in the southern region. The Haoran Sect had the 100 Saints realm of the scribes, and the Acacia Sect and the Xianin Sect naturally weren't bad either. Just, the Acacia Sect secret realm but must be a couple of men and women can go in. So the specifics of how the original owner of this guarding the treasure mountain and not self-take the infatuation of the seed is not clear. As for the Xianin Sect's secret realm, it was a holy place for ghost and devil cultivators, and although Xiao Yuan was a bit curious now, that woman Xian Mei was not easy to pin down. Xiao Yuan wasn't afraid of hypocrites, but he was afraid of true villains like Xian Mei. If she asks her to death, there's really no place to cry. Xianin Sect, 4 domains. Xiao Yuan's gaze flickered as he uttered 5 words. The Tiger Jail was puzzled. But soon, it couldn't help but suck in cool air and lean back. You human race is really a good hand at infighting. You learn this stuff too? Xiao Yuan let out a cold laugh. With the chance of merging or even crossing the threshold, or even a greater chance in front of you, would you not be moved? Tiger Jungle did not respond, but stared at Xiao Yuan's lower body. No wonder you are so attached. Your Acacia Sect's secret realm must be entered by both men and women. You, the Acacia sect leader, cultivates the Acacia Sect's kung fu, but you are all alone so far. What do you think you're doing it for? Xiao Yuan naturally will not put himself and Su Qing carp love meet together thing to the outside. Although the demon race does not have the human race that set of rules, but this thing, before he has enough strength, is categorically will not be said to the outside. The Acacia Sect was now his talisman. Without the shelter of the Acacia Sect, he, a fake refined void stage great cultivator, was afraid that any pretense he put on would be dismantled one day. It's a private matter. I'll just ask you if the demon race is interested in joining me and getting a piece of the action in all of this. You have to know that although it's troublesome for people above refined void in the other 4 domains to want to cross the endless sea, they may not sit back and watch now that the opportunity is in front of them. Now that the southern region human race is willing to live in harmony with the demon race, it doesn't mean that the other races will do the same. Xiao Yuan was not too big or small to irritate Tiger Firmament with a sentence. Although the Tiger Firm was anxious, it was not the one to make a rash decision. It pondered for a moment and looked to the west of the mountain stream. I alone cannot make the decision on this matter. So wait for me and the Green Luan clan to discuss the past and then give old brother Xiao a reply. Tiger Jungle finished. Looked toward the Tiger Yao Yao dressed like a few human-like than himself. Buzzing voice, Tiger Yao Yao. You then helped the old man to entertain the Xiao patriarch. I from the Cloud Tiger sphere of influence. Everywhere feasible. The change from walking on 4 feet to 2, and the feeling of her chest swelling and falling downwards, made the first time transformed Tiger Yao Yao a little uncomfortable. But still, following the human's example, he arched his hand and said, yes, old ancestor. Tiger Jin Yuan nodded his head, and with a movement of his body, he flew towards the Green Luan clanland. It had already been moved, but the one who can really clap for the demon clan has to be that Green Luan. Chapter 39, The Most Human-Like Demon. Once to the Green Luan tribe land, the tiger jail will appear demon body, 10 meters high body stretch, big mouth open, a tiger whistle sound. Ching Luan, the old man has something important to discuss. The tiger jail did not care about the people of the Green Luan clan looking at themselves like thieves. Its tail like a steel whip flinging, sending out bursts of air-breaking sound. The huge tiger paw on the ground, looking towards a hut between the trees. Though the two usually hardly crossed paths, it knew that Ching Luan was inside. Creak, the wooden door pushed open, and a woman dressed in green with a 3-colored tail feather on her head walked out of the forest hut. She frowned. The 100 flowers around her bowed their heads in unison, and with her footsteps, the flowers fell on their own until she walked to the front of the tiger cell, and only then did she tilt her head, her green crystal-colored eyes looking at the tiger cell, which was hundreds of times larger than her own body. I asked you to read the people's book, and this is how you read it. Ching Luan voice ethereal, listening to a kind of straight into the soul of the sense of touch. The tiger prison eyes rose a trace of fire, but soon dimmed. Dongsher, I'm not you. It's already good enough for me to read in 2 books of the human race. Green Luan was non-committal, sidling toward a stone palace, and you know how to use idioms, so it wasn't a wasted read. Regarding what that human race proposed, I won't oppose. Ching Luan sat on the main seat of the long stone table and looked towards the tiger jail that had re-emerged in human form. But there's one thing, you have to help me. Tiger jail? Xiao Yuan did not expect the tiger prison to come back so quickly, before and after only more than an hour. He did not even finish half of this mountain stream. It returned with people. The original owner didn't know much about the news of the 100,000 cluster mountains, and only knew that in the 100,000 cluster mountains, there were 2 explicit void refining cultivators, one of which was Tiger Prison, and the other was the old ancestor of the Green Luan clan. However, the old ancestor of the Green Luan clan, when he signed the agreement between the human and demon clans back then, was already old, and died 1,000 years ago when his lifespan was depleted, and the new refined void stage great demon of the Green Luan clan had never shown her face in front of people. Ha ha, old brother Xiao. There was a trace of discomfort on the tiger jungle's face. It did not expect Ching Luan's request to be this. My demon clan has already deliberated. It is fine to cooperate with you, old brother Xiao. But, my demon clan needs to send one person to understand the situation. Tiger Cell sidestepped away and pointed at the man beside him, the strange look on his face 2 more times. This is Ching Luan. From now on, all connections between old brother Xiao and my demon clan will be relayed by her. The Green Luan? Using the Green Luan clan number as a name, this Green Luan clan's old ancestor thinks really highly of it. But the breath of its body is transformed into a god? Xiao Yuan look at people's strength. The original owner's memories of knowing is not bad. If you come across unfamiliar people, all rely on comparison. Little friend Ching Luan knows a lot about the human race. Ever been to the land of man before? Unlike Tiger Firm, this half-assed person, the demonic young girl called Ching Luan in front of her. If she ignored her green crystal-colored eyes, in terms of her demeanor and temperament, there was not a single thing that didn't look like a young lady from a human family. Looks and stature can be imitated, but temperament can never be imitated. Little friend? A hint of a smile surfaced in Ching Luan's eyes as she bowed to Xiao Yuan and said, Late generation Ching Luan, I have met Patriarch Xiao. My slave did spend some years in the Shang Kingdom before. Xiao Yuan was only polite. The demon race could go to the human race territory if they wanted to. He didn't want to stop them anyway. He only wanted to go back to the Harmony Sect earlier and go at ease. Tiger Jungle's heart was slightly relieved. Then with an ambiguous face, he put Xiao Yuan's arm around him and looked at his left hand and said, Elder brother Xiao, you know that my southern domain demon clan is not compared to the other 4 domains. This southern region's heavenly Tao is severely suppressed. And with the fact that transformation grass is rare and hard to find, Most demon clans don't want to transform in their entire lives. Today, I see that old brother you can help Tiger Yao Yao to transform. I wonder if you can help old brother a little. In the future, my demon race can't go in and out of the human race's sphere of influence in real body, right? Xiao Yuan coughed lightly. He only knew that this thing left behind by the saint could help the demon race to enlighten themselves. How could he have known that it would help Tiger Yo-Yo take shape? This guarantee he does not dare to make. And he has no reason to work for nothing. Elder brother Tiger. It's not that junior brother is unwilling. This thing is something I obtained at the 100 Sacred Text Realm. The legacy of the Supreme Sun can enlighten ignorant beings, but I do not guarantee that the matter of transformation will come to fruition. One more. This stuff is used less than once. Tiger Firm was uncertain, but Qingwan did understand Xiao Yuan's meaning. Patriarch Xiao may regard it as such, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails. My demon clan will not let Patriarch Xiao suffer, that is. Xiao Yuan's corners of his eyes surfaced with some smiles. In the end, he had gone to the human territory to further his education. And this kind of tacit understanding that could only be understood but not conveyed could be this well versed. Since little friend Qingwan has said so, then this honor will work a little harder. Xiao Yuan raised his left hand. He couldn't wait to consume all of this. His small body could not withstand the plans of the Supreme Sun, the leader of the saints. Today this honored one will be a child of scattered wisdom for once. Wisdom is scattered out, but received wealth is not as much as imagined. Not the demon tribe stingy, but in total there are not many people let him scattered wisdom. Apart from the Yuaning stage demons from the Cloud Tiger and Green Yuan clans, the rest of the demon clans were scattered with just over 10 people. On top of the wine table, the fruity aroma of the monkey wine deceived Xiao Yuan, making him unconsciously drink too much. He looked at the tiger jail with some heat in his eyes, and hugged it as he said, "Older brother, you're treating me too much like an outsider. You and I are working together. What we want is bare sincerity. You from the Cloud Tiger clan. So many Jindan stage demon cultivators, don't they need to be enlightened? If you're worried about spending money, old man can get a discount. A 50% discount." Tiger Jungle had some too much to drink, hiccuped, then looked at Qingwan, intent on saying, "Qingwan, Xiao old brother is red hot. Are we not to refute a piece of his sincerity?" Qingwan lightly sipped a mouthful of wine. Green crystal-colored eyes looked at some drunken Xiao Yuan. She really can't relate the person in front of her to the words human refined void, but instead it looks like the kind of young man in his early 20s that he met when he was living in the Shang dynasty. Unsteady, greedy to the point of clarity, and a bit cheeky. Recalling the information about Xiao Yuan in her mind, Qingwan could only say that the body of a 5-armored man, a young man who had the ambition to enter the green sky once, should indeed have the appearance of a young man, but she still underestimated Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan looked at Tiger Firmament, a great demon of the void refining stage, to ask a person he treated as a junior. Not only was it not strange, instead, he was somewhat self-conscious and came up to Qingwan. I don't know whether it was Qingwan's cool and unassuming temperament that attracted him or whether it was the fact that in the hundreds of thousands of mountains, the sight of a demon that was most like a human being, gave Xiao Yuan a sense of security. He actually reached out and wrapped an arm around Qingwan. "Little sister Qingwan, if the Qingwan clan has a need, I can also get a 50% discount." Oh? Qingwan's body stiffened, incredulously glancing at Xiao Yuan whose eyes were mesmerized. From the time she was born, she had lived with her grandmother, and in the entire Qingwan clan, and even the entire demon clan, there had never been a person who could get so close to her and touch her. Not to mention a human man. Rao Qingwan again cool. That green crystal color eyes also cannot help but surge up some shy anger. She like humans. Naturally even the shyness of women have learned at 10%. A slap slapped out. Even if it was from shame, this slap was enough to kill a Yuaning cultivator. Green Yuan. Chapter 40, 2 walks before the Ghost Gate. Tiger Jail and the Xiao Yuan embraced Qingwan when already sober. The human race is not compared to the demon race. The body is weak, and Xiao Yuan is obviously not defended. Qingwan this slap down. Spare Xiao Yuan is refining the virtual rest, afraid to suffer not light injuries. Qingwan regained some sanity and withdrew most of her force, but she was still surprised. Looking at the appearance of Xiao Yuan spitting blood and flying backwards, she looked at her hand. Instead of withdrawing his force, he added it? Tiger Firm was in a hurry and quickly dodged to catch Xiao Yuan. "Qingwan, you're crazy. Old brother Xiao, he obviously did it unintentionally. You don't collect your strength even if it's not enough. Why do you still want to kill him? Power out of a few points only Qingwan clear. And now even Qingwan doubt themselves, let alone the tiger prison?" Neither of the two could have imagined that Xiao Yuan, whom they regarded as a person of equal rank, was only a foundation establishment minor cultivator. Qingwan bit her lip. The warmth left by the man's large hand on her waist was still there. She never thought that there would really be someone who would be completely unguarded towards her. Xiao Yuan was a great cultivator of the void refining stage, even if he was drunk. But if he was a little wary of her, it was impossible for him to take this slap from her. A kind of panic surged up. Qinghuan dodged and took Xiao Yuan from tiger firm. She didn't explain because the truth was better than everything. What she had to do now was to stabilize Xiao Yuan's injuries. If not, if a great cultivator of the human race at the void refining stage came with the sincerity of cooperation but died in the 100,000 mountains, how should the demon race explain? Give me a secret room. I'm the only one who can save him. As soon as Xiao Yuan entered his hand, Qinghuan noticed how bad Xiao Yuan's condition was. Most of the bones in his body were broken. His breathing was weak, and he was unconscious. He was already dying from serious injuries. No wonder Tiger Firm was so angry with her when he saw her. The Tiger Jail got out of the way. It didn't understand how a good reception had become like this. Although it was shocked at Xiao Yuan's recklessness, it was even more furious at Qinghuan's reaction. Just by straddling her waist, she laid down her deadly hands. Then its previous mind would be exposed and it wouldn't be able to skin its head. Qinghuan carried Xiao Yuan into the secret room. The tiger Yao Yao on the side already had tears in her eyes. Although she had known each other for but a day, she was really full of gratitude for this kind human senior. Old ancestor, senior Xiao He. 1T be killed by old ancestor Qinghuan, right? Ow, ow. Milky two little tigers exchanged in Xiao Yuan's position. That equals a comfortable bed is gone. Tiger Jin Yuan glared at Tiger Yao Yao. It was just an accident. Qinghuan won't kill old brother Xiao. Kill? Qinghuan, who had used her natural aptitude to heal Xiao Yuan, trembled. That elegant and dusty face was full of consternation. She confirmed back and forth 3 times, looking at Xiao Yuan inside and out. Finally had to admit that it wasn't that she didn't confiscate. But, Su Qing, the head of the Hall of Acacia Sect was only a foundation establishment cultivator? There was a flash of killing intent in Qinghuan's eyes. The Xiao Yuan of the void refining stage and the Xiao Yuan of the foundation establishment stage were completely the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Yuan at the void refining stage had the ability to sway the human race's attitude towards the demon race. But foundation establishment? What was that? A small cultivator who would die or be injured by casually blowing his breath. Could even negotiate with the demon race on behalf of the human race? Qinghuan raised her hand. She would not allow the demon race to be fooled by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. But soon, she realized something was wrong. Human foundation building cultivators. There are 10 layers of foundation building? And that's spiritual liquid. District foundation cultivator. Spiritual power is even more abundant than Jindan cultivator? But both of these were not the point. Qinghuan wanted to kill Xiao Yuan because she suspected that Xiao Yuan was a fake. The Acacia Sect patriarch must be a void refining stage grand cultivator, which was clear from the news that came from the demon clan's secret sons. Qinghuan lowered her hand, her face shocked for another minute. Scattering the work and retraining, she saw within Xiao Yuan's body the residual traces of cultivation. It's Xiao Yuan. He's really the Acacia Sect patriarch. Qinghuan will put away the killing intent. The human world is really interesting. A loose power to repair the person. Even a supreme clan can be able to cheat the whole human race. You're really lucky. If you were just an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, you would definitely die today. Qinghuan's words had a twofold meaning. Her slap was not something a foundation establishment cultivator could take. So if Xiao Yuan was ordinary, he had no chance of being saved. Another layer was that Qinghuan wanted to see how far this first genius of the human race who had dispersed and recultivated, this unusual foundation establishment cultivator, could go. She, the demon race, indeed can't stay stagnant any longer, and needs a human great power who was kind enough to the demon race to be Hanshin for her. Xiao Yuan didn't know that he had walked in front of the ghost gate twice. The effect of the monkey wine was very good, even if he was on the verge of death with his whole body's bones shattered, and then reattached by the green one. Utilizing the green one clan's innate skill to help heal his injuries, he didn't even grunt a single word. Instead, I woke up feeling groggy in the head and with a hangover. Hiss. Xiao Yuan rubbed his head. He couldn't remember half of last night's events except for drinking. Careless. This is in the hinterland of the demon clan, and when a void refining stage demon is beside you, you're even greedy and drunk. It's a good thing I'm lucky I didn't get caught in the wrong. Walking out of the cave, Xiao Yuan again turned into the same affable but highbrow posture of yesterday. Xiao old brother, it's good that you're fine. It's all because of my brother. No lightness. Tiger Jin Yuan saw Xiao Yuan walk out like nothing, the hanging heart put down. First surprised to look at the Qinghuan. How did it not know that the Qinghuan clan's talent is so horrible? But as soon as the words left its mouth, it remembered that Qinghuan was hiding its strength to follow Xiao Yuan, and it could not expose its identity. One could only hope that Xiao Yuan had drunk too much yesterday and made a mistake in his memory. No light or heavy? Xiao Yuan was puzzled. Tiger firmament aside, Xiao Yuan and had dealt with it. Other than needing to guard against it wrapping its arms around his shoulders, it was still very comfortable to get along in other aspects. A little bit of wine is just a little bit of wine. It's Xiao himself who doesn't know how much he can drink. It's only right that he's disgraced himself instead. How can you blame elder brother Tiger? Tiger Firm's eyes widened as he touched Xiao Yuan's forehead to make sure he hadn't been beaten out of his mind before he stiffened and skirted the topic. Alas, old brother Xiao, just put 100 hearts into what I promised you yesterday. That apprentice of yours? I'll personally keep some eyes on her for you. Absolutely nothing will happen to her. Tiger prison is a tiger. Not stupid. Yesterday Qinghuan slap will Xiao Yuan life or shot to half. Xiao Yuan cannot remember this matter as best. Otherwise the heart to hide a lump. The two parties still how to cooperate? Qinghuan is amused. If Tiger Jin Yuan knows that the human he calls old brother is just a foundation establishment cultivator in disguise, will it be so embarrassed that it digs a hole and buries itself in it? But Qinghuan had forgotten that yesterday she hadn't been any better than Tiger Prison. Thank you, elder brother Tiger, but my Acacia sect is busy with business, and since you and I have reached an agreement, then Xiao will not stay any longer. I'll bid farewell to old brother today, and I'll ask him to try my harmonious sect's joyous wine again on another day. Xiao Yuan clasped his fists. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If you can run, you should hurry. The tiger firm returned the salute. Its gaze covertly glanced at Qinghuan. It always felt that the way Qinghuan looked at it today was not right, yet it could not discover anything. Good, but there is one thing, old brother. You must protect Qinghuan. She is the hope of the Green Yuan clan. If something goes wrong with her, the demon clan can tear your harmony sect apart. Chapter 41, Asking the Way. Xiao Yuan was full of himself. After being sent to the outskirts of the 100,000 cluster mountains by the tiger firm, Tiger Yao Yao looked at Xiao Yuan's disappearing back and looked at her own ancestor with tears in her eyes. Ancestor, didn't you say yesterday that you'd let me follow Elder Xiao along with old ancestor Qinghuan? Tiger firm looked at Tiger Yao Yao whose eyes were filled with clear stupidity after transforming into human form. In the end, these demon juniors are too well protected. The demon race is also more than some straight. If the real wide range of contact with the human race, these demon juniors, afraid of being the human race, are still thinking of people's good. Xiao Yuan and goodness is only his temperament is so, does not mean that the entire human race is so. On the other hand, looking at Hu Yao Yao's silly face, sending her to Xiao Yuan's side, then last night's incident and Chang Wan's identity, I'm afraid that all of them can't be hidden. What's the hurry? Bring up the child well. Xiao Yuan, that guy values you and these two little cubs. In the future, when the demon clan comes out, the benefits will come from you three mothers. Tiger Yao Yao wanted to retort. It was not someone who was greedy for favors. However, when the words reached his mouth, he was pulled back by the clansmen around him, and could only stifle his voice as he looked toward the place where Xiao Yuan had disappeared. Following behind Xiao Yuan, the playfulness in Chang Wan's eyes was never missing. She wanted to see how this Xiao Yuan should pretend. Senior Xiao, this is 1,000 miles to the Acacia Sect. Are you just going to walk there? Xiao Yuan was sentimental in his heart. He wanted to fly instead. But how humiliating would it be for a great cultivator of the void refining stage to not be able to fly in the air and still need to step on a flying magic weapon? This is not in front of the Acacia Sect's main hall, not when the sun rises, not to mention the area of hundreds of meters away, before there is a heaven and earth purple borrowed. Can let him step on the void, condense the bridge of purple gas, pretend to be a big pussy. This 100,000 mountains outskirts to the Acacia Sect is thousands of miles away. Can he still step on the purple chi bridge to get there? This honored one has two disciples not far away. How is their situation? This honored one needs to be sure. Another one. The immortal cultivator more hastily. Feet measure the earth. See 1,000 kinds of scenery. Knowledge of 100 colors of people. So as to be able to external objects to help themselves to see the nature of the mind. The immortal road can be smooth. This is the cultivation method of my human race. Even if you, little friend Qinghuan, are of the demon race, you should not underestimate it. Qinghuan eyes smiled more. If it was before last night, she really may be Xiao Yuan this not in the clouds of words to coax the past, feel his heart extraordinary, when from the, but now, she only feels that the person in front of her is really pretending and really makes her more and more interested. Elder Xiao, isn't the cultivation of the human race all about breaking off the dusty ties and clarifying the path to immortality? In order to come to you, yet you have to step into this red dust in the body of cultivation? Cultivation of immortality. Cultivation of immortality. Is to cultivate into an immortal and obtain great freedom? You are so pure and bitter. being enchanted by the mortal world and confused by the 7 emotions of human beings. And how did you cultivate to refinement of emptiness? The late generation is unknown. Peculiarly this please, Xiao Yuan wanted to pretend. So Chang Yuan cooperated. She wanted to see what shocking words this foundation establishment small cultivator could say. Xiao Yuan tilted his head. How did he know how the original owner cultivated into refining the void? And still with the harmonious sex gong method, one person cultivated alone. Talent? Naturally. But the original owner's paranoia to the extreme was perhaps the key to his 5-kilogram body becoming a refined void. Who says that a mortal's karma is an earthly karma? To break the mortal karma is the path to immortality. Chopping away the dust is nothing more than ordinary people who can't help you but still expect you to take care of them. And Ming's immortal path is nothing more than people who are deliberately befriended for their own benefit. Sifu, Daoist, merchant, which is not someone who can be used on the way to cultivation. If your father is an immortal, do you break your earthly ties? To break the dust bond and clarify the path to immortality. It's all good talk, but in the end, it's just human nature being selfish. Qingwan looked at Xiao Yuan, a pair of beautiful eyes in the emotions overturned, but could not find any refutation of the words. She understood that what Xiao Yuan said was part of the reality, but in the end, it was just sophistry words. Then according to what Elder Xiao said, we who cultivate should not break our earthly ties? It is natural to break. Xiao Yuan gave a sideways smile, showing the demeanor of a tall man, a person who has been inculcated by the culture of the new era, but still can't bluff a girl who hides in the deep mountains? Green Luan. It's so tempting to hit someone, but it has to be resisted. Shang Luan was saddened in her heart, but she still put on an appearance of being coaxed and looked at Xiao Yuan with admiration and a face full of doubt. Elder Xiao said that breaking the dust karma and clarifying the immortal path are selfish and self-interested people. So Elder Xiao is this kind of person? Xiao Yuan pointed at himself. He never pugnacious himself as a gentleman, even if the system made him a true gentleman. Of course, every man for himself. The difference is only, can you live with your conscience? Conscience? Qingwan frowned. What was a conscience and where was it in the body? Why are so many people hung up on something that they obviously can't even find by disemboweling a person? Obviously used by so many as a bluffing front. Yet so many people admire it? Is Patriarch Xiao saying that he acts with a clear conscience? Qingwan's gaze flashed. Regardless of whether what Xiao Yuan said yesterday was true or false, she had mastered Xiao Yuan's biggest secret. She wouldn't worry about Xiao Yuan counting on her demon clan. 100 Saints Text Realm. The matter of the heavenly way has opened the curtain for the world of the great struggle, and Xiao Yuan cooperation. She can at least Xiao Yuan's life and death control in the palm of her hand. And this secret outsiders do not know. Xiao Yuan's identity can be for her demon tribe to seek the greatest support. She really has no reason to presumptuously kill Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's footsteps accelerated. The light of the sovereign's order on his waist flickered. He gently wiped it with his hand. The feeling of leaving the den of wolves and tigers was this relaxing and cozy. I don't cultivate longevity. I only seek to be free in my heart. Guilt or not, it's none of my business. I will be ashamed of having trampled good flowers into the dust. I will be ashamed of having died in vain because of my order. How hard is it for a man who has all the 7 passions to have no shame in his heart? Qingwan, you're of the demon race. So this honored one will teach you something today. Qingwan's eyes moved. Her mind quickly went through all the information about Xiao Yuan, but she realized that everything she knew did not match up with this free-spirited liar in front of her. Going forward, no matter who you meet, if he says to you that he has acted in his life without shame, don't hesitate. If you have the chance, don't just thwart his soul if you can. Qingwan stopped her steps and looked at Xiao Yuan, who was stepping on the blue grass and speeding in front of her. Her green crystal-colored eyes became a little narrow, just like the pupils of a bamboo leaf green, looking at her prey. But soon, Qingwan's gaze became gentle again. The deep-seated color of playfulness disappeared, not to mention how strong he was. This big liar in her eyes was indeed the most interesting one of the people she had seen. Senior Xiao, wait for me. You're running too fast. Xiao Yuan slowed down his steps and turned back to look at the graceful silhouette running towards him. I don't know if it was an illusion or not. Just now the back of his neck had a feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. However, he had forgotten one thing. Why Qingwan, the demon clan that he considered to be a god transformation demon clan, couldn't catch up with him, a small foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 42, Elder, you're really embraced. Cold air bubbled up from the water, and silver fish 2 fingers wide swam in the frigid pool. The color of Xiao Yuan's eyes changed quietly. He had already walked around this cold pool twice, but neither of them had found any traces of that ancient cultivator's cave. But the traces left behind by Ying Xuanyu and Su Qing carp would not be faked. The yin-yang heavenly scripture was in operation. The world turned into black and white in Xiao Yuan's eyes, and he had seen the area around the cold pool inch by inch, but all of them yielded nothing. Senior Xiao, what are you looking for? Qinghuan's green crystal-colored eyes followed Xiao Yuan's figure closely, and she did not see anything rare about this cold pool. A fish leaped up, splashing water. The silver-white body of the fish reflected the blazing sunlight, and through the crystal water droplets turned into 7 colored colors into Xiao Yuan's eyes. Xiao Yuan's eyes stared, his gaze fixed for an instant after the fleeting small rainbow, and then he smiled in surprise. This ancient great cultivator's cave was hidden in a really hidden way. It's really good ingenuity. 2. Borrowing the earth's fury. A cold vein that is almost useless to foundation establishment cultivators and above. And borrowing the tacit understanding between the human and demon races. He hid his cave between these silverfish jumps. With such a hard-to-find cave, he didn't even know how Ing Xuanyu and Su Qing carp found it. But seeing that this cave has been sealed from the outside, with Bai Yui around, and this ancient great cultivator not treating people with malice, there is no need for him to worry about Ing Xuanyu and Su Qing carp duo anymore. Nothing, just looking to see if there are any suitable fish to fight. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and looked toward the yin-yang fish boat that was rapidly flying towards the sky. He didn't want to really take Qinghuan and walk back to the Harmony Sect. A forced can not always pretend. If the Qinghuan see wrong too, she casually out to test 1 or 2. Their own this fake refining stage big cultivator can be exposed. Qinghuan naturally wouldn't believe Xiao Yuan's bull ******, but she really couldn't find half the problems with this cold pool either. Her gaze turned and she looked at the same place as Xiao Yuan. The good show has not opened yet, and so to go to the Acacia clan. She would like to see this top Acacia clan head of the name of the foundation small repair. How to manage the Acacia clan. How to let the other human forces agree to the entry of the demon race. Master. Muyui staggered and ran down from the top of the airship, tears in her eyes, her elation unconcealed. He had also entered the 100 sacred text realm, but she was relatively lucky. And when the 100 sacred text realm fell apart, she inexplicably appeared not far from the Harmony Sect with a few Harmony Sect disciples. When Xiao Yuan used the sovereign's order to contact the people close to the sect, she was one of them. What happened in Haoran Zone is no longer a secret. A huge Haoran Zone was directly destroyed in an instant. And when Haoran borrowed the chi of 100 zones and blood sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people is spreading in the southern region at a very fast speed. As the nominal void refining cultivator of the southern region, the people of the Xianyin sect had not been able to contact Xianmi so far, and Mu Yui was naturally worried that the person using the patriarch's order would not be Xiao Yuan himself. Warm fragrance and soft jade entered his arms. Xiao Yuan's face was hit with a steep white color. Even his breathing stopped for several breaths. A Su Qing carp, a Ing Xuanyu is enough for him to cope with. Xiao Yuan does not want this Mu Yui, who engraved the idea of rushing the master on his brain, to know his real situation. As cool as it is to be forced to, it's still dignity that comes more important. Why are you around? How are the fifth elder and the others doing? Mu Yui grabbed Xiao Yuan and was unwilling to leave. The moment she hugged on, although she knew that she was a bit impulsive, Xiao Yuan's non-refusal made her heart surged with a slight sweetness. This was the first time in as long as she could remember that she was this close to her master. After that 100 sacred literature realm split up, a few fellow siblings and I appeared near White Jade City. The fifth elder has already sent the news back to the sect. The clan this time, in addition to the 137 people who fell into the 100 sacred text realm and didn't know where they were, the rest of the people. Mu Yui's brows tightened, and only then did she remember to look toward Xiao Yuan's surroundings. At the first sight of Qinghuan, Mu Yui instinctively rose a few points of hostility. A beautiful woman near her own master must be someone with bad intentions, half dead or wounded. After answering Xiao Yuan's question, Mu Yui continued, Senior, where did she go? Sixth senior sister? Xiao Yuan did not notice Mu Yui's small thoughts, and he knew that the losses of the clans would definitely not be small during this trip to the Haoran Sect when he spied so many dimmed lines of fate in the 100 sacred literature realm. Only half of the dead and wounded were already considered good news for the Acacia sect. Doubtful she has her own chance, and this time she's been blessed by a blessing, so she won't have to soak in a pot of medicine for the rest of her life. Does the Haoran clan have any news of one Haoran? Mu Yui's heart was slightly relieved. She naturally knew what Xiao Yuan said. What was the chance that Dawei had gotten? But compared to this, she was more concerned about Dawei's body. As long as Dawson's Susanna could continue to cultivate, with Xiao Yuan as the Harmony Sect's patriarch, would the girls, as personal disciples, be less likely to have immortal destinies? The Haoran Sect's people have been killed and injured, except for those who entered the 100 sacred text realm who managed to survive. The entire Haoran Sect, including the Grand Elder Whitecloth's cheerful love, were all sacrificed to death. As for one Haoran, I don't know where he is. Xiao Yuan could not help but let out a dark sigh. This time, although because of the physical condition of Dao Sun's body, coupled with the fact that he originally did not have much of a backbone to enter the 100 sacred text realm first, so much so that he destroyed that unspoken cooperation with Xianmei, but when Haoran had been plotting for a long time, and there were bound to be means by which he and Xianmei would not be able to interfere with his plans, if by accident, the three of them made a move and found out that he was nothing more than a paper tiger frame, with Xianmei that old clam's sinister mind, it would not be impossible to kill him and completely take away the Acacia Sect's chi. Let's go back to the sect first. Xiao Yuan did not say anything else and walked straight towards the small Yin-Yang fish boat. Mu Yui was curious about the woman who suddenly appeared beside Xiao Yuan, an instinctive sense of crisis, as well as this green-clothed woman's face, that peculiarly ethereal and self-confident look, giving her a strong sense of crisis. She didn't want to lose one when Ren Chu and have another woman come out that her master could not forget. That's why she made a point of not mentioning one Ren Chu in order to see Xiao Yuan's reaction. Master, who is this girl? The hand was wrapped around Mu Yui's arms, and between one pull and one tug, the soft and elastic touch was clearly felt by Xiao Yuan's body. He didn't answer immediately, but instead looked towards the sky. The several flying Yin-Yang fish ships, district half a day. Is it really such a coincidence that there are so many Harmony Sect people around here? Senior Xiao, Cheng Yuan took a step forward. Her green crystal-colored eyes were opposite Mu Yui. One was serene and the other was gentle, but they were equally heavenly, unforgettable to see. You're really doubly embraced in the Acacia Sect. 2 peak transformation spirit and more than a dozen transformation spirit cultivators. Thousands of miles to meet you. Xiao Yuan's face steeply sank, cultivating the life and death Dao intention of him. He is particularly sensitive to killing chi. These people are really not sparing the slightest opportunity. Who is it? Grand Master? Chapter 43, The Art of Boldness. Qingluan had a smile in her eyes. She was a great demon of the refined void stage, and although she referred to herself as a junior in front of Xiao Yuan, her strength of the refined void stage was not a lie. However, she realized that Xiao Yuan's face changed when she sensed the rapidly approaching group. This was not the kind of strength that a Foundation Establishment minor cultivator should have, even if he was someone who had dispersed his power and recultivated. Welcome forward, let this father see which elder is this uptight. The remnant sword on Xiao Yuan's back appeared at his waist, and the wind whipped his hair before he arrived. Qingluan's eyes, which were waiting to see the show, were first puzzled and then shocked. Then, the way of life and death. She finally realized why that bold and careful fellow from Tiger Firmament had been deceived by Xiao Yuan. The Dao is exclusive to cultivators of the refining void stage, and the last barrier that prevents the transformation spirit from entering the refining void is the Dao of heaven and earth. Scattergories. Qingluan rummaged through her memories, and she had never seen that someone could still grasp the power of the Dao after dispersing and recultivating, even if it is extremely weak, so weak that it is like a bubble in the water that goes out at the touch of a button. On top of the Yin-Yang fish boat, Han Yang's eyes were intertwined with viciousness and surprise. When he received the news, he was far away and within the boundaries of the Acacia Sect, so he didn't think of rushing over. But after receiving the news from the Xianyin Sect side, he couldn't wait. Xianmei had appeared and was seriously injured. Xuanmei's injury made Han Yang unable to resist starting to think freely, and he also finally realized where Xiao Yuan's omission was in his transmission. A great cultivator of the void refining stage, within the boundaries of his own clan. What is it that requires the clan's people to come and yet does not require the strength of the visitor? Injured, in Han Yang's opinion. Among the two clans, Xianmei, the old demon woman who has been famous for thousands of years, is seriously injured and returned. The most when Haoran coveted Acacia Sect, and the strength of the lowest strength of the three, Xiao Yuan. There is no reason not to be injured. The legacy of the saints is shared by the world, excluding those old men who were in seclusion. In the southern domain where refined void great cultivators had briefly disappeared, the peak of the god of transformation was the sky of this southern domain. He, Han Yang, the Han family. The opportunity to gain the throne is today. Han Yang looked at those tiny figures above the ground as he stood alone at the bow of the ship. And behind him was a woman so old that her hair had only a few scattered strands left, her mouth full of teeth falling out, and she was withered as if she were dry and thin. At this moment, the old woman was opening her cloudy eyes, immersed in blood, and all around her, hundreds of Han family people were slitting their wrists and letting blood out, so that they, the old grandfather of the Han family, could restore their body as soon as possible to the state it had been in before it was closed. Boss, you woke up my old body just for the sake of this fortunate progress generation? The withered divine sense swung open, and the turbidity in the old woman's eyes couldn't help but flare up a ray of essence when she touched Xiao Yuan, and she felt the lingering power of the Dao on Xiao Yuan's body. This is the power that she has been pursuing for half a lifetime but has not been allowed. But she does not want to be obtained by such a junior. But soon, the horror in her eyes completely replaced the turbidity, and she even invaded her divine sense into that body just to be sure. Qingwan, who was originally waiting to watch the show with a smile on her face, first frowned, and then her dark anger turned over. How dare you? The divine sense was silenced. The old woman's face turned white. A few moments of pain flashed on her face that was as dry as winter turf, but she could not hide the waves of shock in her heart. It's her! It's her! Aunt! Han Yang's words were interrupted by the old woman before she could finish. Don't do it! Don't do it! There are still people around that little thief. Remember, we're here to welcome back the patriarch. The old woman stood up, gorgeous but cannot cover her old sleeve flicked. Around her Han family people above the wrist wound healing. The rich blood gas burned, turned into strands of fishy stench was blown by the wind will float away. Han Yang's face only froze as he wanted to open his mouth to ask something, but then he saw his aunt's figure move, and she actually flew directly off the ship to kneel in front of Xiao Yuan. I, Han Hongmei, pay my respects to patriarch. Meet, humph. A muffled grunt emanated from Han Hongmei's suppressed throat, her head lowered a trifle, and that latter sentence could no longer be uttered. Only Qingwan, who stood behind the people, her green crystal-colored eyes looked at Xiao Yuan's back and secretly sighed at its good fortune that within the people who came to look for trouble, there was someone who knew about her. Xiao Yuan did not understand that there was a person, no, a demon, who had taken him to the ghost gate and slipped twice, and helped him to avoid this calamity. He was silent as he looked at the old woman in front of him. The killing intent he felt just now was not false, but why did it change so much in an instant? Did you see him in one piece so you changed your mind on the spot? Han Hongmei's head was a few points lower. She was the previous head of the Han family. 1,000 years ago by chance, she followed Zhongtianyi to meet Qingwan in the Shang kingdom. Although it was only a one-sided relationship, she couldn't forget it. That woman who made Zhongtianyi bend her back. The Green Luan clan. The Green Luan ancestor who had lived for nearly 20,000 years. The heir she had devoted herself to cultivating. How could her strength be poor? Han Hongmei no longer had the heart to think about why Qingwan had appeared beside Xiao Yuan. She only hoped that Xiao Yuan did not notice her Han family's thoughts, or perhaps, on the face that they had not made a move. They would be spared. Auntie! Han Yang's voice breaks the silence of this moment. He is full of puzzlement and looks at Han Hongmei who kneels on the ground. Isn't it said that is not to kill and seize power? Why are you on your knees? Does his family still need to kneel on such a lucky bastard? The atmosphere was weird for a moment, and looking at Han Hongmei, who was still kneeling on the ground, Han Yang finally died, and after a miserable laugh, he wisely chose to obey. Han Yang greets patriarch. Although he was obedient, he didn't kneel on the ground as Han Hongmei did, but merely lowered his head, laughing at his tigerish behavior. Xiao Yuan remained silent, but removed the remnants of the sword at his waist and pressed it against Han Yang's head. Not much force was used, but everyone understood what Xiao Yuan meant. Kneel. Han Yang's body chi condensed. He Han Yang, the Han family, has never suffered such humiliation. Xiao Yuan didn't pay any attention to Han Yang, but lifted a foot and stepped directly on top of Han Hongmei's kneeling head in front of everyone's stunned gazes. What is the purpose of your coming here in such a hurry? Han Hongmei also felt humiliated, but there is one good thing about people who are going to die, and that is that they are more afraid of death than anyone else. In her heart, she was already certain that the person standing behind Xiao Yuan was the patriarch of the Qingwan clan, a seriously injured great cultivator of the refined void stage. She dared to make a move to test its reality, but two refined void Taoist monarchs. Where did she get the guts to try out the depths? Qingwan had still sighed at Xiao Yuan's good fortune, but once these two actions of his came out, while she was stunned, she finally understood the real reason why Xiao Yuan was able to sit on the position of the Acacia sect leader with the body of a scattered and recultivated person. Boldness. If he just forced Han Yang, Qingwan was pretty sure that this peak transformation spirit cultivator who still had some face left would inevitably resist with silence, and Xiao Yuan was bound to ride the tiger. Even if Han Yang only needed to use his qi to resist, Xiao Yuan's foundation stage strength would not be able to withstand it. At that time, Xiao Yuan would not only lose his majesty, but his reality would also be exposed before the Han family duo. But now, stepping on Han Hongmei's head of the foot, depending on life and death over everything will die of people. How there is still the bones of resistance. Han Hongmei's head had already been stepped into the dirt, but in the trembling of her voice was a severity she had never seen before. Chapter 44 Master, my pupil is a bit cold. Han Yang's body trembled, and the remnant sword above his head was so bladeless that he couldn't even feel the weight. He understood that Xiao Yuan was insulting him with exactly this attitude. Listening to his aunt's voice, Han Yang's back hunched a bit, 1,000 thoughts tumbling through his mind. Whether it was him or Granny Hairpin, both of them understood that whoever succeeded in breaking through the boundary would be the Acacia Sect patriarch. Before Xiao Yuan became a great cultivator of the void refining stage, the two of them had once gone in the name of their elders to exhort him to find a Taoist couple. But Xiao Yuan at the Jindan stage refused. Xiao Yuan at the Yuanin stage refused. And when he waited until he had transformed into a god, he didn't even put Zhong Tianyi's exhortations in his heart. A person who is infatuated with love and cultivates the Acacia Sect's techniques. Anyone would dare to say that Xiao Yuan will die in the boundless karmic fire. But he favored. To make everyone look wrong, Han Yang's feet went limp. And his afterglow looked at Han Hongmei, who had been stepped into the dust. And even though his heart roared with rage and the loss of his dignity caused his scalp to explode, he couldn't withstand the sword above his head that was like a feather in the sky. My subordinate came here because he was worried about the safety of the patriarch and came to greet him. Xiao Yuan's heart that was in his throat fell back. His move was too risky, but with the results, it was worth it. He does not want the hearts of people, such as Han Yang and other old foxes. They will not be grateful, only fear of the power. As long as his strength is restored, this kind of jumping clown's backhand can be town. As for now, Xiao Yuan directly walked through the middle of this aunt and nephew duo. Elder Han's loyalty is appreciated by this father. Let's end the martial law patrol and leave a force on Kanayuki Island. This father will give you 1 more month. If you can't find out who intercepted and killed my disciple, then you can go back to the Han family to retire. Xiao Yuan moved. Mu Yue and others also followed him up. Nowadays the Acacia Sect, the control of most of the power is still the hairpin flower granny and the Han family and other Acacia Sect old people. Only a few such as Guanyin young general people, only defected to Xiao Yuan. Mu Yue gentle nature and know how to be polite, is the entire Acacia Sect male disciples of the most ideal dual cultivation couples, and Xiao Yuan seeking marriage with numerous people, but she can be alone so far, and is not a little cute. She wasn't sure why the duo of Han Yang and Han Hongmei were here, but it definitely couldn't be anything good. Hatingly glancing at the two kneeling on the ground, she only kept this matter silently in her heart, and would naturally make the two learn a lesson when she had the chance. The sound of footsteps completely far away. Han Yang only then with a pair of red eyes will head up, looking at the side of the body as if no one general will be his face. Dust pat away Han Hongmei. He did not understand why Han Hongmei's attitude will be before and after the two differences. Auntie, why are you doing this? Han Hongmei shook her head and smiled. She knew that this nephew of hers was the one who would be most likely to see the wind and bully the good and fear the evil. The green-clothed woman following behind the little thief Xiao Yuan is a member of the Green Luan clan in the 100,000 Cluster Mountains. That green phoenix died, and the one who succeeded her is this person. Han Hongmei, the dry and thin body and cannot support the body of the gorgeous clothes. Even if she was once again many years of scenery, the body will also give her old man's despondency. If I don't bow my head, my Han family will be removed from the southern region today. You and I. When it comes to family sinners, Han Yang's face was shocked, incredulously looking at that distant Yin Yang fish boat. His gaze never fell on the person behind Xiao Yuan, and even more so, he could not have imagined. When did Xiao Yuan have a friendship with the demon race? The blood color in his eyes was gone, replaced by panic. Auntie, what should we do? This Xiao Yuan isn't stupid. He's not moving us now. He just doesn't have an excuse. But when he returns to the clan, how is he going to retaliate against my Han family? Han Hongmei's cloudy old eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as she was awakened from her death closure and her longevity flow intensified, leaving her with only a decade or so of life left to live no longer. And now that the Haoran Sect was extinguished and the 100 sacred textual realm was split up, those old men who had been living in the same way as her should come out to get some air. When you go back, go to the clan's forbidden land. The residual consciousness of the 100 sacred text realm has been awakened, and now that it's falling apart all over the southern domain, I don't believe that they can still miss out on this kind of opportunity. Han Yang's heart trembled. He was in the end kind-hearted compared to Han Hongmei. No one knew how many people were still alive inside the Haoran Sect's forbidden land, but Zhong Tianyi was bound to still have a breath in him, this time to awaken it. The power of the Acacia Sect belongs to who does not say, but these can be the bottom of a clan. Is the clan life and death of the survival of the power can only be used, but by Han Hongmei lightly a sentence all unveiled. Yes, auntie. Han Yang's gaze was firm. There was the Han family before the clan. If his Han family was gone, what was the point of having a clan? When the gate of the Acacia Sect appeared in his eyes, Xiao Yuan finally had some heartfelt surprise on his face. At this moment, Mu Yue saw that she couldn't wait for Xiao Yuan's introduction and was pestering Qing Luan, constantly testing the relationship between Qing Luan and Xiao Yuan. No one coveted that position beside Xiao Yuan more than her. In the past, when Xiao Yuan was still bitterly in love with Wenreng Chuchu, she didn't hide her heart, not to mention now, when Xiao Yuan was in a blank period? Sister Qinghuan, are you really not familiar with my master? These words were already the 27th time Mu Yui had asked them. Sparing Qinghuan's cool temperament, she couldn't help but feel more than a little dryness in her heart after being pestered by a woman who asked her questions all the way around in a chirpy manner. Miss Mu, I've said many times that I'm the person sent by the clan to discuss important matters with Senior Xiao, and I don't have the kind of mind you think I do. You can rest assured that your master will not be coveted. Qinghuan pointed to her face. It's impossible to have a man or woman with your master in this life. Qinghuan was also pestered by Mu Yui to the point where her mind was a bit blown. Otherwise she wouldn't have said such a sentence in front of a junior. Mu Yui suspicious, but many times to try to come the results let her have to temporarily choose to believe. Have one run choo-choo in the front. She also do not dare to determine. The world's women are not really a second eye blind. Cannot see her this good master. Then Sister Qinghuan must keep her word. Oh? Qinghuan laughed in exasperation. She wasn't so hungry. Don't worry, even if I die, I'll never think half-heartedly of your master. Back in the Acacia Sect, after Xiao Yuan had met Granny Hairpin and the others, he used the voice transmission formation to talk with Guanyin Yang some more before he sneered and closed the voice transmission formation. He said that why Han Yang was so bold. It turned out to be that old clam Shenmei had returned to the Hehuan Sect and was still seriously injured. Without even bothering to give a word of instruction, he closed the door to heal his wounds. Strength. Xiao Yuan's face was fierce. If he really had the strength of the void refining stage, even if he was seriously injured, he would have taken down the Han family. But alas, what a pity. Mu Yui already knew the whereabouts of Ying Xuanyu and Su Qing carp from Xiao Yuan, and with the addition of a Daosu who had obtained the inheritance of a saint, she, who was originally still confident in her own strength, was already a bit flustered. She does not want to be lost in front of Xiao Yuan. Taking advantage of the night, she came to the outside of Xiao Yuan's door. Mu Yui hated herself a little. If she could get the saint's inheritance, she wouldn't have to worry about that karma fire miasma power. Knock. Mu Yui knocked on Xiao Yuan's room door. Master, regarding the choice between separation and unity, there is still one thing that disciple does not know. Inside the room, Xiao Yuan, who had just finished running a large circumference, opened his eyes. He had just been thinking about this matter when Mu Yui came over. What a coincidence. Come in. Mu Yui walked in with her head down, not letting Xiao Yuan see the blush on her face. With a flash of orange light, the Mu Yui, who had shrunk several times, appeared in front of him. Master, the disciple's heart is in a panic. Apprentice Yuaning feels a little cold. Chapter 45, Soul-Splitting Karmic Fire. The second primordial infant. Xiao Yuan, does the Genesis baby sense hot and cold? Xiao Yuan maintained the dignity of a master teacher, but his body had already reacted one step ahead of his brain after hearing Mu Yui's words. The slender hand touched Mu Yui's Yuaning. A feeling that didn't touch the physical object but was marvelous came from the fingertips. Mu Yui's body has always had a very gentle and elegant fragrance. Like hibiscus flowers, Xiao Yuan every close to feel the heart of the gods. If not, Mu Yui's gaze on his master's covetousness is too obvious. He did not have to intentionally avoid her. But at the moment, Xiao Yuan only felt like he was completely wrapped around Mu Yui's body. Obviously it was only that little contact of his fingertips, but he could clearly feel all of Mu Yui's thoughts. The electric current that flooded his fingertips stimulated Xiao Yuan's heart, causing his head to go a little blank, and he stayed in place but didn't know when Mu Yui raised her head. Mu Yui's body was already as soft as water, and on a flawless face, the rich and extremely shy red not only did not appear somewhat monotonous because of its pure color, but instead, set off by the eyes of the pair of autumnal water shearing reflecting the time, it transformed the love of an infatuated woman into strands of red threads, tightly entangling Xiao Yuan's heart. Master, Mu Yui's voice is a little trembling. Yuaning stage cultivator. Its most important place is not in the body, in that from the virtual solid Yuaning above. Mu Yui before that side of the lame excuse output uttered, had thought that Xiao Yuan even if the reason to believe, will only be touched by divine thoughts. She didn't even think that Xiao Yuan would use his hand directly to touch her, the Yuaning that hides all her emotions. Mu Yui had never concealed her admiration for Xiao Yuan, but she had never shown any semblance of disrespect to Xiao Yuan as her master above her words and behavior. At this moment, she felt no less charming than Xiao Yuan, and even because of that unspoken secret in her heart, unreservedly presented in front of Xiao Yuan's eyes, shyly happy to the extreme. In her opinion, her master was a great cultivator of the void refining stage, and it was impossible for him to be frozen in place because of this little impact. That can only be a Lang Lang? Mu Yui's footsteps stopped. She tilted her head up to look at Xiao Yuan, who was still dumbfounded but could not hide the color of joy on his face. The tiniest pores on her blushing face had opened up just to meet the person in front of her. That burning hot nostrils. This was the first time that Mu Yui, the first time that she leaned so close to Xiao Yuan face to face. Because of the shyness and elation in pink tender arm in Xiao Yuan face gently rubbing. And behind it, in the void, the karmic fire since the rise. Will forget all the external objects of the two people enclosed in it. The love in Mu Yui's eyes was already raging. And the lips that were glistening with watery luster touched Xiao Yuan as her feet padded up. She didn't know about men and women, but her body's instincts made her go and explore everything about Xiao Yuan with her lips and tongue. The moment his mouth was intruded by a foreign object, Xiao Yuan woke up from his heavenly pleasure, and he was a little bewildered as she looked at Mu Yui, who was so close to him that there was not the slightest gap between them. Wasn't it just to feel why Mu Yui's yuaning was cold? How? What's with the kissing? Ding teacher's virtue is the first. The host of the body of the elders do not know how to hold themselves, but to seduce ignorant juniors, really against the way of the gentleman. Deducted the value of the gentleman 500. Ding the host has physical contact with his own disciple that goes beyond the master-disciple love? Deducting the value of gentleman 1000. Xiao Yuan was completely startled awake, his eyes open angrily, just about to push Mu Yui away. But the sound to the ears was only that of Mu Yui's wooing voice in the midst of the mouth and tongue that was so difficult to separate from her own. And your own hands? Xiao Yuan's gaze dropped down and had long since covered the beauty of Mu Yui's chest at an unknown time. Xiao Yuan's body stiffened, and the strength that wanted to push Mu Yui away had already turned into the overflowing soft flesh in his fingers. Xiao Yuan's gaze lifted heavily, and Mu Yui's shy eyes met. Between their lips and tongue, the two were in a fierce battle, but at this moment, the two were strangely quiet. What kind of eyes are those? Shyness, joy, love, can all be summarized in the phrase defiant. A thought surged in Xiao Yuan's heart. Can't push away. Absolutely can't push Mu Yui away. She's gonna die. Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed some struggle. Such Mu Yui, with gentleness to people, obviously how shy she is, but she loves herself as a master like this directly. After this time, the master-disciple relationship between the two existed in name only. If he refused, how resolute was Mu Yui's love at this moment, then how resolute was her intention to die. And, karma fire. The power of the karma fire Xiao Yuan had experienced, and at this moment, the karma fire was burning, and Mu Yui had no way to retreat. Xiao Yuan's eyes became gentle, placating the slightly uneasy Mu Yui, before settling her cerebral tongue with brute force, one hand sliding down along that candid object, landing on top of its supple waist. Yui, meditate. Xiao Yuan pushed Mu Yui away a little, a thin silk salivation pulling out between the corners of their mouths, but his other hand was still holding onto Mu Yui without the slightest bit of slack. Master, master. When these words came out, the hearts of the two people who were staring at each other were all shaken, especially Xiao Yuan, whose yin-yang heavenly scripture he had converted to was not troubled by the karma flame, but had a greater need for the way of yin-yang reconciliation. Plus, he had already experienced the pleasure of fish and water at Su Qing Carp's place, and after he had tasted the marrow, his heart was even more impatient. Forcing his eyes to stray, he reluctantly slid his hands out, and then grabbed Mu Yui's shoulders under the gaze of his reluctant gaze. This karmic fire is the result of my Acacia clanman's kung fu, and at the beginning of the cultivation, it is intertwined with your and my divine souls, karmic fire entangling thoughts, and for the thing that the real and the imaginary turn to each other. Want to be in the body of one person, the same cultivation of separation, unity two paths, the only way is to split the soul in the karmic fire miasma power. Try, refining karmic fire as a second genesis. The charm in Mu Yui's eyes dissipated and was replaced by that incomparable shock. If she wasn't sure that this was her own master, if she didn't know that he hadn't been tying the Dao couple because of that blind woman when Rinchu Chu, she really thought that Xiao Yuan's suppression of the karmic fire was for this purpose, the southern region of the second genesis of the art of many, but all for the body outside the body, with its use, but one to repair the Tao of heaven, one to repair their own body, the cultivator's energy. The loss of resources cannot be said to be not big, therefore, even the people of the three clans, unless they are sure that they have no hope of breaking through, it is impossible for them to cultivate this art that only consumes energy and resources. But now, Mu Yui in those short words of Xiao Yuan, not only saw the possibility of the way of heaven and earth, the way of only me in one body, and even the disadvantages of the second Yuaning were also solved together. This karmic fire is born in an unknown place, and its strength is related to the level of its main body's realm. Aside from the possibility of being burned to death by this karmic fire, there were no drawbacks other than the high requirements for the cultivator's heart. Master, Mu Yui looked at Xiao Yuan, admiration in her eyes more and more thick. She thought of a lot, only did not think. If the failure of their own how to deal with it? Chapter 46, This Hapkido Sect That Hides Dirt and Grime. Xiao Yuan's eyes were filled with relief. His eyes turned, his body took 3 steps back, and under the yin-yang heavenly eyes, every detail of Mu Yui was presented in his eyes one by one. But at this moment, for the half-dressed Mu Yui, he did not have half an impulse. He was not sure of his feelings for Mu Yui, but he could never accept Mu Yui to die. Or maybe it's gone from one side. Begin. Master will watch you. Mu Yui did not hesitate for half a second. The incomparably menacing soul-splitting technique for an onlooker. But for her who had long suppressed her karmic fire and feared death, with Xiao Yuan's relief, she wielded the knife at herself with more determination than she had ever wielded before. The divine soul blade fell. Extreme pain bubbled up from the depths of the soul, and Mu Yui's yuaning rapidly became dim. But she didn't let out a cry of pain. Only pain could tell her that she wasn't dreaming, that everything that had happened today was real. In Xiao Yuan's line of sight, a divine soul power peeled away from above Mu Yui's yuaning and then quickly escaped. Xiao Yuan pinched his hands and first wrapped Mu Yui's separated divine soul power with the Tao intent of life and death, and then with a change in the spell, each of his eyes shot out a beam of black and white light, which intersected in Mu Yui's divine soul power and transformed into a bit of spiritual light. It is now. Xiao Yuan's eyes dimmed, no longer able to sustain the yin-yang heavenly eyes, and his pupils returned to their original state as he looked at Mu Yui and shouted in shock. He was panicking in his heart. He had thought that Mu Yui would be able to take her time and separate the gods and souls, but her resolute swing of the knife made it so that he didn't even have time to observe. But fortunately, Mu Yui's decisive slash had cut just right. Mu Yui's expression shook. The familiarity that suddenly appeared caused her to look towards the part of her divine soul that she had chopped out. Under normal circumstances, when the divine soul was decapitated, the power of the divine soul that was detached from the body would not only no longer be under the control of the body, but would also dissipate under the rules of heaven and earth, causing permanent damage to the cultivator. But now, she was actually able to control this divine soul that had been chopped out. Unable to think carefully about Xiao Yuan's change in this unseen means, Mu Yui completely let go of her mind to suppress it, indulging that karmic fire to completely engulf herself. Xiao Yuan retreated back and forth, but that pair of eyes did not leave Mu Yui's body for half a minute. At the main peak of the Acacia Sect, within a separate courtyard, Qingwan violently opened her eyes and looked towards where the main hall was. The Green Luan clan was most sensitive to vitality, and just now, she unexpectedly felt the birth of a familiar aura. But how is that possible? Qingwan's face changed back and forth. Being in the hinterland of the Acacia Sect, even she needed to take quite a few risks if she acted rashly. The Acacia Sect's 30,000 years of accumulation had revealed a strength that was more than just the ability to refine the void. However, her curiosity about that suddenly appearing life aura, coupled with Xiao Yuan, the Harmony Sect patriarch who was not a threat to her, she still left her private courtyard, her figure hiding in the night, and hurried towards the main hall of the Harmony Sect. Inside the room, Xiao Yuan's expression gradually changed from tense to soothing. The karmic fire that wrapped Mu Yui was gradually extinguished, replaced by a whole body red. The bottom of the eyes reflecting the red lotus of the shrunken version of Mu Yui gradually solidified. The breakthrough in her relationship with Xiao Yuan allowed Mu Yui, who had been stagnating at the early stage of yuaning for many years, to finally make a breakthrough, and was even able to suppress the karma fire miasma force again after actively releasing its suppression. Under the two divisions of the God Soul, the God Soul is not extinguished, and the karmic fire is not extinguished. But, this karmic fire is all due to Mu Yui, and her split soul is even parasitic karmic fire. Karmic fire can incinerate the soul, but how to incinerate themselves? Senior, Mu Yui's face was pale, but there was a smile between her eyebrows. She had succeeded, with the help of her master, and from then on, not only could she practice both paths, but she no longer had to worry about her karmic fire. Xiao Yuan quickly approached and took out a spirit elixir and sent it into Mu Yui's mouth. Outside the house, Qingwan, who was already close, knows Xiao Yuan's strengths and weaknesses, and naturally doesn't have too many concerns about him. With a single movement of the divine soul, the situation inside the house appeared in front of his eyes in perfect detail. At first glance, Qingwan eyebrows will not be a wrinkle. The two embracing people at the moment which has half of the appearance of master and disciple, but like a lingering after the couples, clothes messy between, spring color clearly visible. She had long known that Qingwan's feelings towards Xiao Yuan were not right, but she did not expect that Xiao Yuan, who was so serious in front of people, would be so entwined with her disciple when it came to the dead of night. It's disgusting to be against human decency. Qingwan somehow had anger. Her mind was even more irrepressibly reminded of the scene where she was embraced by Xiao Yuan. That kind of unknown and escaping emotion could only make her say those 8 words. But soon, she looked above the crimson figure that possessed the same aura as Mu Yui. In just a moment ago, it was precisely because he sensed that the aura of this suddenly born being was exactly the same as Mu Yui's that she had ventured here. How is that possible? Qinghuan was incredulous. She had not been unaware of the human race's incarnation techniques, but none of them, and perhaps none of them had ever existed, had the creating something out of nothing that was similar to the way of reproduction of living beings. But in front of this, belongs to Mu Yui's red Yuan baby, why can experience reincarnation? Will be born life. Her disbelief, and even more so her confidence in herself, led her to make a decision that she was incredibly chagrined by for quite some time. Her divine soul power touched Mu Yui's second Yuaning, and without waiting for her to explore in detail, the karma fire miasma power spread along her divine soul power into her sea of consciousness. Where does the fire of karma begin? The cause of the 7 emotions of greed, anger, hatred, love and evil desire, sin and killing thoughts. This is the punishment of heaven and earth. Mu Yui's karma fire miasma, or rather the karma fire miasma of the entire Acacia sect's disciples, was caused by lust. There is a difference between strong and weak cultivation, but the level of perseverance is not determined by cultivation. Qinghuan nature is cool, but under the attack of karmic fire, that boundless lust together, her heart cannot help but be confused. No, this can't be. There's no way I'm going to be disturbed by a mere karmic fire. Qinghuan is scared that someone can refine the karma fire for their own use, occupying their body to take in their souls, and merging into the second Yuaning. Reason told him, Mu Yui the stupid girl could not have this kind of tactics. Its leader must be Xiao Yuan. She is more afraid of herself as a late generation Mu Yui. Why can suppress this karma fire miasma power? But instead she is gradually sinking into it. Xiao Yuan didn't know about what happened outside the house, after he hugged Mu Yui and gave her a good relief. Thinking about his little life and the system's warning, he had to coax Mu Yui away even if he was horny. Mu Yui, who had recovered a lot, looked at Xiao Yuan with some grudges. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yuan didn't reject her own feelings and didn't resist the intimate contact between the two of them, she really thought that Xiao Yuan was disliking herself. Yui, you have just broken through to the mid-Yuaning stage, and the karma fire Yuaning is in its infancy. Coupled with the matter of splitting the soul, you have 2 deficiencies in your divine soul and body. It is better to go back to seclusion to recuperate and consolidate the realm first. Xiao Yuan forced himself not to look at Mu Yui. Just a moment ago, Mu Yui's corset had already fallen down most of the way. If it continued, he would really have to steer his horse. The beauty is delicious. But, Xiao Yuan's mind rises a thought. Sleeping his disciple will be wiped out by the system and need to consume a life. So after expelling her from the master, is it safe to sleep? Chapter 47. What's the difference between trying and trying? Mu Yui looked at Xiao Yuan mournfully without saying anything, and after seeing his firm attitude, she also knew that she was too hasty. She clenched her fists darkly. Come on, Mu Yui, if you can't do it this time, you'll have to eat your master next time. Just, right. Mu Yui's slightly dispersed blush surfaced again. Just take this time to learn the art of double cultivation. Otherwise, master's realm is so much higher than mine. Wouldn't it be a shame if I begged for forgiveness? Looking at the wonderful look on Mu Yui's face, Xiao Yuan was suspicious and wondered what kind of drama this apprentice disciple of his was adding to his repertoire. Yui? Mu Yui woke up with a start. Those blush-inducing poses in her mind cleared. Who would have thought that before outsiders, she, who was most known for her gentleness and serenity, would be this frenzied and bold? Oh. Mu Yui hurriedly arranged her skirt neatly and then fastened her corset. Except for the blush on her face, she was no different from when she arrived. Then master, the apprentice will go back first? Xiao Yuan's gaze lingered on Xiao Yuyi's chest for a breath. Even though his reasoning was sober, it would be a lie to say that it was not a pity. Yes. Xiao Yuan turned around and turned his back, looking at the roof in a slight daze. However, Mu Yui, who had caught the landing place of Xiao Yuan's gaze, was shy and happy. From the time she came in, Xiao Yuan was most reluctant to let go of these 2 places. She gritted her teeth, always bold. There was no reason not to be bold this time. She didn't go outside, but went around to Xiao Yuan's body, and in Xiao Yuan's puzzled gaze, she wrapped her hands around the top of his neck, then stood on her tiptoes and handed her watery lips up. After a long time, Mu Yui, who was breathing heavily, jumped away with some panic. The clothes she had managed to organize could not be messed up again by Xiao Yuan. Master, next time the apprentice will give it to you. Xiao Yuan stiffened his hand and looked at Mu Yui's back as she left, and he couldn't help but slap his hand hard. The dignity of a teacher. Ding red powder to tempt all the saint's heart. But the host can uphold the heart and not chaotic. Saints can hardly say that, not confused. The host of the firmness of the heart has not lost the saint. Reward the host of the value of 7,000 gentlemen. Ding gentleman's value reaches 30,000. The mall exchange system opens. Xiao Yuan. Is 7,000 gentlemen worth such generosity? And what is this mall exchange system? Xiao Yuan had always thought that this gentleman value was the system's measure of his character. After all, it had no use other than reminding him to be elegant and easygoing. But now, Xiao Yuan wanted to ask the system what could be exchanged, and whether he could directly exchange his cultivation. But without waiting for him to open his mouth, a green-colored figure with loose hair barged right in from outside. Xiao Yuan was startled. His body could not help but tense up already, and his gaze was even directed to the patriarch's order that had fallen when he was entangled with Mu Yui just now. Mu Yui was dressed, but he wasn't. And, how did Qingwan appear here? What does she want to do? Qingwan, do you want to die by breaking into my father's room at night? Xiao Yuan's face was straight. A kind of solemnity manifested from his body. If not for the scattered clothes and loosened pants, he really had the stern style of an elder. Qingwan spat out burning breath. She thought about leaving, but if she left the patriarch's hall in this state, once she was discovered by the Acacia Sect's protective array, without an identity token, she would inevitably cause the sect to show alarm. So she could only endure it, expecting that she could suppress the flood of lust. But on the contrary, Qingwan angrily glanced at Xiao Yuan. On the contrary, this guy and Mu Yui were making out in it, making her heart longing for more blazing. Die! Qingwan backhanded Xiao Yuan's room door, sealing it off, before staggering her body with a complicated face as she slowly approached Xiao Yuan. She knew that she could not suppress the raging lust in her heart. Instead of escaping and then cheapening the guy who did not know whether he was a man or a ghost, it would be better to cheapen Xiao Yuan, the man who let her look at her a little bit. Senior is right here. Senior Xiao, kill instead. Xiao Yuan was furious. His heart was flustered, but he knew that he felt that he couldn't back off. He was a great cultivator of the refining void stage, and he was in the Acacia Sect. If he backed off, wouldn't that mean that she was afraid of Qingwan? A junior? The broken sword and the sovereign order were not with him, so although Xiao Yuan was a bit desperate, he decided to make a last-ditch effort. Bang! Xiao Yuan stepped heavily and directly pinched towards Qingwan's slender neck. He knew that his strength was far inferior to Qingwan, so if he wanted to take the initiative, he could only take advantage of Qingwan's fear of himself, and as long as she avoided it, he would have a chance to get the sovereign's order. Pop! Xiao Yuan's hand landed on Qingwan's neck. The upper hand was like soft jade, so smooth that Xiao Yuan thought he couldn't hold his hand. Giggle! Green Luan was mesmerized, and what she was doing at the moment was completely in compliance with her lust. She found that she enjoyed watching Xiao Yuan's stunned appearance. This big liar who used his foundation establishment cultivation to fool everyone, wanting to make it surprised wasn't exactly easy yet. Senior, kill me. Qingwan approached Xiao Yuan, just like what Mu Yui had done. Please, kill me. Xiao Yuan gritted her teeth. Her nose was filled with the aroma of Qingwan's body. She looked at Qingwan's flirtatious appearance that was completely different from her usual cool demeanor, and the desire that had not been suppressed began to act up again. But he ignored it and just looked at Qingwan grimly, his mind flashing back to all the things he had done in the 100,000 mountains. He was pretty sure that Tiger Prison hadn't discovered his secret, so how did Qingwan know about it? When did you find out? The corner of Qingwan's mouth lifted into a smile. If she let that jealous little girl Mu Yui know that the master she had worked so hard to tease had been plucked by her, how interesting would that be? A ray of green light slid down, and the white but giving endless life of spring color came into view. Even if Xiao Yuan's mind was no longer calm, he could not help but freeze for a few moments in the face of the scene in front of him. Qingwan doesn't know about men and women, but she does know about present learning. She used her own lips to touch Xiao Yuan, and then slightly parted them, and between the opening and closing of her lips and teeth, she told all the things that Xiao Yuan had forgotten. She knew very well that Xiao Yuan could guess her identity even if she didn't say anything. That slap. Qingwan stroked Xiao Yuan's face, exhaled like orchids and whispered in his ear, "Do you remember?" Xiao Yuan naturally remembered. Although he wasn't clear about what happened behind him, he remembered Qingwan's slap clearly. He, a fake refined void stage great cultivator, ran into a real refined void stage great demon, and after receiving that palm, he could still live is considered a miracle. Why didn't you kill me before? What is your purpose in following me around? Qingwan smiled and locked eyes with Xiao Yuan, then clumsily blocked Xiao Yuan's mouth, fervently yet rawly swallowing all of Xiao Yuan's words into her stomach. Don't you love playing around here? Qingwan grabbed Xiao Yuan's hands, and their bodies gradually shortened. Try it. Try how different I am from Mu Yui. Chapter 48, There will be victory and defeat. The same in the end is different, but each has its own flavor, and the same makes Xiao Yuan love it. May. The painting style is not a bit wrong? Although Xiao Yuan was somewhat inflated in self-confidence by his several disciples, he was not arrogant enough that a great demon such as Qing Luan would give herself to him without a reason. But he couldn't refute it. The paper tiger broke when it was dipped in water. And in front of Qing Luan, his disguised strength was too unbearable. There's only one hard spot on the whole body. Darkness today. Xiao Yuan had already forgotten how many times he had been destroyed. He turned his head sideways. The corners of his eyes had already accumulated tears at some point. Xiao Yuan thought he would cry, but the heart that was completely absorbed in it and enjoying it could not be faked at all. After another fierce battle, Xiao Yuan only felt his eyes dry up and no more tears flowed out. Still, isn't that enough? Xiao Yuan had already forgotten how many times he had said this. From the beginning when he was being bullied, enjoying it in silence, then insisting when he was tired, and then begging for mercy at this moment. The confidence that Xiao Yuan had built up in Su Qing was crushed to the core in front of Qing Luan. The yin-yang heavenly scripture. Xiao Yuan can't accept that he who has the yin-yang heavenly scripture has lost to Qing Luan. At this moment, Qing Luan's consciousness was already clear. The lust within her body had given out most of it, and despite her strength, coupled with the naturally powerful body of the demon race, she also felt exhausted and empty during this fierce battle. But looking at Xiao Yuan's tearless pharyngeal joyful appearance, the instinct to end it there and then, she favored to get up again, and did not do any constraints on the residual lust, and allowed it to be like a horse out of control, taking her to gallop at her will. I read in the book that you human males aren't the most reluctant to admit that you can't do it? Qing Luan bent her body. Her long hair spread out to falsely hide the spring light. That white body had long been pink. She looked at Xiao Yuan in this manner, her eyes full of teasing intent. With that pair of green crystal-colored eyes, Xiao Yuan wondered if he was addicted to being abused. He even felt that Qing Luan's eyes directly hit the bottom of his heart, causing him to give birth to a few moments of courage out of thin air, and summoned up the strength to overturn Qing Luan. This was the first time that Xiao Yuan had taken the initiative between the two of them. Qing Luan's self-confidence was slightly shaken. Her entire body was weak at this moment. Only by virtue of her body, she was unexpectedly unable to defeat Xiao Yuan. She regretted a little, regretted that she was not too arrogant. So let Xiao Yuan rekindle fighting spirit? Xiao Yuan sneered. Looking at the softness on Qing Luan's face, a sense of grandeur grew in his heart. Whether it's good or not is proved by actions, not by words. As long as you ask for forgiveness, I can let you go today. Qing Luan was furious, her eyes wanting to spit fire as she looked at Xiao Yuan. She was born strong and proud. How could she admit defeat and beg for forgiveness in front of Xiao Yuan? A small foundation establishment cultivator? Oh, who just kept asking me if I had enough? You have to admit when your body is weak and pretend to be hard. You're not afraid of being drained. Xiao Yuan was furious. A good hard mouth. Today he must ask Qing Luan to open her mouth and sing. Well, I'd like to see whose body's drained. The light in the room is dimming. I do not know when it has already entered the late night again. Xiao Yuan has exhausted his strength. His face is white, but he is still firmly looking at the Qing Luan underneath him. He knows that this is the last. Must be the last time. One is about to triumph. Qing Luan had long been completely sober, but that was precisely why she was unconvinced. Even though she was already so weak that she couldn't even lift her hand, and the pinkness of her entire body dissipated, leaving only pallor, she still wouldn't give in. Can't do it anymore. Although her body told Qing Luan that she was powerless to hold on, her mouth must have been hard. Xiao Yuan's body went limp. He couldn't even hold his body up. He buried himself in Qing Luan's chest. Even if he couldn't speak, he proved with his actions that he could still do it. A trace of panic rose in Qing Luan's eyes. She could sense Xiao Yuan's changes at the first opportunity. That gradual filling sensation can't be faked. Why did his district foundation building minor cultivation last until this time? Noticing that Xiao Yuan wanted to move, Qing Luan was in a hurry. Her body was surrounded by the momentum of a show, directly shaking Xiao Yuan away, and then waved her hand to the scattered clothes to cover the mottled traces of pleasure on her own body. Xiao Yuan was already at the end of his strength, and when he was shocked by Qing Luan's aura, his entire body suddenly fainted. Qing Luan propped her hand on the head of the bed and looked at Xiao Yuan, who was lying on the floor, in shame and anger. I can't believe she lost. Surprisingly, he escaped. After the feeling of frustration, her pair of green crystal-colored eyes looked at Xiao Yuan, killing intent surging in her eyes. Reason told her to kill the man in front of her, but there was an inexplicable voice echoing in her head, telling her that if she killed Xiao Yuan, she would regret it. For sure. The two emotions intertwined in Qing Luan's mind. Her body moved slightly, and the residual feeling of pleasure made her unable to stop herself from humming out. No amount of reason and emotion can fight it as much as the honesty of the body. Qingyuan hatefully looked at the unconscious Xiao Yuan. From the first time she met Xiao Yuan, she hadn't met a single good thing, and now she was even hitching her body into it. Xiao Yuan, don't ever give me a reason to kill you. Qingyuan hunched over and left the room before quickly blending into the night. Only Xiao Yuan completely sank into sleep, and the last trace of clarity that he received back before passing out made him, whose body was already exhausted to the limit, completely relax. He won. He won over Qingyuan. Completely relaxed physically and mentally, he gave everything over to his body's instincts. The massive yuan yin that the yin-yang heavenly scripture had absorbed from Qingyuan's body flowed through his body, a cooling sensation soothing the supreme yang of his sun body. Xiao Yuan's internal meridians first rolled hot, burning his naked body red, and then cold air emerged, causing frost to condense above his brows and eyes. And within him, the 100,000 drops of spiritual liquid boiled boiling water at night, steaming his 10-layer foundation establishment platform. Xiao Yuan did not realize it, but it was good that after returning to the clan, he said that he was going to be in seclusion for a period of time. Within the Acacia Sect, the only two people who could possibly disturb him at this time, Mu Yui was shutting down to familiarize herself with her karma flame yuaning and consolidate her mid-yuaning cultivation, and it was simply impossible for her to come out of the shutdown in a short period of time. And after Qingyuan returned to the other courtyard, her realm, which had been stagnant for hundreds of years and had not loosened up, had actually made a breakthrough under the impact of an extreme yang intent. While Changwuan was delighted, her pair of beautiful eyes were complicated. She did not expect that the opportunity for the breakthrough that she wanted to look for should be on Xiao Yuan. Qingyuan was moved for a moment, but soon her eyes were replaced by determination. She wanted the path to immortality, not a childish affair that she shouldn't have. There was a flash of green light in the other courtyard. The clouds in the sky were pulled down. The outside world was changing, but above the main peak of the Acacia Sect, there was only silence. After January, a silhouette carrying a black scythe that was taller than her body stood before the gate of the Acacia Sect, and above her cold and resolute pretty face, a pair of deep, dark eyes that seemed to be hiding a demon crossed over the Acacia Sect's disciples in front of her, who were secretly watching, and looked towards the main peak of the one and only, Yin Yunlu Senior Sister. Chapter 49, Breaking Through Jindan, Heaven and Earth's Anomaly. Yin Yunlu did not answer. She had been above the old battlefield between the human and demon races for 5 years. 5 years of complete isolation from the outside world, and in the killing day and night, she had become somewhat unfamiliar with the skill of speaking. Gulp. It was strangely quiet before the gate of the Acacia Sect, with only the sound of gulping resounding in all directions. Xiao Yuan's 9 disciples, although Ing Shangyue is overbearing and protective, but as long as it is not something involving Xiao Yuan it can still be reasonable. But Yin Yunlu, its behavior is entirely based on personal preferences, coupled with the cold nature. The people of the same door, can hit not scold, can seriously injure will definitely not leave a hand. Previously, because Xiao Yuan bottomless pursuit of one Run Chu Chu matter, so that the entire Acacia Sect of people on Xiao Yuan, even with his 9 disciples, are not small. Cynicism is not a few, and even more, do not dare to bully Xiao Yuan, take the Yin Yunlu and other disciples to cause trouble. The reason why Yin Yunlu would go to the old battlefield between the human and demon races was because someone from the clan had bad intentions, and then she killed her back. And Xiao Yuan had no choice but to send her out of the clan in order to preserve her. It's going to change? It shouldn't change, should it? Aside from Yin Yunlu, everyone cast their eyes to the side of the main peak. Above the peak shaped like a hairpin, the one that Yin Yunlu killed was the Acacia Sect's Grand Elder, Granny Hairpin's most beloved Xian grandson. Where is my master? Yin Yunlu's voice was cold, and only when she mentioned Xiao Yuan would she have a slight mood swing. Coming out from the old battlefield of the human demon, a mere 5 years, she didn't expect so many things to happen. Now that she thought back on what she had heard along the way, she had the feeling that she was in a dream world. Her master teacher, who didn't fight for anything, who took everything as it came, had become a void refining stage grand cultivator, and had even become the Acacia Sect's patriarch. There was no reply to Yin Yunlu's words, as a stooped figure on crutches had already appeared here. Granny Hairpin looked at Yin Yunlu, and while her killing intent spewed out, she felt even more horrified. How could she not have imagined that Xiao Yuan's master and disciples were all impossible breaking weirdos one after another? That old human devil battlefield, one of the most dangerous places in the southern region. Yin Yunlu, an early Yuaning cultivator, went in for 5 years. Not only did he not die, but he made another breakthrough. Thinking about the years of Yin Yunlu, the age of the year is not more than 200. Bias is also good at the art of killing. She will not be the next Xiao Yuan? Thinking of this, under the hatred and scruples, Granny Hairpin had a certain killing intent in her eyes. Traitor against the clan. You still dare to return to the clan? Today I will straighten out the gateway and write the name of my Acacia Sect's rules. Yin Yunlu's eyes were waveless. Just removed the scythe that was behind her back. Before she came back, she knew that it was impossible for her to avoid Granny Hairpin Flower. But, what did she have to fear? Good guts. A mere mid-Yuaning stage. Daring to defy her. A half-step refined void. Such a person with a resolute heart. She could not afford to keep him any longer. Even if for Xiao Yuan to be jealous. Granny Hairpin raised her hand. The wind and clouds and the sky and earth suddenly rose. The might of heaven and earth emerged. And Granny Hairpin couldn't help but think of the pair of eyes that appeared in the sky more than a month ago. Under the fear in his heart, the strike that should have killed. Between the disorganization of spiritual power, the power has been 10 not 3 or 4. But even so, for a mid-Yuaning cultivator, it was still a great calamity that could determine his life and death. Yin Yunlo's eyes flashed, and a demonic body shadow wrapped its body, and then together with its hand, it falsely gripped that spectral-colored long sickle. The long sickle swung out, the already pale face of the Yin Yunlu body chi and blood loss of most of the body. The white face became a little transparent, and its flesh and blood meridians can be seen with the naked eye. The long sickle and the smoke cloud palm against, the aura storm wildly surging, will be onlookers all lifted out. More people a mouthful of blood spray, fall to the ground is already alive or dead unknown. Granny Hairpin was once again stunned. She looked at the person in front of her who, although she had exhausted all her strength, had truly resisted her famous stance wanting to Yin Yunlu, and looking at Yin Yunlu's eyes that were devoid of any fluctuations. A kind of panic that she had never experienced before rose up in her heart. Although she didn't use her magic treasure, under more than 2,000 years of immersion, even if her palm was taken away from her mind by the heavenly might, it was by no means something that could be resisted by a mere mid-Yuaning cultivator. Her gaze shifted, settling on the long scythe in Yin Yunlu's hand. A flicker of fire welled up in her heart. Half-step Dao weapon. The power of the Dao. Granny Hairpin lifted her head violently and looked at Yin Yunlu with a face full of surprise. You are really giving me a nice surprise. I'll take your life, and I'll take your long sickle without any politeness. Granny Hairpin moved again. This time she didn't pay any more attention to the changes in heaven and earth. He only wanted to kill Yin Yunlu and take everything from him. As for Xiao Yuan, the clan's forbidden land had been opened, so how could he, a person of the younger generation, still be in charge of the Acacia Sect? She, Han Yang, and the countless Hepping Sect disciples. This Hepping Sect is theirs, and no one can take it away. He Xiao Yuan even if his talent is overwhelming. At this moment he can only bow down as a small, let her bullying, Grand Elder. No, Guan Yin Yang's heart was anxious. He immediately dropped everything and rushed over when he got the news of Yin Yunlu's return to the clan. He was worried that Granny Hairpin would make a move against Yin Yunlu because of the past. Guan Yin Yang didn't know what Xiao Yuan had been doing for the past month, why he didn't even reply to his several messages, but he was already on Xiao Yuan's side. His future and life and death were all tied to Xiao Yuan. He absolutely couldn't sit back and watch Yin Yunlu die. Granny Hairpin didn't care. She had an intuition that if she didn't kill Yin Yunlu today, she would be the one to die. Yin Yunlu tilted her head. She did not look at Granny Hairpin. It was as if life and death had nothing to do with her. Mastermind. It is a pity that the Yin Yun building is only a pity that although it has returned, it cannot meet with Xiao Yuan. The demonic shadow outside her body gradually solidified. She wanted to die after discovering her origins. If not still wanting to see Xiao Yuan again, she wouldn't have come out from the old battlefield of the human demon. She couldn't become Xiao Yuan's weakness. Her Yin Yunlu's master should be first class in the world. A hint of laughter set off. The shadow of the devil outside the body of the dark cloud building eyes surfaced a little frenzy. It exhausted all the means. Cannot make the dark cloud building yield. Thought this life is no longer possible. But do not want to see in front of the old crone gave it a surprise. As Granny Hairpin's second palm fell, bloodlight surged on Guan Yin Yang, who was still some distance away, and he looked at the Patriarch's hall at his afterglow, at the figure that was standing in the air. The might of heaven and earth is shrouded, and he can't see its figure, but he understands that this change of heaven and earth is due to him, and what he has to do is to be in its unknown time. Guan Yin Yang figure flashed, his body chi and blood steamed, blocking in front of Granny Hairpin Flower Granny. He's going to die to protect the House of Shades. Bang! Guan Yin Yang's body was slapped out, but Granny Hairpin's palm also fell short once again. Smoke and dust filled the air as the Harmonious Sect's grand formation was activated. Countless formation patterns lit up, and in its wake, Yin Yunlu crossed over Guan Yin Yang's backwards flying body, fighting against half-step refined void with the body of a Yuaning. Long Lian chopped down. The Hairpin Granny was stunned by the scene in front of her. The district Yuaning, but even rose to kill her? Chapter 50, The Might of Chaos. Granny Hairpin Flower's body was flanked, her bunched-up hair was chopped apart, and the hairpin flower that had been cherished by her for 1,000 years was chopped in two under the long scythe. Her figure was fixed, and she stared at Yin Yunlu in a daze, and between the two of them, a hairpin fell, which was then crushed by Yin Yunlu's outstretched foot. Roar! Granny Hairpin's eyes flared crimson, killing intent erupted, and a pair of withered hands with deadly intent directly grabbed at Yin Yunlu's head. Little, you seek death. Demonic lines had taken up most of Yin Yunlu's face, but she smiled. She knew that it was impossible for her to injure Granny Hairpin Flower. The difference in strength between the two of them was like an abyss in the heavens. 5 years ago, if it wasn't for Xiao Yuan's forceful defense, she should have died even if she was the one who had the right to be on the right side of the argument. It would be better to die 5 years ago. So, she doesn't have to carry a body that she shouldn't have. A yin-yang twin fish came after it, blocking Granny Hairpin once again in front of Yin Yunlu. Bang! A mouthful of bloody blood sprayed out from Yin Yunlu, and the sound of bones shattering resounded continuously as he flew backwards with the momentum of lightning. Boom! The sky was half divided, half pure white, half to black, and the first thunderbolt finally fell from the sky change that had spread over dozens of miles. Guan Yin Yang's face was as pale as paper. Blood had already dyed his collar red. He was only in the middle stage of the transformation spirit, and it was already rare for him to crotch Granny Hairpin's 2 killing strokes in a hurry. But instead of rejoicing for himself, he looked back at the cloudy building that flew out backwards. Xiao Yuan's master and disciples. There wasn't a single normal one. If Yin Yunlu did not destroy this hairpin, he still had a 20% possibility to stop her. But now, this is as far as I can go. As soon as Guan Yin Yang's chi gave out, his entire body exploded and blood gushed out, and he could only watch as Granny Hairpin flew towards the upside-down Yin Yun building. Yin Yunlu was in a bit of a trance, not sure if it was a fantasy before she died or if it was true. She saw a light. In the light, Xiao Yuan's face was filled with anxiety. Is this the embrace of the master? The last moment of clear consciousness, Yin Yunlu felt the gentleness and peace of mind of this head leaning on the place. His eyes slowly closed, leaving only a trace of a heartfelt smile at the corner of his mouth. She knew that her master would never give up on her, even if she was not willing to involve Xiao Yuan. Boom! The second thunderbolt fell. The ghostly black lightning wrapped Xiao Yuan and Yin Yunlu. Xiao Yuan's pair of chaotic and spaceless eyes made the extremely angry hairpin flower granny retrieve some sanity. As soon as reason returns, fear rises. Run! Escape! The same murderous aura was displayed on Yin Yunlu, and she only felt ridiculous and angry. But when she was on Xiao Yuan, she was like falling into an ice cellar, and fear had taken over her entire heart. Yin Yunlu. The chaotic color in Xiao Yuan's eyes disappeared. He woke up himself into a jindan, but also ushered in a heavenly tribulation that had never been seen before. But before he could be happy, he was distracted by the cloudy cloud building. It was reasonable to say that he had only seen Yin Yunlu in the original owner's memories, and shouldn't have had such strong feelings towards it. But when he really saw Yin Yunlu in a life and death crisis, his body's instincts, as well as the worry that filled his heart, made him not even have time to think carefully. Ah! 2 chaotic lights pierced Granny Hairpin Flower, and a Yuaning flew out from the remnants of her body, looking at the 2 figures speeding towards the sky and yelling, "Master! Save me!" Granny Hairpin did not expect Xiao Yuan to be this powerful, although she was scared out of her wits, although she was bent on escaping, but it was too simple for him to kill himself. Is not just the early stage of refining emptiness? Didn't he just make a breakthrough? Why did he give birth to the heaven and earth anomaly again? Xiao Yuan did not look at Granny Hairpin Flower, but looked at Yin Yunlu who was in his arms. The power of the heavenly tribulation spread. He used all his strength to protect the person in his arms. The pain that devoured the marrow as if it was going to invade the soul from the body. The demonic pattern faded away, and outside of Yin Yunlu's body, the shrouded demonic shadow roared in unwillingness, looking at Xiao Yuan with eyes full of resentment. It was so close to this body. It was it. The spectral colored lightning dissipated. Xiao Yuan's hair spread out, and blood dripped down the corner of his mouth, landing on the unconscious Yin Yunlu in his arms. After impulse comes reason. He wanted to save Yin Yunlu, and he also wanted to kill Granny Hairpin. Those 2 flying figures appeared. He had no way back. He could only be powerful. Rampant little thief. How dare you destroy my disciple's physical body? A red-faced, white-bearded old man glared angrily as he carefully nursed Granny Hairpin Flowerpin's Yuaning in his arms before looking at Xiao Yuan with murderous intent. The heavenly change disappeared, but behind him the heaven and earth aura was surging toward it, as if he was the dignity of this side of heaven and earth. Hand it over. Xiao Yuan had no it in his eyes as he looked at this nominal senior ancestor of his. This person he had only seen in the Acacia Sect's successive ancestor halls. Xiao Yuan held Yin Yunlu in the air so that the entire Harmony Sect could see him. Xiao Yuan, why do you have to be like this? Zhong Tianyi looked at this person whom he had personally entrusted. He did not expect that in less than a year, he would be awakened from the Forbidden Land. And when he saw Xiao Yuan again, it was under this scene. Xiao Yuan did not reply, but only looked at Fu Yuanqing, and with a flash of spiritual light on his body, the Harmonious Sect Grand Formation was revealed. In the Acacia Sect, the holder of the Sovereign's Order enjoys the highest authority. Fu Yuanqing laughed angrily as he was awakened by Granny Hairpin and Han Yang. The first thing he understood was naturally the situation in the outside world. The matter of the Haoran Sect and the fragmentation of the 100 sacred text realm made him, who did not want to wait for death any longer, see a possibility for him to continue to live. People change, and when his lifespan was about to end, he chose to close his death to delay the passing of his lifespan, and chose to become the bottom of the Harmony Sect. But after waking up, that feeling of being plunged into endless darkness, waiting to die, made him change. He awakened in order to grasp the power of the Acacia Sect. He didn't want to be like those who died. Those in the Forbidden Land who died in the closure of the death of those who died before. Died in that obscure way. Using the Acacia Sect Grand Formation against your own ancestor. Fu Yuanqing let out a cold laugh and looked at Zhong Tianyi. I handed the Acacia Sect over to you, and all you taught me is this kind of crazy and disobedient person who wants to kill his master? Zhong Tianyi was a bit embarrassed, although he had not witnessed the whole thing. But 5 years ago, he was the presiding officer in the matter of the Yin Yun building. From the bottom of his heart, that grandchild of Granny Hairpin's, relying on her love and care, had scourged an unknown number of women in the sect. That time, he even colluded with outsiders, forcibly assigning sect tasks to Yin Yunlu, wanting to design a way to capture and imprison them. It's just that in the end, he didn't learn the art well enough to be killed back by Yin Yunlu. This matter, which was not controversial, but the difficulty lay with Granny Hairpin. Because of this, Xiao Yuan, who rarely had to fight with people, fought with them within the sect, and he was also forced by Granny Hairpin's power in the sect, coupled with the fact that Yin Yunlu did not have any actual evidence to prove his innocence. It was only at Xiao Yuan's suggestion that he had no choice but to send Yin Yunlu above the old battlefield of the human demon. However, he did not want to. Just 5 years, Xiao Yuan not only broke through to the refined void stage, he also handed over the Acacia Sect to him. And Yin Yunlu also walked out alive from the old battlefield of the human demon. That's why, is what it is today. Alas, Xiao Yuan, is there room for negotiation at this time? Chapter 51, I will kill. A hint of sneer surfaced at the corner of Xiao Yuan's mouth. Not at Zhong Tianyi, but against Yuan Cheng. There were many reasons why he was able to destroy Granny Hairpin Flower's physical body with a single move. But the most crucial one was that one day and one night of lingering with Qingluan. Its massive Yuan Yin Qi fit with his sun body. And while helping him break through to Jindan, it likewise left behind an abundance of chaotic power. With that strike, he had already consumed all the chaos power in his body. Today, Fu Yuanqing had returned, Zhong Tianyi had reappeared, Han Yang had failed to kill him, and Granny Hairpin was already in a life-and-death feud with him. So if he were to back down, with his current strength, would he be able to hold on to the position of Acacia Sect leader? What is he going to give an account to the Yin Yunlu, Guan Yin Yang, to the people who have defected to him? He has no way back. He is only Jin Dan. The strong have choices, and he only has to die. Senior Zhong, my explanation is only this once. Xiao Yuan naturally did not want Zhong Tianyi to be involved in this as he took a step forward while holding Yin Yunlu. Today, I will kill whoever stops me from killing this old demoness. Boom! Xiao Yuan's voice spread throughout the entire Acacia Sect, and countless people raised their heads in shock, Guan Yin Yang and the others especially so. No one thought that the person who was treated as a disgrace by everyone in the past, a completely out-of-touch person, would be so rigid today. Fu Yuanqing laughed in anger. When he was in charge of the Acacia Sect, Xiao Yuan's ancestor didn't even know in which mother's womb, and he originally had a hint of love for talent because Xiao Yuan had become a transformation god in more than 300 years. Now it seems to be nothing more than a wild and perverse person. Since this is the case, he does not need to avoid the views of the people of the clan. Killing Xiao Yuan, he is still the head of the Acacia Sect. If he found the saint's legacy, he paid Yuanqing to be able to revive the withered wood. Green-mouthed child, how dare you? Fu Yuanqing roared, his beard and hair flying as he stretched out one hand to cover the sky. He had been in charge of the Acacia Sect for more than 4,000 years, and even though his strength had not fully recovered and his qi and blood had dried up, in his opinion, it was not something that Xiao Yuan, a junior, could resist. Xiao Yuan lowered his eyebrows and a stern look flashed in his eyes. In his place before his breakthrough, Even if he poured out all he had and mobilized the clan's great formation, it was impossible for him to be a threat to the refined Void Grand Cultivator. Even today, he can't kill Fu Yuancheng, but it was enough. He would take a gamble that the woman who had been a couple that night, the woman who knew his length, would not sit back and watch him die. Formation open. Xiao Yuan's eyes transformed into black and white, and countless lights rose above the Acacia Sect. This was the first time the Acacia Sect had mobilized the sect's grand formation with all its might since 10,000 years ago. Zhong Tianyi's face changed back and forth. His eyes were already full of struggle. He is not greedy for power, and he is also more tolerant of the clan's factions. In his case, the clan's prosperity or not is the key, or else he wouldn't have taken the risk of handing over Acacia Sect to Xiao Yuan. But at this moment, it seems that one's past gentle forbearance has made things difficult for the later in the end. Xiao Yuan is the master of a clan, and even more refining virtual Taoist monarchs. Those who are blocked from the door, even dare to risk their majesty, dare to kill their personal disciples. If Xiao Yuan took half a step back today, would the position of the Acacia Sect's patriarch have to be handed over to a dead or alive person who crawled out of a coffin? Can Zhong Tianyi look at Fu Yuanqing? That is his senior uncle. A senior uncle who has taken much care of him. Yin and Yang twin fish leaped into the air, against the giant hand of the sky. Xiao Yuan eyes without sadness and joy. He has the order of the patriarch. Then for the land of the Acacia Sect, the only on the person. But that is only the bottom of Xiao Yuan in the refining period. As for him at this moment, he has lost the support of the disciples of the clan, and now he is only a one-strike power. Yin and Yang upside down. Forbidden spirit. Seal. Xiao Yuan held the patriarch's order. The power in his body rushed out like a river, and with a change in the spell in his hand, the Yin-Yang twin fish transformed into two true dragons, black and white, and twined along Fu Yuanqing's arm. Blast! As the last word was spat out, Xiao Yuan's body suddenly fell 100 feet. Boom! Boom! Two clusters of spiritual light exploded in the sky, and within the Acacia Sect, the aura rioted, and a kind of god-destroying might was pressed horizontally above the hearts of the vast majority of Acacia Sect disciples. They were just ordinary disciples, and they all had masters, whose masters were either deacons of the sect, or supervisors of a hall, or elders of the sect, and when these people did not speak, they did not move. Even Guanyin Yang did not expect Xiao Yuan and Fu Yuanqing to be able to move so quickly. The battle between the old and new patriarchs caused the faces of the Harmony Sect people to be filled with hesitation. Who should they help? Whether the people of the Acacia Sect helped him as the new sect leader or not, Xiao Yuan didn't care. The spiritual energy within his body had dried up. The blood in the corner of his eyes flowed straight but was wiped clean by him. The spells in his hands changed again, and the sect's formation rose again. All he wanted was for others to see his death-defying attitude. Xiao Yuan. No! Zhong Tianyi finally had a decision. If Xiao Yuan and Fu Yuanqing were allowed to fight any longer, Xiao Yuan, who had the sect's grand formation as his backing, would not lose, but Fu Yuanqing, who had a short lifespan, would definitely be dragged to death by Xiao Yuan. First, it was the clan's grand elder who enforced private laws with the intent to move in and kill a clan's juniors, and then it was the Acacia Sect master who moved in and destroyed his physical body. And at this moment, the fight between Xiao Yuan and Fu Yuanqing was proceeding further. That would be a new king killing his old master. How can the Acacia Sect have any hearts to speak of? Xiao Yuan ignored it and held the Yin Yun Lu that was hovering in front of him and looked towards an aura that had flashed at the place where the aura riot had occurred. Granny Hairpin's Yuaning's face was filled with horror. Xiao Yuan and Fu Yuanqing's fight. The closest she had the lowest strength and only had a Yuaning body. It was not easy for her to resist the aftermath once. At this moment, the big formation changes again. If it comes again, she will definitely be scattered today. Panicked, she couldn't care too much and wanted to perform shrinking ground, utilizing the Yuaning space art to escape from here. But under the spatial seal, there was no room for her to escape. Xiao Yuan. Granny Hairpin lost her voice. She didn't know if Xiao Yuan had calculated that he would run or something else. Looking at the person who ran into her head-on, her heart was filled with remorse. She didn't regret what she had done. She only regretted why she had killed Xiao Yuan first before he had risen. Xiao Yuan's gaze was morose as the karmic fire in his hand spread and grabbed straight at Granny Hairpin. In addition to the heavenly tribulation divine thunder, extreme filth, karmic fire miasma power are the nemesis of the Yuaning. Xiao Yuan has already exhausted his strength at this moment. Even if the hairpin flower Granny's strength is 100 not 1, but it is not at this moment he can resist. That was why he needed to make the hairpin Granny, who had lost her mind and spirit, completely lose her heart to resist. This was the most dangerous time for Xiao Yuan. It was said that rabbits would bite when they were anxious, not to mention Granny Hairpin, who was equal to a harmonized god cultivator who stood out amongst millions of people. as long as she has half a bit of courage to remain. Today, Xiao Yuan's secret can no longer be kept, and the world will know it. The patriarch of the Acacia sect is only a Jindan real person. Let me go. Granny Hairpin completely collapsed. The fear of death consumed her sanity. She was Fu Yuanqing's beloved disciple, and she was indulged by Zhong Tianyi. Her cultivation was only 1,000 years or so, and she was seated in the position of the Acacia sect's grand elder. Her only regret in her life was the death of her lover. So how could she, who had already forgotten that killing was a game of bravery, rise up in defiance at this time? Xiao Yuan, if you dare to kill her, old me will set your bones to ashes, light your divine soul on fire, and wail to death day and night. Fu Yuanqing finally broke away from the entanglement of the Acacia sect's grand formation, watching his beloved disciple about to die, watching the power of the Acacia sect leave him. The hatred in his heart has already blinded his eyes, forgetting where he is. Chapter 52, he is an ally of my demon race. The only thing that answered Fu Yuanqing was Xiao Yuan's hand and the mournful wailing of Granny Hairpin. Zhong Tianyi's face changed drastically, and with a flash of spiritual light in his hand, he transformed into several wind ropes, pulling Fu Yuanqing to a halt. He did not expect Xiao Yuan to really be as resolute as he said, although his heart agreed, and he felt even more that he had made no mistake in handing over the Acacia sect to such a resolute person as Xiao Yuan, but he couldn't help but worry in his mind. He was too clear about Fu Yuanqing's nature as a master. When he had not abdicated, he was the one who said no, the only one who was exclusive, and now Xiao Yuan had refuted him again and again, and even more so, he had wiped out Granny Hairpin without any mercy. This was tantamount to riding on Yuan Cheng's head and pissing on his ancestral grave. How could he accept such a strange shame? Fu Yuanqing's killing intent was all collected, his body flashed with bloodlight, and he, who already had a short lifespan, chose to burn his qi and blood at this moment, but also wanted to chop Xiao Yuan in front of him. Tianyi, if you want to watch, then keep watching. The wind rope wrapped around Fu Yuanqing's body snapped, and he looked at Xiao Yuan sorrowfully as he said in a loud voice, "Good, good, good. Unexpectedly, my Acacia sect has produced a good patriarch." Fu Yuanqing's figure flickered, holding a long sword in his hand. The sound of a golden gauntlet resounded directly in one's mind, and where the blade passed, a black gap rose in the void. With this blade, he had already reached 80% of his peak. Xiao Yuan Jr., take your life. Senior uncle. Zhong Tianyi was distraught. He could already tell that Xiao Yuan's physical condition was not right. In order to protect Yin Yunlu during the thunderbolt, Xiao Yuan must have suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and at this moment, without the support of anyone from the clan, he was forcibly mobilizing the clan's grand formation to fight with Fu Yuanqing. At this moment, how could he block Fu Yuanqing's imperative slash? Xiao Yuan didn't have the slightest worry, and didn't even have the posture to resist. He believed that the green-colored silhouette that suddenly appeared in front of him, but inevitably appeared in his eyes, would not let him die. 3 colored feathers floated down from above Qingwan's black hair, and Hong Mao floated in the air, fixing itself before the long sword that was tilted in the sky. The heavens and earth were steeply silent, and if it wasn't for the raw black crack, no one would have known how vicious the fight between the two in front of them was. You, Green Luan clan. Fu Yuanqing pressed his sword with both hands, his beard and hair fluttering. The originally agitated heaven and earth aura had already been subdued by him, transforming into its aid to chop down this heavenly pouring slash with him. Who is the Green Phoenix to you? Qingwan frowned lightly. She did not want to meet with Xiao Yuan at this time, nor was she willing to expose her strength at this time, but looking at Xiao Yuan's determined appearance, she knew too much about Xiao Yuan's reality compared to the others. The heaven and earth vision that spread over dozens of miles appeared to the onlookers to think that it was Xiao Yuan's great advancement in cultivation, but only she knew clearly that it was nothing more than a vision of breaking through the Jindan. Unfortunately, the impression Xiao Yuan gave was in the front. How the might of the heaven and earth was, the onlookers could not feel it, but Xiao Yuan destroyed Granny Hairpin Flower's physical body in one strike, and in his second strike, he even took control of the Acacia sect's grand formation with the strength of one person, and fought against Fu Yuanqing. With this kind of strength, who would have thought that it was only the work of a Jindan cultivator? Green Phoenix for my grandmother. Qingwan's voice was still cold, but that bland look underneath those 3 colored feathers gave Fu Yuanqing a great deal of pressure. Zhong Tianyi appeared not far from Xiao Yuan. He saw Qingwan appearing from above the main peak and understood who she was striking for. Fellow Taoist Qingwan. Long time no see. Zhong Tianyi naturally recognized Qingwan. When Qinghuang brought her to live in seclusion in the Shan country, he had even visited her several times. He just couldn't figure out when this Qingwan, who was quiet in nature and arrogant, had a friendship with Xiao Yuan. Surprisingly, he was willing to take such a great risk for Xiao Yuan. Fellow Daoist Zhong. Qingwan nodded. But a trace of her divine thoughts fell on Zhong Tiany's body without any concealment. She did not trust Zhong Tiany. Come up with a charter on how to settle today's matter. Qing Yuan hesitated a little. Her remaining light took Xiao Yuan's deathly white face in her eyes. Even at such a time, there was no fear in his eyes, much less retreat. Patriarch Xiao is an ally of my demon clan, and anyone who kills him is an enemy of my demon clan. Fu Yuanqing was furious. How can he not see that Xiao Yuan's state is not right? Today he will not retreat. As long as he kills Xiao Yuan, even if the Acacia sect is weak, it can still be under its control. If he retreated, with Hairpin Flower dead and Zhong Tiany favoring Xiao Yuan, with this might, the entire Acacia sect would no longer have a place for him. And in the future, Xiao Yuan, who will be in complete control of the Acacia sect, holds the sect's grand formation in his hands, and with his strength, even if a harmonized stage cultivator comes, he will never be able to get half of the benefits. Could you female doll? The agreement between the human and demon clans in the beginning. It seems that you have pretty much forgotten about it. An ally? Fu Yuanqing laughed coldly. How can such a wild and perverse person represent my Acacia sect to ally with your demon race? If you back off today, for the sake of the Green Phoenix, I can spare your life. If not, don't blame the old man for not remembering the love of elders. Qinghuan laughed softly, and the demon race signed an agreement as Haoran, Acacia, Xianing three clans mainly in the southern region of the human forces. Since the agreement, 100,000 mountains belong to the demon race territory. The human race above the baby shall not trespass. As for the territory of the human race, the demon race above the Yuaning is likewise not allowed to trespass. When the Acacia sect was involved in this matter, for the payment of the Yuanqing ancestor, he called the Qinghuang sentence elder is not too much. But, old Patriarch Fu is the one who forgot about the agreement between the human and demon races, right? The fact that the demon race chose to believe Xiao Yuan was naturally not just because of his words, but the most important thing was his identity. Xiao Yuan was the Acacia sect's patriarch, which was recognized by the world, and there was a clause on the agreement between the human and demon races. If one of the three clan heads proposes that the agreement between the human and demon clans needs to be redrafted, then the 100 clans in the southern region may no longer bind the demon clans with the agreement between the two clans. The one who could suppress the demon race was never a particular clan of the human race, but the human race itself. The three supreme clans, they couldn't say that they were superior to anyone when it came to strength, but as long as any of them didn't maintain the agreement between the human and demon clans, then the demon clan would have the strength to make the agreement between the two clans a piece of scrap paper. Fu Yuanqing himself was aware of this, but in his opinion, he was the lord of the Harmonious Sect, and if he didn't nod his head, on what basis would the Harmonious Sect ally with the demon race? I am the patriarch of the Acacia sect. Everything in the Acacia sect is decided by my word. Xiao Yuan's alliance with the demon race is null and void. Fu Yuanqing drew his sword and rose. At this moment, he still wanted to kill Xiao Yuan. If you block me, then I will kill you together. As Fu Yuanqing drew his sword, the color of blood on his body once again thickened by 3 points. When its blade is retracted, it is like the water of the ocean returning to the sea, and when this blade is chopped down, it will empty all things. Qinghuan tilted her head. Xiao Yuan's gaze was the answer it gave. She didn't have to be bound by her identity anymore. Xiao Yuan in the front. Qinghuan's face rose a trace of redness. Which woman in the world does not love heroes? Qinghuan never looked at people based on their strength. The 3-colored light shone brightly as Qinghuan took a step forward, and the 3-colored feather landed in the palm of her hand. One could only see the sky falling with the Weiqi, the earth giving birth to all things, and the Tao being revealed between heaven and earth. Qinghuan went angsty. She and her grandmother is only half a step away from the gains of lingering with Xiao Yuan for a day and a night. The day of its unfolding is at this very moment. Old man, if you're given a face, you have to take it. Don't just crawl out of the coffin and have to lie back in it forever. Chapter 53, Qinghuan's bullying. Xiao Yuan looked at the green-colored figure that drew up in front of him. His body was met with a flaring aura, completely different from when she was lingering. There was no brashness at the beginning when he pretended to be skillful, nor was there any stubbornness at the end when the momentum was failing. There's just plain old bullying. Half-step harmonization. Fu Yuanqing and Zhong Tiany's faces changed in unison as they lost their voices and exclaimed, "How is it possible?" Zhong Tiany met Qinghuan 1,000 years ago. At that time she had only just entered the refined void. The demon race is not known for its speed of cultivation. In Zhong Tiany's opinion, the strength that Qinghuan is showing at this moment has brought him a shock, which is the same as when he saw Xiao Yuan breaking the realm when he fled back to the clan with a seriously injured body. Xiao Yuan's body of 5 armored bodies into the refining of the virtual, and Qinghuan, as a demon, all in just 1,000 years. Walked his 2,300 years have not come to the end. Qingyuan didn't care about the surprise of others. How many people in the world could get her attention? She held a light brush on a three-colored feather. 3 streams of light flew away. One collided with Fu Yuanqing's sword momentum. A void cracked open, and a spatial storm surged out, transforming into a wind blade, cutting the space around the two of them into 1,000 holes. Roar! Fu Yuanqing lost his color. He smelled it, smelled death. In front of him, this late generation of the demon race has come to the front of him, and has the strength to kill him. He tried to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but how could the second flying light give him that time? Golden light sprinkled down. Above the sky, the second sun appeared. Fu Yuanqing was horrified, but he could only muster up his remaining courage, flanking his sword in front of his body, and forcefully rising up a momentum, wanting to cut down this second sun. On Fu Yuanqing's body, millions of rays of dark light flew out and melted into the long blade in his hand. The dark light collided with the golden light, and Fu Yuanqing's body was engulfed in it. After the extremely dazzling light rose, it was the ultimate darkness. Between these two breaths, the entire Acacia sect was located. The light of heaven and earth was lost. Just when the people thought that the sky was collapsing, a little bit of green light rose, illuminating the two people who were hanging in the air. One stands, the other kneels. It's not just about winning and losing, it's about life and death. Fellow Taoist Qingyuan must not. Zhong Tianyi hurriedly spoke out to dissuade him. Although Fu Yuanqing was overbearing, he could not die here, much less in Qingyuan's hands. Qingyuan did not look at Zhong Tianyi, but rather at Xiao Yuan, who gradually emerged from the darkness. Her meaning was obvious. This Fu Yuanqing needed to be handed over to Xiao Yuan to kill. The green light passed through his body before landing on Ying Yunlu and Xiao Yuan's arms. As a junior, I will call you old patriarch Fu again. I'll cut your lifespan by 10 years. Do you have a problem with that? Qingyuan took a half step forward. Now the human race in the southern region, the Haoran Sect, was destroyed. The Hehuan Sect was in internal turmoil. Her demon race was powerful, and she was not afraid of the district Fu Yuanqing's grudge. And she also had the self-confidence to make Fu Yuanqing not dare to hold a grudge. Fu Yuanqing looked at the pair of green embroidered shoes that walked into his eyes. He hated. He was mad. He wanted to kill all the resentful people. He is the patriarch of the Acacia sect. He even took the initiative to enter the sect's forbidden land when his lifespan was about to end, and became the bottom of the Acacia sect. But the reward he received was this. He only had 20 years of lifespan left, and with those 3 swings of the sword, 5 years were already gone. Now that Qingyuan had slashed his life expectancy by another 10 years, he would only have 5 years to live even if he never fought with anyone again. In 5 years, he can get the legacy of the saints? Can he have a breakthrough? Reason told Fu Yuanqing that it was impossible, but the fear of death in his heart still left him with this semblance of extravagance. With a pair of red eyes, he lifted his head up and looked at the green-clothed figure in front of him. Any more hatred? In front of strength, he needed to swallow it in his stomach. I have no opinion. How Fu Yuanqing was, Xiao Yuan did not pay too much attention to it at the moment. He used the power of the heavenly tribulation to drive the demonic soul that wanted to invade Ying Yunlu's body out of her body. But her overdrafting her body as well as the injuries caused by Granny Hairpin Flower was not that easy to deal with. However, at this moment, under Qingyuan's strike, Ying Yunlu's breath quickly calmed down, and a trace of blood color was added to his pale to nearly transparent face. The last boulder in his heart fell. Xiao Yuan looked at Fu Yuanqing, and then looked sideways at Zhong Tianyi, who wanted to speak again. Senior Zhong, my master died early, and although Xiao Yuan grew up in the Acacia sect, he thought that he had done his duty as a disciple should. You don't have to talk, I'm not going to kill him. I could even be more generous. Xiao Yuan's voice drew up 2 degrees, clearly reaching into the ears of every Acacia sect disciple. I, Xiao Yuan, do not like it when fellow disciples fight each other, and today's transgression is the sin of the hairpin. If any of you are dissatisfied with this patriarch, if any of you feel that the Acacia sect is not a place for you to stay for a long time, you can leave today. I, Xiao Yuan, will never stop it. Qingyuan has already done enough for herself. She is, after all, a demon. Xiao Yuan wants to rely on Qingyuan to completely control the Acacia sect. Not to mention Zhong Tianyi is not allowed. The entire human cultivators will not have half of the people agreed. Xiao Yuan kills people. The power struggle of the Acacia sect is an internal affair of the human race. And today, Qingyuan has taken advantage of the matter of alliance to make a move. And that is because Fu Yuanqing was wrong in the first place. But if he borrows the might of Qingyuan to purge the Acacia sect, then he will become a traitor to the human race and is to be disliked by the world. Xiao Yuan's words fell. Zhong Tianyi's expression, although still tense, but his eyebrows are too much relief. He knows that between Xiao Yuan and Qingyuan is definitely not only the relationship of alliance. If the two do not have a personal relationship or other, Qingyuan to save the life of Xiao Yuan has already been benevolent to the end. It was impossible to force Fu Yuanqing to this point and become a desperate man. The people of the Acacia sect looked at each other in dismay. And many of those who belonged to Granny Hairpin's lineage removed their clan identity tokens before stepping back and looking at Xiao Yuan warily. They had not been friends with Xiao Yuan since the beginning, and had even had some scheming with Granny Hairpin. And many of them had even stolen into the Forbidden Land with Granny Hairpin and the others to awaken Zhong Tianyi and Fu Yuanqing without the orders of the Patriarch. If these things were not investigated, nothing would happen to them, but if Xiao Yuan wanted to investigate, then they would surely die. No one, no matter who they are, would want a butcher's knife hanging over their head. As more and more people handed over their identity tokens, Zhong Tianyi's face became more and more ugly. The Acacia sect grew to be on par with the Haoran sect in his hands, and he schemed for one Haoran, causing him to flee back with serious injuries, and his injuries have yet to show signs of healing, which is why he watched the conflict between Fu Yuanqing and Xiao Yuan intensify today. But now, the hearts of the people within the Acacia sect were scattered, and if these people were allowed to leave, what difference would there be between his Acacia sect and the Haoran sect, which had already become history? A hint of a smile surfaced on Fu Yuanqing's gloomy face. Although he had lost, he was equally able to make things difficult for Xiao Yuan. Losing half of the Acacia sect's disciples, he, the supreme sect leader, would have to be a step slower in the future. And now the 100 saints of the realm of literature collapse, the ancient saints' legacy of the world's great struggle of the situation. Xiao Yuan step by step are slow. Today he lost. In the next day he will be 100 times to return. A strange atmosphere rose in the Acacia sect. Guanyin Yang was anxious and looked at Xiao Yuan, who had a bland demeanor. He had 1,000 words, but it was difficult for him to enter Xiao Yuan's ears. After a long time of silence, a voice from the crowd came out. Zong, Patriarch, if we don't leave, will you still consider us as Acacia sect disciples and still regard us as Acacia sect disciples? The one who spoke was a small cultivator of qi practicing stage. He stood behind those deacons and elders who wanted to leave the Acacia sect. This paragraph had exhausted his courage. At this moment, his body could not help but be bent under the gaze of those countless 1,000 pounds of eyes. Becoming an old man. Chapter 54, The Little Cultivator's Resistance. Xiao Yuan looked at the person who spoke. There were many more like him, but they were all people who were so insignificant that they could only go with the flow along with their division. Granny Hairpin and the others thought that they had mastered most of the disciples of the Acacia sect, but in fact, what they had enlisted was just most of the sect's deacons and elders, and these people were enjoying privileges in the Acacia sect by using their names. But to those bottom disciples, what were they enjoying? Some people are privileged, others are exploited. Inside the Acacia sect, some people as dads are deacons, some people as dads are hallmasters, and some people as dads are elders, but most of the people, they are still cultivation seeds selected from the mortal world. Under the big tree of the Acacia sect, they could endure some injustice for the sake of the immortal path. But what happens after you leave? These people's gazes moved over the pale Fu Yuanqing and the young Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's performance today has shown them that the word justice is possible. And who would endure the setting sun if they can follow it? I am the patriarch of the Acacia sect. Xiao Yuan's gaze swept the light, his voice staccato and impassioned. I can do that. Make every decision I make stand on the word fair. You are the ones who have my Acacia sect's token on you, and have lit the longevity lamp in the soul temple. Then you are my Acacia sect's disciples. I will treat them all the same. The hearts of the Acacia sect's senior management had been scattered. Although Granny Hairpin was dead, the Han family and other lineages were still around. And with Fu Yuanqing, Xiao Yuan would only have trouble sleeping through the night if these people stayed within the sect. Throwing out Fu Yuanqing, an old man whose lifespan was nearing, and letting him take these people who had left the Harmony sect out to stir up the wind and rain. He just need to quickly enhance the strength. Hold good Qingguan this thigh. Just wait for him to transform into a god. Relying on the Acacia sect's big formation, even if the body stage cultivators come, he is also fearless. As Xiao Yuan's words fell, the qi refining stage disciple who had been bent over by his gaze stood up straight. He believed what Xiao Yuan said. A person who could angrily kill the clan's grand elder for the sake of his own disciple, and even go toe-to-toe with the ancestor. He wouldn't be someone who only knew profit and oppression. The most crucial thing is that, in Xiao Yuan, he saw the future of the Acacia sect. Yang Hu. A low roar came out from behind this qi refining stage minor cultivator. Yang Hu continued to walk forward, but stopped 3 feet away, and then turned to look at that person he has always hated, unfair master. Master. Yang Hu choked his voice. 11 years disciple joined the sect to cultivate. 9 years ago was accepted by you as your 49th disciple. I thought that you, master, with your many disciples, would be a good teacher. But, Yang Hu scoffed to himself, What is the difference between a disciple these 9 years, saying that he is your disciple, but in fact what is the difference between him and a servant, cleaning the Dan room, planting spirit medicines, and feeding spirit beasts? In the 9 years of a disciple's life, the amount of time that he can be quiet and cultivate his mind adds up to less than 3 months. I was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement when I joined your sect, and now I am at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Yang Hu raised his palm and slammed it towards himself. But a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and Yang Hu's breath instantly slipped down to the 2nd level of Qi refining. Today, my disciple will return everything to Master. Yang Hu turned around, and although he was no longer considered young, his face was energized in a way it had never been before. Between you and me, Master and disciple, the fate is over. Behind Yang Hu, the man who was dressed in gorgeous clothes as if he was a noble gentleman's face flushed red, roared angrily, and a gun mane emerged in front of him. In the hands of this honored one, there are only dead disciples. Where are you and other disobedient masters and rebels? As the gun mane flew out, the faces of all the people watching this place instantly changed, especially Fu Yuanqing, who couldn't help but mentally curse the stupidity. Do you really think that this Yang Hu is still the soft persimmon under your own command that people can pinch? Now Xiao Yuan was the biggest reliance of these small cultivators. Once this killing move of his came out, those hesitant disciples, under the coldness of their hearts, what was there to hesitate about? Fu Yuanqing wanted to step in to stop them, but once Qingwan's killing intent was revealed, he could only watch these fools and push these young disciples towards Xiao Yuan. If he dies, I'll slaughter all 3 of your clans. Xiao Yuan didn't move because he also couldn't imagine that there really were so many stupid people in the world. At this moment, exhausted, he was simply powerless to mobilize the clan formation to stop him, so he could only look at the person who had struck out morosely, leaving the life and death of Yang Hu, the first person who dared to take the initiative to defect to him under the gaze of thousands of cultivators, to be decided by the bystanders. The gunshots collapsed and Han Yang came out from the crowd. He didn't dare to look at Xiao Yuan. He had first seen Xiao Yuan kill Granny Hairpin Flower, and then he had seen Qingwan display her great power. At this moment, he was incredibly grateful for that kneeling in the first place. That kneeling was a loss of dignity, but he was still alive, and his Han family was still around. After leaving this Acacia sect, his Han family will still be a first-class immortal cultivation family in the southern region. Stupid. I Acacia. Us as a master teacher. Disciples go and stay since follow their hearts. You are the head of Yang Hu's division, and you don't think about where you are lacking, but you even kill. Zhang Han, you are a teacher in vain. As Han Yang's palm fell, Zhang Han didn't even have a chance to say anything back. His eyes were filled with despair as he looked at Han Yang, but he only saw indifference and disgust. Zhang Han's chi fell, and his cultivation in the middle stage of Jindan quickly slipped to foundation establishment, quickly turning from a flamboyant noble gentleman into a disillusioned middle-aged man. He clenched his teeth and disheveledly fell to the ground. Resentment flashed in his eyes, but he could only hide it deeply. Is his honor not comparable to a punk like Yang Hu? Why should he be redeemed by his sacrifice for the benefit of others? Zhang Han knew very well who Han Yang's palm was slapping at, and it wasn't the small cultivators who could be crushed to death with their feet. What is the use of those people? There is a shortage of everything in the world, but there is no shortage of people, and one batch dies and another batch is born. Why sacrifice him? Zhang Han roared in his heart, but the words reached his mouth and became gentle words that he had never heard before. Yang Hu, today it is Master who was impulsive. It is me who only focuses on cultivation and forgets what you and others need in your hearts. You want to go? Then go. Master, I don't blame you. The color of disappointment in Yang Hu's eyes was even more intense. He was not some little kid anymore. No longer that silly kid who could be coaxed into being a servant for 10 years in just a few words. How could he believe Zhang Han's words? In another place, today's matter, perhaps it is necessary to flay the skin and light the soul lamp in order to relieve the resentment of him, the nominal master. Since Master said so, Yang Hu was able to be the first to come forward, able to risk his life to say those words. Naturally he was not a person without heart. 108 sisters, called out this name. Yang Hu or some cannot stop smiling. They are named disciples actually for the servants of the people. Can be all in for Zhang Han also limited that a few people as a cow as a horset. Not going with elder brother? The one who was called by name by Yang Hu was a timid little girl. She was a disciple of the Acacia sect, but she was wearing rough linen clothes, and on that bare skin, one could still see a scar that was either new or old. Yang Hu hadn't wanted to meddle in this matter because he didn't know if he had made the right choice or not, but now it seemed that there was no worse outcome than continuing to follow Zhang Han. Senior brother Yang, I want to go with you. Yang Hu's invitation, this little girl's obedience, was like a signal. and countless people from the crowd that originally stood more than half of Xiao Yuan's opposing side stepped out from behind their division leader. Or silence, or kneeling goodbye, but they did go. Their division never gave them a fair shake. And now, with a bunch of homeless hyenas, how can they be following? Fu Yuanqing's hands shook as he looked at Xiao Yuan in a sinister manner. But in the end, he could only sigh and look at Zhong Tianyi. Tianyi, go with senior uncle, if you still want to live. Chapter 55, True Villain Meets True Gentleman. Things can't be done, so take away as much power as you can utilize. There could only be so many who abandoned the clan, but of those who stayed behind, most of them were because of Zhong Tianyi. Xiao Yuan had taken over the Acacia Sect for less than a year, and in the past, he could not be considered a friend to anyone other than disgracing the Acacia Sect. Even if a very few people, such as Guan Yin, did this one crab-eater and defected to Xiao Yuan, how many people could they influence? The lifeblood of the Acacia Sect had never been the position of the district's patriarch, but rather this 30,000 years of inheritance. Fu Yuanqing was confident that the Acacia Sect's inheritance was in him. Zhong Tianyi shook his head. He was counted by one Haoran and returned with serious injuries. If there was a possibility of recovering from his injuries, he wouldn't have handed over the position of patriarch to Xiao Yuan, let alone choosing to close his eyes to death. Senior uncle, the path is different. Zhong Tianyi had some pity in the end. If he hadn't been injured, the Acacia Sect would never have been in today's situation. Senior uncle, Tianyi can only wish you a long and prosperous journey to immortality. Fu Yuanqing looked deeply at Zhong Tianyi. Living to his age, although he knew that there were very few gentlemen, but among the people he had seen, this master-nephew of his was considered a moral saint. Since you are determined, senior uncle will not advise you anymore. Fu Yuanqing scrutinized Xiao Yuan seriously for the first time. The objects of the clan's inheritance, I will not take away half of them. I only look forward to the day when the old man returns. You can still be as tough as you are today. Fu Yuanqing whisked his sleeve away. Xiao Yuan looked at the group of people leaving the clan in front of him. In addition to him, a fake refined void stage cultivator, the Acacia Sect's backbone force, losing nearly 70%. This kind of loss, for any clan, could cause it to fall into an abyss of 10,000 feet. Senior Zhong, Xiao Yuan was not familiar with the matter of managing the sect, and other than a few people such as Guan Yin, he did not know much about the rest of the people at all. The most urgent thing he needed now was to improve his strength, and it was impossible for him to be clamped down by the tedious matters of the sect. Would you be willing to take over the position of Grand Elder of the Acacia Sect? Zhong Tianyi glanced at Xiao Yuan and some difficult colors appeared on his face. He did not answer Xiao Yuan's question but instead looked around at those Acacia Sect disciples who were looking at him and watching Xiao Yuan. The fault for what happened today is not ours. When the old man was in charge of the Acacia Sect, power tipping within the sect was already a common occurrence. I had thought that I could plan this slowly, and could eliminate this hidden danger for my Acacia Sect during my lifetime. Zhong Tianyi's words lurched and he directly ripped open his chest. He knew very well why the purpose of Fu Yuanqing's words before he left. You can't hide this, so you might as well be honest about it. Hiss. Xiao Yuan sucked in a breath, only to see Zhong Tianyi's heart position. A ghost face with only two eyes was constantly writhing in his heart, and in that pair of eyes that were strangely glowing with green light, greed, killing, lechery, all the malice in the world could be seen in these eyes, and countless black tentacles spread out around the ghost face, crawling all over Zhong Tianyi's entire chest. Under Zhong Tianyi's neck, the Yuaning, which was originally in the Dantian, transformed into a golden light brand, blocking those black tentacles under his chest. Indeed, as old, Fu Yuanqing said, the old man does not have long to live. The sharpness on Zhong Tianyi's fingers flashed, directly inserting into the two eyes on the ghost's face. A pained grunt came out from his mouth, and as his fingers slid, a heart wrapped in ghostly shadows emerged in front of everyone's eyes. Ki, a voice that penetrated the soul resounded in his mind. Xiao Yuan's face turned white, and his body couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. Soul-devouring ghost. Qinghuan was shocked as she looked at Zhong Tianyi, her body subconsciously on guard. Daoist Qinghuan is very insightful. Zhong Tianyi laughed, and then tilted his head, as if he didn't care the slightest bit about his own life and death and said, this soul-devouring ghost appeared hundreds of thousands of years ago when the ghost realm invaded my young world as a kind of ghostly creature. It's no heart, no mouth, no nose, no 5 senses. Zhong Tianyi was a little despondent, but more sighs of admiration. He is indeed inferior to one Haoran, not only because of his own backstabbing by him, but also his sacrifice of 100 clans only to seek a big spirit. As for Zhong Tianyi's level, it was too biased to judge right and wrong purely on the basis of good and evil, fraternity and selflessness. If he loses, he loses. This ghost specializes in eating the souls of living people. and those who are parasitized by it will surely die. Wow! These words were uttered from Zhong Tianyi. Apart from Xiao Yuan and Cheng Yuan, the rest of the people, all of them, showed some despair. Compared to Xiao Yuan, the new patriarch who had rushed into the shelf, Zhong Tianyi, the old patriarch, was naturally more popular in their eyes. Zhong, old patriarch. The voices of the crowd were all sad, but some excitement rose in Xiao Yuan's eyes. He had discovered something wrong with this soul-devouring ghost. It did not have a self-consciousness, or rather its self-consciousness had been suppressed by Zhong Tianyi. Zhong Tian waved his sleeve. His face was calm, life and death in front of him, but he was more relaxed. Although the soul-devouring ghost is this powerful, old me isn't bad either. Zhong Tianyi used a relaxed tone to hide the regret in his eyes. The day I live and die will be the day this soul-devouring ghost becomes the protecting ghost god of my Acacia sect. With my lifelong cultivation, my flesh, blood, and bone marrow as the hearth and fire, I melted my 3 souls and 7 spirits in this soul-devouring ghost. Use my blood, flesh, soul, and bone to wear out its spirit, although my body is dead. But my Hehuan Sect will prosper forever. Zhong Tianyi raised his own hand high, and his voice grew higher until it broke through the clouds at first. Xiao Yuan took another step back as he looked at the figure bathed in light in front of him, the memories of the original owner surging in his mind. At the time when his original body's cultivation was not yet deep, the only reason why he, the disgrace of the Harmony Sect, could survive in the sect was Zhong Tianyi's shelter. Such a person is perhaps the one who should get his system the most. Young Chang. After despairing, those who stayed within the Acacia sect were all frenzied as they raised their hands in response to Zhong Tianyi's words enchanted. Cheng Yuan moved, and her mind couldn't help but recall a phrase her grandmother had said. At no time shall the human race be driven to extinction. Such a race, killing can only make them strong. The only way to make my demon race survive is to cooperate. It is not necessary to have too many heroes of the human race, but a few will make a clean sweep of the doldrums. Cheng Yuan had reason to believe that even if that Fu Yuanqing became an immortal, it would be impossible for him to recapture the Harmony Sect. Perhaps a long time ago, Zhong Tianyi had planted a seed in the hearts of the Acacia sect's disciples, and it was only today that the seed sprouted. Zhong Tianyi he redefined the soul of the Acacia sect. Thinking of this, Cheng Yuan couldn't help but steal a glance at Xiao Yuan. In the face of Zhong Tianyi, who was so full of charisma that he had taken away all of his own splendor, she wanted to see what Xiao Yuan's expression would be. But soon, Cheng Yuan was confused. In Xiao Yuan's eyes, she didn't see jealousy or admiration, but even a smile with eccentricity and confidence. If it was before, Cheng Yuan would have thought it was Xiao Yuan villain. But now, she had a gut feeling. Xiao Yuan was confident in saving Zhong Tianyi. After departing from the frenzied clusters and Xiao Yuan placed the Yin Yun Lu in place, Zhong Tianyi then answered Xiao Yuan's earlier question. Xiao, Patriarch, it's not that I don't want to be the clan's Grand Elder, but this time when I was awakened from the death barrier, I can only live for 2 years at most. In order to completely wear out the spirit of this soul-devouring ghost, I need to make sure that my energy is not distracted. Today, Hehuan Sect has not suffered a small loss, but you are still young. Zhong Tianyi glanced at Cheng Yuan. He was delighted that Xiao Yuan was able to ally with the demon race, with fellow Taoist Cheng Yuan. And with your talent, Patriarch, my Acacia sect's hearts and minds are aligned, and it's only a matter of time before we reach the top of the heap. Xiao Yuan's sight and Cheng Yuan intersected in the air. He did need to thank Cheng Yuan, but the Acacia sect this big mess of things. He cannot let Zhong Tianyi, so the most suitable person, stay out of it. Senior Zhong, I understand everything you said, but what if I said I could save you? Chapter 56, I can save you. Patriarch, my intention has been. Zhong Tianyi didn't react at all, so much so that his tongue was a bit knotted. What? Xiao Yuan contained a smile, eyes full of fire looking at Zhong Tianyi, dozing on the pillow feeling, he likes it too much. I said, I have a way to save you, Master. Zhong Tianyi was dumbfounded for a moment, but soon shook his own head. Patriarch, you go in and out of the refined void, and you seldom cross paths with people on a regular basis. This soul-devouring ghost is not something that can be solved by unusual means. According to the records of the ancient books, there used to be a descendant of a soul-devouring ghost that was parasitized by a soul-devouring ghost, and even the soul-devouring ghost could only shelter a remnant of his descendant's soul to enter the wheel of reincarnation. Patriarch, your heart, Master Uncle, no. But there is no need to make unnecessary attempts for me anymore. Zhong Tianyi said it was impossible, but Cheng Yuan was somewhat convinced. Xiao Yuan's paper tiger frame could not possibly allow himself to appear in front of people too much. In the past, when he hadn't torn his face off with that hairpin flower granny, he, the hollowed-out sect master, could still peacefully hand over the management of the Acacia sect to her. As long as that granny hairpin flower does not break through to refined void, no one will be able to shake Xiao Yuan's position as the Acacia Sect's patriarch. Now that the Acacia Sect had split up, leaving such a big mess behind, apart from Zhong Tianyi, Xiao Yuan really didn't have anyone else that he could use with confidence and who could hold down the scene. No need to take too long. Today's news within the Acacia Sect spreads. Many sects in this southern region will certainly be coveted. So Zhong Tianyi, the facade, cannot be lost. Karma fire. Enter the ghost road. Xiao Yuan didn't explain. He just bluntly and unapologetically stated his method. Zhong Tianyi subconsciously shook his head, but then quickly stopped and said with a puzzled look on his face, "What is this enter the ghost road?" The Yellow Spring Sect's Abyssal Hellblade technique is part of the Ghost Entry Dao, Xiao Yuan explained. This cultivation of the Ghost Entry Dao is precisely what requires the body of a stern ghost as a medium to communicate with the Abyssal Hell. Zhong Tianyi was slightly surprised. He naturally knew about this Yellow Spring Sect's founding principle, and even within the Harmonious Sect, there was a topography of the Abyssal Hellblade technique. However, he didn't expect that this Abyssal Hell Dao technique was actually just a branch of a technique. And this gong method also requires the use of a stern ghost as a medium. Zhong Tianyi was slightly silent. If he wasn't sure that he had only been in death seclusion for less than a year, he would have really thought that several hundred years had passed, causing Xiao Yuan to turn into something he couldn't understand. I once thought of invoking the karmic fire to burn my body, but with the condition of my body, I'm going to die from the karmic fire before this soul-devouring ghost is expelled. External objects are useless to me. And any external object that enters my body will have most of its benefits appropriated by this soul-devouring ghost. Sovereign, you have a good idea, but it's really useless. Zhong Tianyi wanted to invoke the karmic fire to die with the soul-devouring ghost, but he was obviously unsure, and he was also not willing to waste such an almost extinct ghost creature as the soul-devouring ghost. Compared to avenging himself, leaving a protective ghost god for the Acacia Sect was what Zhong Tianyi thought was the most correct choice. Xiao Yuan walked to Zhong Tianyi's front. His eyes transformed into black and white, and then a drop of blood with a golden glow coalesced on his fingertip and plunged directly towards Zhong Tianyi's heart. Although Zhong Tianyi was puzzled by Xiao Yuan's change, he did not dodge. Since Xiao Yuan was unwilling to give up, it wasn't impossible to let him try. Half a breath of silence between the two, and then Zhong Tianyi trembled. The loss hidden in the bottom of his eyes swept away, feeling that supreme yang qi in his body, sealing his body and isolating himself from heaven and earth. Zhong Tianyi once again felt the feeling of power filling his body, even if it was just a trace. This, Sovereign, you are a supreme yang physique? There are countless people who have the qualifications to cultivate immortality, and the best of them either have outstanding physical qualities, or pure spiritual roots, or are naturally intelligent and have an understanding of the great Tao. However, of the yang attribute physique, Zhong Tianyi's memory seemed to be that there was no physique that had the pure and blazing yang qi of Xiao Yuan's drop of blood. So much so that this soul-devouring ghost that was completely integrated with him not only did not receive the slightest benefit, but even caused its breath to decline due to its attributes being mutually exclusive. Xiao Yuan smiled and did not deny it. 3 days. Master Zhong, you go back to recuperate for 3 days, and after 3 days, you will live a long and happy life. At that time, you can't afford to push back. Senior. Zhong Tianyi nodded his head heavily, 1,000 expressions of gratitude in his eyes, all sunk in speechlessness. After Zhong Tianyi left, only Xiao Yuan and Qinghuan were left in the entire hall. A strange yet charming atmosphere spread out between the two. Xiao Yuan looked at Qinghuan's cool appearance, and his mind could not help but recall the day and night that made his life unforgettable. Want to die? Noticing that Xiao Yuan's gaze was not right, Qinghuan, whose heart was racing, could no longer hold back her voice to stop. She just thought of that one time as a dream, an indulgence on her part. There should be a clear line between the human and demon races. And the best way to do that was for both her and Xiao Yuan to forget about that one thing. Think of it only as a dewy love affair and a dream of joy. Cough. Xiao Yuan sidelined his head. He is a normal man, and Qinghuan happens to be a beautiful woman. Demonis. No way. Xiao Yuan hid the thoughts in his mind, and he felt even more irritated at the thought of Qinghuan being a bird. So what? Are you used to living here? You must talk to me if you need anything. Qinghuan took a few deep breaths and purposely did not look at Xiao Yuan. The two of them were so similar when it came to escaping this choice. The human race is always better at enjoying themselves than us demons. And the only thing I'm not accustomed to in a big clan like the Harmony Sect might be that it's too comforting. As for the need, Patriarch Xiao, just don't forget what you promised my demon clan. Qinghuan heart dryness rises. That night is really a mistake. Actually let her some unforgettable. My demon race needs to enter the world. Xiao Yuan was silent for a moment, and the words he had used to deal with Guan Yin Yang earlier surged to the forefront of his mind. When Zhong Tianyi recovered, even if he didn't confide in him. With Zhong Tianyi around, those who had risen to covetousness towards the Acacia sect because of today's matter should weigh it up. Moreover, it was also possible to take this opportunity to explain the matter of the demon race to the outside world. After a while, I will send out invitations to all the forces of the human race, inviting them to attend my void refining ceremony. I'll do what I promised you. Qinghuan responded with a wailing voice. There were many unformed words in her mind that she wanted to say, but when she really wanted to say them, they became a blank. She didn't say another word until she left. Looking at the Qinghuan figure far away, Xiao Yuan smiled to himself. The human hall refining the virtual great demon. Even Fu Yuanqing can be easily subdued. The distance from the merged body is afraid of just a step away. He had the luxury of hoping that after one pleasure, Qinghuan would fall for him. Sure enough, a woman's word can't be trusted. The woman surnamed Chang said that only on behalf of herself, and that passage is not the fastest way into a woman's heart. The only thing that matters is strength. Xiao Yuan has a different emotion for Qinghuan since he inherited the original master's memory. Although he knows the emotions of Su Qing Carp and other people for him, but he knows that he can have such a lustful fortune because of the original master, which belongs to him, can have a few reasons for it, and Qinghuan, at the very least that one day and night, belonged entirely to him. Patriarch. Inside the secret room of the Patriarch Hall, Zhong Tianyi looked at the blood that continued to gush out from Xiao Yuan's wrist and took a deep breath before saying in a deep voice, I'm ready. Chapter 57, Refining Ghosts into the Body. Between dying with honor and living with dignity, Zhong Tianyi was able to die with generosity. But now, with the possibility of a decent life, he is nervous and uncertain. Xiao Yuan nodded gruffly, and the blood that flowed out followed the remnant of the sword in his hand and was sent directly into the ghostly face in Zhong Tianyi's heart. The sound of hot iron passing through oil rang out, and the ghost face on Zhong Tianyi's heart seemed to sense the threat and began to twist crazily, constantly impacting the line of defense that Zhong Tianyi's Yuaning had transformed into. Zhong Tianyi's face was white, but his eyes had never been brighter. How can a person who has the heart of certain death allow himself to retreat when faced with the opportunity to live? Even if the pain at the moment is unbearable pain for the living. Sovereign, Zhong Tianyi's eyes shed tears of blood. Xiao Yuan had already done his utmost. The rest could only depend on himself. I'll take the rest into my own hands. Xiao Yuan sent out the last drop of blood and retreated back with a pale face. Looking at Zhong Tian as the karmic flames ignited in his body completely wrapped him up. In the karmic fire, the golden light collected, transformed into a human figure. Hands will climb up the ghost face dead grasp. Its eyes compassion. Face attached to the ghosts. In this moment, is the Western Bliss or Hell Ghost Road, all by that burning soul of karmic fire. A flash of gold and black light did not enter Zhong Tianyi Dantian. Xiao Yuan retreated again and again, directly left the secret room, left the inner hall, with the Qinghuan who had long stood outside side by side, looking at this sea of fire. There is no one who can be reborn in the fire. It is said that karmic fire is a calamity in the lives of the people of the Acacia sect, but now it seems that in your hands, it has become a supreme treasure for cultivation and salvation. There are countless people in this world who have cultivated themselves to great heights, but how many of them have this strange idea? Qinghuan couldn't help but lament. She knew about this soul-devouring ghost, so she understood even more about the difficulty of trying to save someone who was being parasitized by a soul-devouring ghost. Mu Yuyi's that karma fire Yuaning? Just a peep. Let her sink into the sea of lust. With karma fire as the body, one body to repair two paths, can come up with such methods of Xiao Yuan? How its strength is no longer important. His whimsicality is perhaps what makes him stand out the most. Xiao Yuan was not surprised that Qinghuan knew about the karma fire. The original owner was victimized by that augur dagger, and a single drop of true dragon's blood made the original owner's suppressed karma fire become a karma miasma that sent him to his death. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but touch the jade pendant at his waist. He remembered the system saying that this was the heavenly Tao's leftover metamorphosis, an existence that could reverse time and space, an existence that possessed the heavenly Tao's leftover metamorphosis, when faced with that boundless karmic fire, could only suggest that he dissipate his power and recultivate. That's a good indication of how tricky karma fire can be. He looked at the sea of fire that was no longer expanding, and glanced sideways at Qinghuan, and under the reflection of the firelight, at this moment, she actually had some of the gentle look when she was entangled. If you ever look at me like that again, I'll gouge out your eyes. Qinghuan does not need to know Xiao Yuan to think about what Xiao Yuan heart in the mind. Her heart has been set. She also said clearly enough with Xiao Yuan, a pleasure dream only, is a dream should wake up. Xiao Yuan averted his eyes. He didn't dare to stimulate Qinghuan, a woman who could fight with him for one more day for the sake of victory or defeat. If he stimulated too much, although being gouged out of both eyes wasn't a big deal, a painful beating would definitely be unavoidable. The Haoran Sect has the 100 sacred text realm, and my Acacia Sect also has the yin-yang mysterious realm. When my void refining ceremony is over, are you willing to enter this yin-yang mysterious realm with me? Qinghuan subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Xiao Yuan blocked her words. It took tens of thousands of years for the Haoran Sect to draw on the qi of the 100 sects in the southern region, and it was only after blood sacrifices of hundreds of thousands of cultivators that the legacy of the saints in the 100 saints realm of writings was truly awakened. And now that the 100 saints realm of writings is falling apart and the world is clouded over, it's unlikely that the remaining cultivators of the 4 domains will sit back and watch such immortal destinies be lost to them. How prosperous this southern domain was in the ancient times. And what was the realm of that 100 saints? Qinghuan, you should know no less than I do. In the future, Refined Void is afraid that it will be difficult to carry a tripod in the southern domain, the banner of the demon race. Are you sure you can carry it in the future? The past that he had glimpsed in the 100 Saints realm of writings confirmed to him that although the southern domain was in decline nowadays, it had been especially prosperous in the ancient times. Although he didn't understand why the mighty cultivators of the other 4 domains didn't enter the southern domain and seize the ancient remnants in the southern domain. Xiao Yuan would always believe in the true saying, people die for money, birds die for food. How the realm of saints was, he wasn't sure, but someone would surely know. Thinking about the shadow that repelled the heavenly Tao with just 2 words, Xiao Yuan, while yearning, understood that the district of the endless sea could no longer hold back those fish that smelled the fishy odor. Qinghuan was silent for a long time, looking toward the slowly shrinking sea of fire. Another 3 or 5 days, Zhongtianyi is dead or alive should also have a conclusion. The 2 people who enter the secret realm of yin and yang are required to have absolute trust in each other and are never allowed to have the slightest dissent. You and I have known each other for just over a month. Do you think you could possibly do it? Xiao Yuan's face was relaxed. If Qinghuan did not know his secret and the 2 of them were not familiar with each other in pleasure, he could not do it. But now, Qinghuan knows his secret but did not kill him, and in order to save him and choose to deal with Yuan Qing shot, regardless of how the 2 later, at least at this moment, Qinghuan is one of the most trusted people. Xiao Yuan. Mu Yui was in seclusion. Dao Xuan was digesting the saint's legacy, and Su Qingli and Ing Xuanyue were in that ancient cultivator's cave still not knowing when they would come out. Even if the 4 of them trusted themselves unconditionally, outside of that, they were ultimately their own disciples. Xiao Yuan really didn't have the face to drag his disciples into the yin-yang mysterious realm right now. So who else could he choose but Qinghuan? I'm asking you to kill me now. Will you do it? Qinghuan wanted to hide, but Xiao Yuan wanted to get closer. Compared to him as a paper tiger, Qinghuan, who pretended to be indifferent, was the real timid one. Qinghuan was forced to take half a step back by Xiao Yuan's gaze. The firm trust in Xiao Yuan's eyes was too much for her to bear. Don't you come near me. Why should I kill you? Why should I listen to you? Xiao Yuan grinned and did not push Qinghuan too much as he opened his hand and said, there's still time. I will ask you again when my void refining ceremony is approaching. Qinghuan's face struggled. Although she didn't directly speak out against it, she didn't continue to stay here. She did need to think about whether she should choose to cooperate with Xiao Yuan for the sake of the demon clan. Xiao Yuan had remained here, so that everyone in the harmonious sect who looked up to this place could see, beside the sea of karma fire, Xiao Yuan's standing figure. In terms of inciting emotions and rallying the hearts of the clan, Xiao Yuan had selfishness in his heart and naturally couldn't do as Zhongtianyi did. But that didn't mean he was stupid. The day Zhongtianyi's life and death will be known is only 3 or 5 days, and he has to act these days even if he is acting. What's more, there is a soul-devouring ghost waiting for his love. The sea of karma fire burned to the 4th day. The figure at the center has been blurred visible. This is a fight about endurance. As for the results, they have been obvious since Carrie, the soul-devouring ghost that was no longer suppressed by Zhongtianyi's spiritual intelligence, regained its self-consciousness, and its agonizing voice resounded directly in the human soul. Zhongtianyi, what have you done? What have you done to me? Don't take me with you if you want to die. Don't drag me with you. The soul-devouring ghost never thought that she had just come out of the seal and bumped into Zhongtianyi thinking that she had met a lamb, but she did not want Zhongtianyi to exhaust everything to wear out her spirit. After a long time, it regained its consciousness again, but it was burned in this infinite fire of karma. It was afraid, and though it was a ghostly creature, it knew what fear was. The soul-devouring ghost struggled to break away from Zhongtianyi and pass through the fire, and before it could react, a hand directly grabbed it. Who? Ha ha! The soul-devouring ghost was stunned before realizing Xiao Yuan's strength, and could not help but rejoice wildly. Kid, blame it on the fact that you're standing in the wrong place. Your body and soul. I'll take them without ceremony. Chapter 58, Can you drink? A green light emerged from Xiao Yuan's eyes, and bizarre black tentacles quickly crawled all over his body. Xiao Yuan had no sadness or joy. The rampant laughter of the soul-devouring ghost echoed in his mind. He just raised the remnant sword in his hand, and behind him, the free abyss appeared. What is this? The soul-devouring ghost's rampant laughter once again became alarmed. That inexplicable power that made its soul tremble seemed to be pulling it into two halves. It had never seen this kind of power before, but it couldn't have been afraid for it. Infernal shedding. When he was in the Haoran Sect, Xiao Yuan had not wielded this sword out. But now, when a sword fell, 100 ghosts were born from it. Although the residual sword has no blade, it can split the sea of fire, and can be a clear cloud in the sky. Around Xiao Yuan, the sword intent surged, rubbing the white clouds in the sky to pieces, taking all the light from the sun, and condensing the abyss in his own body. Xiao Yuan raised his head, one eye composed, one eye eerily green. The sword's momentum was not withdrawn. Its heart unfolded at will. The arboreal blade technique? No. It's the method of entering the ghost road to kill. Infernal joyfulness. Xiao Yuan's second sword chopped out. 100 ghosts withered. And on top of the remnant sword, killing intent opened up for it. And where the sword light flashed by, space rippled and rippled. Xiao Yuan was only a jindan. And even though this jindan of his was unusual, under this sword, its killing power was already no different from a late Yuaning cultivator's full force strike. If it is driven for it by the chaos. Xiao Yuan withdrew his sword and faced Zhongtianyi after the firelight dissipated, and both of them hid joy in their eyes. Only the soul-devouring ghost in Xiao Yuan's mind was roaring in shock and anger. Insolent little child! How dare you take this honorable cultivation method? Damn it! Damn it! The voice of the soul-devouring ghost slowly subsided in Xiao Yuan's mind. I'm waiting for the day when you are incarnated in hell. As the last sentence fell, the traces of the soul-devouring ghost could only be proved by the bit of dark green color in the extreme depths of Xiao Yuan's right eye. Senior Zhong. Xiao Yuan stood with an arch. Zhongtianyi's face was full of complexity as he looked deeply at Xiao Yuan for several times. There were some issues that were better not to look deeply into. The Acacia Sect is when it is prosperous. Old man Zhongtianyi, meet patriarch. Zhongtianyi lowered his body and saluted. Xiao Yuan smiled. He knew that Zhongtianyi had detected something wrong. But with his abject devotion to the Acacia Sect, he naturally would not go deeper because of his slight curiosity. Grand Elder. Xiao Yuan turned around with his backhand and looked at the figure not far away holding the door and stepping out. After 7 days of unconsciousness, Yin Yunlu was finally awake. On the 13th day of January in the spring, this honored one's refining the void ceremony will be here waiting for all the world's guests. With a wave of Xiao Yuan's hand, above the main peak, 1,000-year-old Bu-Ter bamboo shattered and snapped, and then transformed into more than 100 small bamboo swords that flew into Zhongtianyi's hands. The Acacia Sect's affairs, both large and small, will be a burden on you. Zhongtianyi bowed his head and said yes, his fingers gently rubbing the life and death Dao meaning belonging to Xiao Yuan on the small bamboo sword. A bamboo leaf fell and was divided into two halves by the invisible sword intent a foot away from the small bamboo sword before landing on top of Zhongtianyi's shoes. Xiao Yuan's salute was shown to the world. Then he was the real-deal Hexagon Francois sect leader. Zhongtianyi's gaze is firm, and at the time of this great struggle, his gentle nature has already lost once, and he is not suitable to lead the Acacia Sect down the road. Xiao Yuan is the patriarch he esteems. How does it feel? Xiao Yuan approached Yin Yunlu's body with a flash of complexity in his eyes. Master, Yin Yunlu's body was still a bit weak. If not for Qing Wan's hand, Xiao Yuan would have needed to spend a lot of time to save her. But at the moment, except for the after effects of overusing a power that didn't belong to her, there were no other problems with her body. It is the apprentice who has put you to the trouble. Xiao Yuan reached out and rubbed Yin Yunlu's head. You were not at fault, and to do justice to your own disciple, why bother? Xiao Yuan's gaze landed on the long black sickle in the room. There were not a few people of the human race who practiced the devil's way, but other than the true devil clan who possessed such a pure devil's chi, Xiao Yuan really could not think of anyone else. Can I have a drink? A jar of wine appeared in Xiao Yuan's hand and waved it in front of Yin Yunlu's eyes. There are some words that always need a bit of a lead in order to be said. Yin Yunlu's guilty eyes rose some surprise. Xiao Yuan used to be a very qualified and strict teacher, although to his own disciple is second only to one Ren Chu Chu who made him fascinated. But every time they talk, it is difficult to even say 3 words. Why is it so gentle today? Can I drink it? Yin Yunlu asked uncertainly. Xiao Yuan's eyes showed some pity. Among the original master's 9 disciples, although Yin Yunlu only ranked 5th, but 5 years ago when he was sent to the old battlefield of the human devil, he was already at the early stage of the Yuaning stage, and is a person who belongs to the 2 of talent and diligence. In the original owner's memory, he had never seen a moment of laxity, and now even his own master's invitation needed to be confirmed. Xiao Yuan opened the door of the room and pulled Yin Yunlu into it, using the teacup as a drinking vessel, using practical action to tell Yin Yunlu that there is no need to have a sense of urgency in front of him, and that he has the ability to make him stop and rest. The aroma of wine wafted through the room, and after a series of major events, Xiao Yuan did need an excuse to drink. The long black sickle that was coveted by Granny Hairpin was trampled under Xiao Yuan's feet as a stepping stone, and Yin Yunlu saw it, but only took it as unusual. The two men, neither of whom would talk much, just sat there at the table, filling anyone's glass that was empty. Just like this, he drank one altar, two altars, until Xiao Yuan's consciousness was a little trance, and when he looked at the opposite side of the Yin Yun building, he was a little heavy shadow. He finally opened his mouth. If you have any questions, just ask. Xiao Yuan hiccuped, only to feel that the boredom and tension in his heart was turned into turbid air and exhaled. At this moment, he was in a relaxed state rarely seen after crossing the border. Yin Yunlu's pale face also had a little more redness. His eyes were confused and looked at the person in front of him, who he called master. She grew up knowing she was different. She had stayed by Xiao Yuan's side since she could remember, and apart from asking about her parents once when she was a child, she had never asked about them. She is murderous and irritable, and the karmic fire illuminates her as half human and half demon. She had been born with divine power since she was a child, and her skin and bones were so tough and hard that she was able to use her body to counterkill a foundation establishment stage cultivator when she was in the chi refining stage. However, she had never practiced a body refining technique. There is also the most crucial point, which she has never said to anyone, even Xiao Yuan. It wasn't that she didn't want to say it, but she was afraid that she would be treated as a monster and abandoned by Xiao Yuan. Her cultivation talent is not outstanding. Cultivation so far, 178 years. The cultivation of the middle stage of the Yuaning, all lies in her. Every kill a person, its cultivation can be refined 1 point. In Xiao Yuan, in front of her fellow disciples, she is the inferior and silent Yin Yunlu, but outside, she is in the cultivation world. Countless people are scared of the shadowy face of the Rakshasa. She has all kinds of differences. She does not know why. Until she enters the old battlefield of human and devil, she understands that she is not a human being. Master, do you know who my parents are? Xiao Yuan was intoxicated. The Yin Yunlu in front of him and the 3-foot girl in his mind overlapped. Many years ago, Yin Yunlu also asked such a sentence, only that the original owner chose to lie and said that he did not know. But why your father is a teacher is unknown to me. Only that it is a true demon. Yin Yunlu eyes accumulate tears, poignant to look at Xiao Yuan. The devil, especially the true devil, where the human race, no matter who, with its collusion, are all traitors to the human race. Its bloodline is tied to the 10 tribes, the soul of its perpetual fall into the 9 hells. 10,000 years shall not be reincarnated. Xiao Yuan knew it clearly. Why did he still leave himself behind? Why would he still accept himself as a disciple? Wiping the tears from her face, Yin Yunlu looked at Xiao Yuan. Some reluctance flashed in her eyes. Master, kill me. Chapter 59, Signs of a Big Event. Xiao Yuan laughed playfully and stood up with a tipsy feeling, his gaze dropping as he looked at the long black sickle that was churning with demonic chi at his feet. This was not a half-step Dao weapon, but a Dao weapon that had been severely damaged, causing it to fall in rank. And that true devil residual soul. Inside is a pity. All minds are made up for others. You don't ask about your mother? In Xiao Yuan's mind, the original owner's memories surfaced. It was a gentle woman who was 8 points similar to Yin Yunlu. She saved the original owner's life. So of course, the original owner of this old-fashioned natural willing to take the risk of accepting the Yin Yunlu. So always uncontested in the Yin Yunlu killed the grandchildren of the hairpin flower granny. Only one person's body, in front of the crowd to protect the Yin Yunlu. There were many problems with the original master's character, and his unexplained feelings for Wen Run Chu Chu made Xiao Yuan feel even more unbelievable. Yet he had his good points. The mind is supremely pure and the perseverance is amazing. Yin Yunlu, who was originally prepared to die, looked at Xiao Yuan's smile and listened to his words, and for some reason, the determination in his heart was like the darkness that was broken by the sunlight. She really can't afford to die. It's not that I'm afraid of dying, but I'm afraid that I'll never see Xiao Yuan again. Who is my mother? Did she leave any words for me? Xiao Yuan spread his hands and teased Yin Yunlu. I don't know, but I know your mother is a human. A pure human. A true mother. She didn't leave any words, but I know. She must have wanted you to be happy. Xiao Yuan pulled Yin Yunlu's face with both hands, causing a hint of a smile to appear on her habitually camouflaged face. Get well, and if the things inside this long sickle don't listen, go to your second elder sister. She'll teach it a good lesson for you. Yin Yunlu choked. seemingly crying and laughing as he watched Xiao Yuan walk outside. Her mentor knew all about it. Her master did not dislike her. Her master will love her as he did before. A stiff but heartfelt smile surfaced on Yin Yunlo's face. It was so nice to have a master teacher like this. Who dares to rob me of my chance? Ling Xiao appeared around the silver fish cold pool in a cloak of hair. He had already obtained the saint's legacy, and this time he had come to seek out the ancient cultivator's cave in order to advance to transformation spirit in one fell swoop. He looked at the space door that was sealed from the inside, and the hesitation in his heart had turned into endless rage. Senior, wasn't it you who said that this ancient cave would never be discovered? The residual soul hidden in Ling Xiao's body was also helpless. The aura around this silverfish cold pool was sparse and usual, and it was the transition zone between the human race and the 100,000 mountains, plus the entrance to this cave was hidden, so it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to discover it. Who would have thought that the entrance to the cave of an ancient great cultivator would be hidden by ingenuity instead of a prohibition? Who can count all the things in the world? This entrance is something that you searched for together with your master. If it wasn't for the fact that my master had spied a ray of heavenly opportunity, even if I let you and I search here for 3 years and 5 years, would we be able to find this spatial entrance? Ling Xiao stared and gulped. He had previously asserted that it was impossible for an ancient great cultivator's cave to exist here, and questioned whether his master had found the wrong place. If this is true of him, the one who came with a purpose to find it, why should it be true of anyone else? But he would not reflect on it, much less admit his mistakes. He who had gotten the saint's legacy had already seen the straight path of the immortal road opening toward him. How could a mere remnant soul be worthy of the future saints bowing his head and admitting his mistakes? Take what belongs to me. I won't spare the people inside. Master, can you figure out who's in there? The old man had watched Ling Xiao grow from a mortal all the way to the present day. How could he not understand the mind of this cheap disciple of his? If it was an ordinary ancient great cultivator, it would be just fine, but the one who left this cave, his background was too deep, and what was in here could not allow Ling Xiao to shorten his 1,000 years of work. But it was even more the key to climbing into friendship with that clan after he went to the central region. The most important point, the key thing for him to remodel his physical body was inside, and he didn't want to give it up. The heavenly chance is like a mist making the old man mesmerized. I don't know how long. A muffled grunt comes out. The clear sky is now shocked by thunder. A lightning bolt directly splits towards Ling Xiao. Crackling. Ling Xiao, who was not expected at all, was struck by heavenly lightning in haste. His whole body clothes turned into obliterating dust, and a mouthful of hot blood gushed out from his mouth. You, what are you doing? Don't drag me with you if you want to die. In shock and anger, Ling Xiao propped up his protective treasures and said to the old man in his body with a tone full of complaints. A weak cough sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Although the old man's heart is dissatisfied, but he and Ling Xiao is an honor and a loss relationship. More dissatisfaction in his heart. To his mouth also became not care. My master was just projecting the heavenly chances. The people inside involve the heavenly way. Ling Xiao, you give up. The old man is now only grateful. If he had not felt the majesty of the heavenly Tao, just now he would not have been able to give up so decisively. If he had held on for a moment, the falling heavenly punishment would not be something that could be unveiled by this area of a heavenly thunder. Ling Xiao's face shifted back and forth as he thought about the news he had received when he came out of the sage heavenly realm. The Acacia Sect had split up, and now the Acacia Sect had lost more than half of its members, with only Xiao Yuan, the patriarch who had entered and exited the refined void, and Zhong Tianyi, the dying man, to support them. The 100 sacred text realm of the Haoran Sect, the Yin Yang mysterious realm of the Harmony Sect, and the Yin Demon immortal corpse of the Xianyin Sect. These three enjoyed almost equal renown in the southern region. This time, the 100 sacred literature realm had made such a big mess, and now that there was a chance to get a glimpse of the Acacia Sect, who could give it up? And who would mind having too many immortal destinies? Master, that Xiao Yuan spring January 13th dares to invite the world to attend his void refining ceremony. If my disciple doesn't enter the transformation spirit, when there is a change in the Acacia Sect, I'm afraid that my disciple will only be able to be a spectator. If I lose the immortal fate in front of me, and then I lose the secret of the Acacia Sect, when will I be able to reach the top? And with the cultivation of the tribulation, I will be able to reconsolidate the immortal body for you, Master? Ling Xiao's gesture was sincere, but the old man was not some 3-year-old. How could he not understand Ling Xiao's meaning? There was a long silence before the old man sighed. 2 months, at most. Wait here for 2 months. When the knots in your heart are gone, you will listen to the words of your master and go find that one Run Chu Chu. Your path to immortality is straight, and it shall be in her. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted into a smile. With the old man's assurance in place, he did not have to worry about his life and death. Taking my chance, I'd like to see who was so bold. Ling Xiao's strength was unremarkable, but at this point, he had treated himself as a future saint, not realizing that without the guidance of the man in his mind, the current him might have long since become a cupped piece of yellow earth. Back to his room. Finally quiet Xiao Yuan's mouth corner. How to press cannot be suppressed. He had thought that his previous performance in the system seems to be not considered a gentleman. But I didn't want the system to be holding back a big one. After he had dispelled Yin Yun Lu's plea for death, the system's reward finally came. Ding, the teacher not only has the responsibility of preaching, teaching and explaining, but also needs to be responsible for this sword to level demons and sprites behind him. The host for the protection of the teacher's way, through repeated dangers without changing the original heart. Rewarding the host's soul technique. 1000 silk soul decision knowledge. Immortal devil finger bone A. Immortal demon finger bone? Xiao Yuan came into the spirit. Aside from the chaotic heavenly chance jade pendant and the nameless broken sword, he had finally gotten another item from the system here. A broken finger bone that seemed to be worm-eaten appeared out of thin air. Xiao Yuan frowned and did not dare to touch it, only touching it with the broken sword. Buzz. But he didn't want to think that what he thought was the safest way to go about it had gone the most wrong. Chapter 60, You're good at this? The immortal devil chi rippled, and Xiao Yuan was directly shaken out. With only the finger bone that glowed with a glistening white light but emerged as the shadow of a true devil and the remnant sword that displayed peerless sword intent hanging in the air to face each other, the two kept their chi extremely internalized, not allowing a single bit of it to leak out. But even if this is the case, the space cracks that are constantly being torn apart, the space storms that are whistling out but being dissipated into nothing by the aura of the two are enough to make Xiao Xiao prostrate himself on the ground and not dare to have the slightest falter. In the courtyard, Qingluan, who had been hiding from Xiao Yuan for 4 days, was the first to be awakened. Her figure flashed, wanting to approach Xiao Yuan's location, but a mile away, an inexplicable fear rose from her heart, causing her to stand in the air, not daring to go beyond the slightest bit. And the demonic soul that had just been trampled by Xiao Yuan's feet and was currently leaning on top of Yin Yun Lu's back, trying to compel Yin Yun Lu. The word of compulsion became a dead duck's beak, and was directly imprisoned in its mouth. Then without half a hesitation, it drilled in towards the black long sickle that it thought was the safest. Yin Yun Lu's body trembled as she felt it. She ran out of the courtyard in a panic and looked in the direction Xiao Yuan had left, where she sensed a more pure demonic aura than in the inner circle of the old battlefield of the human and demon. Master. Yin Yun Lu could not hide her concern. Xiao Yuan had encountered this matter right after he left from her, making her unable to help but think a little too much. Was it because of her? Did she bring out something spooky in her? Demon soul. What's going on? You dared to harm my master. Yin Yun Lu's eyes were surging with demonic chi, and a crack surfaced on the face that was transparent like a fine porcelain. She's showing her determination in action. Don't. A voice surfaced in Yin Yun Lu's mind. And that black long sickle seemed like it had some kind of connection with Yin Yun Lu, and at this moment, it even chapped like Yin Yun Lu's face. Not me. Where would I get that kind of strength? That's the Devil Emperor. The aura of a Devil Emperor and an immortal. The demon soul wailed out, its self-confidence collapsing pretty much the moment Xiao Yuan invoked that heavenly thunder to strike it. Originally, it had wanted to find a chance to get back at Xiao Yuan for insulting it, but now, it only wants to live well and serve this aunt of Yin Yun Lu well, and borrow her to hold Xiao Yuan's thigh. Devil Emperor, immortal. This was an existence that he could only observe from a distance of 10,000 miles even when he was alive. Auntie, don't come. If you continue you'll die. This master teacher of yours is not an ordinary person. He can't die. He can't die. Yin Yun Lu has in this black long sickle double body one life. Yin Yun Lu body death. Black long sickle must also be destroyed. And according to the black long sickle and live the devil soul. Will also be soul fly away? Even reincarnation of the opportunity is not possible again. Yin Yun Lu's face changed back and forth, but in the end, he still chose to believe it. Only a pair of eyes looked towards where Xiao Yuan was, towards the gradually overcast sky, but he refused to blink his eyes. Xiao Yuan was subdued to the ground by the aura that was as heavy as the world's mountain abyss, and after the initial panic, it was a paper exhalation. That chaotic heavenly chance jade pendant was like this, and so was this divine demon fingerbone. He really didn't learn his lesson. What's the point of slashing around with this broken sword? If the heavenly Tao searched for him again, would there be another 100 saints realm for him to avoid trouble? Is there another one Haoran who will step forward and serve as a substitute for him? A Sanskrit language that was not defensible by men and women rang out, and Xiao Yuan only listened to it for a little while. Then he felt that his soul wanted to be scattered. His brain was blank, and he had already lost the ability to think. Clank. The crisp sound covered the Brahma sound. As soon as Xiao Yuan was recovered, he began to feel the pain, but it was also the pain that gave him hope to live. Xiao Yuan struggled to raise his head, wanting to see the result of that two things clashing. but his own pair of eyes had long been filled with blood. The world turned red, and he only had time to see the shadow of a lonely grave disappear, the remnants of the sword fall, and that god-devil finger bone had already turned into obliterating dust, with only a drop of cloudy-colored liquid like fresh blood slowly falling down, landing on his right index finger. Poof! A muffled grunt came out from Xiao Yuan's mouth. He only felt that his right index finger seemed to come in as if it was a brutal robber, using countless of the tiniest knives to cut open his index finger, and then took over the nest of the magpies to live in it. Ah! Xiao Yuan thought that he could endure it, but the pain that hurt from his flesh to his soul finally made him unable to hold back his cry of pain. After the knife is cut open, it is the alternation of two kinds of feelings. Cold time seems to numb everything, leaving only the cold. This kind of feeling. Hot time is like to burn everything. The body's blood is dried up, but also wrapped by the skin, so that he became a human blood balloon. When the pain came to an end, Xiao Yuan could no longer hold back, and his left hand flashed with a spiritual light, transforming into a hand knife and chopping towards his right index finger. Just cut it, and as soon as it's broken, then there will be no more pain. Click! The slight pain coming from his left hand made Xiao Yuan, who had been tortured with some insanity, regain his senses, and he froze for a while, which made him realize that the boundless pain was far away from it. Instead, the pain coming from the left hand's place was slowly increasing. How did I crack the bones in my hand? Doubtful for just a moment, Xiao Yuan quickly looked at his right index finger, and apart from being slightly whiter by half, there was no difference compared to before. With a turn of spiritual energy, he forced the shattered metacarpal bone of his left hand to bond. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment and took out a small knife from his storage ring. This Yuaning stage cultivator used magic treasure. Although Xiao Yuan can be used, but in front of people, he naturally will not use this kind of no forceful thing. Is not as good as that usually has no use. A useful will give him a big residual sword bluff, available at the moment, but just in time. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and extended his right index finger out. Then with a stern gaze, he held a small knife and chopped towards his right index finger. He wanted to make sure of one thing, to make sure that he wasn't being blessed by another disaster. As expected, the index finger was intact, but the Yuaning level magic treasure that could be fought over by many Yuaning cultivators on the outside had a large gaping hole. Xiao Yuan greedily scratched his own palm with the small knife that had been opened, and again, without accident, almost without hindrance, the blood in his palm gushed out. Hiss! Xiao Yuan couldn't care about being elated. As soon as he picked up the remnant sword on the ground, he opened his mouth and kissed the remnant sword fiercely. Although the matter was caused by his own cheap hands, but this god demon finger bone issued the Brahma sound as to want to directly wipe out his divine soul. If not this remnant of the sword power, the god demon finger bone destroyed, and now I am afraid that he will directly become a corpse. Outside the house, Qingluan, who had already been waiting anxiously for a long time, directly rushed over towards this place at the same time as that peerless pressure disappeared. The door was slammed open, and Qingluan's distraught eyes locked with Xiao Yuan's. After a short period of elation, Qingluan's gaze was fixed on the remnant of the sword by Xiao Yuan's mouth, and then her gaze shifted downward, and she could not help but feel a little bit of evil chill welling up in her eyes. Xiao Yuan, you're okay with this? Chapter 61, Let me turn into a cockroach and hide. The door was kicked open by Qingluan, and the prohibition left by Xiao Yuan only guarded against gentlemen but not robbers, and Xiao Yuan, who forgot to revel in the wind brought up by Qingluan's kick, finally reacted to the fact that the distance between the wind and him was too close. Xiao Yuan lowered his head, the corners of his eyes twitching a bit in a suppressed manner. The clothes on his body had long been torn to shreds by the broken sword intent, and at this moment, he was so alone that even the birds in the bushes were clearly visible. Xiao Yuan subconsciously wanted to clench his legs together, but his afterglow saw Qingluan's red face, a look of forcing her gaze to remain unmoving, her good nature bursting. With the experience of that one long and fierce battle, how could Xiao Yuan not be clear about Qingluan's nature? This was a woman who would never allow herself to be soft. Normal women see him like this, have long been sidelong had not dare to look, which like her here, not only do not move away from the line of sight, but also attest He, Xiao Yuan gas laugh. Really competitive, how not to press him on the ground to fight another 300 rounds? Xiao Yuan stuck his hands in his waist and thrust his crotch outward. Put! Yikes! Qingluan could no longer hold back her laughter, while Xiao Yuan's complacency also became all groundless, panicking as she took out her clothes and put them on herself. Go! You! Guys go! I want to shut down! I want to shut down to death! Ha ha! Qingluan was pleased. She looked back at Yin Yunlu who was covering her face. In her leaking fingers, There was already a blush. She knew that Xiao Yuan had a fine mind, and was even more unconvinced as she was, and when she realized that she was judging him instead of dodging, Xiao Yuan would definitely do something to hit back. And things were just as coincidental as that. Xiao Yuan had done exactly this one maneuver when the Yinyun building appeared. Qinghuan is indeed by Xiao Yuan's retaliation to the fork in the air. But the heart of the pleasure of her first adults do not remember the small man. Patriarch, what's wrong? What just happened? Zhong Tiany's line of sight crossed over Yinyun Lu, who was covering his face, and Qinghuan, who was laughing indulgently, and looked towards Xiao Yuan, who was hidden in the darkness inside, as if he had been abused 800 times. Go. You guys go I have no face to live. I'm going to shut down. If there wasn't a formation in this inner hall, Xiao Yuan would have wanted to hide in the earth to the center of the earth. Only then would his embarrassment end. It was only when she was in front of Yinyun Lu that image of a wise and powerful woman could be preserved for a moment. Vicious. For the first time, Xiao Yuan felt that Qinghuan, this woman, was vicious. She knew her own strength, and she also knew her own nature. And she must have also discovered that Yinyun Lu had come over, but she didn't say anything about it, and instead, she deliberately stimulated herself. This makes him, if Yinyun Lu was Su Qing that nature, Xiao Yuan dare not imagine what kind of strange person he will become in the eyes of his own disciples. Zhong Tiany. What happened? Why did Xiao Yuan react so strongly? Why did Qinghuan and Yinyun Lu's expressions look so odd? What wonderful things did he or she miss? Patriarch, things have already happened. It's better to face it. Zhong Tiany took a step forward. The Xiao Yuan he remembered was serious. Now this appearance was too hard to see. In this way, Patriarch, you will say the problem. The old man demented has lived for more than 3,000 years, and still has some experience. Let me analyze it for you. Sovereign, put. This time Yinyun Lu also couldn't help but laugh. She let go of the hand that covered her face, and the rest of her light sneaked to look at Xiao Yuan, who had hidden himself away. She never knew that this serious master teacher of her own, there, was also such a cute side. Yinyun Lu's mind. Xiao Yuan's appearance of that prodigal crotch sticking out was deep in her memory, so that she would never forget it in her life. Qinghuan's laughter just didn't stop. But this, little fun between men and women, naturally, will not let Zhong Tiany, this old guy, listen. There wasn't much left of Xiao Yuan's face, but she still had to take care of it. Elder Zhong, Patriarch Xiao is just tired. Regarding the matter of cooperation between the human and demon races, there are still some details that the latecomer would like to properly discuss with Zhong again. Zhong Tiany's face was full of pity as he looked at Qinghuan and then at Xiao Yuan, who was on the verge of turning into a cockroach. He had sensed that the two had an unusual relationship the moment Qinghuan had stepped in to stand up for Xiao Yuan. Although he is a gentleman, but this gossip heart is also divided into gentlemen and small people. But Qinghuan had said so, and Xiao Yuan was so humble, so he really couldn't go any deeper. Good. The old man has the same intention. After Qinghuan and Zhong Tiany left, Yinyun Lu looked at Xiao Yuan with a red face. She sensed Xiao Yuan's helplessness, and she wanted to lie and say that she didn't see anything. But how can that scene be dismissed as unseen? How could she forget something so lovely in that grass? In the end, unaccustomed to dealing with people, she made the best decision, reattaching and closing the door that had been kicked in and leaving in silence. Only when she returned to her own yard, after her shy joy, she was puzzled. She knew Xiao Yuan's temperament very well, and would never normally do such frivolous things. What is the relationship between that? Xiao Yuan and Qinghuan? Thinking, Yinyun Lu's eyes flashed some loss. Having such a master is already her greatest fortune. How could she still have that kind of mind that she shouldn't have? Qinghuan and Xiao Yuan are the best match. Would Qinghuan be her own master's wife? It took Xiao Yuan a long time to calm his mind. This revenge she is sure to report. As long as there is a chance, he will make Qinghuan cry and beg for mercy. But now, system, when you give me something in the future, can you include an instruction manual? If it wasn't for Master Sword's power this time, I would have been killed by this divine demon fingerbone. The host needs to remember the principle of be careful what you say. Who in their right mind would take a broken sword and cut it when they know there's something wrong with the fingerbone of a god or a demon? You're the only one who suffered a loss once and is still looking to go and eat it, right? Xiao Yuan knew that the system should have its own set of operating rules. In terms of rewards and punishments, this being that answered his question could not intervene, and there were even some things that it was not clear about. Just like the matter of the chaotic heavenly chance and the broken sword together being able to let Xiao Yuan peek into the heavenly chance. Moreover, it would never voice a reminder if one did not take the initiative to ask on weekdays. Xiao Yuan wanted to ask. This system has an autonomous consciousness of existence. Is it very hopeful that he will die? But in the spirit of giving benefits is the master's mentality. Xiao Yuan will endure this breath. After calming his breathing, Xiao Yuan stepped out of the darkness. Alone he had no need to be a cockroach anymore. System, open the Gentleman Value Redemption Mall. From the opening of the mall redemption system, events came one after another until now. Xiao Yuan finally had the time and leisure to study another great gift that the system had given him. Ding, the Gentleman's Value Redemption Mall is open. A light flashed before Xiao Yuan's eyes. It was said to be a mall, but there were only 2 choices inside. But it was these 2 choices that made Xiao Yuan's body tremble a little. That's what he needs most. Chapter 62, all a bit of a mess. 1 point of Gentleman's Value can be exchanged for 1 day's cultivation time. Gentleman's Value can be exchanged for feat proficiency. This Gentleman's Value was just 2 simple options, but each of them could be considered vital to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, who had suffered a loss, was finally cautious this time and opened his mouth to ask the system, System, is the redeemed cultivation time the same as the normal flow of time in the outside world? Will it consume my own lifespan? The ratio of cultivation time redeemed by the system to the flow of time in the outside world is 100 to 1. The redeemed cultivation time is equal to the length of the host's expended lifespan. Sure enough, Xiao Yuan knew there was a pit in the works. After the original master dispersed his power and recultivated, his life expectancy decayed drastically. Even if he broke through the Jin Dan now, his remaining life expectancy was only 270 years. If Xiao Yuan did not make any breakthroughs and did not use life-extending elixirs, after 270 years, Xiao Yuan would become a cupped piece of yellow earth. So what's the deal with feat proficiency redemption? Depending on the gongfu and proficiency requirements that the host is practicing, the amount of Junzi value that needs to be consumed varies. Xiao Yuan stared at the 1000 silk soul technique that he had obtained together with the god devil fingerbone. Although the system did not say its grade, something that could appear together with the god devil fingerbone could not be a mortal item in any way. How much gentleman value do I need to consume to cultivate the 1000 silk soul technique to perfection? Ding, is the host confirming to consume 50,000 gentleman's values to cultivate the proficiency of the 1000 silk soul technique to completion? Xiao Yuan, 50,000 gentleman's worth? Let's see if his life is worth 50,000 gentleman's worth? How much gentleman value do I need to consume to cultivate the 1000 silk soul technique to the introductory level? Ding! Is the host confirming to consume 1000 gentleman's values to cultivate the proficiency of the 1000 silk soul technique to introductory? Xiao Yuan showed some surprise in his eyes. Only 1000 gentleman value was needed to get started? How much gentleman value do I need to consume to cultivate the 1000 silk soul technique to proficiency? Ding! Does the host confirm to consume 10,000 gentleman's values to cultivate the proficiency of the 1000 silk soul technique to proficient? Xiao Yuan. Sure enough, I was overthinking it. System, convert 10,000 gentleman values into cultivation time. Ding, the gentleman's value consumes 10,000, and the host gains 10,000 days of cultivation hours. Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed, and he inexplicably appeared in a space where there was only a piece of futon, and except for the 3 feet distance around this futon, the rest of the place was a deep black scene. Bad. Xiao Yuan's heart thumped. He was so confident that he only thought about leaving 15,000 gentleman's value for emergencies, but not how he was going to get through the 1,000 days. That's almost 30 years. And how was he going to get through that long time in just one place? System, can I cancel the redemption? Quiet. So quiet that only Xiao Yuan's heartbeat was answering its own question. Ah, Xiao Yuan yelled, some despair in his eyes. Counting his previous life, he lived a total of not even 30 years, and now let him cultivate in this place for nearly 30 years, which is the same as going to jail. No, there are people talking in jail. System, I want to exchange my gongfu proficiency. Still silent. In this space, the system seemed to have disappeared. Only the darkness that could not distinguish between day and night. Only the loneliness that stretched time infinitely accompanied him. Ah, as long as there are losses to be suffered, there are ultimately endless losses to be suffered. Put. A mouthful of blood gushed out. Ling Xiao's face was filled with shock as he looked at the 2 people in front of him. He had waited for so long in this cold pool, and after seeing the person who had stepped out from inside and realizing that it was nothing more than a female cultivator at the early stage of the Yuaning stage, he was inwardly ecstatic. Without the slightest hesitation, he struck out with a killing move. But unexpectedly, after that female cultivator, a human figure came out. Reflecting frost moon. Su Qing carp. Ling Xiao was furious, and after the spatial fluctuations dispersed, he finally saw who was in front of him. When he first followed Wenrun Chu Chu as an escort, he had seen Ning Xuanyu and Su Qing carp more than once when he was making Xiao Yuan. He was still thinking that after he killed Xiao Yuan, he would take all those female disciples of his one by one as forbidden. But he didn't want to think that he would see the two of them here. Su Qing patted his chest in fear. He just couldn't wait to come out from this ancient cultivator's cave. And he was attacked without even seeing the silhouette of a person. If it wasn't for reflecting frost moon following, he would have been half mutilated if he didn't die from that hit just now. At this moment, when he heard Ling Xiao's roar, under the new hatred and old hatred, where would he stay his hand? 10,000 souls flag. A black streamer appeared in Su Qing hand, and as he clenched his hand, a dense black gas surged out, accompanied by this burst of sinister laughter. It directly entangled Ling Xiao, who flew out backwards. Good you, Ling Xiao thief! How dare you sneak attack anti-me! Su Qingli did not have a lot of combat experience and knew to first use the 10,000 soul streamer to invade Ling Xiao's divine soul and restrict his movements. As the words were spat out, the green light on Su Qing body flickered and dodged, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared a foot away from Ling Xiao's body. The sword-like reflected in his eyes, but Ling Xiao was even angrier. He is already in the late stage of cause cultivation, and even got the inheritance of saints. Su Qing is only an early Yuaning cultivator, a dog's disciple, but also dares to open his teeth and claws to him. The master, seek death. Ignoring the old man's voice of admonition in his mind, a little golden light emerged from Ling Xiao's eyes, and an ancient carving knife appeared in his hand, chopping towards Su Qing in an almost life-threatening manner. Dawn Guard? Although Su Qingli is only a Yuaning, she has not seen much, and at a glance she saw that the carving knife in Ling Xiao's hand was not simple. Su Qing figure leaned back slightly, his right hand gently turned, and a piece of fine sand in gold and red sprinkled out from the hilt of his sword. What the hell? Ling Xiao slammed headlong into this fine sand, and even though he protected his body with his spiritual power in time, the fine sand ignored his spiritual shield and flew into his eyes without the slightest obstruction. Ah! Ling Xiao's hand cannot help but shake. The momentum of certain death immediately solve. That carving knife and Su Qing hand long sword intersection. No exception. Su Qing long sword shattered, but she also used this force to fly backwards out, hiding behind the Ying Xuanyu, eldest sister. Beat him to death. Su Qing was incomparably afraid of the aftermath. She had come out in such a hurry but in order to go and find her master to post. If she were to fold in the hands of Ling Xiao, a shameless guy who borrows women to eat his master's soft food, she could really cry herself to death. Ying Frost Moon figure intersected with Su Qing and glared at him fiercely, receiving Ling Xiao's surefire strike in haste, sparing her half a breath of reprieve. But it was this half breath that made Su Qing almost die in front of his eyes. Su Qing's matters she can slowly count, but Ling Xiao, Ying Xuanyue's gaze was stern. She did not have the slightest shame of bullying the small with the big. Two crescent blades flashed. One pointed to the arm of Ling Xiao's hand holding the carving knife, and the other pointed straight to Ling Xiao's throat. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also does its best, let alone a hungry wolf with a Dao weapon in hand. Crush the space crystals. The remnant soul in Ling Xiao's mind roared furiously. Ling Xiao forward didn't even give him a chance to open his mouth. Seeing Su Qing had just come out, and seeing that his strength was weak, he couldn't wait to welcome him. And Su Qing two strikes were a great distraction to him and Ling Xiao. At this moment, he was entangled by the refined souls in the 10,000 soul streamer, and could not get rid of them at all in a moment, so he could only watch as the two crescent blades of the reflecting frost moon flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao folded his right hand in front of him, and then he felt a warm sensation coming from his right arm, and along with this huge force, his entire body was sent flying backwards by the impact. Xiao Yuan, I'm at loggerheads with you. A flash of space passed by and Ling Xiao's voice echoed, but Su Qingli took the opportunity to come up again and threw out a jade bottle towards where it had disappeared, the only one who could be intact after messing with her. Su Qing was her own master. Su Qing braced herself to look out of the corner of her eye, but soon her ear was lifted by Ying Xuanyu directly grabbing it. No, intact is her most respected, eldest senior sister. Su Qing had tears in her eyes and looked at the furious Ying Xuanyu with a pitiful look. Chapter 63 Waiting for the clouds to move. Ying Frostmoon is really angry. If it wasn't for Su Qing ghostly ideas and good luck in getting this spirit melting gold fire sand in this ancient cultivator's cave, she would have been dead when Ling Xiao chopped down that momentary knife. What do I usually teach you? In a fight with someone, one should plan before moving, and one should never be adventurous and greedy. If you can call someone else on it, you can't do it yourself. One hand couldn't grab enough. Ying Xuanyu brought her other hand to Su Qing's ear as well. But look at you. I'm the thigh next to you not holding on to me, carrying my own sword and charging upwards. Or someone who's stronger than you. What? You Su Qing changed your nature and lost all your usual sneaky wit? Su Qing did not dare to refute Ying Xuanyu's large and small reprimand. She did not receive 100 times but also 80 times. This time is indeed she is inflated. Only think of beating the dog. even will be their own human creed are thrown away. So she can only wait for Ing Xuanyu to finish venting her anger. After a long time, when the hands on the two ears slowly loosened, Su Qing then pampered herself in Ing Xuanyu's arms and said pleasing words. The lesson that should be taught was taught. And then being pestered by Su Qing. Where does Ing Xuanyu still have much gas left? Remember what senior sister said, and don't learn from your master. Master he has a set of cultivation, but killing people. Ing Xuanyu tilted her chin up. It's too far short of me. Where would Su Qing dare to refute? Nodding her head repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Senior sister is mighty. Sooner or later, he will trample master teacher under his feet. Reflective Frost Moon was thunderous in front of outsiders, but in front of her own people, she was very receptive to this kind of pompous horse's ass. After a few moments of complacency, she remembered the jade bottle that Su Qing had finally thrown into the spatial channel that Ling Xiao had left. Green carp, what's inside that jade bottle you threw? Su Qing raised her eyebrows, but in her heart, she was really a bit sorry. This was a good thing she had found from this ancient cultivator's cave. A little of the medicinal powder that women use to enhance their charms. Woman? Ing Xuanyu looked towards Su Qingli. If this thing couldn't make Ling Xiao suffer a bit, she didn't believe that Su Qingli would be that pleased with herself. Ahem. Su Qing eyes twirled and continued. But if a man uses it, it may make it embody some female characteristics. And the character will also be a little more feminine. When being a little eunuch for a while, reflecting the frosty moon. Well, indeed, one should be more complacent. Who told Ling Xiao to rely on one Renchuchu to back him up, countless times bossing around his own master, and also dared to covet their master and sisters. Go back. I wonder how he's doing. Master. Ing Xuanyu put away the broken arm and carving knife left behind by Ling Xiao and looked in the direction of where the Acacia Sect was. At this moment Xiao Yuan was awake and broke the possibility with one Renchuchu. She could not leave for too long and let her other foxy children have a chance to take advantage of it. A strange color presented itself in Su Qing eyes, and her pink tongue unconsciously licked her lips. She who had broken through to Yuaning would definitely not be defeated that quickly. Next time, she would let Xiao Yuan know what rapid progress meant. Above a village in the mountains, spatial fluctuations were born, and Ling Xiao had his hair draped over his broken arm. After confirming that it was safe, he let his aura go full force, and the blood spilling out from between his fingers pierced through all those kneeling in the mountain village. Xiao Yuan. Reflecting Frost Moon. Su Qing damn it all. Why are they all against me? A jade bottle flew out of the soon-to-be dissipated spatial channel, and when it was rushed by Ling Xiao's chi, the pink mist immediately dispersed in all directions. Ling Xiao's anger was burned out by fear, and with a flash of blood light on his body, he directly disappeared a dozen miles away. Calm down. They're not coming after us. The residual soul in Ling Xiao's mind voiced a reminder. He really regretted that he chose the wrong person. Such a heart. If he did not have a heavenly destiny, how would he send his soul in him? Like a startled bird, Ling Xiao reacted by first looking around before checking himself internally. Only after confirming that he hadn't found any problems did he grumble. Master, why didn't you realize that Ing Xuanyue was also in that ancient great cultivator's cave? If you had warned me, I could not have suffered this great setback today. Even the green sage's carving knife was lost. Ling Xiao could never admit that he was in a hurry and rushed up without even waiting for the old man's prompting. So much so that one wrong step led to another. The old man had known Ling Xiao's character for a long time now, and he wasn't even interested in arguing right now. Instead he felt that it wasn't wrong for him to take this loss. Ling Xiao got the saint inheritance under his guidance. Not only did he not know how to be thankful, instead he looked down on him as his master. This is a white-eyed wolf. Without breaking his arrogance and starving him, there is no way that his own words Ling Xiao will listen to him. Your heavenly destiny is in the north. Go to Wenrun Chu. I warned you a long time ago. Noticing the coldness in his master's voice, Ling Xiao's anger came together, but feeling the weakness of his body, he recalled the contempt that Ing Xuanyu and Su Qing had shown him when they looked at him. Memories of being squeezed by Wenrun Chu came flooding back. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he had to admit that there was indeed no possibility for him to recover his lost self-respect by leaving the old man. Yes, master. Apprentice knows he's wrong. Apprentice will definitely listen to master in the future. Ling Xiao's softening made the old man feel slightly better in his heart. After all, the two were in a relationship of honor and disgrace, and it was naturally better to be able to work together properly than to have their own agenda. Don't recover the broken arm and try to look miserable. The medicine you refined before, you prepare some more. For all the pain you're experiencing now, Wenrun Chu will give you satisfactory compensation. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and neither he nor the residual soul inside him realized that at this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes were somewhat feminine. Dark crystal-colored toe caps covered one long, white, delicate leg, and as it walked, a black flowing skirt slipped off. That skirt is like a hinged door. The flow of skirt scratching, long legs gradually become thicker. To the top of the time, flexible waist flashed. That black flow of skirt is like after the collection of money after the greenhouse girl, mercilessly peeping into the inside of the line of sight all blocked. He. Xianmei covered her mouth and laughed lightly, a slight pallor remaining on her soft and seductive but deadly poison-like face, pinning up that green-colored bamboo sword. This younger brother of this honored one, when really, he has a good spirit. The roof of the house has been overturned. The roof beams have collapsed most of the way, and a broken house is left. How dare you invite guests from all over the world? Xianmei walked outward, compared to the wretchedness when she came back. Now her style swayed, and where she walked out, where the darkness was, a figure leaning against a mountain of white bone corpses. Her chest seemed to have a slight rise and fall. Accompany this honorable man on a trip to the Acacia Sect. Sort of a send-off for an old friend. Inside the main hall, cold sweat dripped from the Hehuan Sect's top management. To them, Xianmei was even more seductive. It was still a gut-piercing poison. Death by touch. Chapter 64. Master is very concerned. There were many people like Xianmei, listed as the Yellow Spring Sect's prisoner head, who was currently kneeling in the ancestor hall, with the Yellow Spring Sect's ancestors Dao across the top of his legs. It was not until outside the house, when the doorkeeper's voice sounded again and again, that he tilted his head, and looked at the portrait at the highest point with eyes that did not belong to a human being. Jie, burial coffin. I didn't expect it, but you died and I survived. A flicker of struggle flashed in the prisoner's head's treacherous eyes, and within a few moments, a look that belonged to humanity prevailed. Devourer. The head of the prisoner stood up with his sword and opened the door to the ancestral hall, his eyes looking directly at the blazing sun. He hadn't snatched the saint's inheritance, and Xianmei, who had returned alive, had become a knife hanging over the Yellow Spring Sect's head. Manhwa failed, but succeeded. It was only the benefits that when Haoran had brought, but the Yellow Spring Sect didn't know if they were blessed enough to enjoy them. How long do you think it will take to borrow my body and live again? The corner of the prisoner's head's mouth lifted up in an arc, clearly the same mouth, but the words that came out gave off a very different feeling. This bastard, burial coffin, has reneged on his oath. That side had to be by you, the successor. Half a ghostly shadow appeared behind the head of the prisoner, and on the ground, half of the shadow of the head of the prisoner was inexplicably missing. A year, and in a year I'll eat you all up. I won't make another mistake. The head of the prisoner took a big step forward. He had been working for the Abyssal Hellblade technique all his life, and now that the last step had been taken, he had failed, but he had also succeeded. His figure leapt, and in its wake, the entire Yellow Spring Sect poured out. When the body was inhabited by a ghost, he would have the certainty to cut out that coveted slash. If I die here, I will have no regrets. Depart 4. Acacia Sect. Congratulations. The 100 clans of the southern domain were almost simultaneously heading towards where the harmonious sect was when winter had left and spring had yet to show itself. The 100 Saints' cultural realm had collapsed, and the ancient remnants of the southern region should not be a place for one person and one clan to enjoy exclusively. The 4 seas returned to the flow. Zhang Yunkai holding a big belly, head of the golden treasure of the hair crown more and more bright. Beside him, a look arrogant middle-aged man wearing a body does not belong to the southern region of the flesh and the crowd independently. Seems to show their own different. Deacon Zhou. On this trip to the Acacia Sect, if you see that Patriarch Xiao, you will definitely change your opinion. Zhou Qingyi snorted, looking at Zhang Yunkai with 7 parts disdain and 3 parts scorn in his eyes. Mr. Zhang, although you were exiled to this barren land by the president, your eyesight can be bigger. You don't have to call a tiger when you see a mouse. The future of my 4 Seas merchant company lies in the central region. In the other 3 regions, not in this piece of countryside. Zhou Qingyi took a handkerchief to cover his mouth and continued. There are only mud legs in yellow mud, and only bedbugs come out of the dead. The southern domain is a place spurned by the heavenly Tao, just a handful of yellow earth. Zhang Yunkai's gaze flickered, the smile on his face not diminishing by half as he looked towards the silent woman behind Zhou Qingyi who had had a brief encounter with him, finding a saintly inheritor. It was only right that this Zhou Changxian was condescending. He understood all too well what the rules were within the Chamber of Commerce. Deacon Zhou is right. It's my eyes that are narrow. A mere Xiao Yuan is not as important as a saintly disciple. Zhou Qingyi nodded, some fire in his eyes to look in the direction of the will arrive. This southern domain treasure. The old guys are afraid of death, do not dare to touch. Zhou Qingyi was born honored. How will it be similar to those rats? Choo. This time, this father will remove the Xiao Yuan's head for you and make a wine cup for you, so that he can repent for you day after day. Wen Choo smiled gently and looked at Zhou Qingyi with full admiration. Choo thanked Brother Zhou. That Xiao Yuan thief killed my aunt's milk and massacred my fellow disciples. I can't wait to eat his blood and flesh to vent my heart's hatred. If this revenge is avenged, Chu Chu will think of Big Brother Zhou's kindness day and night. Never forget. Zhou Qingyi wrapped around one Run Chu Chu's waist. Although the people of this southern region all carry the smell of earth, but one Run Chu Chu, who got the inheritance of the saints, is ultimately a little different, and he, Zhou Qingyi, can raise it into a white swan that is worthy of his status as a concubine. So very good. When Ren Chu Chu snuggled above Zhou Changyi's shoulders, her drooping gaze rising with some coldness. Arrogant fool. I just hope it doesn't die too easily. There was finally a fluctuation in the unchanging space, and a ray of light finally appeared in the eyes of Xiao Yuan, whose face was as gray as death and whose eyes were dull. He hadn't spoken for a long time, and in his excitement, he had somewhat forgotten how to vocalize. Ding, the host's cultivation time is over. Xiao Yuan's lips shivered and tears could not help but spill out from the corners of his eyes as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar room. The annihilating dust that the god-devil finger bone had transformed into when it disappeared was still there, and the fragments of his clothes on the floor that had been torn apart by the sword intent were also still there. It was as if these almost 30 years were just a dream of extreme loneliness. Tears slid down, flowing down the beard that covered his face, but for a long time, Xiao Yuan's chin didn't feel wet. I'm back. Oh, Xiao Yuan's speech became smoother and smoother. The days of practicing inside the system space almost made him want to commit suicide. It is said that between the opening and closing of the eyes of the immortals, it is a sea of change, but he is only a Jindan cultivator. A few big weeks run down, but only a few months. Every time he practiced until his meridians tingled and Xiao Yuan stopped, that sense of loneliness continued to torment his heart. During the first 10 years of cultivation in the system space, relying on the original owner's talent plus the unrestricted resources, Xiao Yuan cultivated to the late Jindan stage in a single breath. But during the next 10 years or so, Xiao Yuan did not make the slightest inch of progress. During these 10 years or so, other than cultivating the Thousand Silk Soul technique to the point of initiation and letting himself play with himself, he spent the rest of his time as a wooden man fuming, waiting for time to pass and frittering away his life. Now that he had seen the light of day, how could Xiao Yuan suppress the joy in his heart? With a flash of sword light, Xiao Yuan's whiskers and hair were lightened, and his body's robe was chopped to pieces. Then he summoned the spirit spring, and with a leap of his body, he directly lay down in the bathtub, closed his eyes and began to understand the transmitting notes that had been piled up in a small half of the house, replying Zhong Tianyi's 2 customary transmission notes inquiring about the time of her departure. She then listened to the words she had shaken as if she had practiced them countless times in the only transmission note from Yin Yin Lu. After spending so much time alone in the system space, Xiao Yuan, where there was still the embarrassment he felt before when he was quite a bird and was seen by Yin Yin Lu. After replying calmly, Xiao Yuan then looked at the reflecting frost moon transmission note that caused him the most headache. He hadn't forgotten the heart that cried out when this niece touched her room in the middle of the night after she knew she had lost her cultivation. Fortunately, besides the words of concern, it was a little bit of that ancient great cultivator's cave. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a while, looked at the dozens of transmission notes from Su Qing Carp, and decided that it would be better to letting Xuanyu come back tomorrow. After listening to Su Qing Carp's transmission notes one by one, it was no longer difficult to suppress the fire in Xiao Yuan's heart. Qing Carp, for the teacher to cultivate a sense. Tonight you and come, let the master teach you the latest posture. Moves. Master, is very hung up. Chapter 65. Want it, but dare you? After finishing the riddle with Su Qingli, Xiao Yuan then looked at Mu Yui, who had transmitted no less than Su Qingli's notes. Although the two people's mouth and hand addiction had passed a lot, but he, a lonely man for nearly 30 years, obviously could only flirt with Mu Yui and could not be hurt by making her cry in pain and beg for mercy. After responding to Mu Yui's words one by one, Xiao Yuan replied with a few words of love and looked at the emptied transmission notes more or less a little disappointed. Although the outside world had only been a little over 3 months, it had been the most lonely period for him. Xiao Yuan was a bit disappointed since he didn't get to see Qing Luan's letter, but he still went to Qing Luan with a transmitting note, telling him about his exit. Xiao Yuan closed his eyes and felt the cozy feeling of being immersed in the water, and in a short while, he fell asleep. The people who received Xiao Yuan's transmission notes were each delighted, but other than Su Qing Carp, whose face was blushing and whose eyes were dripping with spring water, there was not a single person who had sneaked into the patriarch's hall in the daytime. Su Qing Carp unlocked Xiao Yuan's rudimentary restraints, and the first look he took when he entered the door was to the top of Xiao Yuan, who was asleep on top of the bathtub resting on his pillow behind the screen. The pink-colored gauze skirt that set off Su Qing Carp's delicacy fell off, and without the need for Xiao Yuan's hands to teach her, her body automatically surfaced a tantalizingly tender red color. Master, Su Qing carp murmured, putting the rabbit ears she had made on her head, her hands wrapped around her chest, covering the transparent fine veil in front of the satin corset, slightly standing on tiptoe, alternating reddish color on her toes, set off by a pair of long white round legs, like a pair of provocative hands. The faster the speed, the more sharply the heart was provoked. Wow! Xiao Yuan woke up from his deep sleep. The loneliness of nearly 30 years in system space made his reaction to the temporary reprieve intense. Snap! A hand landed on Su Qing carp's neck, and in the instant before it was twisted down, the face of the rabbit-eared voice in front of him became clear in Xiao Yuan's eyes. Qing carp, how do you this dress up? Xiao Yuan's tense body eased. I don't know whether it was because he was nervous or he hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time, so it led to some inexplicable nervousness in his heart at the moment, and he even stuttered in his speech. Su Qing carp squatted down her body and buried the bottom of her mouth into the water, looking at Xiao Yuan in a pitiful but affectionate manner. It's a big bucket, but the enthusiasm of two people is enough to squeeze the water out of the way. Xiao Yuan's hand on Su Qingli's neck was stuck between the two of them as Su Qingli crouched down, and with the support of his own knees, the back of Xiao Yuan's hand touched the tenderness hidden in the water in a very reasonable manner. Gulp gulp. Su Qing carp exhaled, blowing small water bubbles out of the water surface. Didn't Master Zun say before that this is more convenient for practicing the secret arts of the clan? So Carp was bored and made these out of boredom. The apprentice wants to progress too much. Xiao Yuan's eyes are hot. Su Qing carp hidden in the underwater hands have long ceased to be constrained in front of the chest. The water fluctuations, the light between the folds, to Xiao Yuan's surprise is not only a pair of rabbit ears, and the corset above the transparent gauze window inside the red scenery. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and a face twisted up strangely. He thought that his best state would be in the dead of night, but he never thought that when the surprise came, he was far more indestructible than the peak of his imagination. Master Zun said so. Xiao Yuan gently caressed the rabbit ears on Su Qing carp's head. In terms of talent, Su Qing carp was the genius who knew how to cite the most in his limited experience. But this glorious day, when the Lord of Heaven opens his eyes, you and I, master and disciple, it is not desirable to favor one over the other. This will be. Hiss. Xiao Yuan tilted his head. He would never have thought that Su Qing carp's progress was so rapid. This will make the onlookers think that Master I have been unfair. Undesirable. This trip is undesirable. Xiao Yuan inclined his head and saved himself from his vitals. He had already lost his face once before the eyes of another disciple. He must not lose his dignity as a teacher again in front of Su Qing carp. Go back. Ding the difficulties of the world. But the word fairness, sincere gentleman, not to affinity on the near and far. The host should be gentleman to make a name for himself. Reward the host with a gentleman's value of 500. Xiao Yuan was not surprised. This system was trying to make him do things that were difficult for normal people to do. No matter how a person thought in his heart, as long as he behaved in a way that fit the way of a gentleman, he was really a gentleman in general. But he can't carry some awe. Su Qing carp listened to Xiao Yuan's words. If she was still that ignorant girl who was at the mercy of Xiao Yuan, she definitely couldn't understand the meaning of Xiao Yuan's strategic escape. But now, she looked into Xiao Yuan's eyes with an odd plus complacent expression. The water in the barrel was stirred, and Su Qingli slowly straightened up from the water before forcing Xiao Yuan to the point of no return. With a single action, the power of mastery and subordination is reversed in an instant. Master, didn't you say before that the more people peek, the more exciting it is? One more. Su Qing carp bit Xiao Yuan's mouth. No one knew how much she missed Xiao Yuan inside that ancient cultivator's cave. And no one knew how worried she was about Xiao Yuan and how much she worshipped him after she knew about the change of events in the Haoran Sect and the Hehuan Sect. This is her Su Qing carp's master. Even if he is only a foundation builder, no. Now he has become a Jindan. He was still able to dominate the winds and clouds of the southern region, convincing countless people. Except for the green one. At the first sight of Qingwan, Su Qingli had a natural worry about her, not because of her status, strength or beauty, but her special treatment of Xiao Yuan under her cool nature. Su Qing carp knows that she can dominate Xiao Yuan, all because she is close to the water, and bold, taking advantage of Xiao Yuan to dissipate her strength. She can dominate Yuji to open the king's bow, but she did not have the confidence, to win over Qingwan, and did not win over her own senior sisters, who harbor the same mind as her own. So she could only be bold and could only make sure that Xiao Yuan would never forget herself. One more. If master doesn't say it, if apprentice doesn't say it, this brilliant white sun, this scorching heavenly public, will it say it? Su Qing carp did not give Xiao Yuan a chance to retort at all, and directly blocked his mouth so that it could only be forced once again. Only this time, Xiao Yuan he cooperated a little too early. The sound of splashing water gradually amplified, from the brilliant day to the eerie deep night, until a figure that even stumbled as it walked departed from the unlit room. Only then did Xiao Yuan once again lie down in the bathtub. Only this time, instead of falling asleep with his heart tired, he lowered his eyes in contemplation. During these 3 months that he was in seclusion, the development of things did not disappoint him. After Fu Yuanqing and the others left, they went to the old land of the Haoran Sect to rebuild the sect, and gave the whole world all the knowledge of the split of the Acacia Sect. And in these 3 months or so, some of the very few immortal cultivators who had obtained the inheritance of the saints had already begun to come into their own. There was the 1,000-year hardship of the Yuaning casual cultivator who entered the transformation spirit in a single day. There are out of doors without a name. The qualification of the stupid refining small cultivator talent enlightenment. A shot will be the world to enjoy the name. However, the tradition of saints is hard to find, but the location of the Acacia Sect is known to everyone in the world. Those who were not allowed to be favored by the saints were mindful of the harmonious sect's yin-yang mysterious realm, which was what they could see, their own wide immortal path. Xiao Yuan coldly laughed, when Haoran's performance was in the front. Now the southern region cultivators would never be able to do the losing business of marrying someone else's clothes again. But since Wen Haoran had that kind of courage, Xiao Yuan didn't think that he didn't have Wen Haoran's guts. Since you want, it's up to you to dare to take it. Chapter 66, One Time Only. For those who practiced cultivation, the higher their cultivation level, the longer the time in seclusion. Facing Xiao Yuan's gaze, Qingwan's face was wave-free, but her hand honestly ended up checking it out to shield her from Xiao Yuan's blazing line of sight. Patriarch Xiao, are you sure you won't step in? Ever since the split of the Acacia Sect, all sorts of commotions had slowly risen within the Acacia Sect's sphere of influence. There was the reason of the scattered cultivators, but more than that, it was the result of the rest of the sects trying behind the scenes. Zhongtianyi had acted too forward-looking, knowing full well what caused the turmoil within the Acacia Sect's sphere of influence, but still using a soft approach as the main means. So in the 3 months or so since Xiao Yuan had been in seclusion, there had been chaos within the Acacia Sect's sphere of influence. By now, it has become a big problem that cannot be ignored. Qingwan had thought that with Xiao Yuan's character of a toothless tiger strongly showing its teeth, in order to continue to act out his play, he would inevitably be cleared by the power of thunder. However, he did not want to. After he came out of the customs, a series of 5 days, did not ask about the matter of the clan, but instead became a mentor and friend to his several impure female disciples to teach. Qingwan felt uncomfortable not acknowledging her heart. She only felt that Xiao Yuan didn't take the matter of promising the demon race to heart. What's there to come forward? Xiao Yuan pulled his gaze back. If he looked any further, Qingwan should be annoyed. It's going to rain in the sky, and the mother is going to marry. I didn't even stop Fu Yuanqing when he wanted to take the people away, let alone these jumped-up clowns. The corner of Xiao Yuan's mouth lifted up a hint of a smile. What he had displayed before was the might of a top cultivator. Now that chaos is rampant in the southern region, mere might can no longer deter these people who are blinded by greed. Instead of letting the strong pressure of those who are not in the right mind, so that they become hidden dangers in the future, it is better to just indulge in this way, taking advantage of the secret realm of yin and yang, rain and dew to have an equal share? Qingwan was a bit displeased with Xiao Yuan's pretense of sophistication and frowned. Don't all of you human races follow the principle of cutting off the roots? You can hide for a moment, but under the pack of wolves hunting, you, Qingwan waved her hand, completely isolating the two's voices. You're a paper tiger. Just one person can tear you apart, right? Qingwan's divine thoughts enveloped Xiao Yuan's body, but without touching Xiao Yuan, what he got was always a ball of intimidating fear. She couldn't see Xiao Yuan's strength, couldn't distinguish Xiao Yuan's depth, even though her intuition told her that Xiao Yuan's strength was bound to have refined quite a bit during the 3 months or so that he had been in seclusion. What in the world? Qingwan pondered. There was a sense of mystery about Xiao Yuan that made her unable to resist the urge to explore, to peel back Xiao Yuan layer by layer. She wanted to peer into Xiao Yuan's heart. Xiao Yuan used the brocade woven from fireworm silk to wipe the remnants of the sword that lay across his legs. It would never get more than a passing glance if it appeared on the side of the road. But in his hands, who has not watched? If the wolves are hungry, feed them. With this big piece of meat in front of the yin-yang secret realm, who would notice the people of the Acacia Sect that would notice me? Qingwan instinctively flashed some uneasiness. Xiao Yuan's eyes gradually normalized, no longer gawking back at her key parts. There is only one thing I care about. Xiao Yuan's voice lurched as he looked incomparably solemn straight at Qingwan. Are you willing to enter the yin-yang mysterious realm with me? Qingwan's heart panicked. Reason made her refuse. After all, this was not the first time Xiao Yuan had opened his mouth to invite her. She didn't want to cross paths with Xiao Yuan outside of racial righteousness. That one day and night, she only regarded it as a mistake. Shi Qinghuan, the fate of her demon clan is held in her hands. The merger. Qinghuan was silent and bowed her head, and after this matter, she was about to prepare for the impact of the merger. Men would only mess up her Tao. Xiao Yuan did not urge, but the light in his eyes dimmed. Qinghuan is the first person of his generation, and the first outsider who knows his secret but still chooses to believe him. And with Su Qing carped together with the experience of the kind of rebellion against the teacher of the stimulus is different. Qinghuan gave him a feeling, is a kind of peace of mind, as if only with Qinghuan together. He is him, not the owner of this face, that dead Xiao Yuan. But alas, Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly. The road could only be walked by himself in the end. Qinghuan's words of refusal were blocked by Xiao Yuan's gradually distant expression, and an intuition rose that she was going to lose Xiao Yuan's gaze that was so raw yet made her shyly happy. She really can only become a cooperative stranger with Xiao Yuan. I only do this once. After the agreement between the human and demon races is redrawn, I will close the door to cultivate. If I succeed. Qinghuan forced herself to control herself not to look at Xiao Yuan, got up and walked towards the outside. I will leave the southern domain. You and I were the end of our destiny. Looking at Qinghuan's departing back, Xiao Yuan did not stay, but only lifted the corner of his mouth with a smile and looked towards Zhongtianyi, who had been looking up at the sky for many hours outside, and secretly gave him a thumbs up with his hands behind his back. Senior Zhong, those people are troubling you to step in and invite them. The fire silk satin in Xiao Yuan's hand fluttered down, and the remnant sword lifted upward with Xiao Yuan's rise. Fizzle. The remnant sword had no blade, so it could not cut through this fireworm silk brocade that was described as rare. What cut it through was Xiao Yuan's heart, the sword heart that cut through everything. My Acacia Sect's Yin and Yang secret realm comes to the rescue. Zhongtianyi's eyes tightened and his lips trembled slightly, already surprised and excited to the extreme. However, he forced himself not to ask the question in his mind, but only compared the thumb of his other hand as well. Yes, sovereign, woman, cultivation by the handful, worthy of being my Acacia Sect patriarch. Xiao Yuan's hand trembled. He pretended for so long. This is a habitual surprised Zhongtianyi's jaw, but never thought that he was in control of the laws of the force path. But Zhongtianyi's heartfelt words will break the power. Great elder, it is said that you should attack from afar. You have also been single for many years, and that Xianin Sect's Xianmi was more than a little Judas when I saw him. Why Don? You sacrifice your color. This patriarch will do it for you. How about going to propose marriage to the Xianin Sect? Zhongtianyi was horrified. Those two thumbs up were turned upside down with fear. Shaking his head with a scornful face. Don't. Old me is getting old. This kind of corpse-playing expert old me wouldn't dare to touch. In case that demon immortal corpse from the Xianin Sect really swindles and knows that I robbed his ghost bride, even if he can't beat me, he'll still have to sicken me to death. Zhongtianyi ran away in a huff, but Xiao Yuan was staring blankly at his right hand. From Zhongtianyi's short few words, he seemed to know something unimaginable. Then this hand. Can I still have the hand that patted Xuanmei's ass? Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth. His hand can be used for climbing peaks and catching turtles. How can he destroy himself because of this old clam? Xianmei? The Haoran clan is moralistic one and all. The Xianin Sect isn't any better. All perverts one by one, even doing this kind of thing? Fortunately, my Acacia Sect has a piece of peace, and the teacher is kind and filial. Xiao Yuan was relieved in his heart, but he did not think about how he had the face to be the 4 words that followed.